The common folk who lived in the Terran Alliance tended to have special qualities. They wouldn't have been able to keep up their studies at the Eden Institute if they were not as competitive. Of course, Callister de Vos was completely different from a commoner like Klaus Rabar Fulton. As a scion of the de Vos ancient clan, he enjoyed superior conditions from conception. Since he was a designer baby, his starting genetic makeup was only inferior to the main branch members of his ancient clan. Combined with the superior education and training provided by the Devosans, Callister de Vos was already set up to become a good mech designer. However, Callister uncharacteristically deviated from the path set by his clan. If I recall, you have always earned high grades during my fabrication classes. Ves said, your craftsmanship stood out compared to many of your peers. You not only demonstrated greater mastery of the use of superfabs, but have also begun to inject your own passion and vision into your crafts. It is really unusual to see a mech design student who has become so proficient in artisanship. Callister de Vos smiled with pride. I avidly played with mechanos and similar toys in my youth. I prefer the feeling of putting a mech together with my hands as opposed to working with a virtual design suite. While the supervisors of my ancient clan did not approve of my interest in manual fabrication at first, their opinions changed once I managed to earn your praise in your classes. Even after I passed your advanced mech fabrication course, I continued to practice and refine my fabrication skills. I am nowhere ready to produce my own masterwork mech, but I am proud of the quality of my handmade mechs. Can you show me your works? Certainly. Please excuse the flaws of my work. I am trying my best to make them as precise and even as possible, but I am still lacking in experience. When Callister started to project the mechs that he had fabricated in the past, Ves grew quite impressed. As a member of an ancient clan, Callister had much easier access to superfabs and the materials he needed to fabricate his mechs. While his designs were not too special at his level, his skills and practical intuition were considerably better than the norm. Ves was quite impressed by the quality of his works. When Callister was a novice, his works already reached the quality expected of an experienced apprentice. When Callister became an apprentice, his mechs could easily match the quality of mechs produced by journeymen. As Ves continued to study the projected mechs, he began to narrow his eyes in suspicion. He briefly glanced at Gloriana, and couldn't help but notice that she looked pleased at Callister. Your works look quite interesting. What is your vision for mechs? How do you treat your living mechs? Callister already anticipated this question. He clearly had an answer ready. I have studied your living mechs. They are marked by a design style that is relatively volatile and individualistic. Each living mech of the same design possesses a common starting point, but can evolve in wildly different directions depending on many variables. I can appreciate the logic and the philosophy behind this strategy. It is not how I would choose to design my own products. The former Devosan waved his hand. Two new projections appeared. One of them showed a line that continued to form many different branches as it moved upwards. The other projection displayed a single thick line that went straight up and took no detours. This is how I visualize the differences between our design philosophies. Callister said, this tree-like diagram is a model of how your living mech can evolve. It can follow a relatively straight direction, but it can also deviate further from the norm and follow one of the many branches according to how it is being used. The result is that once many mechs of the same model have grown for multiple years, they will continue to diverge unless they have almost become separate species. The young mech designer gestured towards the other projection that was much simpler. This is my model. What I want to design is a living mech that is similar to a clockwork in both a tangible and intangible form. I want there to be no mutation in how the living mech develops over time. Its e-technology must remain completely consistent with my original design and layout. Over time, mechs of the same model will all remain highly identical to each other. The only major variables that can set them apart are their ages and how long they have been put to use. My living mechs should otherwise greatly resemble each other so that it is difficult to set them apart. What an original idea! Ves never imagined that Callister would form such an interesting design philosophy that largely contradicted his own design style. How refreshing! What is the reasoning behind designing living mechs that develop along the exact same trajectory? Ves pressed the younger mech designer. You should be aware that all of my living mechs have always been well received because they are designed to adapt to their mech pilots. If I try to emphasize consistency and uniformity, then none of the living mechs will be able to adapt themselves to individual mech pilots. This may result in deteriorating performance. Callister remained confident in his work and philosophy. I am not surprised that you would ask this question, sir. My vision of living mechs is that they are one and the same. As long as we can gather many of my living mechs in a small area, I believe that they can inherently combine forces with each other. I theorize that they should be able to fuse their strength together and become powerful enough to defeat phase lords by themselves. Ves raised his eyebrows. That sounded similar to what he attempted to accomplish with his energy weaver mech ecosystem. Unfortunately, the results were a bit too weak to make a difference in high-level confrontations. Phase lords were too powerful for tricks like these to work. He thought hard about the reasons why his works underperformed in this aspect. Perhaps his mech ecosystem needed more refinement. Perhaps the living mechs needed to experience a lot more growth to leverage this function to the fullest. Perhaps a medium energy environment simply couldn't sustain stronger manifestations. Whatever the case, Ves could add a fourth reason to why the energy weaver mech ecosystem underperformed. The living mechs weren't consistent enough. So long as they experienced a year of growth, they already evolved in unique directions depending on what they witnessed in the field and the personalities of their pilots. It was impossible to keep all of the living mechs the same. Ves had always regarded this pattern of divergence as an advantage. Every customer that made use of one of his living mechs would experience the feeling of piloting a custom mech. While all of that sounded nice, Ves had neglected to think about whether his customers were better off relying on living mechs that did not show the slightest sign of mutations. Have you been able to test your assumptions with real results? Ves critically asked. Not yet, sir. My research has yet to advance to this stage. Callister responded. Well, you should definitely gather enough empirical data to back up your conclusions. Everything you have described may be completely wrong. You do not want to find out later that your negligence has caused you to overlook small but extremely serious flaws that can break out at the worst time. The apprentice mech designer nodded. There was no way he would ignore the guidance of his former teacher. I shall do as you say, but I am confident that the results will validate my assumptions. Callister said, I believe that living mechs that remain uniform during their growth can one day combine into a juggernaut. My machines will not only be able to form a combination juggernaut by merging with each other, but also be able to merge their souls so that they can temporarily or permanently form a powerful fusion that can bring great power to my work. You may think that my claims are implausible, but I am willing to devote a great amount of time and work into making this dream come true. Ves could respect such a passionate stance. Callister de Ves certainly did not set his sights on smaller and more attainable goals. His ambition was great, and he had the background and the talent to succeed in his more challenging endeavors. Thank you for your encouragement, sir. I have long wanted to hear your opinion on my work. I feared that you would not be able to appreciate my design philosophy. I do not hate your work, Callister. Your design philosophy is just too interesting to me. I welcome diversity in thought. Your unusual research direction should be able to expose new rules and mechanisms that can enrich my own work on living mechs. I truly do not care whether your orderly living mechs are better or not. In the unlikely event that you overtake me one day, I would still applaud your progress because we are all committed to popularizing living mechs. Only a narrow-minded mech designer would take issue with a research direction that is opposite from their own. Chapter 6832 Tarsa Merovic Ves became thoroughly impressed by Callister de Ves. Although his spirituality was much more average compared to a natural talent like Klaus Rabar Fulton, the former member of the de Ves ancient clan not only possessed a considerably stronger foundation in mech design, but also pursued a strong vision. Ves really could not fully wrap his head around the concept of a living mech that always followed the exact same growth trajectory no matter the circumstances. The mere idea of it completely contradicted several important principles of Ves's design philosophy. However, this was why Ves developed an enormous appreciation for Callister. The young apprentice not only demonstrated courage in defying the pattern set by his teacher, but also proved his willingness to dedicate his career to an idea that might not work as well as he hoped. Aside from that, when Callister showed off his portfolio of mech designs and fabricated mechs, he also showcased another advantage. Ves turned to his wife, who previously appeared content to watch and listen with a smug expression on her face. You must be quite happy to pick up this talent, am I right? Gloriana smirked. I am. Your design style and design philosophy is chaotic, whimsical, improvisational. Far be it from me to criticize your approach towards mechs. Your many boundary-breaking works serve as infallible proof that your eccentric style and work methods can be successful. However, I still have a number of issues. For one, You are too inconsistent. I can never fully predict or anticipate what you will deliver. I am even questioning whether you will do the work you are supposed to do. You have the most frustrating tendency to get distracted and pursue completely unrelated side projects at random times. There is no schedule to my inspiration. When the right moment and ideas fill my mind, I have a limited window of opportunity to investigate them further. It is only when inspiration strikes that I am in the most passionate mood to pursue a fantastic new design application. Many of my greatest works are products of my inspiration. I would rather gamble on these distractions than ignore them and risk losing an opportunity to expand my toolbox with another fantastic invention. His wife did not appreciate his explanation at all. She only looked more and more frustrated by his stubborn stance. This is exactly why I cannot stand you at times. Gloriana dramatically threw her hands in the air. Another long-standing issue with your work is that your approach towards raising the quality of your mech designs is partially contradicting my own. All of our collaborations result in additional work on my part because I have to struggle to balance your sloppy design work with my more flawless results without causing the two to conflict with each other. It is the intersection between two different interpretations of quality that we are able to produce so many high-quality works. Ves said, the extra effort adds to your workload, but it is all useful in one way or another. You definitely wouldn't have been able to make so much progress in improving the quality of your own works if you did not have to overcome so many challenges all of the time. I am not deliberately trying to make life difficult for you, but you have obviously benefited a lot from studying and adapting my design solutions. His wife grimaced at that. She could not deny his argument. Despite her constant complaints about how slapdash Ves designed his mechs, she never once made the decision to quit because of this reason. She was addicted to his work. She depended on it to exercise her skills and improve her quality. She also took inspiration from his solutions, thereby allowing her to widen her horizons and become more creative in her own mech designs. All in all, Gloriana enjoyed a lot of advantages whenever she worked alongside Ves. She just had to put in the work to harvest all of these gains. Alright, I admit that trying to correct your design solutions has constantly made me better at improving the quality of my own designs. She said in a slightly unwilling tone. That does not mean I am happy to wrestle against your work every day. There are instances where I just need reliable design solutions in relation to living mechs. Mr. Callister DeVos over here has the potential to meet my demand better than any other living mech specialist. Because he is a strange fusion between me and you. Ves observed. You can say that. I have already spoken extensively with him about how he approaches his mech designs. Callister has grasped the basic principles of living mech design, but he is also a man who is accustomed to prioritizing precision, consistency and uniformity. His vision on living mechs is completely unlike yours in this regard, and I think he will be able to establish a new niche in the field of living mechs that is more palatable to my sensibilities. If Callister developed the right skills and specializations, he could help Gloriana design living mechs that needed to be reliable rather than unique pieces of art. His wife also looked forward to designing living mechs where her vision and design philosophy gained a lot of dominance. The trouble with working with Ves was that his vision was often strong as well. The collision between two very different visions quickly got old at times. In any case, Callister DeVos most definitely deserved a place in the design department. Ves ultimately turned to the last figure. Tarsa Merovic, right, if I recall, your performance in my introduction to living mech design and advanced mech fabrication courses was not too exceptional. You basically did not stand out as far as I remember. It appears that you have become a lot more successful after your graduation. How did you manage to pass through all our screening? The female apprentice used to be a middle-class citizen of the Terran Alliance. Her background was better than that of Klaus, but couldn't compare to that of Callister. Tarsa Merovic also did not possess an inherently high spirituality like Klaus. The latter was able to make much better attainments in many forms of chi cultivation due to his gifted spirituality. As for the former, her spirituality may have been good enough for her to surpass the extraordinary threshold in the previous age, but it was nothing special either. Her fabrication work was also decidedly average. Back when she attended his fabrication classes, she completed all of her assignments without any fuss, but failed to develop a distinct style or personality. Even when he encouraged her to be more adventurous, her work still remained boring and without any strong personal touches. So what caused her to earn Gloriana's approval? Hello, Professor. Tarsa Merovic stepped forward and presented herself. I have been working hard to become proficient in designing living mechs. I am far from the only student of yours to do this, but I have made my own attainments in my specialization. To be honest, skills are not as good as that of Callister, and my intuitive comprehension of e-technology is not as good as that of Klaus. My design philosophy is still a work in progress. The reason why I am here is due to the potential of my research. What is your design philosophy? Ves asked. According to you, that is your main selling point. What are you working on that has earned my wife's approval? She responded by projecting her portfolio. Ves fell silent as he studied her mech designs. They immediately stood out for multiple reasons. I have never seen anyone design mechs quite like this. Perhaps it would be better if I clarify my works. Tarsa gained a bit more confidence after she saw that she bewildered the father of Carmen mechs. When I first began to study living mechs under your tutelage, do you know what I saw in your examples? I saw metallic shells that contain artificial souls. Much of your teaching emphasizes the need to develop a special mindset to breathe life into mechs. That life is supposed to come from us, but what if that is not necessarily the case? Are you saying you want to rely on external sources to breathe life into your living mechs? Exactly, Professor. My premise towards living mechs is this. Rather than design them with the intention of filling them up with artificial souls, why not keep them empty and make them open to absorbing human souls? What? Tarsa gained more confidence as she continued to speak. What I see is an opportunity to save the lives of many people, especially those who are fighting and dying in the front lines. You should know better than I how many brave mech pilots are dying on the front lines. Suppose that my living mechs happen to be present on the battlefield. When they rolled off the production lines, my machines will start off devoid of any life. This allows them to pull the souls of deceased mech pilots into their structure and take their place as the spirits of my mechs. They will be reborn and gain the chance to fight again. That sounded crazy. Ves had never conceived of such an idea. Trying to mess with souls to this extent could be regarded as an act that desecrated the dead. Yet as long as he overlooked the very obvious ethical concerns, he could figure out numerous benefits to this kind of living mechs. The most obvious one was that people could still be saved. Even if they lost their human bodies and identity, they could still live on and accompany their family and comrades in another way. Ves wondered whether Tarsa's unique take on living mechs could have saved the life of Venerable Imon Ingvar without all of the brainwashing. He had a feeling that it shouldn't be so easy to make that happen. I am impressed, Ves said. Your design philosophy will most certainly receive a lot of objections from the mech community during ordinary times, but now, I do not think anyone will begrudge you for trying to save the dead, even if the results are not ideal. It is not just about saving the soldiers who are fighting on our behalf. The female apprentice said, as long as the repurposed souls are able to adapt to their new bodies, they should be able to provide much more relevant and knowledgeable assistance to the living mech pilots. In fact, it may not even be necessary to put any human in the cockpit. The living mechs should technically be able to pilot themselves as long as their new souls have retained most of their piloting skills. This can serve as a flawed but effective means to solve the shortage of skilled and experienced mech pilots. It became clear that Tarsa had worked long enough on her insane design philosophy to fully justify her research direction. She cleverly framed her work so that it solved several major problems. If successful, her work could urgently fulfill the needs of red humanity and give them a way to put more mechs in the field. You are the expert on e-technology and cultivation science in the design department. Gloriana said, do you think that Miss Tarsa's vision on mechs can be realized? Can she truly give the soldiers who perish on the battlefield a chance to live a second life as a living mech? Ves frowned. I don't know. I may be able to design it myself. The idea just never crossed my mind. I believe that the strength of the spirituality of the deceased is a major variable. If it is too weak, it will not survive long enough to complete the transition. If it is too strong, her living mech will not be able to accommodate it all. There should be many other limitations to her work. Still, if all the circumstances are ideal, then I see no reason. Chapter 6833. Another backup. Tarsa Merovic pursued a design philosophy that sounded considerably more extreme than usual. Not even Ves went as far as to attempt to give humans the chance to enter a second life as a living mech. As the man who pioneered living mechs in the first place, he could think of hundreds of different problems that could hinder Tarsa from turning her life-saving mechs into a reality. From trying to preserve as much of the soul of the deceased human as possible during the transfer process, to trying to instill everything it needed to know to manipulate the mech frame on a more technical level, Ves did not look forward to solving all of these problems. Still, that did not stop him from appreciating the female Terran apprentice for trying to put a radical spin on living mechs. If Tarsa succeeded in her ambitious design philosophy, then she would definitely earn a lot of fame and recognition for her invention. Ves briefly glanced at Gloriana. He figured out her game easily enough. Both Klaus and Callister were sure bets. They had already realized a part of their potential and their talents were clear. Their design philosophies presented interesting new possibilities, but did not try to subvert the functioning of human society. Tarsa Merovic's ambition was different. Her aspiration to grant deceased soldiers a chance to live again in a shell of metal held a lot of promise. Still, Gloriana should know better than to take a screwball design philosophy so seriously. The fact of the matter was that Tarsa's design philosophy faced too many hurdles. It would take a long time to resolve them all. It could take decades before the ambitious former Terran mech designer produced a successful result. Ves could lend a hand and speed up her progress, but the apprentice mech designer ultimately had to do the most important work herself in order to prove herself worthy and dedicated enough to advance to the rank of journeyman mech designer. Gloriana, he spoke in an expectant tone. Our children, his wife curtly answered. That explained everything. If there was one matter that could persuade Gloriana to break her criteria and make an exception to her own rules, it was their children. Sooner or later, Andraste and perhaps her siblings would end up piloting mechs on the battlefield. No matter whether they piloted conventional mechs or Karman mechs, each time they deployed against an enemy, they always faced the threat of death. This was an intrinsic part of warfare. No one could guarantee absolute survival. The Larkinson had a good track record of keeping its soldiers alive, but in truth a lot of ordinary mech pilots died in almost every engagement. Most clansmen tended to gloss over the casualties and focus on the glory of earning another victory. Yet that did not make the families of the deceased any happier. They had no choice but to grieve for their loved ones. Besides, not all Larkinsons died on the battlefield. They could lose their lives through ambushes and assassinations. Ves particularly worried about the possibility of his enemies trying to get to him by targeting his kids. He absolutely could not stand this possibility. So long as Aurelia, Andraste or Marvane remained alive and moved away from him and his core power base, they constantly required protection. What if that was enough? His children could only fend for themselves, and if that was enough? Ves narrowed his eyes. Death was not an ending to certain people. If entities such as xianxia and his mother could come back from the dead, then so could his son and daughters. Unfortunately, he was not familiar with the methods. Perhaps he should have a good talk with Helena about this subject, but he doubted that she could intervene directly in case the worst had happened. There were too many limitations to defying death that he was not familiar with. If it was more straightforward, then he would have been able to preserve venerable Imon Ingvar. While Ves believed that there were multiple ways to save his children from death, there should never be enough options. The design department could afford to support a single apprentice mech designer who hoped to design a living mech that could not only save the lives of his children, but every other Larkinson. I have spoken extensively with Miss Merovic about her design philosophy. Gloriana spoke up again. She cannot give us any guarantees that she can succeed in her goal, but she will do her best and hope that she can attain a breakthrough in her work with the support of our clan. In the meantime, she is still willing to perform all of the duties expected of an assistant mech designer and more. Tarsa was quite aware of her situation. It was impossible for her to make any substantial progress in her design philosophy if she went at it alone. She needed access to funding, knowledge, lab instruments, workshop equipment and testing facilities in order to conduct her research. Supporting her activities should not be cheap, but that was not a particularly serious problem to the Larkinson clan. I will allow it, Ves said. You should know how busy my schedule is, so I cannot teach her too much in person, nor supervise her work all that often. The same goes for the other recruits as well. As much as he was interested in tutoring Klaus and Callister on more advanced theories related to living mechs, Ves could not afford to take too much time off his schedule. The Minerva Mark II project and the Final Glory project were beginning to reach their completion fairly soon. Ves wanted to finish them as soon as possible that his works could make a real difference in this critical period. Ves suddenly thought of a good way to give the kids the tutoring they needed. He turned towards his direct disciple. Alexa. Yes, sir, I hate to add to your workload, but I would like you to teach them what I originally taught you about living mechs. You don't need to delve in the most advanced stuff. Just teach them the follow-up lessons of my Introduction to Living Mech Design course. Alexa did not look particularly surprised at receiving this task. I can do that. I may not be able to answer all of their questions, but I should be able to give them a more comprehensive foundation in living mech design. It will only take around half a year to bring them up to standard. All of us are former Terrans, and I assisted you at the Eden Institute, so I should be able to give them structured lessons that they can quickly absorb. Thank you, Alexa. He felt rather bad for delegating less pleasant and important assignments to Alexa Strian. It was as if he was treating her as free labor instead of a valued mech designer who shared a similar vision towards mechs. Perhaps he needed to make time to give her more personal attention. Just because she had been incredibly competent and diligent so far did not mean she could solve every problem. Alexa, I'd like to talk to you in private after this is over. Ves spoke. The female journeyman did not expect to hear this request, but she only raised her eyebrow. I will be at your disposal. Now that Ves and Alexa had been formally introduced to the new recruits, Gloriana moved on and addressed staffing issues. Klaus, Callister, Tarsa, the three of you will need to split your time between study and work. We are short on manpower and could deeply use the help of first-class mech designers who are proficient in the data-driven design approach. As long as you are able to complete the assignments that I am allocating to you, we should be able to complete the Minerva Mark II project up to a week in advance. That made a significant difference. Saint Commander Casella would not have to wait as long to pilot her new machine. She would also be able to unveil her full power on the battlefield in case an emergency took place. Ves had grown more worried about the security of the new Constantinople system. Even if the Devos ancient clan garrisoned a lot of first-class multipurpose mechs in this star system, it was still possible for the native aliens to bypass other locations and launch a direct strike on New Constantinople. They would most definitely attempt to attack this star system in order to kill Ves, the mech designer who had made their lives a lot more difficult. If Ves had a choice, then he would have rushed the tortuous scream over here already, but unfortunately he had no way of speeding the refit process of the alien battleship. The sooner Saint Commander Casella received her Minerva Mark II, the safer everyone would be. Ves had high hopes for her command field when she was no longer limited by her outdated. From the moment you have joined the Larkinson clan, you should have already accepted the fact that we do not always avoid danger. We confront it directly, he told the new recruits. While I don't ask you to fight directly against the aliens, we will soon be relocating to a new first-class fleet that will be seeking to confront the alien raiding fleets that have crossed into the upper zones. Are you sure you can stomach the risks? I am not a soldier, but I will not run away. Klaus vigorously responded. I admire the Larkinson clan for taking the bull by the horns. I have faith that you will keep us all safe to the best of your abilities. As a Larkinson, I cannot ask others to confront threats that I am not willing to brave myself. I am more than willing to work alongside the mech technicians and service damaged mechs during combat. Ves grinned. Well, at least one of you has the courage expected of a Larkinson. Working in a mech workshop or hangar bay during active engagements is an excellent way to familiarize yourself with the practical side of mechs. The dangers are not trivial, but as long as you are able to stay alive, you will learn many valuable lessons from this experience. We may as well prepare ourselves for emergency repair duty, Callister DeVos said. Now that the native aliens have breached the 5th defensive band, no red human is truly safe anymore. Whether we turtle on New Constantinople 8 or roam the stars in a fleet, our enemies can arrive at any time and attempt to take away our lives. They will not pay attention whether we are combatants or non-combatants. This is total war, none of us are innocent. Since that is the case, we should serve our armed forces as best as possible. Ves nodded with approval. Despite his privileged upbringing, Callister did not grow up with a spoiled personality. He sounded quite tactful about needing to contribute. Tarsa Merovic frowned. She appeared to be the only mech designer among them that disliked the idea of subjecting mech designers to greater risks. I have heard many stories about the bravery of the Larkinson clan. While I do not want to sound like a coward, I am not a soldier. I do not think there is much logic behind putting highly educated but defenseless non-combatants such ourselves closer to the line of fire, thank you. Gloriana enthusiastically responded. Finally, one of you has displayed actual common sense. Not every mech designer is as addicted to playing with fire as you, Ves. What you think of as character building, or gathering inspiration on the battlefield, is pure stupidity in my own opinion. Your fault tolerance may have grown explosively ever since you somehow became a phase lord, but nobody else shares your physical prowess. You cannot apply your own standards onto others, Ves. You are one of a kind. That is exactly the problem. Gloriana. Too few mech designers are willing to step down from their ivory towers and witness how their machines truly perform in the field. Chapter 6834 What to do with a juggernaut. Ves and Gloriana held their umpteenth debate about the merits of sending mech designers a lot closer to the action. It was a debate that neither of them could win. Their life experiences caused them to develop opposing stances towards this subject. Since neither of them was willing to concede easily, they could never come to a consensus. The couple was accustomed to these kinds of arguments. They eventually decided to drop the topic after they reiterated their stances and made futile attempts to convince each other. If there is nothing else, I will go on my way to give our 3 new assistants a tour, Gloriana told Ves. I will also introduce them to RSF-02 and give them a quick instruction on how to work with the smart owls. He waved her on. You can go ahead and do that. I need to have a talk with Alexa. See you later. Several minutes later, Ves entered his design lab with his direct disciple in tow. While Ves took his usual seat, Alexa Strian remained standing. Why did you call me over? She asked. I wanted to check up on you. We haven't talked in depth for quite a while. My work has consumed so much of my attention that I almost forgot about you. How are you doing on a personal level? The younger mech designer gently sat down on a nearby chair as she carefully thought on how to answer this question. I am doing fine. She eventually replied. It is difficult to imagine what will happen to all of us now that the middle and lower zones are beginning to suffer widespread incursions. Once those territories fall completely in the hands of the native aliens, the upper zones are at great risk. The upper zones that are located close to alien space will transform into isolated islands that can no longer be supplied or reinforced with as much case. Any cargo vessels that attempt to ship goods to these isolated zones are at great risk of getting intercepted by alien fleets. If that happens, the only way the upper zones will be able to persist is if there is at least one god pilot on guard. Even then, it is doubtful that he or she can cover more than a single star system. Many first raters feared the scenario that Alexa described. The upper zones only comprise a minority of the territories in the new frontier. They were also much less prevalent in the edge of the dwarf galaxy. All of this meant that unless the first raters who resided in the more vulnerable upper zones took the initiative to evacuate from their homes, many of them may end up dying if the aliens enacted a stranglehold against these isolated territories. As far as I know, the Strian ancient clan invested in the Red Ocean relatively early. Your former clansmen shouldn't be at great risk in the short term. I am not too concerned about the Strians, Alexa responded. My grandfather is a good leader, and he has many forces at his disposal. He may not be able to save every Terran, but he will do his best. What I am concerned about is the greater societal consequences of losing those upper zones. They may not be too large, but each of them are endowed by large quantities of high-grade resources. They also host a large amount of vital industry and infrastructure. The loss of several upper zones will inflict great damage to our high-end production of mechs, warships and other essential materiel. So far, we are already on the losing end. When we lose all of those vulnerable territories, our ability to recover from our losses becomes even worse. Ves grimaced when he heard all of that. None of this was a secret, but he still found it unpleasant to acknowledge these uncomfortable truths. It sounds bad, all right. We can only trust in the HHC and the other leading powers to preserve our core territories and buy time for us to launch a proper counterattack. Our clan is too small to shift the strategic outlook of red humanity, at least from a military approach. The most we can do is to win individual battles with our premier fleet. I am not complaining about our lack of agency, sir. Alexa said, I am mostly worried about whether we will reach a tipping point where we can no longer salvage a victory. If that ever happens, the only remaining outcomes left amount to different degrees of defeat. We can either preserve the few star systems that are permanently under the protection of god pilots, or we may no longer be able to preserve any openly held territories. The only people who are able to cling on to life are those who have hidden themselves extremely well and those who are stationed on starships that have outrun their pursuers. Both scenarios sounded catastrophic, but one was more devastating than the other. In a more optimistic scenario, around 95% of red humans would get eradicated. In a more pessimistic scenario, over 99.9% of red humans would get killed. I think it is a little too premature to assume we will degenerate to that point. Ves said, still, our clan should make preparations to survive in case those scenarios unfold. I would much rather prefer to focus on the short term for the time being. How is your work? I am making good progress in my work so far. Alexa said, if I encounter any problems, I know who to approach for help. That has not been necessary so far. My work on modernizing the Eidolon Sprius is progressing slowly. It is impossible to fully update it to the modern era in a short amount of time. It takes significantly less time to repair it, so if you urgently require more combat power, we can make use of my preparations. I have made enough scans and identified plenty of parts that need to be replaced. With the help of Polly, I have even designed a crude but effective flight system that is scaled to a juggernaut. The expected mobility of the Eidolon Sprius in space will not be great, but it should at least enable the giant machine to maneuver on the battlefield. The juggernaut did not seem necessary a few months ago. It was an outdated landbound juggernaut that had been rotting for multiple decades in the Evolution Witch's private trophy collection. This did not give Ves much confidence that the Eidolon Sprius would be effective in combat after getting fixed up. It was too clumsy and did not possess any advantages over warships. The Eidolon Sprius was a massive combat machine when fighting on land, but it was distinctly less impressive space where warships could mount much more devastating armaments across their hulls. Perhaps the only area where juggernauts could gain an advantage was in melee combat. Even then, it was extremely difficult to make these giant machines vast and maneuverable enough to get into position. Any attempt of a juggernaut to close in on an enemy warship would quickly attract a lot of concentrated attacks. No alien would be willing to let such an ostentatious machine get close. I do not see any compelling reason to fix up the Eidolon Sprius and make it suitable for spaceborne combat. Ves told his disciple, if we want to convert it into a proper war machine, then we need to do a proper job. We have to reinvent it as a living mech, and also implement powerful design applications that take advantage of its ludicrous scale. Do you have any suggestions in this regard? I have a number of ideas, sir. It is pointless to convert the juggernaut into a slow but well-armored gun platform. It will just end up as an inferior version of a warship that happens to be controlled by a single person. I believe it is much better to turn it into a melee-oriented executioner. We can use advanced technologies and fairly high-end materials to quickly turn it into a devastating ship killer. It would be similar to deploying an artificial phase lord. That fell in line with Ves's thoughts. Do you have any specifics? In fact, I do. My juggernaut proposal is still incomplete, but it should give you a thorough impression of what we can do to transform it into a powerful asset in a matter of months. Alexa activated a projection that showed off a draft design for a much more powerful version of the Eidolon Sprius. This juggernaut is clad entirely with superdimensional alloy. Ves reacted with surprise. We don't have that much stuff to cover an entire 350-meter-long juggernaut. It is not what you think, Ves. Look closely. It is true that this proposal calls for replacing the old and outdated armor plating with superdimensional alloy armor plating. However, the latter should ideally make heavy use of hull-grade superdimensional matter. This variation is considerably cheaper and more abundantly available than armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter. That sounded a lot more reasonable. Although hull-grade superdimensional alloy was not too common, it was not too scarce either. If there was enough hull-grade superdimensional alloy to clad a starship, then it could most certainly be used to cover up a juggernaut in armor plating that significantly outperformed Transphasic. The reason why Ves disdained the use of hull-grade superdimensional alloy in mechs was because its defensive properties were not that much better when processed in relatively thin plating. However, a huge juggernaut was clad in much thicker armor plating. Even if its thickness could not match the armor belt of a serious warship, the armor of a juggernaut was not small. This degree of thickness should make the use of hull-grade superdimensional matter a lot more viable. Ves grew more and more intrigued in the proposal. Cladding the juggernaut with mid-grade superdimensional alloy is a clever idea. Its material composition may be slightly inferior, but the thickness of the armor plating that can be made out of this material will help enormously in keeping our juggernaut intact. Alexa pointed at the prominent melee weapon held by the superdimensional juggernaut. In order to make the Eidolon Sprius as effective as possible, I have chosen to strip much of its ranged armaments. The only serious weapon it has left is what I call the Dumax. This is a large two-handed axe with a considerable amount of reach. The juggernaut should be able to crash it down onto enemy phase lords and warships with crushing force. Much of the structure of the axe should be made out of hull-grade superdimensional alloy. The only exception is the edge. This must be made out of armor-grade or ideally weapon-grade superdimensional alloy. The combination of abundant physical force and exceptional penetration can turn the Eidolon Sprius into a nightmare to the Red Cabal. This is especially the case when the superdimensional juggernaut also integrates a starship-grade space suppressor that sounded like a lethal combination. What Alexa just described was a juggernaut that made excellent and strategic use of its advantages. It could do what other warships could not do, and that was to chop a giant superdimensional axe repeatedly onto a hapless enemy target. Such a machine might lack the flexibility and the true resonance of an ace mech, but it was the best way to quickly add an ace mech level asset to the premier fleet. It is too difficult for me to predict whether this superdimensional juggernaut can become one of our trump cards. Ves said as his frown deepened. Superdimensional matter is precious. There may not be enough hull-grade superdimensional matter in our inventory to apply it all to the Eidolon Sprius. That is not a serious problem, sir. We can selectively apply superdimensional alloy over the core components of the machine. We can apply for additional hull-grade superdimensional matter after our next exploration of the blue dimension. Chapter 6835 The Long Game. What an outrageous idea. Alexa had a lot of guts. She had boldly thought about incorporating the rare and exceedingly precious superdimensional matter into the structure of a juggernaut. This was a remarkably bold choice due to the scarcity of this material. Yet her design choices appeared surprisingly apt. This was because she predominantly sought to make use of relatively inferior hull-grade superdimensional matter. The only instance where she wanted to use high-grade superdimensional matter was to enhance the strength and penetration power of the edge of the so-called Dumax. As Ves contemplated this bold proposal, he grew more and more invested into the idea. However, Alexa's draft design still had a number of problems. She already mentioned that it was still incomplete, so he did not judge her for the gaps and shortcomings in her work. Your proposal to refit the Eidolon Sprius with predominantly mid-grade superdimensional alloy is highly inspiring. Ves did not hesitate to praise her vision. You have made a strong case that the Eidolon Sprius can become a formidable juggernaut just by using up a lot of hull-grade superdimensional matter. However, there are a number of issues that still look dubious. Please tell, why arm this juggernaut with an axe? Ves questioned. A spear or lance allows for much better value for superdimensional matter. There are good reasons why the Red Cabal makes extensive use of Saint Piercer arms that come in the form of long, thin polearms. You can obtain supreme penetration power in a minimal package. You also do not have to waste as much high-grade superdimensional alloy just to make the tip harder and more easily able to penetrate through defenses. His direct disciple already had an argument ready for this line of questioning. I thought carefully about this subject. First, the Eidolon Sprius is not a mech that is particularly suited for melee combat. I can make quick changes to enhance its swinging power and so on, but it is very hard to increase its weapon speed. A spear wielder needs to be able to perform swift and powerful stabs at a high frequency in order to make the best use of such a weapon. Unless I can effectively reinvent the Eidolon Sprius, it will struggle to wield such a weapon with as much speed and ferocity. If her description of the Juggernaut's shortcomings was accurate, then her argument may be valid. So you thought to use an axe with a rather heavy blade because the Eidolon Sprius is more suited to wield power-type melee weapons. That is my conclusion. She nodded. After an extensive examination, the Eidolon Sprius is not able to make rapid changes in its movements, but it is quite strong in committing to relatively simple and straight motions. It can swing a mean axe, and its power will be amplified if it does so while charging forward. The use of a relatively heavy axe with a long shaft should enable it to crush past energy barriers and inflict a serious laceration to the body of a phase lord. The effective damage inflicted by a single axe strike definitely exceeds that of a single spear stab. Ves understood the logic behind these differences. Saint Piercer arms are designed to be used against mechs. When wielded by greater phase lords of a reasonable size, these weapons can punch a large enough hole to cripple or eliminate an expert mech or ace mech. In contrast, a juggernaut of this size wielding a similar superdimensional weapon can only poke a relatively tiny hole the enormous body of a phase lord. The only way for this weapon to inflict more serious damage is to penetrate deep enough to damage a phase water organ or somehow manage to penetrate the brain cavity. Neither of this will be easy when fighting against a greater phase lord that is on guard. That is why I think an axe is preferable over a spear or a sword. Alexa affirmed. No matter whether they were martial or erudite greater phase lords, enemies this powerful could not be easily defeated by a clumsy juggernaut. Then there is the mobility issue. Ves said, this transphasic flight system is bulky, but it cannot provide enough thrust to make the juggernaut fast and maneuverable enough to duel against a phase lord who knows what he is doing. The reason why ace mechs are often able to do well against the native gods is because they are so damn fast and responsive. Juggernauts trade speed for size. I believe that you cannot make the Eidolon Sprius maneuverable enough duel against phase lords unless you enhance its mobility. Alexa frowned. She had definitely considered this problem, but she clearly remained uncertain about how to solve this issue. Should I mount a larger and stronger flight system on its back? No. Ves shook his head. It will become excessively large and bulky, making it too easy for enemies to damage and compromise the juggernaut's mobility. My suggestion is to add multiple boosters on its legs and torso. The Eidolon Sprius doesn't necessarily need stronger straight-line acceleration, but it must be able to rotate and alter its course a lot faster than its bulk will normally allow. He reached out with his hand and began to modify the draft design of the superdimensional juggernaut. He loosely added dozens of boosters that looked like circles across the massive frame. Polly, please calculate the overall increase mobility when adding generic boosters of the proportionate size and power. A gray virtual cat briefly appeared in the design lab and presented a table filled with numbers. According to your parameters, the mobility of this juggernaut is estimated to increase by 9 to 24%. The upper limit can only be reached by making use of high technology, rare materials and a willingness to exchange endurance for greater power. Alexa widened her eyes. This increase in mobility might not sound much, but that was because it encompassed every variable related to mobility. When the former Terran studied the more detailed data graph, more relevant parameters such as rotation speed saw a drastic increase in improvement. The juggernaut could even inflict more damage by using the boosters to increase the momentum behind its weapon swings. Yet as helpful as the boosters may be, Alexa was not blind to their obvious disadvantages. These boosters add serious vulnerabilities to the Eidolon Sprius. She pointed out, the armor in these sections will become compromised, and the boosters themselves are much less capable of withstanding damage than solid plating. Any self-respecting enemy will try to punch through these weak points in order to damage the internals of the juggernaut. This is the reason why only light mechs make use of boosters. It doesn't really matter whether they introduce additional vulnerabilities when the armor system is not that thick to begin with. The same rationale completely fails when applied to a machine that is so much bigger. The Eidolon Sprius would never win any races. It would never be able to evade attacks as confidently as the Dark Zephyr Mark III. The juggernaut functioned more like a sub-capital warship that happened to have arms and legs. There was no way a machine of this size could move through space as if it was swimming like a small fish. I admit that this is not a perfect solution to the mobility problem. He said, however, if I have to choose between the two versions, I would pick the one with the boosters. Despite its superdimensional frame, I do not have full confidence that the machine can withstand every attack. It needs stronger mobility in order to evade attacks that it cannot withstand and leverage superior positioning. It was clear that Alexa Strian did not entirely agree that the armor system of the juggernaut could be defeated so easily, but she did not choose to argue this point. The journeyman mech designer looked frustrated. The root of the problem is that the Eidolon Sprius is originally designed as a landbound juggernaut. Granting its flight capabilities in such a crude manner is suboptimal because the mech frame is too thick and solid. Let me ask you a question, Ves. Do you want to refurbish the Eidolon Sprius fast enough that it can become a functional addition to our premier fleet in a few months, or do you want to remain patient and design a proper juggernaut for this modern CRA? This was a highly consequential question. The latter. Ves immediately replied, this is not an ideal situation. I would still like it better if we take our time and design a proper upgrade to the juggernaut. I not only want to incorporate a lot of superdimensional matter, but I also want to convert it into Architect. This will not only allow us to slim down its massive form without necessarily reducing its performance, but I will also mitigate the weaknesses introduced by the boosters. By applying all kinds of modern technological solutions, the effective performance of the Eidolon Sprius should easily be several times better than if we do a rush job. An inadequate upgrade leaves too many flaws behind. To be honest, Ves preferred it if he and Alexa could convert the Eidolon Sprius into a useful combat asset in the short term. That did not seem so realistic anymore. The work that Alexa had already done on this subject clearly showed that there was a large chance that the Eidolon Sprius would end up as a big piece of cannon fodder. Even if Ves decided to use up all of his reserves of hull-grade superdimensional matter, it would only turn the Eidolon Sprius into a better target dummy. Perhaps it might be able to perform well against enemy warships, but it was far too lacking in Ves may as well leave the outdated and inoperable juggernaut in the cargo hold if that was the case. Alexa thought about what was needed to transform the Eidolon Sprius into a fully modernized juggernaut. A refit of this scale cannot be done in open space, Ves. The juggernaut needs to be rebuilt in an enormous workshop environment. The refit will also require a large amount of materials that come from many different sources. We may find ourselves unable to convert the Eidolon Sprius into a fully modernized juggernaut if Red Humanity's infrastructure has collapsed. We still have the spirit of Bentheim and the diligent Ovenberg, Ves said. Alexa shook her head. Both of these vessels are only capable of producing second-class or quasi-first-class machines. Regardless of whether you have modernized the production facilities, they still cannot upgrade and modernize the Eidolon Sprius without an abundant supply of many different raw materials. A high-end juggernaut design can only be built in an environment with abundant infrastructure. It may be difficult to satisfy this demand in the future. Her message was clear. She saw a greater value in the Eidolon Sprius by quickly converting it into a readily available combat asset. Since both sides disagreed on this matter, Ves automatically won. After all, he was in charge. I am sympathetic to your stance, but the Eidolon Sprius is special. Ves apologetically said, as a mech designer, I feel it is an enormous waste to repair it while applying rudimentary upgrades. It has a weight to it, and not in a physical sense. It feels disrespectful for us to throw it into battle in a careless manner when it has much more potential than that. There has to be a reason why the evolution which kept it in her giant storage closet for so many years. You are ascribing value to the Eidolon Sprius where there may be none. You are letting your emotions dictate your decisions. Alexa warned Ves. It is not all about my personal feelings, Alexa. There is logic behind my stance. As long as we have enough time to work on it, I am sure we can turn it into a juggernaut that can truly contend against enemy phase lords. By combining the advantages of living mechs, hyper-technology, phase water technology, superdimensional matter, architect, soulless gas and other nifty secrets into a machine that is the size of a sub-capital ship, I suspect that the resulting product will be powerful enough to challenge ace mechs without needing to rely on high-ranking mech pilots. You are talking about constructing a completely new juggernaut. Why not do that instead? Ves grinned. I am glad you asked. A newly fabricated juggernaut does not possess the accumulation of age of the Eidolon Sprius. Trust me, this is the good stuff for living mech designers such as ourselves. Chapter 6836 Minerva Mark II Completion. Ves could not adequately explain why he changed his mind and wanted to save up the Eidolon Sprius for a major upgrade in the future. His rather whimsical decision threw Alexa off and caused her to grow rather upset. She had spent a considerable amount of hours studying the viability to upgrade the Juggernaut into a machine that could help the Premier Fleet win its battles. Your work is not useless. Ves tried to console her. You have given me enough data to understand the pros and cons to overhauling the Eidolon Sprius earlier late. Your work has made a convincing case to hold back the urge to fix it up right away and instead wait until we can redesign and modernize it in a more systematic fashion. Information is valuable in itself. If you say so, Alexa said, not bothering to hide her dismay. Are you okay? His direct disciple looked morose after her proposal got shot down. She must have been a lot more emotionally invested in her work than he expected. Ves found it unusual to see Alexa in such a vulnerable state. She was ordinarily so professional and enthusiastic that she was never unpleasant to be around. Perhaps aware of how much attention she was attracting, Alexa made an effort to straighten her posture. This is not a serious setback. You do not need to feel concerned about me. To be honest, I have developed the ambition to turn the Eidolon Sprius into a hypothetical ancestor, living mech. Oh. My idea is not fully developed yet, so I cannot properly explain what I had in mind. She said, to put it in the simplest terms, I believe that a juggernaut can serve as a more ideal head of a mech dynasty. The Eidolon Sprius could therefore serve as the common ancestor of an entire dynasty of related living mechs, of which most excel in melee combat. As long as the larger size of a juggernaut carries a much larger and stronger spiritual foundation, it should be easier to take samples out of it and implant them onto other living mechs or mech designs. That sounds rather fantastical. Ves responded as he looked both impressed and skeptical. It is good to hear that you have continued to develop other solutions. Just be careful. Not all ideas will produce results. Even fewer produce results that you are satisfied with. This is the life of a mech designer that must rely on empirical data to go forward. You cannot fully control when you are able to proceed with a specific line of research. How do you deal with the difficulties of facing a bottleneck in your research? The younger mech designer asked. Everyone has different coping mechanisms. He gently responded as he reached over and held her slender palm. My wife, for example, likes to simmer the problems that have stood in her way. She hasn't forgotten about her difficulties, but she will simply choose to work on another project while mulling over her original issues. I sometimes do that well, but my preference is to improvise my way out of a problem. Alexa's lips curled into a smile. That is more than obvious. It is a testament to your skill, experience and ingenuity that you can overcome most of these problems and make your mechs work. That is the charm of living mechs, Alexa. You don't always need a full solution ready. You merely have to create the framework of a solution that you are comfortable with and let the living mechs do the rest. That sounds excellent. How do you know that your framework of a solution is enough to produce positive results? You don't. This is always a gamble, but that adds a lot more spice to a project. The pair of mech designers continued to have a hearty talk about work and other subjects. Though Ves failed to have a true heart-to-heart talk with his student, he still managed to improve his relationship with her. A former Terran scion like Alexa most definitely noticed that he was trying his best to make up for his inattention. 2 weeks passed by. The 3 new hires quickly settled into their new workplaces and started to attract attention. Klaus, Callister and Tarsa may still be assistant mech designers, but they were much more productive than their second-class counterparts. The 3 former Terrans were not only proficient in working with projects related to first-class mechs, they were also good at every other form of work. As long as it related to mechs or engineering, they could whip up solutions. They also adapted remarkably quickly to the resident smart owls. While the Terrans had never worked with owls as clever as the likes of Polly or Momo, they adapted quickly. Unfortunately, the specter of war continued to cast an increasingly more oppressive cloud over everyone's heads. The good news was that the native aliens suffered much greater losses in their attempts to crumble large parts of the 5th Defensive Band. Combined with the intense resistance at the border of multiple upper zones, the native aliens had no choice but to slow down their operational tempo and wait for reinforcements to arrive from the rear of alien space. Even so, slowing down did not translate into withdrawal. The aliens stubbornly tried to hold onto any major star systems they conquered. The native aliens had developed the habit of transporting prefab defensive structures and deploying them in a single star system en masse. The aliens did not manage to complete their most ambitious goals, but they at least secured the most essential ones. It became clear to more and more people that the enemy intended to encircle the upper zonas. After that, all of the first-rate states become subjected to destructive raids. It didn't matter if the invading fleets conquered any territory. Every factory and orbital facility that got blown up would weaken humanity's ability to make a comeback. The Larkinson clan suffered damage at the hands of the native aliens as well. Numerous branches that were located close to the border regions suffered serious losses. Factories got wiped out. Branch headquarters got bombarded into pieces. Many side branch members of the Larkinson clan had to evacuate in a hurry. What Ves feared the most had come true. A growing pile of reports described instances where Larkinsons effectively wanted to make their last stand. They were usually older and expected to enjoy peaceful retirements in an exotic new dwarf galaxy. What they got instead was genocide and despair. Come on, people, if we are destined to die, then we should at least give observers a show worth remembering. Fight. This is madness, but it is just the kind of madness that I can condone. We do not fear death. If she wants to take our lives, then she can come and take it from my fists. The heroic displays were incredibly uplifting to people who only heard one piece of bad news after another. Ves gained more motivation to complete the final glory project. All of those Larkinsons and allies that remained behind and resisted the alien advance could truly make excellent use of his upcoming Carmen mechs. Fortunately, his progress was fast on both fronts. The 3 new hires were still acclimatizing to their workplace, but that did not stop them from completing a frightening amount of work assignments. With their assistance, the final glory project was already close to completion. Ves could have finished it sooner, but he decided that it was more important to finish the Minerva Mark II project first. His wife agreed with him. They made heavy use of the smart owls to automate a lot of problem solving. Polly, Momo and Arya learned rapidly from the miracle couple and became increasingly more adept at anticipating the solutions they demanded. Finally, Ves and his wife had tentatively finalized the most important mech design project of the year. Casella, it's done. Oh, that was fast. How long did it take to design the Mark II in total? That's a bit complicated to explain. To put it very simply, we invested approximately 4 to 5 months of full-time design work into the Minerva Mark II project. Not even half a year. Will my Minerva truly be okay after her latest upgrade, sir? Don't worry, Casella. One of the demands we have set on our work is that the overall quality of your living mech cannot be allowed to degrade. We rushed the design project to completion, but only on the premise of retaining its quality. There should be nothing wrong with the new design. I hope you are not wrong in this, Ves. Though the Saint Commander expressed a bit of doubt, it was not a big deal. She knew as well as the other Larkinsons that the design department had made a lot of improvements. Its productivity had grown by leaps and bounds. What was important was that the most crucial pipeline for high-ranking mech design projects was not as slow as before. Progress was still limited by Gloriana's productivity, but at least she had access to much better facilities and assistance. Ves and Gloriana planned to commence the upgrade process as soon as possible. This was a fairly big job as it entailed a nearly full rebuild and replacement of the original Minerva. Hardly anything of the old machine would be left in the Mark II. The extensive use of Architect promised to completely transform how the mech worked and how it reacted against damage. The addition of a singular living Fae in the form of a relatively large Architect owl called the Victrix added a sense of mystery to the Ace Command mech. The heroic displays were incredibly uplifting to people who only heard one piece of bad news after the 3 new hires were still acclimatizing to their workplace, but that did not stop them from completing a frightening amount of work assignments. Ves could have finished it sooner, but he decided that it was more important to finish the Minerva Mark II project first. Casella, it's done. Not even half a year. Will my Minerva truly be okay after her latest upgrade, sir? Don't worry, Casella. One of the demands we have set on our work is that the overall quality of your living mech cannot be allowed to degrade. We rushed the design project to completion, but only on the premise of retaining its quality. There should be nothing wrong with the new design. I hope you are not wrong in this, Ves. Though the Saint Commander expressed a bit of doubt, it was not a big deal. She knew as well as the other Larkinsons that the design department had made a lot of improvements. Progress was still limited by Gloriana's productivity, but at least she had access to much better facilities and assistance. The extensive use of Architect promised to completely transform how the mech worked and how it reacted against damage. Chapter 6837 Psychic Storm Lethality. An important day had arrived. Everyone in D&D base knew that today marked the last day of the Minerva Mark I. Once the Larkinsons initiated the upgrade process, they would not stop until the renowned command mech had completed her long-awaited metamorphosis. This was a big deal. The Larkinsons of the Premier Branch took extensive precautions by locking down the base and raising their security protocols. The security personnel and mechs dispatched by the Blue Jay fleet also entered into a state of elevated readiness. The native aliens had already begun to chip away at the border regions of the Agamemnon Upper Zone. The probability that the Red Cabal intended to launch a deep strike operation at New Constantinople during a sensitive time where the Minerva was partially disassembled and in no state to enter the battlefield was not low. Of course, Ves and the others did not think it was likely that the aliens would take so many risks and invest so many armed forces into overcoming the formidable defense of New Constantinople. Yet as long as the possibility remained open, every relevant party had an obligation to guard against the worst-case scenario. This was why even the Devos ancient clan had imposed restrictions on traffic around New Constantinople 8. The potential threat was so serious that the Devosans actively chose to deploy their armed forces in advance. They wanted to be ready to respond to any surprise attack. Even Ves had underestimated how many interests were tied to the upgrade project. As he entered the underground workshop that had recently received a few upgrades, the entire place was already packed with personnel. From mecher and collie guards on foot to mech designers from the design department, the upgrade project already turned into a spectacle. Off to the side, Saint Commander Casella Ingvar had already pulled Admiral Gori Tenson and Commodore Zonrad Rees in an avid conversation. Although they were purely talking about military matters, Ves could already tell that the shrewd woman had captivated her target audience. Nobody disliked a friendly ace commander. This was especially the case if her command field was directly able to enhance the performance and defenses of mechs and starships. Both sides therefore had a strong incentive for friendship and cooperation. Even if the good admiral and commodore were suspicious of Casella's motivations, they had no choice but to play along in order to maintain good vibes. That would give the Saint Commander enough room to operate. Through repeated interactions, she could slowly win them over, if not in mind, then in heart. Ves thought about approaching their club, but he eventually decided against a professional soldier and simply did not fit in with their kind. He instead sought out a fellow mech designer. He was not a Master Layla. He greeted the woman who had played a limited but integral role in developing the Minerva Mark II. Thank you for accepting our invitation. Will you be participating in the fabrication and assembly work? The Terran Master calmly shook her head. No, you and your fellow Larkinsons already have a strong tacit cooperation with each other. My participation will disrupt the harmony between cache of you. I have no need to put my personal touch onto your Ace Command mech. I have designed and produced so many mechs in the 3 centuries of my life that I am fully willing to leave this responsibility to the younger generation such as yourself. Ves already expected such an answer. If Master Layla insisted on leading the upgrade process, then he would have tried to come up with arguments to push her away. We will not disappoint you, he confidently said. What do you think of the complete package? The Minerva Mark II is an extravagant Ace Command mech. It is more than what a typical junior Ace pilot is expected to pilot. More and more mech insiders are recognizing the benefits of Architect that your wife has specialized in. You are putting us to shame. Do you know that ever since the latest iterations of your Dark Zephyr and the Amaranto began to show their strength on the front lines, our own ace pilots are requesting us to commission Madame Gloriana Woden to upgrade their own machines into Archimechs? Ves smirked. My wife would probably reject those requests, though she would hate it while doing so. Our clan is already giving her more work than she can handle. She is in no state to address the demands of third parties. Besides, I am sure that you and pretty much every other major group has invested into mastering Architect yourselves. That is true, Master DeVos acknowledged. Too many of us have looked down on Architect solely because it is alien technology that is based on technological paradigms that are at odds with our own. Such tech is not rare in both the Milky Way and the Red Ocean. We have developed our own exclusive human mech architectures that can deliver close to the performance of Architect without needing to master alien scientific principles. That has worked out well for us until the Great Severing occurred. I see, we can't win by quantity anymore. The only way to win the Red War is to raise the quality of our mech designs instead. Every performance boost counts. Architect has multiple downsides, but what it is really good at is making the most out of limited quantities of high-quality materials. Master DeVos nodded in agreement. Exactly. We are running short on multiple kinds of high-grade resources. We are more accustomed to designing mechs and raising mech armies in times where our manpower and capital was far more abundant. Those days have passed. We must quickly adapt to a more frugal approach to mech design, or else we will not be able to gain any advantages against the native aliens. This problem became more and more acute with every zone that fell into the hands of the alien invaders. How close are you to putting out your own Archimechs? It should not take too long, Ves. Your spouse may have made considerable attainments in this field, but we also have mech designers who are able to persevere and master the technological principles of Architect. Under my supervision, we shall convert our own ace mechs into Archimechs within the next quarter. That was fast. How many other groups will do the same? It is difficult for us to determine. The Strian Ancient Clan is taking its time, as are many others. Their prized ace mechs are highly optimized and perfected over a span of multiple decades at the minimum. It is highly disruptive to convert them into a completely new mech architecture during a time where they are expected to wage frequent battles. This is why these groups wish to monitor the performance of our first-ish mechs. As long as our conversions have yielded substantial improvements in effective performance, you can expect Architect to become much more common among high-ranking mechs. Congratulations to your wife for setting off another technological trend. That sounded huge. Ves was not sure whether his wife would grow jealous at all of the extra competition or proud for sparking off this trend. It's too bad that this conversion comes a little late. Ves lamented. I think that a lot of ace pilots would have been able to perform a lot better against our enemies with the strength of Architect. Not necessarily. Master Layla DeVos shook her head. Repairing Architect is disproportionate, challenging and expensive. If the new Archimechs incur damage, then they will remain out of action for an extended period of time. We are working hard to train mech technicians and engineers that can produce and repair archimetal components, but their progress is limited. Takes a certain mindset for people to understand the knack of architect. Architect was not omnipotent. This was why Gloriana was eager to develop her own take on it. Only by turning it into human tech would people be able to learn and master it on a wider scale. Is there anything else about the Minerva that has impressed you, Master? The Victrix, the old woman said. Your living Fae are a fascinating blend between Spurs and E-technology. When controlled by an ace commander, its potential is unlimited. Perhaps a future may arrive when the Victrix can become as powerful as the Minerva. You have taken a large risk by investing an entire mentalist crystal in this Fae. There is currently not enough data to prove that it will produce the effect that you are hoping to produce. Ves shrugged at that. Even if the mentalist crystal doesn't help to extend the Saint Commander's command field, it shouldn't be completely useless. I am willing to accept other boosts such as speeding up the Ace Commander's thoughts or increasing the intensity of the command field. I refuse to believe that this strategic resource will play no role at all. If it turns out that is really useless, then I will pull it out of the Victrix, but I think this is highly unlikely. Master Layla DeVos glanced at the young senior in mild surprise. She found it rather perplexing that a mech designer was willing to use an extremely precious material for completely uncertain outcomes. Nobody knew how the mentalist crystal would behave when put inside the Victrix. Master Layla would never make such a reckless and uncertain bet if she was in Ves's shoes. However, it was clear that Ves's risk tolerance was much greater. He also seemed to enjoy the uncertainty behind it all. The less he knew about the outcome, the more he looked forward to trying his luck. There's one aspect about the Minerva Mark II that appears incongruous with the rest of the Ace Command mech. Master Layla Siad, why did you choose to favor Mindstorm alloy over other key resonating materials? It is certainly strong if you want to provide the Saint Commander with the ability to intervene directly on the battlefield, but her Minerva is already armed with a rifle. She can also rely on her many knights and vassals to intervene in their own ways. The ability to generate psychic storms within the range of her command field sounds redundant. Ves smiled back. I think that you should have already figured out the potential synergy between Mindstorm alloy and a mentalist crystal. I think that this combination can yield great results. That may be true when it comes to ordinary ace pilots, but Casella Ingvar is an ace commander whose domain is more dispersed. The psychic storm generated by the Saint Commander should not be strong. Even if your claim is true, it will at most bring the power of these resonating attacks back on par. What if it is possible to generate a psychic storm within the hull of an enemy warship? Master Layla immediately widened her eyes as her powerful mind rapidly considered the implications. Mindstorm alloy was still a new product as it could not be made without blending mind attributed. That was why not a lot of people understood its full capabilities. It was not until recently that Mindstorm alloy gained even more value than before. Other users of Mindstorm alloy have discovered that it is possible to directly generate a storm inside the hulls of enemy warships. Ves grinned. Ace mechs can even generate psychic storms inside massive organic bodies such as that of Phase Lords. Now before you make any misunderstandings, I have to mention that any form of energy defenses can rapidly weaken the power of these storms. Physical barriers also reduce its power, but not to the same extent. Master Layla DeVos recognized the key point. It shouldn't take too much power to eliminate the fragile organic bodies of alien crew members. She realized, if the lethality of Mindstorm alloy on the crew serving on fully shielded warships is too low, then the amplification from a mentalist crystal may just increase just enough to kill weaker alien organisms. If this was the case, then the Minerva Mark I had the potential to become a fearsome combatant. By Chapter 6838, backstage resonating materials had long presented a lot of mysteries to mech designers. They possess the unique property of being able to resonate with extraordinary willpower of high-ranking mech pilots on a large scale. Resonating materials therefore formed the foundation of expert mechs, ace mechs and even god mechs. Without resonating materials, mech pilots had no practical way to tread the path of godhood. When the Great Severing took place, each of us understood that our capital to conquer the Red War had turned from an absolute certainty into a long shot. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos frankly explained to Ves. Each of us understood how little territory, manpower and development are in our possession. The native aliens possess too much industry and population for us to realistically defeat. One of the few advantages that we can count upon is that our champions are generally superior. This is why it is essential for us to improve their advantages and enable them to defeat several times their number of phase leaders whenever possible. To do that, you need to develop better resonating materials. Ves stated the obvious. The old woman nodded. Precisely. We are fortunate that when the Greater Beander Gates got cut off, we happened to have the best authority on resonating materials in the new frontier. The resonance smith had originally relocated to the Red Ocean in advance because he had become interested in developing resonating materials that incorporated phase water. Now that our dwarf galaxy has been displaced in the same cluster as Messier 87, he has entered paradise as far as he was concerned. The emergence of all kinds of new hyper-materials has opened up many new combinations of resonating alloys. Is Mindstorm alloy one of his products? Ves questioned. Master Layla Devos nodded, though not as firm as before. I am almost certain that he has a personal hand in its development. If he did not lead this development project himself, then one of his many disciples or specialists has developed it in their own labs. The resonance smith is a literal miracle worker, but he does not work alone. He has built up an entire network of disciples, retainers, employees, business partners and other allies. Each of them are promoting his cause of developing and producing better resonating materials that can give our high-ranking expert pilots greater possibilities. So you are saying that we would have been in a much worse position if he was not stuck in the Red Ocean. That is correct, Ves. It is due to the resonance smith and his highly developed R&D institutions that our mech industry has been able to gain access to an abundant variety of next-generation resonating materials. This is one of the greatest contributions of the Star Designer to our civilization. He has enabled our champions to kill more phase lords and win more battles through his presence. Her description was not an understatement. High-ranking mechs were one of the few pillars of support of red humanity. The local aliens may be slavishly devoted to their native gods, but humans were not so different from their enemies. People were already accustomed to treating their high-ranking mech pilots as demigods or gods. Even secularists who firmly believed that the universe was made up of logical and immutable laws automatically made an exception in their minds whenever they thought about an ace pilot or a god pilot. This form of cognitive dissonance was so ingrained in society that nobody recognized that it was a problem and a contradiction. In the end, it was material scientists such as the resonance smith that supported and enabled the high-ranking mech pilots. While the Fist of Defiance was responsible for smashing ancient phase whales like punching bags, he did not get to launch continent-destroying punches just by slapping raw pieces of superdimensional matter onto his god mech. It took a Star Designer to develop the right means to enhance the god mech with superdimensional matter in record time. The resonance smith was undoubtedly responsible for processing armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter into a processed alloy that enabled the god pilot to fight a hardy battle while outnumbered. The Star Designer's contribution was not as obvious as that of a flashy and powerful god pilot, but the former definitely received the recognition that he was due from the people that mattered. The reason why I brought up the resonance smith is because any product that is released under his watch is not simple. The Terran Master told Ves. Mindstorm alloy is the first resonating material that incorporates the power of rare mind-attributed hypermaterials. Even if they do not consist of mentalist crystals, any hypermaterial that directly affects the mind has interesting properties, much of which we do not fully understand. This may be why the resonance smith has developed an interest in its usage. Ves picked up a clue from her words. Are you saying that the resonance smith may pay attention to the Minerva Mark II? I would be surprised if he ignored this wonderful ace mech of yours. The combination between Mindstorm alloy and an ace commander may produce multiple unexpected interactions and synergies. You have made the correct decision to include it into Mark II. If Ves was lucky, the resonance smith would begin to develop a better appreciation of him and his clan. It was not unusual for mech designers to become fans, as they continued to track the exploits of their favorite mechs and mech pilots. This sort of behavior was no different from people supporting their favorite mech athletes or sports teams. So long as the fans in question developed a strong enough emotional connection to the objects of their admiration, these people were willing to provide plenty of support in order to win. Perhaps the Minerva Mark II may be a way for Ves to establish contact with the resonance smith. On his own, Ves was still not qualified to speak directly to Star Designers. He had to rely on special measures in order to communicate directly with them. He was confident that he could extract benefits from them so long as he had an opportunity to make his case. It was a pity that Star Designers deliberately kept their distance from him. They were doing it for his own good, as receiving too much help from the top of the mech designer progression may cause him to stall in his own progression. Ves did not entirely agree with this premise. His specialization was so different from that of anyone else that he doubted that any star designer could substitute his work. Receiving help from star designers may cause him to stagnate in other ways, but he was willing to take the risk if it strengthened his chances to survive and thrive in the turbulent future. After Ves concluded his insightful chat with Master Layla DeVos, he bid her goodbye and moved over to the most important people in the busy workshop. "Are you guys ready for the big show?" Ves asked. Alexa pointed off to the side. "As you can see, Gloriana is proceeding with her own pre-work ritual." Just like before, Gloriana spent her time to shower her children with love and also pray in front of an altar of the Superior Mother. Ves rolled his eyes when he saw her bend her knees in order to worship the avatar of Cynthia Larkinson. He just could not understand the logic behind worshipping the Superior Mother when Gloriana should obviously know better. "Hexers," Ves said in an exasperated tone. Everyone else tactfully ignored that remark. "Victor, Beatrice." He called up the names of the two journeyman mech designers who participated in the Minerva Mark II project. "The upgrade project will require substantial contributions from the two of you. Are you familiar enough with Architect to be able to assist us in our work?" Both Victor Macmillan and Beatrice Hendricks appeared a little nervous. This was not the first time they had been entrusted with greater responsibilities in the Larkinson clan, but they were still relatively inexperienced and lacking in confidence. "We have spoken extensively with Gloriana on the limited work that we are responsible for doing," Victor explained. "We are mostly tasked with the limited fabrication of non-archimetal components and assembly work. She will pay close attention to our work and may decide to increase or decrease our workload depending on how well we perform. Are you confident that you can do the work that is expected of you?" Ves asked them both. Beatrice nodded. "Yes, my familiarity with Architect has improved. Since I started work on the battle skirt system of the Minerva Mark II, I developed an increasing interest in Architect after learning how well it synergizes with my design philosophy. Gloriana has personally taught me the comprehensive knowledge needed to become proficient in Architect. I have yet to digest all of her lessons, but I am further ahead than most in the design department. Mastering Architect has become one of my new goals." Ves was glad that Beatrice had developed a strong interest in Architect. Perhaps she might be one of the growing number of mech designers that could share Gloriana's heavy burden in the future. Victor Macmillan sounded less confident than his fellow journeyman. "I will do my best, but do not hold high expectations. My studies in Architect has progressed slowly. I am not that interested in mastering a new alien mech architecture because it bears no direct relation to my specialization. I am an energy shield specialist." "That is okay, Victor. We do not hold high expectations for your work. Just do what you can, and tell us if you think you are getting overwhelmed." It was not reasonable to ask anything more from Victor. Architect was undoubtedly useful, but the difficulty of becoming proficient in it was too great. Only mech designer who benefited directly from the advantages of Architect had the motivation to overcome this massive obstacle. Gloriana was one of them, and it sounded as if Beatrice would follow suit. Ves turned to Alexa. "What about you? Your specialization doesn't directly relate to Architect, but you should have enough time to get started. I have studied it for the purpose of being able to participate in projects like this." She responded. "Do not expect me to do more. Architect will only complicate my personal mech design projects. Rather than trying to master Architect myself, I am better off if I cooperate with those who have stronger reasons to design Archimechs. Speaking about this, I would like to talk to you in private about a project that we have discussed not too long ago. A new development has taken place that presents our clan with a risky but promising opportunity." "Is it about the Juggernaut?" Ves guessed. "Yes. Ordinarily, I wouldn't mention it in order to avoid distracting you, but given the circumstances, it is better if you can issue your response with minimal delay." That sounded important enough for Ves to address it right away. He trusted Alexa not to waste his time on trivial matters. "If that is what you want, then let's head to one of the nearby offices and talk." They did just that. Neither of the two bothered to sit as they knew this wouldn't be a long conversation. "Tell it to me straight," Ves commanded as he crossed his arms. "Do you remember that my proposed refit for the Odilon Sprius includes the Dumax?" Alexa asked. "My sketch for this weapon was still rudimentary when I showed it to you. In order to develop a proper version of this weapon, I contacted Venerable Colic Glendale and solicited his advice on the requirements of an axe that is suitable to be wielded by a 350-meter juggernaut. How did he respond? He wants in. The former Terran replied. He wants to pilot an axe-wielding juggernaut. Alexa explained. He doesn't want to consult on my refit project. He wants to claim the Eidolon Sprius for himself. In his words, he wants us to merge his Greenix with the Eidolon Sprius and pilot the resulting fusion into battle. Chapter 6839 Ace Juggernaut Concept. Ves grew speechless. Of all of the harebrained demands he heard in his life, an expert pilot requesting to merge his expert mech with a juggernaut certainly ranked in the top 10. Did you tell Venerable Glendale how idiotic it is for him to pilot a juggernaut? I did, sir. Alexa calmly responded. One of the reasons why mechs had reached their current size is because it has reached an optimum balance between scale and control. If expert pilots force themselves to pilot mechs that are larger than the standard dimensions, then they will find it exponentially more difficult to cover the enlarged mech frame with their true resonance. At a certain point, their resonance shields will not be able to cover the entire frame. This is a fatal defect as the parts of the mech outside of this barrier will no longer enjoy any strong protection. One of the most important reasons why expert mechs were able to dominate many standard mechs was because the former was able to block many attacks with the help of resonance shields. The strength of a resonance shield depended on many factors, but it was generally determined by the size of a mech, the quality of its resonating materials and the resonance strength of a mech pilot. However, there was no effective way to extend the range of a resonance shield or an expert mech as far as Ves knew. The only proper solution was for the expert pilot to advance to the rank of ace pilot. At that stage, the resonance shield transformed into a proper Saint Kingdom, which could not only negate attacks, but do all kinds of other stuff. It was not impossible for an ace pilot to amplify the performance of an entire juggernaut at this stage. Since that was the case, why didn't ace pilots switch to piloting ace juggernauts on a wider scale? After all, bigger was better. It should definitely be worth it for ace pilots to control a war machine that was as large as a destroyer. The story was not so simple. Since Ves was able to come up with the idea, so could others. He recalled that the mech industry had dabbled into ace juggernauts multiple times during the age of mechs. While it was certain that a lot of these attempts remained secret from the public, a few stories did manage to find their way into the public sphere. What was clear was that pretty much every attempt ended up in failure. Ace juggernauts that were hundreds of meters long possessed much greater scale than any standard ace mech. Just killing them was much more troublesome as they could clad themselves with thick armor and protect their core components under lots of additional layers of alloy plating. They could even mount Titan shields that were ordinarily designed to protect starships or fortified bases to frustrate their enemies. Ace juggernauts were also able to leverage far greater physical strength, making them ideal for swinging down blades that could chop an entire starship in half. Their large structures also allowed mech designers to mount them with all sorts of warship-grade armaments. They could fit a broad array of plasma cannons, torpedo launchers and other ridiculous modules. While controlling them all without any dedicated personnel imposed a large burden on the individual, an ace pilot possessed superhuman capabilities and should just be able to command all of these weapon systems. All of this already sounded strong enough, but with the inclusion of true resonance, such a powerhouse could definitely beat up hostile battleships and come out unscathed. So why hadn't these monstrosities showed up on the battlefield? There were many reasons why. The fact that they were slow and clumsy caused them to be unable to keep up with most if not all ace mechs in battle. It couldn't be helped. Juggernauts were so massive and enormous that their mobility could only be raised to average, at best. Most ace mechs were designed and built to be a lot swifter than standard mechs. Each of them relied on speed to keep up with each other and overpower any enemies that were slower. In an age where important battles may be decided by the outcome of a duel between ace pilots, being too slow to block the attacks of an ace mech could be fatal. This was why ace juggernauts turned into an epic failure. Their massive melee weapons became useless if they couldn't be swung fast enough to hit a small but agile ace mech. Their abundance of ranged armaments granted them a lot of firepower, but again, an ace mech was able to evade or circumvent them easily enough. Once an ace mech snuck close enough to stab a juggernaut in the back, there was very little the big and clunky machine could do to protect its most vulnerable point. Ace juggernauts also weren't worth it from a cost perspective. It took an exponentially greater amount of resonating material for an ace pilot to adequately resonate with the full mech frame. If the juggernaut ever got damaged, repairing it was much slower and more troublesome than repairing a small and compact ace mech. No mech workshop possessed the capabilities to repair heavy damage on a juggernaut. Only shipyards or large-scale workshops possessed the capacity to fix up these giant machines. All of these disadvantages killed the ace juggernaut movement before it could even kick off. Nobody was stupid enough to waste so many resources on a big pile of metal that could easily be exploited by enemy ace mechs. Have you told this guy how awful of an idea it is to pilot a juggernaut? I did, sir, but he insisted on it, Alexa said. That requires a longer explanation. How many times have you met Venerable Colic Glendale? Alexa threw Ves a knowing look. Exactly. You have developed a good relationship with the first expert pilots to emerge in the Larkinson clan. You showered them with attention and attentively designed their mechs for them. You first granted them their own personalized prime mechs before moving on to giving them expert mechs and ace mechs whenever appropriate. Everyone can see how much you adore them. This is a rather common phenomena in the mech industry. You essentially treat Tusa, Stark, Orphan, Dice, Janzi, Joshua and Casella as your surrogates. Are you accusing me of living vicariously through those mech pilots? Yes, Alexa plainly said. This is not an accusation. This is an observation. This is not deplorable behavior. The more mech designers care about their favorite mech pilots, the more invested they become in supplying them with better mechs. The problem that people may have with your favoritism is that mech pilots who fall outside of your exclusive club may feel neglected by you. They may develop the impression that you are treating them as nameless assets. That is, Alexa did not give him enough time to come up with an excuse. It is true, is it not? Do not insult my intelligence and observation capabilities. Your behavior is clear to many Larkinsons, not just myself. The others never called you out on it, but I feel it is necessary to clear the air and bring clarity to this issue. Tell me honestly, sir, are you treating the later generation of high-ranking mech pilots differently than the ones that became prominent before? Seeing that his direct disciple had made such a thorough analysis on him, Ves saw no reason to put up a charade. You got me. You're right, I do play favorites. The high-ranking pilots that you have mentioned earlier are the ones who I can trust with a high degree of confidence. They have been with me since the old days. They fought many powerful enemies on my behalf. We are all comrades who have forged our bonds in battle. That sort of brotherhood sticks with you for a long time. I don't share that kind of bond with the likes of Venerable Pedro Rodrigo, Venerable Colic Glendale and the many expert pilots that came after. I don't think I can call up their name without accessing a database from my cranial implant. I have left the tedious job of getting to know them to Gloriana. She is responsible for giving newly advanced expert pilots their first expert mechs. There was a limit to how many mech pilots he found worthwhile to befriend in person. After accumulating a core circle of powerful and promising champions, he felt it was not necessary to forge any further bonds. Perhaps he might pay more attention to the likes of Venerable Zimro Benson. The man piloted the only high-ranking stealth mech of the Larkinson clan. Yet even that did not rank high in Ves's priorities. As Ves stared at his subordinate, he felt grateful that he did not look at him with judging eyes. He knew that his behavior was not entirely fair to all of the champions of the Larkinson clan. Venerable Glendale has expressed understanding of why you are closer to the first 7 champions than the rest. She said, he is jealous, but he does not blame you. He just wants to earn your trust and appreciation, just as the others have done before. However, this is an uphill battle for him as he is neither able to fight under your direct watch nor able to outperform his peers. Ves nodded. Glendale fights with the 77th Warborn Mech Division, right? I don't really make it a habit of watching much of the battle footage from General Ark's pet mech force. He originally chose to join the Warborn because he assumed that he would be able to fight more meaningful battles under General Ark. His Greenix is also more suited when fighting against mechs than warships. Before the Age of Dawn, his decision made sense. Is that why he wants to switch to piloting a juggernaut? Does he think he can perform better and earn my approval by piloting a massive machine that can chop apart alien warships and weaker phase lords alike? You have to admit that juggernauts may be more suitable when deployed against enemy warships. Alexa said, juggernauts are larger and less able to evade the attacks of warships, but their defenses are exponentially stronger. Expert juggernauts do not make sense, but ace juggernauts have the potential to become a devastating alien killer. Not only can they withstand an astronomical amount of damage, but when they are armed with melee weapons, they may become powerful enough to breach the spatial barriers of many greater phase lords with a single blow. If we make the ace juggernaut out of superdimensional matter, then its threat against enemy phase lords will become at least an order of magnitude greater. Ves was forced to seriously consider this idea. The concept of an ace juggernaut initially sounded absurd to him, but now that he put all of the arguments in order, he realized that it had actually turned into a viable proposal. The enemies of red humanity had changed. No longer were humans fighting against each other. It was not necessary to design ace mechs with the assumption that they would fight against each other. Instead, mech designers needed to design more ace mechs that were geared towards fighting the latest threat, which was enemy warships and phase leaders. As far as Ves knew, none of the alien champions had displayed a penchant for speed and agility. They simply did not fight like light mechs because their mass and bulk did not allow for such absurdity. Even if they possessed warping capabilities that could speed up their traversal, any warp interdictor or space suppressor could shut them down. All of this meant that as long as a juggernaut was not too large and unwieldy, it should be able to trade blows against enemy phase lords on a much more even basis. However, that still did not make it sensible for Venerable Glendale to pilot a giant machine. Chapter 6840 The price of his attention. Venerable Glendale understands the consequences of piloting an ace juggernaut. Alexa Strian said, he is willing to dedicate himself to fighting against the native aliens so long as he is able to wield a giant axe. In my opinion, letting him pilot an adapted version of the Eidolon Sprius holds great merit, but only if he wields the power of a saint. Ves looked skeptical. That's the biggest issue with this proposal, Alexa. He is still a high-tier expert pilot. It is a complete waste to design a juggernaut for him when he is still an expert pilot. Trying to convert the Eidolon Sprius into an ace juggernaut in advance won't work. He won't be able to pilot it without breaking his willpower or whatever. It is simply too big and powerful. Alexa already had a response to that. Venerable Glendale is not asking us to do anything for him in advance. What he wants from us is a promise. As long as we promise to merge his Greenix into the Eidolon Sprius and turn the combination into an ace juggernaut, then he will gain a strong motivation to accomplish his breakthrough. That was a nice trick. Ves had given promises to other high-ranking mech pilots before, but the results were rather mixed. It worked in a few cases, but had yet to yield results in other cases. It was still better to have an additional strong motivation to attain greater power than not. Venerable Glendale's breakthrough would benefit everyone in the Larkinson clan. Is it necessary to merge the Greenix into the Eidolon Sprius? Ves inquired. As far as I remember, it is a post-living mech. It has never developed an independent personality. That is true, sir, but its spiritual foundation has still grown stronger and more attuned to him. It has already accumulated a generous collection of ascension runes, many of which enhance the Greenix's strength and cutting power. If you can transplant the expert Axeman mech's spiritual foundation to the Eidolon Sprius, Glendale will not have to start from scratch. It would have been better to preserve the Greenix as a backup mech. Ves said with a frown. There may be instances where the Eidolon Sprius is too large to deploy in battle. The Greenix can still serve as an adequate substitute, no matter whether we upgrade it or not. I do not feel comfortable with permanently losing this machine by merging it into our juggernaut. Venerable Glendale will not mourn its loss. Alexa responded, you can ask him yourself, but he has made his thoughts and feelings clear to me. He is willing to sacrifice the Greenix and make a break from his past so long as he can become useful to you. Piloting an ace juggernaut that wields a giant axe is a dream for him. He wants to wield the biggest axe and chop apart the greatest of foes. He can do that much better with a giant machine than a relatively small mech. Ves rubbed his hairless chin in thought. I have to admit that the idea sounds incredibly intriguing to me. If not for the fact that it will take an insane amount of time and a huge amount of expensive resources to realize this monstrous juggernaut, I would have jumped on it already. As it is, I really cannot see how we can possibly embark on such a project during a time where red humanity's infrastructure is falling apart. Alexa lowered her head. It appeared that she had become quite invested in this alternative proposal. I think this is the best possible use of the Eidolon Sprius. The investment is great, but the payoff will be greater. So long as Colic Glendale can become an ace pilot, piloting this ace juggernaut can turn him into a much more powerful giant slayer. He will be our most direct answer when it comes to killing oversized enemies. If there is any need for us to defeat ace mechs, we can assign that task to Saint Tusa or Saint Dice instead. What Alexa proposed was a move towards specialization. It was not a wise idea to do this if the Larkinson clan only had a single ace pilot, but now that it had accrued multiple of them, it could afford to turn one more into a specialized juggernaut user. Ves couldn't help but grow intrigued. Many established rules would break when designing an ace mech on the scale of a juggernaut. He already began to salivate at the thought of the more promising benefits. However, the cost was way too disproportionate. He could stomach the investment of relatively common versions of superdimensional matter, but the ace juggernaut needed way more expensive materials in order to function at its fullest. The ace juggernaut concept was the most extravagant luxury product that the Larkinson clan could embark upon. The cost in resources and manpower exceeded all proportions. While many starships were far bigger than juggernauts, the former was also a lot simpler and not as dependent on high-quality resonating materials and other high-grade materials. Most starships depended more on scale than on quality to deliver powerful performance. Juggernauts designed at the ace mech level had to be of the same standard or better at minimum. Ves could not accept anything less, and neither would Gloriana. This gave Ves a headache because the Larkinson clan would struggle to fund such a massive project even if it was at its peak. Now that humanity's entire economy and industries were beginning to crack, Ves felt it was stupid to even think about embarking on this prestige project. However, he did not want to snuff out Venerable Glendale's either. Ves felt a little sorry for the man for breaking through in a time where he was no longer able to earn the attention and appreciation of his patriarch. "I have made a decision. Please tell me," Alexa said with anticipation. "You can inform Venerable Glendale that I am interested in this proposal. However, our clan will not design this extravagant ace juggernaut for him if the circumstances do not permit us to do so. There are several strict requirements before I can think of agreeing to go forward with this project." "What are your requirements?" "First, Colic Glendale must become an ace pilot. This is an absolute necessity. He can forget about getting it while he still remains stuck as an expert pilot." "He already agrees." "Second, so long as he still wants this ace juggernaut, we will not be upgrading his Greenix. It is a waste to upgrade his relatively outdated machine to a much more powerful version when it is destined to get absorbed into the Eidolon Sprius upon his breakthrough." Alexa frowned. "That is a heavy demand, sir. You are asking him to potentially doom himself to remaining stuck as an expert pilot because he is not able to gain any additional support from his expert mech. Our clan is not a charity, Alexa. We can only allocate our resources where they are needed the most. I am not in the mood to squander Gloriana's precious design time on a high-tier expert mech that is doomed to destruction. Venerable Glendale is responsible for his own choices. He can either choose to receive the treatment that every Larkinson expert pilot receives, or he can choose to prove himself worthy of my personal attention and favor." He deliberately set this up as a test in order to stimulate Venerable Glendale. The requirement he set was harsh, but not unreasonable. Ves made sure to argue that it was all for the greater good of the Larkinson clan. His disciple certainly looked convinced by the argument. "I shall do my best to convey your words and intentions to him. From what I understand of his personality, there is a 80% chance that he will accept your challenge. To him, receiving a generic upgrade to his Greenix is not enough for him to fulfill his goal. He knows that it is difficult for him to surpass the first movers who have already won your favor, such as Saint Tusa and Saint Commander Casella." The fact that the expert pilot was not wrong in this assessment made Ves a little depressed. He moved on. "The third requirement that Venerable Glendale must meet is that he cannot rely on a breakthrough alone to receive an ace juggernaut for free. This thing is so expensive that he must earn it through his actions. As long as he makes a great contribution to the Larkinson clan, he can quell the resentment of fellow champions who have not received such extravagant treatment. This demand sounds reasonable, if difficult for him to satisfy." Alexa said with a frown. "I cannot imagine that he will be able to earn such great merit unless he slays a greater phase lord in person." Ves chuckled. "I am not expecting a feat as extravagant as that. I will be happy if he is able to kill a lesser phase lord. Other than that, he can earn merit in other ways. What is important is that he should not think that he is entitled to receive an ace juggernaut just because he asked. He needs to prove himself worthy to pilot such a great machine. If he is not able to measure up to this standard, then he can forget about it. He can always change his mind and request an upgrade to his Greenix. It is a perfectly fine mech concept. Even if its configuration is relatively simple, I can always expand it with additional features. Do you wish to impose any other requirements, or is this sufficient, sir?" "Well, There is a fourth condition that must be satisfied, but Glendale has no control over it. In order to refurbish the Eidolon Sprius into an ace juggernaut according to his desires, Red Humanity must retain enough of its industry, commerce and infrastructure to enable such a massive construction project. We cannot afford to squander our resources onto this boondoggle if we are all reduced to space nomads in a dwarf galaxy that has once again fallen into the complete control of hostile aliens. This project only really makes sense if Red Humanity does not lose too much territory and has managed to stabilize its frontlines. The female mech designer nodded in agreement. This is also a reasonable requirement. Even if you still want to develop the ace juggernaut, I would have tried to discourage you if it imposes an excessive burden on our finances and industrial capabilities. The two continued to talk about other requirements. Both Ves and Alexa gained a clear idea on what sort of conditions had to be satisfied to embark on this bold transformation. If for whatever reason Venerable Glendale managed to satisfy all of the requirements, then Ves would be willing to go all out to turn this fantasy into a reality. Ves already had a feeling that the Eidolon Sprius had the potential to turn into a powerful machine beyond comparison. Now that he had become enlightened to this new possibility, his feeling for the Juggernaut had grown stronger. It was too bad that this was not the time to think about embarking on such an ambitious project. For now, he needed smaller and more manageable mech design projects. It took less time than expected for the design department to complete the Minerva Mark II project. The First Sword Mark III project should also be close to completion. The Riot Mark III project should be done in around 4 months. The Lionheart Mark III project might be done at around the same time if Ves and Gloriana were willing to work on multiple high-end projects at the same time. All in all, it should take way less time than they had originally anticipated to work away the backlog of high-ranking mech design projects. Even then, the Greenix still wouldn't get its turn under normal circumstances. The Everchanger had a great need for an upgrade, and Ves wanted to modernize the Bastion as well. The only way for Venerable Glendale to get ahead in queue was to break through and earn enough merits to earn special treatment. Chapter 6841 Anchor Mechs. Ves had made his conditions clear. He did not outright reject the possibility of turning the Eidolon Sprius into a giant version of the Greenix, but multiple conditions had to be satisfied before he invested a vast amount of resources into turning an ace juggernaut into reality. Alexa appeared satisfied enough. She knew as well as Ves that he would not acquiesce to her proposal without imposing heavy demands. This was the best she could obtain. Please promise me that if we embark on this project, I will be included among its contributors. I am not asking to become the lead designer. Gloriana can claim that honor. I merely want to ensure that I am permitted to apply my design philosophy to the Juggernaut design. That caused Ves to look intrigued. If you want to become a meaningful contributor to the Ace Juggernaut design project, then my intervention isn't really needed. We both specialize in designing living mechs, after all. Considering my workload, I do not mind passing up this responsibility to you. It will not be easy for you to participate in such a huge and high-end project. Not only will you be swamped with work, but you will also have to reinvent a lot of new stuff on account of working on a juggernaut rather than a more normal-sized mech. The old rules do not necessarily apply anymore. Alexa responded with a confident smile. I am not afraid of hard work. You don't have to involve yourself in this project. I am looking forward to helping our clan realize such a miraculous machine. Can you imagine it, Ves? A living machine that is the size of a small but still respectable warship. Such a machine has never been made before. I have many ideas I want to implement in this unique design, but I can only work out a handful. I will do my best to develop new design solutions to ensure that it will be just as powerful if you had taken my place instead. While Ves doubted whether Alexa could make up for his absence, he appreciated her courage. A good mech designer needed to have dreams and the guts to pursue them. There could never be improvement without ambition. Is that all you want to talk about? I have nothing else to say, sir. Let us return to the workshop before your wife begins to make demands. The pair of mech designers returned to the main workshop. At this time, the amount of visitors had dropped. Many of the mech designers who had grown curious about this undertaking had to leave in order to prevent them from spotting any sensitive trade secrets. The workshop acquired a much more solemn atmosphere now that the noise level had died down. Gloriana had already sent the children away after giving each of them a kiss on the head. Lucky and Clixie accompanied the kids and made sure they remained in good company. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos chose to remain behind long enough to bid Ves good luck. Given your past performance and the impressive nature of your latest design, the Minerva Mark II will undoubtedly set a new standard of excellence within your clan. The probability that you and your wife will fail to meet expectations is low. Only external interference can disturb you to the point of producing a disappointing outcome, but we will endeavor to prevent that from happening. By the time your team is done, I hope to witness the rise of an era-defining first-class ace command mech. If that is all you wanted to say, you could have transmitted a message to me, Master. I did not choose to remain here because of this reason alone. Master Layla looked amused. I wanted to offer guidance to you as a member of the older generation. The Minerva Mark II design is so good that it can have a brighter future than you envisioned. If you agree to conduct one additional step in your work process, you may be able to yield greater rewards than normal, but only if your work passes muster. Ves looked suspicious. What do you mean by that, exactly? Master Layla moved Ves to the side and activated a privacy screen around the two. There are many variations of mechs in use. There are first-class multipurpose mechs. There are aquatic mechs. There are heavy artillery mechs. There are tiger mechs. Many of them may be called mechs, but they actually diverge wildly in shape and performance. There are so many different designs and variations that it is easy to get lost in them all. The vast majority of them are quite average and highly derivative of each other, but there is a small proportion that are so good that they approximate the ideal mechs that our industry is striving for. These mechs possess value that is greater than their apparent value in the hands of their users. They are good enough to become symbols of our proud industry. As she spoke, Ves did not really appear all that interested. I am not in the mood to listen to a mushy high-minded philosophical lecture. Gloriana is about to start soon, and she can get quite pissed if I am late. Just as he turned around to walk away, Master Layla Devos placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. As your elder, you should at least respect my wisdom. I can promise you that what I am about to pass on to you is more than worth the small amount of time I am holding you back. Since you disdain listening to a comprehensive story, let me be more concise. If you think your mech is good enough to rank among the best in our galaxy, then you can make the risky decision to call upon a higher authority to evaluate it. If your confidence is not misplaced, your work will be designated as an anchor mech. This has many implications, all of which are good, hence why anchor mechs are so respected. What are anchor mechs? Ves frowned in puzzlement. Why haven't I heard of this before? It is not a surprise that not a single master or star designer has shared this secret to you. Only mech designers of the aforementioned ranks are capable of producing works that can eventually become anchor mechs. They likely assumed that you are not ready to present any mechs that meet the necessary standard. I have a different opinion about it given the excellence of your past works. The Red Association normally forbids us from sharing this information to seniors such as you, but I have little respect for the mechers, and even less reason to follow all of its rules. Our civilization is under heavy strain. We cannot let bureaucracy and caution override good sense. Ves grew even more confused. This anchor mech business sounded more important than he expected. What's the big deal about anchor mechs? It is difficult to summarize the importance of anchor mechs in so little time. Master Layla Devos looked frustrated. Introducing this subject to you at such a late time is an impulsive decision on my part. Normally, I would have restrained myself, but the threat to the Terran Alliance and the rest of human civilization has grown too great. By informing you about the existence of anchor mechs, I hope that you will think about applying your Minerva Mark II to become one of them. This will have many consequences. In exchange for sharing aspects of your ace mech to a higher authority, your Minerva Mark II will become showered with grace. Your work will become stronger and the mech pilot can produce a higher level of true resonance in advance. These benefits sounded a bit vague, but also real enough for Ves to develop an interest in this business. His brain was already working hard since the start of this meeting. Ves had already begun to connect a few dots. This higher authority you are referring to happens to be a certain kingdom, right? Not a saint kingdom, but something different and far greater. Master Layla wordlessly nodded with a serious expression. Now this was beginning to make sense. If anchor mechs originated from the kingdom of mechs and retained their significance with the Red Kingdom, then both of them had the power to elevate the performance of the Minerva Mark II. Though Ves did not receive a lot of information, he could guess that so long as the Minerva Mark II passed a highly rigorous examination, the Red Kingdom may decide to designate it as an anchor mech. That would supposedly turn the Ace Command mech into another representation of the best mech designs of Red humanity, whatever that meant. What was important was that the Red Kingdom should not be stingy in issuing rewards. So long as the Minerva Mark II met all of the criteria, it should definitely receive a boost as a reward for contributing to the development of mechs. Is there any price to send an application to designate my Minerva Mark II as an anchor mech? The kingdom is programmed to punish you if you fail. Master Layla DeVos said, this punishment can range from damaging your work to earning yourself a black mark. It is your responsibility as a mech designer to be able to objectively evaluate your work. If you are not self-aware enough to understand how good or bad your mech may be, then that is your fault. However, since I am encouraging you to take this step, you can trust my judgment that your upcoming work has a higher chance to succeed. The price of failure did not sound pleasant. It certainly worked to deter mech designers who casually wanted to try their luck. Their applications would only waste the time of the Red Kingdom. What are the downsides if my Minerva Mark II passes the test? Ves asked. The kingdom will know more about you and your design solutions than before. Master Layla DeVos said, this has multiple consequences, of which many you do not need to know at the moment. The most important consequence is that the Minerva Mark II will set a standard for all other mechs that are similar to it. The kingdom will begin to compare your work to other ace command mechs, expert command mechs and even standard command mechs. It will intelligently make comparisons between your Minerva Mark II and other machines that are designed to function similarly. This is a great honor and responsibility for your work. Ves began to understand what was going on now. Anchor mechs are used to calibrate the kingdom. Is this correct? That is an oversimplified answer, but you are largely correct. Master Layla DeVos responded. The two kingdoms are intelligent and powerful enough to decide which mechs can represent the best of their classifications. However, it is dangerous for humans to entrust this important function to a piece of transcendent programming. This is why the human factor remains essential. The star designers set or adjust the criteria that mechs must satisfy in order to earn the designation of anchor mechs. Mech designers who are confident in their works must manually apply for evaluation with the help of a small ritual in order to call down the kingdom. Even if they produce better works, as long as they refuse to submit their applications, their works will not become the latest representations of the mech industry. Why are anchor mechs so important? Ves asked as he still looked a bit lost. For the kingdom to issue rewards to a passing work, it has to be damn important for stuff like this to exist. What is the purpose of calibrating it with these anchor mechs? The shortest answer that I can give you is that it will make it easier for other mech designers to design similar mechs. Master Layla DeVos answered, it will employ a variety of subtle measures to assist your colleagues and peers into designing similar machines as yours. The invisible influence of the Red Kingdom will subtly help them design an ace mech that may be alive or may consist of archimetal. In short, every mech designer who attempts to design an archimech or a living mech will have a slightly higher chance to succeed than before. Doesn't this produce the same result as realizing my design philosophy? Ves asked. No, this is not a shortcut to becoming a master mech designer, as people originally assumed that only masters and star designers are qualified to produce anchor mechs. It is exceedingly rare for senior mech designers to make an anchor mech, but the benefits are also greater for you. Think about it, Ves. If more mech designers are able to design living mechs, their unique research and applications may inspire you and help you perfect your own design philosophy. It is another form of teaching your craft to the entire mech industry. The method of assistance is indirect, and so is the remuneration that you can obtain in return. That does not change the fact that this is helpful to you. As long as you succeed, you can already earn a fraction of the privileges of a master mech designer in advance. Chapter 6842 The Meaning of a Kingdom. I will take your advice under consideration. Ves eventually said when he heard enough. Can I share this with Gloriana? You may. The two of you maintain enough parity that she deserves to learn about anchor mechs in advance. I am certain that this disclosure will delight her. It is a great honor to be able to contribute an anchor mech to the kingdom. It is one of the most important criteria that master mech designers compare themselves to. Those that are able to develop more anchor mechs enjoy much higher recognition and status. You will often find them leading entire R&D institutions in important departments. So this is like a secret game between masters like you. Ves voiced his thoughts. The ones who earn the highest score get to rank higher than the ones who don't manage to do as well. This makes sense as any work that is qualified to become an anchor mech is unquestionably the best among millions of mech designs of the same category at that point in time. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos sagely nodded. It is a crude but convenient means of measuring our worth and success. It is not the only means of evaluation, mind you. There are mech designers who have never succeeded to develop a work that has earned the designation of an anchor mech, but are still respected due to their useful innovations and design applications. You are a typical example of that. Your total contributions vastly exceed that of ordinary master mech designers because you have introduced revolutionary new possibilities. Now, I am introducing another means for you to make a greater contribution to the mech community. To develop a mech that earned the recognition of the Red Kingdom was one of the highest professional honors that Ves could obtain. It was better than winning a shiny medal for pulling off a military operation or earning lots of money as far as he was concerned. This was because he was a mech designer first. All other accolades paled in comparison. For the first time since he embarked on his career, Ves finally saw an opportunity to open a crack into the Red Kingdom. This indescribable wonder was the holy land of all mech pilots and mech designers in the Red Ocean. To be able to contribute to its evolution and reshape how it exerted its invisible influence over every professional that worked with mechs sounded exhilarating. Ves gained a greater understanding of why the kingdom of mechs and the Red Kingdom were called this way. The kingdoms set the standard of what mechs were supposed to be in the Milky Way and the Red Ocean respectively. If beast mechs suddenly became more powerful due to technological or doctrinal advances, mech designers would definitely produce a lot of works that successfully earned the designation of anchor mechs. Once these beast mechs started to become anchor mechs at a greater proportion, the kingdom would steadily tilt so that it favored them more. This made it easier for other mech designers to design machines that chased this dominant trend, thereby granting customers faster and more convenient access to superior mechs. In other words, the mech designers who supported the rise of beast mechs successfully conquered a large amount of territory inside the kingdom. Naturally, when there were winners, there were also losers. Mech designers who supported humanoid mechs inevitably lost ground as the kingdom deemed their anchor mechs inferior or outdated. They would receive less support from the Red Kingdom. The next generation of mech designers would also become encouraged to develop superior beast mechs. There was always a way to make a comeback. As long as supporters of humanoid mechs worked hard enough and developed innovative solutions that put them at an advantage, then they could begin to conquer the territory they had previously ceded. Ves began to imagine the Red Kingdom as a literal piece of land that floated somewhere deep in the imaginary realm. With every passing day, the territories of every mech grouping shifted. Some lost ground while others managed to gain it. Others remained stable as the popularity of their kinds of machines remained unshakable. This was the true meaning of a kingdom of mechs. Ves also made another important realization. The separation of the Red Kingdom was a foregone conclusion. It couldn't be helped. It did not make sense to group mechs from the Red Ocean together with the mechs from the Milky Way. The wider availability of phase water technology, hypertechnology, e-technology and most recently superdimensional technology and their associated materials would cause the mechs of the Red Ocean to diverge increasingly more from their Milky Way roots. What made for a good anchor mech in one galaxy did not necessarily make for a good anchor mech in another galaxy. Without any ability to transfer goods and mechs from one galaxy to the other one, the effectiveness of the kingdom of mechs would degrade as the differences grew larger. A split was the most sensible decision to make. The polymath was merely the person who did what was necessary, like taking a dying pet to the backyard before putting the animal out of its misery. In any case, Ves appreciated that Master Layla DeVos chose to share this little secret. It was like receiving an invitation to grab his first piece of territory in the Red Kingdom. Of course, the existing landholders were not willing to give up ground so easily. Their anchor mechs were all pretty good in order to occupy places in the Red Kingdom, but Ves remained confident that he could muscle his way into a small corner. It should be a lot easier for mech designers like him to gain a bit of ground in the Red Kingdom during a time of rapid technological advancements. Existing anchor mechs quickly became outdated if they did not keep up with all of the nifty new tech and materials that became available. By taking advantage of the lag between the updates of established anchor mechs, Ves and Gloriana should be able to sneak his work in their midst a lot easier than usual. He fully expected the rest of the mech industry to narrow the gap by developing powerful design applications based on their own specializations, but at least Ves would have at least one anchor mech to his name. It should be an especially good accomplishment if he managed to earn it while he was still a senior mech designer. He threw Master Layla DeVos a knowing look. This was probably another reason why she did not participate in the upgrade process. She wanted to give Ves and Gloriana enough room to demonstrate their capabilities and prove that they did not freeload off a master mech designer who lived for over 3 centuries. As Ves approached his wife, he tilted his head to the side. She got the message and moved to the side where they could talk in relative privacy. I just learned about something really cool from Master Layla DeVos. He quickly briefed her on the existence and significance of anchor mechs. His wife's expression changed multiple times. Her evolution was similar to his own. She ultimately became a lot more fired up than before. I always knew that we were improving rapidly to the point where our works could finally begin to compete against the best. While I am surprised that this opportunity had come years sooner than I thought, I am definitely going to fight for this chance. Aren't you afraid of failing to meet the criteria set by the kingdom? Ves asked with concern. The penalty for presenting a mech that is ultimately not worthy is quite severe. Gloriana cooled her enthusiasm a bit after hearing that. You are right. We need to be more prudent. Let us at least complete the upgrade project before deciding whether we should submit our work to the higher authority. We will know by then if the Minerva Mark II is good enough. As far as the design is concerned, I am confident that it holds a strong advantage in this aspect. The combination between my Architect and your e-technology results in an excellent combination. When we add in the other features, the Minerva Mark II is destined to become a first-class ace command mech that will define all command mechs that come afterwards. Her personality did not allow her to back away from this challenge so easily. This was a direct test of her confidence in her own abilities. For the sake of her ego and self-esteem, she could not allow herself to take on this challenge, especially when Master Layla DeVos had expressed her belief that the miracle couple would succeed. Gloriana not only made the determination to work as hard as possible to turn her next work into an anchor mech, she also began to think about the significance about its existence. I think I understand what anchor mechs mean, she claimed. Oh, they are the completed works that have come closest to perfection at that moment in time. She said, true perfection is not within our ability to attain. We can only rank mechs by how close they come to being the most perfect solution given the materials and tools we have available. To be able to make an anchor mech is the most truthful recognition of excellence that you can obtain in the mech industry. The criteria is set by multiple star designers who can be trusted to be fair and impartial in their standards. Since it is the kingdom that does the actual judging, no single individual can play favorites. Therefore, if your work becomes good enough to receive the recognition of the Red Kingdom, it is truly the closest mech to perfection in its respective market category. Ves found it interesting that her take on this anchor mech business was different from his own interpretation. Gloriana saw this game as a contest to design the most perfect mechs. She did not pay any significant attention to the territory and influence aspects. She did not really care about setting standards or starting a new trend. Her ambition was ultimately centered around herself. Only she could design the perfect vessel. Gloriana did not think that anyone else was qualified to take this job away from her. She was born to fulfill this grand goal. Yes, Gloriana, do you think that producing anchor mechs is an essential requirement to advancing to the rank of star designer? Ves widened his eyes. He had not even thought that far yet. Although they did not have enough information to determine the truth, he had a feeling that his wife may be right. Only by proving their ability to design the best mechs would they have the capital to become a legendary star designer. It was inconceivable for a master mech designer to break through without satisfying this core requirement. I think you are probably right. This is a game that is almost exclusively played by master mech designers. It must be extremely competitive given what is at stake. Masters that manage to conquer more territory in the Red Kingdom would presumably gain greater assistance from this powerful construct. That assistance may play a crucial role in facilitating their breakthroughs. I have made another deduction, his wife said as she continued to look at old facts in a different light. Every god mech has to be an anchor mech. They are too powerful to be left out of the ranking. The designers of these god mechs must rank at the top of the charts. Whereas Gloriana saw this competition as a ranking contest, Ves preferred to interpret it as conquering the territories of the Red Kingdom. From his perspective, that meant that the star designers had grabbed the largest and most coveted territories of this kingdom, thereby dividing it into multiple strong camps. Ves began to wonder which star designer conquered the most ground at this time. Chapter 6843 Anomalous Activity. After a bit of a delay, the upgrade process commenced. Both Ves and Gloriana had extra motivation to do a good job this time. At first, Gloriana started off with the usual step by summoning Alexandria. The red companion spirit emerged from Gloriana's forehead and immediately bound all of the participating mech designers in a design network. This design network enabled everyone to share each other's surface thoughts as well as deeper thoughts of their choosing. Gloriana also added Saint Commander Casella Ingvar to the design network. This would help every mech designer understand their client better. Each of them would know who exactly they served this time. Casella made sure to keep a sober mind and avoid thinking about too many distractions. Ves, Gloriana and Alexa Strian were already highly familiar with the benefits of the design network. Beatrice Hendricks and Victor Macmillan still had to spend a little time getting accustomed to working with other voices in their minds. They started off slow, but quickly ramped up when they managed to establish their groove. Gloriana had meticulously formed a plan. Everyone was already highly familiar with their work assignments. Since none of them were amateurs, they went to work without encountering any stumbles. Gloriana undertook the most difficult task of fabricating the most complicated architect components. Her mastery of architect exceeded that of everyone else in the Larkinson clan, so only she could complete these crucial assignments. Ves and Beatrice possessed a shallower but still serviceable grasp of architect. This allowed them to fabricate the simpler architect components. Ves mostly focused on fabricating the parts that would eventually turn into the Victrix, the living fae that would become an iconic companion to the Minerva Mark II. Beatrice meanwhile fabricated the parts that would comprise the armor system and battle skirt system. While they encountered plenty of difficulties due to their lack of fluency in architect, the design network enabled Gloriana to provide constant advice and warnings without verbalizing even once. This was a much more effective form of communication for them, especially when Gloriana was able to transfer images such as schematics and correction plans. While the mech designers responsible for most of the fabrication work became busy, Victor and Alexa undertook the tedious task of disassembling the Minerva Mark I. The Ace Command mech had incurred minor damage here and there. The machine was already a little worn out due to past exertions. The Minerva hadn't been able to receive proper servicing beyond the minimum for more than a month. Even so, the living expert mech still exuded a strong sense of order and control. Everyone could instinctively feel that she was a machine that was made for command. Alexa and Victor had to be careful about disassembling the mech. They had to prep the machine for a full rebuild, which meant that they had to separate a lot of parts in advance in order to make the process more efficient. They could not afford to make the mistake of going too far. The living mech would not be able to sustain the cohesion of her spiritual foundation if there was simply not enough of the mech frame that remained intact. The two mech designers had to work carefully and respectfully in order to prep the Minerva Mark II for a complete reinvention without killing her off entirely during the transition. While all of this work sounded precarious, everyone completed the necessary steps without any issue for the time being. They all knew what to expect. Many of them had already practiced the scenarios they would face in virtual reality. Therefore, unless any accidents occurred that completely rendered the planning useless, it was rather hard for anyone to screw up in the process. So far, work proceeded well. Ves grew satisfied with his output. Even if he was not as meticulous as his wife, he was still able to fabricate basic architect components that did the job while also conforming to his artistic tendencies. Another factor that helped to smooth everything over was the participation of the Smart Ice. The SF-02 provided excellent value to the design labs, but they were also able to assist in the workshop. Polly, Momo and Arya all projected their feline forms every once in a while and provided light assistance whenever suitable. Momo was especially helpful when it came to fabricating archimetal components. The three Smart Ice did not directly connect to the production machines and made sure to complete every production task on autopilot. That would remove the human factor from the works. It also granted a disproportionate amount of control to non-humans, which was unacceptable. In short, as much as Ves hated it, he ordered the Smart Ice to restrict the depth of their capabilities and set their limits at a low threshold. The SF-02 was highly capable of doing a lot more, but Ves felt it was enough to provide technical advice. Of all of its Smart Ice, Momo was obviously doing the best at the moment. Momo provided Gloriana with information on the strengths and weaknesses of Architect. She was so effective that she was able to save a fair bit of time. However, under no circumstances did Gloriana outsource all production tasks on any of the Smart Ice in their entirety. She would rather delegate time-consuming work projects to her subordinates. A day passed by. As their work progressed, the mech designers only took minimal breaks. They were too excited and committed to upgrading the Minerva to truly stop during the entire process. As the mech designers began to work with more powerful and volatile materials, they made sure to be extremely careful when handling these expensive and dangerous materials. They paid attention to unwanted interactions by keeping numerous volatile materials apart from each other. They also made sure to be careful when combining dozens of different exotics and hypers into a single complex archimetal block. None of the materials gave them any issues. The experts had already documented all of the potential dangers, and the mech designers were not stupid enough to violate these justifiable safety rules. It was due to all of the excellent documentation and exploratory research that Ves gained enough of an understanding of how to prevent a material as dangerous as Mindstorm alloy from turning into the next weapon of mass destruction. Fortunately, with careful handling, Mindstorm alloy remained remarkably well behaved. The same went for dragon scales, soulless gas and other hyper materials. Ves soon encountered a troublesome exception when it was time for him to whip out the mentalist crystal. He had already retrieved it from the Vault of Eternity. When he opened its container, Ves felt as if he was suffering from immediate illusions. He struggled to absorb humanoid shapes. It took a lot of will to maintain a sober mind in the presence of a hyper-material that was known to mess with minds. Right now, the mentalist crystal that took a huge amount of money and effort to secure was not only making it difficult for Ves to maintain coherent thoughts. However, more and more work assignments piled up that most people did not see anything wrong with this appearance. The mentalist crystal actually did more than that. It began to affect the minds of nearby humans in an instant. What? This crystal is acting out, and it is doing this all by itself. Ves suddenly realized that it was beginning to interact with everyone's rich thinking. Their relative proximity to the mentalist crystal meant that as long as it was exposed to the public, it would definitely get robbed due to all of the confusion it generated. Now that the mentalist crystal was acting up without any immediate cause, more and more people grew concerned. Ves eventually found out that the mentalist crystal was beginning to absorb nearby energies and trying to make sense of it all even now. Is it alive? Ves couldn't answer this question. What mattered was that there was something strange taking place. How was he supposed to process a mentalist crystal with exceedingly valuable properties? As Ves struggled to get a grip on this volatile high-grade hyper, he suddenly developed a brilliant idea. Instead of trying to suppress the mentalist crystal, Ves thought about letting it become active in a more controlled manner. This altered the crystal's behavior and introduced a lot of new possibilities. Ves began to think deeper on what he could do with this unexpected development. He thought back on his conversation with Master Layla DeVos. She had good reason to believe that the Minerva Mark II would stand at the top of the Ace Mech classification. That was because command mechs were inherently rare to begin with. High-ranking command mechs were so rare that each of them possessed their own separate identities. It should be easier to turn the Minerva Mark II into an anchor mech when there was not much opposition from the beginning. Ves concluded that a mentalist crystal could make a huge difference. The problem was that he and the rest were not proficient in manipulating this mysterious and difficult object. They had to learn on the fly if they wanted to have any hope of fully harnessing the power of the crystal. Ves mostly relied on Blinky to analyze the mentalist crystal at first. That was when an accident occurred. The mentalist crystal abruptly absorbed the companion spirit among the captives. This immediately caused Blinky a considerable amount of distress. Fortunately, the mentalist crystal did not pose a threat against what it had just absorbed. When Blinky experimentally started to flex his power, he found that the mentalist crystal seemingly opened a portal to a completely different place, among many other powers. Mentalist crystals just became a lot more interesting. With the help of Smart Ice, Ves was quickly able to organize all of the data. They also remained watchful for any sign of trouble from the mentalist crystal. I am getting closer to figuring out another application of a mentalist crystal, Ves told his wife during a brief break. Oh, what ideas do you have, sir? Ves frowned in thought. My ideas are not mature yet. Give me more time to devise actual solutions. The SF-02 also needed time to calculate different solutions. The more data at Ves's disposal, the more he could figure out what happened during the crucial ambush. Whatever the case, Ves believed that as long as he discovered and implemented alternate means of defense, they would trickle down and benefit many other people. What are mentalist crystals, exactly? Ves did not know why he was asking himself this question, but he felt that the answer could help him develop better applications. The lack of information was frustrating him. He knew too little about mentalist crystals. Just standing close to one already amplified all of his emotions to an extent. I think they are crystallized brain cells. Gloriana guessed. They are parts of the mind of an organism that has reached a form of transcendence. From this viewpoint, using a mentalist crystal may be asking for help from the source of all of the suffering and misery. This was a rather bold idea. A mentalist crystal might contain hidden memories and various secret information. Nobody knew about it because they were never taught to access it in a strange manner. If Gloriana's theory was right, then Ves might be able to find a way to access those memories. Ves sent Blinky into the mentalist crystal again and tried to rummage inside for anything interesting. However, his companion spirit faced a lot of resistance inside the mentalist crystal. It was as if its own defenders rose up to expel all intruders. Whether they were human or alien did not seem important. Have you made any progress, Ves? I am getting closer. I am picking up more and more clues with the help of Blinky. I need to conduct a few more experiments before I can issue a verdict. Chapter 6844 Death Echo. Ever since Master Layla Rebecca DeVos informed Ves that the Minerva Mark II had the potential to become an anchor mech, he had already begun to engage in one of his bad habits. He wanted to innovate on top of what was already in the mech design. This was a rather reckless and impulsive decision. Skilled mech designers regularly followed their feelings and made minor deviations from their original design. This was rather normal as local circumstances might demand adjustments to hopefully produce a better result. Factors such as context, production machines, materials and comprehension could all present alternatives that might produce a better or more suitable outcome than what the mech design proscribed. Yet Ves intended to go much further. He knew that Gloriana would hate him for this, but he was determined to give it a try. Gloriana had already noticed his shift in attitude over the design network. She threw a mirthless glance in his direction. He pointedly ignored her feeble attempts to discourage him from going on an adventure. Ves couldn't help himself. Did he lack confidence in his Minerva Mark II design? Not really, but he personally felt that even if it had the potential to become an anchor mech, it was only due to the inadequacy of the Red Ocean's mech industry. Command mechs were rare in general. There were not many mech pilots who were willing to complete the additional studies required to command troops while actively participating in the fight at the same time. They had to maintain enough cool to maintain awareness of the shifting battlefield, but also run hot with passion whenever they directly confronted enemies. Most mech commanders never managed to find the right balance that worked out for their individual situations. Many of them became too cold and rational to the point where they could never muster the passion and emotion to break through. Melchior Larkinson was one of many examples of these failures. Other mech commanders became too engrossed in personal combat that they lost their overview of the big picture. Even if they broke through, they had already become false mech commanders. Saint General Ark Larkinson was a typical example of such a distorted case. Only a minority of exceptional mech pilots such as Saint Commander Casella Ingvar managed to thread the needle and defy the odds. How many success cases like Casella were out there in the Red Ocean? Ves never bothered to make a count, but it was definitely not too many. Compared to the much larger and more prosperous mech community in the Milky Way, the one in the Red Ocean was just a fraction of the size. Ves did not dare to imagine that the kingdom of mechs would agree to bestow the designation of an anchor mech onto the Minerva Mark II. Even with the accumulated advantages of architect, phase water technology, hyper-technology and e-technology, the many mech designers of the Milky Way were not vegetables. They had mastered their own forms of high technology. They also had access to unfathomable exotics with effects that no material in the Red Ocean could reproduce. This was why Ves actually felt rather bad about the current situation. If the Minerva Mark II could become an anchor mech just by following the original design, then he could not regard this outcome as a celebration of excellence. He would instead see it as a condemnation of a weak mech industry. Ves did not want to win this honor by taking advantage of a vulnerability. His pride as a mech designer did not permit him to earn this accomplishment without making any special effort. What he actually wanted was to produce a mech that was so unquestionably superior that it could still become an anchor mech in the face of much stiffer competition. Only then would this victory become meaningful to him as a mech designer. Even though he had not voiced any of his current thoughts to his wife, Gloriana only needed to pick up a few clues from the design network to become horrified at his choice. Ves was like a gambler who eschewed a safe bet that would yield him a small profit in favor of a risky bet that would win him the jackpot. If the previous approach had an 80% chance of success, the latter one had a 10 to 20% chance of success. Any sensible mech designer would pick the former over the latter. The stakes were high. So long as Ves and Gloriana managed to produce a work that got recognized by the Red Kingdom, their path to becoming a master mech designer would become shorter and smoother. However, this benefit did not attract Ves all that much. He was confident that he could break through sooner or later if he continued to progress his design philosophy. In other words, Ves did not fear failure all that much. Since that was the case, he may as well toss other considerations aside and work towards the best possible outcome. Taking a risky bet made much more sense to him. Developing a powerful new innovation on the spot would definitely advance his design philosophy much greater than if he stuck to the original plan. This was why Ves had been avidly studying the mentalist crystal in his possession. After spending valuable time on thinking and examining the mysterious crystal from multiple angles, he could not pick up anything obvious from the white and translucent spherical orb. The crystal did not contain any obvious spiritual remnants. Blinky had already taken a look inside and found that the Hunting Association had completely cleansed it of anything redundant. What a powerful means! The hunters clearly did not want any accidents to occur. It would be bad if the Hunting Association delivered a mentalist crystal that still contained the remnant soul of a dangerous and savage calamity beast. The thorough cleaning left nothing detectable behind. This gave Ves little to work with. The mentalist crystal was like an empty glass. Even he could not really produce anything out of nothing. After a bit more thought, he decided he needed a little help. There was no rule that prohibited him from soliciting advice from an external consultant. He reached into one of his uniform pockets and withdrew a small masterwork statuette that depicted the daughter of death. "Helena, come out and give me a hand." His eldest sister took a few minutes to respond. The statuette glowed until it spawned a small spiritual manifestation of a gray-haired girl with a lotus in her hair. She looked around in confusion. "What do you want from me, brother? I do not know the first thing about mech design. Nothing in this workshop makes sense to me. I roughly know what these machines can do, but I have no idea how to operate their controls. I don't need your help with that, Helena. Take a look at this mentalist crystal instead. Can you detect any remnant of the exo-beast that once grew this hyper-material inside its brain?" The daughter of death glanced down at the large and sparkling crystal. Its strong mental affinity caused it to exert a strange influence on living beings. Even the manifestation of Helena became a little affected by its strangeness. At first, Helena did not really detect anything noteworthy from her perspective. Even she could tell that certain parties had thoroughly scrubbed it clean of spiritual contaminants. "This mentalist crystal is interesting," she remarked. "I am not sure whether to regard it as a gift of the universe or the product of a fundamental natural law. Under a string of coincidences, I can see how a feral beast may be able to spawn this crystal and develop a degree of sapience that can eventually match or exceed human intelligence." Ves reacted with surprise. He did not know that his sister could discern so much information from observing the crystal. All of that sounds interesting, but is there anything left about the original creature that produced this crystal that is salvageable? Possibly, Helena said as she began to scrutinize the crystal further. The process used to purify the crystal is overbearingly strong. This is a crude but effective solution. However, nothing is perfect. This mentalist crystal still bears an invisible imprint of the deceased. You can think of it as the echo of the dead. The soul of the creature has passed on, but the imprint it has left behind in this crystal has remained. The cleansing process has overlooked this subtle variable because it has no consequence to the use of this crystal. Is there a way to strengthen this echo and bring it back to life? Ves inquired. "That is, I do not know," she reluctantly said. "This echo is very faint and feeble. To turn it into a living entity is like creating something out of nothing. It shouldn't be possible, yet your design philosophy has enabled you to do this many times." "Perhaps," Helena continued to ponder for a minute. She then decided to take action. He reached out with her arm and began to infuse death energy into the mentalist crystal. Slowly but surely, a dark apparition of a calamity beast appeared over the mentalist crystal. Its shape appeared vague and insubstantial at first, but it began to gain definition with every passing second. The creature that originally produced the mentalist crystal appeared to be a large and monstrous feathered bird. Ves grew intrigued. "What are you doing, Helena?" "I am adding substance to the echo of the beast that this crystal originally belonged to." The female spirit replied. "It may look impressive, but don't be fooled. I can't bring back the dead when there is nothing of substance left. What I am doing is the equivalent of filling a bird-shaped balloon with death energy. The death echo is only a reflection of a once powerful avian calamity beast. Ves stared deeply at the so-called death echo. It only retained the shape of the calamity beast, but not the spirit or mind. This was not an ideal outcome, but he could work with it. If his theories were correct, this may be enough for him to activate the greater potential of the mentalist crystal. The exertion on Helena's part was not small. Her manifestation frowned as she continued to pump the death echo with more of her death energy. "All right, that is the limit of what I can do at this time," she said. "It is nothing impressive, but that is because the death echo cannot accommodate more without losing cohesion." "Thank you, Helena." Ves smiled. "I will take it from here. Can you stay and make sure to keep this death echo docile? I am going to try to breathe life into it, but I am afraid that my life energy will produce unwanted reactions with all of this death energy." "I can do that, brother." Ves did not breathe life into the death echo himself, but instead called out Blinky again so that he could carefully channel life-attributed energy in a controlled manner. The companion spirit remained cautious at first. With the help of Helena's strong control, the death echo did not exhibit any strong or dangerous reactions. Seeing that the death echo remained stable upon contact, Blinky carefully began to increase his output of life energy. The death echo quickly began to change with the infusion of a completely different kind of energy. The echo's appearance gradually became brighter and more colorful. Its wings started to shine in different metallic shades. Its feathers grew sharper and more defined. What was most remarkable was that the death echo actually started to show faint signs of coming to life. Ves was keenly able to sense that this was not an illusion. For whatever reason, the mentalist crystal seemed to possess an extremely hidden reservoir of data and fed it to the death echo, causing the latter to gradually regain the mind and spirit of the original calamity beast. "It's working." Chapter 6845 Feathered Steelwing Bird. Ves was creating quite a distraction for the people who remained in the private workshop. He completely disregarded the attention of others. He became completely fixated on his own experimentation. Blinky continued to release life energy from his Blinky verse. As life energy was Ves and the companion spirit's primary attribute, the Blinky verse actually contained an enormous reservoir of this energy. He had no concerns that he would run out of it anytime soon. Now that Blinky was becoming more active, he was doing more than infusing life into the death echo formed by Helena. A lot of life energy spilled over and spread across the workshop. The other mech designers became slightly invigorated, while the parts they created so far absorbed a bit of life energy as well. Of course, that did not mean that all of the tools, parts and materials would come to life all of a sudden. Engaging the living workshop ability was useful when he was fabricating a brand new mech, but it was relatively pointless for upgrading existing living mechs. The Minerva was already alive and had grown so strong after absorbing Casella Ingvar's feedback. It made no difference if the new parts were infused with a little life energy. Perhaps only Alexa Strian possessed the capability to further the growth of a living mech like the Minerva, but she needed to grow a lot stronger to make a difference at this level. In any case, as Blinky continued to breathe life into the death echo, a miracle slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. The calamity beast seemingly came to life. Ves had no illusions about what he was doing. What he was doing was more akin to creating a new spiritual product than reviving a dead creature. The death echo contained no remnant of the deceased exobeast's soul. Since the original ingredient remained absent, Ves had little choice but to create a new spiritual product based off the mind-attributed energy that the mentalist crystal concentrated in and around its structure. The resulting spiritual product just happened to conform to the blueprint established by the death echo. Helena's handiwork essentially served as a template that allowed Blinky to create a new spiritual product that closely matched the original calamity beast. The new life form could therefore be regarded as a clone or a successor rather than a return of the original spirit. Whatever the case, Ves did not go through this trouble to create a close copy of the calamity beast's original spirit without a good reason. As the death echo slowly transitioned into a spirit that became increasingly more alive and intelligent, Ves made sure to keep a constant eye on the mentalist crystal. Just as he suspected, there was a strong bond between spirit and object. The two were tied to each other. The calamity beast spirit was naturally anchored to the mentalist crystal, enabling it to survive so long as it remained intact and whole. The spark of intelligence shining from the increasingly more substantial spirit's eyes showed that it was already beginning to process complex thoughts. "Ves," Gloriana couldn't help but voice her concerns this time. "Are you sure that what you are doing is safe? Exobeasts are not safe. If you try to bring them to life again, they will always turn against humans. That is not always the case. Ves shook his head in disagreement. Xianxia, the Phase King and so on are all pretty loyal to us. I think that there is a difference between a pure spiritual entity and an actual living organism. It doesn't matter if this bird thinks it can initiate a breakout attempt. Without a powerful body, it is way too vulnerable, and it should be smart enough to understand this fact. The newborn spirit already started to look subdued. It displayed clear signs of vigilance towards Blinky and the spiritual manifestation of Helena. The daughter of death smirked as she was staring at the spirit. She only needed to flex her death energy once in order to get her message across. That did not assuage Gloriana's concerns. What is the purpose of all of this, Ves? What are you trying to accomplish? I am trying to enhance the utilization of the mentalist crystal. Ves responded. Have you noticed how close the new avian spirit is tied to this hypermaterial? The two have reached a degree of integration that is very close to the original. You can't produce this effect by trying to bind other spirits to the mentalist crystal. That is like transplanting an organ that comes from a third party. There will always be a degree of incompatibility that will inhibit the power of the crystal. His wife did not look convinced, but that was okay. Ves preferred to let his work do the talking. After noticing that the newborn spirit had reached saturation, Blinky ceased to feed it with life energy. The star cat flew closer and began to examine the spirit from multiple angles. The companion spirit's observation revealed no obvious problems and confirmed that a strong connection existed between the bird and the crystal. Though the spirit was clearly at the mercy of others, he still retained a bit of the pride of its original. The bird tried to puff up its chest and spread its metallic feather-covered wings. With the help of his strong mind energy, the spirit was even able to convey vestiges of its own memory to others. Ves closed his eyes and sampled the alien impressions. He could feel flashes of pride, cunning and brutality as he became engulfed by images of flying in the air, ambushing unsuspecting exo-beasts and tearing apart hunting mechs with its exceptionally sharp beak and claws. When the avian exo-beast was still young, it had to be careful and avoid a lot of prey. It went hungry plenty of times during its youth. Yet as it continued to grow smarter, the avian began to distinguish itself from other exo-beasts. It learned how to track beasts that were powerful when awake, but vulnerable when they slept in their burrows. It knew when to wait for other birds to leave their nests before swooping in to devour the eggs or chicks. It also learned to avoid the small but incredibly deadly human hunting parties as they entered the hunting preserves and sought to take down challenging creatures. Over time, the avian exo-beast continued to grow in size and strength. Powerful exo-beasts that could previously snap the avian in half now turned into its prey. One of the turning points in its evolution was gaining the ability to fire out its own reinforced feathers. Not only that, but it was able to control the flight of its feathers so that they would return to its wings after they had cut apart another exo-beast. After gaining the ability to launch and control sharp metallic feathers, the avian exo-beast's growth rate surged. Its body increased in size at a prodigious rate. Its feathers grew harder, sharper and more numerous. Once it finally became the apex predator of its own habitat, it had grown bold enough to fly high in the sky, giving the beast a glimpse of many other hunting grounds. As the mutated beast became increasingly affected by the instinct to hunt down strong prey, it suppressed this urge and tried to stay put in its familiar territory for as long as it could. The avian beast had already figured out that it might stumble upon enemies that it could not handle. The human and occasionally their much larger metal constructs always conveyed lethal danger. No matter how much the avian beast had grown, this had never truly changed. What was worse was that the bird occasionally felt watched or even threatened by invisible observers. These hidden observers were definitely related to these small but amazingly clever humans. The bird began to fear for its life. The humans intruded in its territory and hunted the lesser prey with distressing regularity. Most of the time, they won, but there were also times where they lost. Even so, the bird could not help but notice that the hunters never sent anyone too strong in comparison to the prey they tracked and killed. Did this mean that there were stronger humans out there that could pose a fatal threat against itself? This was likely the case. The avian exo-beast therefore decided to go against its instincts and stay put even if it slowed down its evolution. It even began to hide itself by holing up in a cave. By appearing as little as possible, it hoped to escape the attention to those that could threaten its life. Even when it evolved into a larger and more formidable calamity beast, the increasingly larger bird never threw caution to the wind. It was a pity that the humans had never lost track of the calamity beast. When a hunting party of mechs set off into the hunting preserve, they returned with a precious mentalist crystal and some of the most valuable body parts of a once mighty creature. Ves blinked again. He consciously pushed away the illusions of the original creature's life. I will call you the feathered steelwing bird. He addressed the newborn spirit directly. If you have inherited at least part of the memories of your predecessor, then you should know that you cannot defeat us. If you cooperate with me, I can assure you that you will remain alive. I am responsible for giving you life. I can easily take it away. Do you understand? Although the avian spirit did not know how to nod, it nonetheless conveyed its submission through its mental activity. You will soon become part of a greater work. Stay put and settle your new condition. I will come back to you later and integrate you into your new life. There was no need for Ves to explain himself any further to this spirit. It probably wouldn't understand anything of what Ves had in mind. You can go now, Helena. Are you sure? I can continue to keep this new bird honest. That is not necessary. It is scared stiff in your presence. Let us give it more breathing room. As Helena's manifestation disappeared, the workshop seemed to go back to normal. Though Gloriana most definitely wanted answers from him, he simply waved his hand in her direction and resumed his fabrication work. He continued to invest much of his attention to preparing all of the parts related to the Victrix. Many of the complicated parts could only be made by Gloriana. He paid attention to her work through the design network in order to make sure her output remained compatible with his intentions. One of the most challenging work assignments was the fabrication of parts made out of high-end materials. Their energetic activity and other complications reduced the margin of error and increased the chance of mishaps. Fortunately, his workload was not beyond his own skills. His wife understood his capabilities too well and made sure he was never over his head. By the time all of the parts of the Victrix became available and ready for assembly, Ves thoroughly inspected them all before moving them to another section of the workshop. Unlike the main mech frame, the Victrix was a completely new addition to the Minerva concept. Ves did not have to go through the tedious and slow process of incrementally replacing a few parts at a time. Most of the assembly process therefore became a breeze to Ves. The difficulty of working with Architect was largely based on how the production of archimetal components required a lot of special expertise. Putting them together was like assembling a prefab structure. The Victrix quickly began to take shape. Ves had made a few artistic improvisations to the contours and appearance of the soon-to-be living Fae. He subtly made it resemble the feathered steelwing bird. At a certain point, he carefully inserted the mentalist crystal inside the center where it enjoyed the most protection. The newborn spirit was confused by what was happening, but Ves did not bother to provide much clarification. Soon, Chapter 6846 An Unnatural Fusion. Ves came close to realizing his latest idea. He had completely assembled the Victrix, but had yet to pair it with the Minerva. Gloriana and the other mech designers had to put in a lot more work in order to assemble the upgraded mech. The process of disassembling numerous parts before slotting in archimetal components was a long and delicate process. It was also necessary in order to preserve the Minerva's life. Naturally, Ves did not stand by and cheer everyone on. He pulled up his sleeves and pitched in as well. Despite the disruptions caused by his impulsive decisions, Ves was glad to see that the rest of the upgrade process went according to plan more or less. Gloriana had done an excellent job at fabricating the most complicated archimetal components. Alexa Strian and Beatrice Hendricks clearly lacked expertise in this field, and it showed as their output was visibly worse in quality and refinement. His wife was not really happy with that, but it was not worthwhile to redo all of the fabrication work in person. It would take way too much time and consume a lot of expensive resources. She had little choice but to turn up her nose and accept this suboptimal outcome. She could only console herself that the work completed by the other mech designers did not consist of core components. Their relatively minor imperfections should only have a minimal effect on the overall performance of the Minerva Mark II. Gloriana could still hold in her temper so long as the Minerva retained her masterwork quality. As the upgrade process began to reach the latest stage, the new Ace Command mech already started to exude a lot of power and majesty. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar already adored her new machine. Her yearning had grown with each passing day, but it was only on the final one that she truly desired to pilot the Ace mech that would accompany her throughout all of her struggles of the coming decade. You have outdone yourself, sir. Casella emotionally spoke as she looked up at the impressive Ace mech that had already acquired a modernized version of her iconic silver, green and gold coating. I have yet to enter the cockpit, but I can already feel my command field buzzing with anticipation. Compared to the Mark I, the Mark II makes me feel as if I can finally liberate my domain field. I cannot wait to find out how far my command field extends. If you're lucky, it may be able to envelop an entire moon. Ves responded with a smile. It would be even better if you can unfold it across an entire planet, though I am not sure how well you can control your forces when they are spread across an entire globe. Ahem. Gloriana interrupted the pair as she was in the process of putting the finishing touches on the impressive mech frame. The Minerva Mark II is not yet complete. You still need to complete one more step, Ves. I am aware. I was just waiting for the Minerva to reach this stage, Ves said with a smile. Will you finally explain to us why you insisted on transforming the mentalist crystal? She asked. That bird spirit looks dangerous. Why are you thinking about merging it with the Minerva? Is it even possible to do it without causing great harm to the spiritual foundation of our mech? What if the damage you cause exceeds the benefits gained from your stunt? Her questions raised valid concerns. As Ves began to make the preparations for the next step, he thought over how he should describe his plan. I have always thought that there is more to mentalist crystals than what is obvious on the surface. Ves told his wife. They are one of the few hyper-materials that is directly spawned in the brains of particularly clever exo-beasts. This has always led me to believe that a cleansed mentalist crystal is an incomplete product. It simply cannot reach its full potential without attaching it to a compatible spirit. The creation of the feathered steelwing bird has strengthened the crystal. Just take a look at the Victrix. At this time, the Victrix had yet to turn into a living fae, but the spur was already beginning to show signs of life. The echo that had come to life already caused the Victrix to exude a strong mental influence. Ves only had to stay close to it and feel his mind beginning to accelerate. It was quite a fascinating effect. He expected the Victrix to provide a powerful boost to the Saint Commander. As Gloriana studied the Victrix with her own senses, she failed to detect anything special. I do not see what difference it makes to inhabit the Fae with a beast spirit. You are not looking closely enough. Well, I don't blame you because the mentalist crystal is not visible anymore. Have you noticed that when the feathered steelwing bird came to life, the mentalist crystal no longer became as dull as before? What are you implying, Ves? Where do mentalist crystals come from? He asked. The brains of powerful and intelligent exo-beasts. Gloriana supplied the standard answer. That is true, but how do these crystals grow? Let me share with you my own theory, Gloriana. I cannot explain the selection, but I suspect that once the prototype of the crystal has emerged, it will continue to grow in size and potency over time. I am not sure what kind of matter is needed to create the physical structure of the crystal, but it is unlikely that the mutated beast can directly convert his brain matter into a crystal. Whatever the case may be, the point I am trying to make is that I think that the mentalist crystal integrated into the Victrix is no longer static anymore. It used to be an object that is similar to an unchanging carcass. Now that I have breathed life into it, the crystal has gained the possibility of growing and evolving once again. She widened her eyes. That is a bold theory. Do you have any proof to back up your assertions? I can think of many groups that will be interested in acquiring a mentalist crystal that can actually grow stronger and larger. Not quite. Ves disappointingly shook his head. I have only observed very minute differences, but these signs can be attributed to other reasons. Just trust me on this matter. I have a strong feeling that the mentalist crystal embedded into the Victrix will be able to grow into a formidable piece of technology. However, if we want to ensure that Casella and the Minerva are able to retain strong control over it, we have to turn the Victrix into a proper living fae as well as an ultimate module. Gloriana narrowed her eyes. She knew that this would not be simple. There are several ways I can choose from, but I would like to keep both spirits alive and able to cooperate with each other. He said, I will attempt to forcibly merge them together. This will probably be a painful process, but it will be necessary to retain the qualities of the Victrix while simultaneously serving the Minerva. The feathered steelwing bird will resist. It is in the nature of an exo-beast to struggle to survive. I know. This is why I need the assistance of the Saint Commander. Ves said before turning to address the ace pilot. Casella, I need your help. My wife is correct that the avian spirit will resist what I am planning to do. I need you to summon Elia and use her power to subdue the feathered steelwing bird. The latter is not only newborn, but very weak and underdeveloped. It should be a breeze for your companion spirit to dominate the creature and bring it to heel. Casella had been paying attention to the avian spirit before and did not think she would encounter any hindrance. Elia will easily be able to dominate a spirit of this caliber. Then let us prepare. They did just that. After a bit of a delay, the silver-winged snake began to dive into the Victrix and impose its dominance onto the feathered steelwing bird. Just as expected, the latter was unable to put up a resistance. Elia crushed it due to multiple reasons, but channeling Casella's willpower proved too much. This became very important when Ves operated on the Minerva's vast and strong spiritual foundation. After employing his usual methods to create a subordinate spirit, he did not wait for his efforts to settle. He immediately proceeded to merge the feathered steelwing bird with the new subordinate spirit. This naturally produced a lot of pain between the two. Ves prioritized expedience over comfort. He really could not do much about the excessive pain. Fortunately, the Minerva was an incredibly resilient ace mech. She was able to endure the punishment and work to promote the fusion. This was pure torture on the part of the feathered steelwing bird. If not for the fact that it shared a lot of similarities with an artificially created subordinate spirit, the two wouldn't be able to get along in the slightest. Gloriana looked less and less comfortable with what was happening. She was unable to follow what her husband was doing. He had improved way ahead of everyone else in the clan. If this does not kill the Minerva outright, your experiment will still cause our ace mech undue harm. We can forget about turning it into our first anchor mech. Be patient, Gloriana. Good stuff always take time to ferment. Besides, I am not planning to compromise the Minerva. Ves carefully observed the spectacle before he made an important decision. He commanded Blinky to move forward and deliver a shattering blow onto the feathered steelwing bird. This almost killed the avian spirit. It had most certainly suffered a lot of damage and had lost most of its consciousness. This was a dangerous state of affairs and left the avian spirit completely vulnerable to manipulation. Elia was able to exert much more extensive control over the feathered steelwing bird. Mental hijacking happened to be the companion spirit's forte. She lacked practice in exercising her dangerous ability, but the companion spirit would learn rapidly with each passing attempt. Slowly but surely, the fractured pieces of the feathered steelwing bird gradually lost their independence. The Minerva's subordinate spirit may be young, but the odds were so stacked in its favor that it was definitely the dominant partner in this merger. As Ves continued to observe the fusion taking place, his grin grew wider. "It is working." "How?" Gloriana asked. "You always told us it is a bad idea to merge different spirits together. Why does it feel the Minerva Mark II is not constrained by this rule?" "That is because we are not putting the entire spiritual foundation of the Minerva Mark II at risk. Even if the subordinate spirit encounters an accident and dies, this is still an acceptable loss. Sir, the strong tap that you have given the subordinate spirit has worn off." Alexa Strian warned her superior. The fusion proceeded well at first, but outside interference and other factors caused the process to become less stable. Ves moved back to the Victrix and noticed how the feathered steelwing bird acquired greater momentum. This was the majesty of the strong. The mentalist crystal was already generating significantly more activity than before. This was not necessarily a good sign. Despite the suppression from Elia, the feathered steelwing bird inherently resisted the fusion. Ves had a potential solution for this. He grinned as he reached into his tool belt and retrieved a special tool. Gloriana looked perplexed. "That hammer shouldn't be used for this purpose. I think it can help." He grinned as he raised the hammer of brilliance and struck it against the surface of the Victrix. The entire construct seemed to shudder as Vulcan's influence overtook the feathered steelwing bird. The avian spirit froze, causing it to become exceptionally vulnerable. Chapter 6847 Controlled Chaos. From the moment Ves struck the Victrix with his hammer of brilliance, an unprecedented reaction took place. The injured and suppressed entity that Ves casually named the feathered steelwing bird received such a jarring whack to its metaphorical head that it became paralyzed. At the same time, the subordinate spirit recently created from the Minerva continued to fuse with the avian spirit. As the energies originating from Vulcan coursed over the entire structure of the Victrix, this fusion process transcended common sense. Pressure emanated from the Victrix as the profound reaction tapped into the power of the mentalist crystal and other hyper-materials, causing them to feed into the ongoing process. While all of this was taking place, Elia appeared lost. Casella's companion spirit had been trying her best to suppress the feathered steelwing bird, but after Ves struck the Victrix with the hammer of brilliance, Elia's role had changed. She too became affected by the inspiration granted by Vulcan. During her momentary fascination, Elia almost began to meld with the fusing spirits. Her imprint onto the Victrix deepened as the changing Fae increasingly molded itself to her presence. All of these interactions and more took place at the same time. A sense of unholiness began to spread from the inactive Fae. The mentalist crystal inside the Victrix began to produce strange phenomena on its own. Snippets of memories appeared to Ves. None of them belonged to him. The flashes of memories depicted an avian exo-beast trying to eke out a living on an untamed planet as well as an expert command mech leading troops in battle. The flashes of memories continued to alternate between the two before they strangely began to meld together. Ves gained strange and conflicting images in his head. One showed the Minerva flinging steely feathers at a hostile exo-beast. Another depicted an avian calamity beast soaring through space while empowering a large number of mechs under the influence of a command field. Though the memories did not make any sense, Ves took this as a sign that the two spirits had already reached a considerate state of fusion. More strange phenomena occurred around the Victrix. The inclusion of a mentalist crystal along with the presence of other volatile materials such as dragon scales caused a lot of different energies and materials to interact with each other. It was beautiful. Ves looked absolutely fascinated by what was taking place. He never imagined that a mentalist crystal could spark so many new phenomena that he had never witnessed before. He did not fuss over the data and sensor readings. He did not make any effort to find an explanation of what was going on. He simply stood and enjoyed the spectacle as if he was a bystander. Pure appreciation welled up from him as he became enamored by what his actions had wrought. This is controlled chaos. Control. Chaos. These two words normally did not go together, but Ves believed that they happened to be the right words to describe what the Victrix was going through. Ves had the illusion that he had captured the essence of his design philosophy in an oversized Fae. He exercised control by gathering specific ingredients together and combining them into a single package. He had put a lot of thought behind the selection of each powerful factor. Yet once he brought them all together, he largely left them alone as they interacted with each other. Each interaction caused changes, which spawned new interactions that caused other changes. Ripples upon ripples of activity fed into each other, causing the Victrix to become the host of increasingly more changes that were largely organic and unpredictable in nature. The less Ves could maintain an overview of what was happening, the more delighted he became. What he created was a work of art that transcended words. He not only appreciated what he saw with his eyes, but also his spiritual senses. He doubted that many people could see the Victrix and the activity taking place inside from a perspective that closely matched his own. They would fail to recognize the inherent beauty and harmony that only he could see. Perhaps the closest person who could fully appreciate what he had wrought through his own labor was Alexa Strian, but her mind was far too orderly to value this spectacle. That did not lower his evaluation of this instance of controlled chaos in the slightest. Ves felt grateful for being able to witness such a unique display. He had taken considerable risks in order to set this situation up, and the outcome already exceeded his expectations. Not everyone reacted as happily as him, however. What have you done, Ves? Gloriana spoke in a fearful whisper. I don't know. Ves honestly replied, I just put a bunch of cool stuff into the same container and attempted to blend them together. I have my suspicions on what is going on, but if I am being honest, I have little understanding and no control over what is happening at the moment. I have not been able to anticipate this at all, but I am sure that this process is going somewhere. Either the two spirits will fuse together, or something else will happen. If it is necessary, I will deal with the consequences. In case there are any problems. You are speaking as if you are attempting to create a monster. That is within the realm of possibilities. Ves nonchalantly said, however, I don't think it will come that far. The subordinate spirit from the Minerva has a much stronger core. The only reason why it is struggling to subdue the feathered steelwing bird entirely is because it is fighting on the opposing side's turf. The fight will settle over time. There is no way the Minerva will find herself at a disadvantage for long. Gloriana frowned. Seeing that she was unable to obtain any clear answers from her husband, she stared at Casella before shifting her gaze at the nearly complete Minerva Mark II. The Ace Command Mech was supposed to be her crowning achievement of her career so far. She had very high hopes in her ability to create an anchor mech, but the mysterious stunt that Ves just pulled off on threatened to destroy her dream. Unfortunately, there was no point crying over spilt milk. She knew what kind of mech designer Ves could be. Although she would not admit it, Gloriana already took his propensity of getting enslaved by his own inspiration into account. The main reason why she was able to tolerate his infuriating behavior was because he usually produced amazing results. Even if his gambit failed this time, that did not necessarily condemn him. He had already produced so many wild successes by following his distressingly regular flashes of inspiration that he could afford to slip up every now and then. Just not this time, especially this time. The Minerva Mark II had to become an anchor mech. Gloriana could not accept any other outcome. This was why she could not keep her emotions under check. The volatility generated from the Victrix caused her to feel so distressed that she found it difficult to calm down. It was impossible for Gloriana to relax and take it easy like her husband. Where Ves saw an opportunity to elevate the Minerva Mark II to a higher level, Gloriana only saw a potential threat that could ruin the very same mech. "How long will this last?" she asked. "I don't know." Ves shrugged. "I don't think it will take longer than a day, but it may not end very soon. My best estimate is that we need to sit tight for a couple of hours. Can you observe the transformations taking place inside? Not only are two spirits fusing into one, the mentalist crystal also appears to be undergoing mysterious changes. Now that it has become connected to the feathered steelwing bird, what is happening to one is also reflected to the other." He called up a projected interface that displayed the data readings related to the mentalist crystal. The hypermaterial was in an active state. It was constantly under stimulation, which caused it to produce activity that stimulated other factors. Gloriana grew concerned as she noticed the escalating trend. "According to the data and my own observations, a positive feedback loop has formed. The Victrix will continue to bear more and more pressure. What happens when the pressure surpasses the living phase limitations? I guess it will explode if we do nothing." Ves shared his guess. "We won't let it go that far. If this positive feedback loop isn't subsiding, we should try and interrupt it. We don't have to let an accident play out before our eyes. We just need to be observant enough to pick the right time to intervene." Ves had no intentions of doing so at this time. He believed in his work and was confident that the Victrix could pass the first test in its short existence. Fortunately, through the combined efforts of Elia and the Minerva, the two managed to impose greater control over the volatile activity. The mentalist crystal that previously exhibited an eagerness to cause trouble gradually lost steam. "It's happening," he whispered. "The fusion process has reached the final stages." Slowly but surely, the feathered steelwing bird arose from the Victrix. The apparition of the once mighty calamity beast looked a lot sharper and more predatory than the more rounded form of the owl-shaped Victrix. While Ves had tried his best to alter the form of the latter to become more aligned with the former, there was only so much he could do on short notice. It didn't matter too much. Ves could feel that the transformed subordinate spirit and the Victrix were still firmly tied to each other. At the same time, the new version of the feathered steelwing bird had obviously turned into an offshoot of the Minerva. Success. In order to make sure that he had succeeded in his goal, he accessed an internal optical sensor that could display the current state of the mentalist crystal. What? Gloriana grew alarmed at what she saw. The internal view was not that great, but it still provided enough clarity to see the crystal's current state. The crystal has mutated. This was a frightening sight to her. Her cranial implant suite utilized small mentalist crystal fragments as the core ingredients. One of the assumptions behind their usage was that the mentalist crystals harvested from deceased exo-beast had turned static and unchanging. As far as she was aware of, there was never a case of a mentalist crystal growing after it had been harvested. Yet that was exactly what the interview view showed. The changes were rather subtle. Not only had the mentalist crystal increased its radius by 0.3%, crystalline growths had also engulfed the support brackets keeping the spherical object in place. "The crystal is alive," Ves made a powerful statement. There were huge differences between living and dead mentalist crystals. While he was not sure what the former could do, he was happy that the Victrix had gained a powerful hyper-material that could continue to grow stronger over time. Ves nudged his wife. "Let's complete our work. Now that the Victrix has reached this stage, we should complete the remaining linkages to the Minerva Mark II. The two are meant to work together. You are right. We need to complete the upgrade process." The remaining work was not that complicated. They spent a bit of time scanning and studying the Victrix to make sure it had reached stability before fully linking up its systems with the main mech frame. When the mech designers all stepped back, they knew that they had put together a unique ace command mech. The Minerva Mark II is finally finished. Gloriana tiredly declared. The ace mech in her living face stood proudly before them. The pair conveyed both power and erudition at the same time. Now, the question was whether the final outcome was good enough to be recognized as an anchor mech. Chapter 6848 The value of growing crystals. After the mech designers came out of their highs, they gradually began to perform the necessary follow-up duties. Gloriana tasked Victor, Beatrice and Alexa to thoroughly scan and inspect the entire mech frame and the living Fae. She also ordered them to put away the remaining materials and clean up the mech workshop. She then proceeded to march up to Ves while keeping her temper repressed. "Ves," she hissed, "at least tell me that your actions yielded a good result. Please tell me that you did not ruin what should have been a perfectly good machine. What I've done should definitely be worth it," Ves said with a smile. "The diagnostics show that all of its systems remain functional. There are anomalies in relation to the mentalist crystal, but the cradle that it is resting in is inherently designed to deal with all sorts of contingencies. A small growth in size won't necessitate an immediate redesign. Don't you understand what I have managed to make?" "What did you make, Ves?" "I revived a mentalist crystal that is already embedded into a mech, well, a Fae to be more precise. Just look at these readings. The passive emissions of the revived mentalist crystal have already increased by over 30%. If you use your companion spirit to study the Victrix in further detail, you will find that its concentration of mind-attributed energy has increased by the same proportion. This is just the start. If my suspicions are correct, the mentalist crystal will continue to grow in size and power over time. The more it grows, the greater the assistance it can provide to our Saint Commander. The significance of it could not be overstated." Ves had turned another impossibility into a reality. Even Gloriana could not ignore this fact. "If the crystal continues to grow, you do know that we have to expand the Victrix, right? This is not a particularly different or time-consuming project." Ves responded, "If we are short on time, we can simply scale up the design of the Fae while adding additional modules to fill up all of the extra space. We shouldn't have much trouble with upgrading the Victrix without delay. I intend to keep the Saint Commander within the Premier Fleet, so we can always repair or upgrade the Minerva Mark II whenever we have time." That was a powerful advantage. Ves even thought about recalling the Dark Zephyr Mark III and the Amaranto Mark III in order to maximize the advantages of those mechs. They worked best when operating within a Larkinson mech force. "Are you happy with the results?" Gloriana asked as she began to accept what Ves had done. She was roughly able to feel the strength of the mentalist crystal and the Victrix, but she was not able to judge it as well as her husband. She had largely delegated the design of the living Fae to him, so her understanding of it was not as good. "Why wouldn't I be happy?" Ves gently smiled. "Mentalist crystals remain alive and can continue to grow as long as they remain inside the brains of the beasts that have spawned them under unclear circumstances. The moment these crystals are taken out, they turn into dead objects that can no longer grow again. I am pretty sure that the Victrix is unique in that its crystal has been revived. The only other way I can think of that can produce a similar result is to capture a mutated beast alive and transform it into a biomech without killing it. I have no idea whether that is even possible, but I can imagine that it would be extremely dangerous to pilot such a monstrosity." Ves was sure that a handful of research groups had tried this out in secret, but he did not think their attempts yielded any success. "Does that mean that you have introduced a potential danger to the Minerva?" He looked closely at the Victrix. "Unlikely. The Minerva should have successfully converted the feathered steelwing bird into her subordinate spirit. The disparity in strength and age should have ensured that the living mech is minimally affected by the hostile spiritual product, but a small degree of contamination is inevitable. I am not too worried. So long as Casella continues to subject her living mech to her willpower baptism, it is impossible for the Minerva Mark II to subvert her control. In order for the living mech to rebel against the mech pilot, the former had to overcome the latter. Perhaps it was possible for standard mechs to defy their mech pilots, but Ves could not see how an ace mech could possibly defeat the willpower of an ace pilot. The strength of an ace mech rested in its powerful material body. The strength of an ace pilot rested in her mind and willpower. An ace mech would always lose when it pitted its weakest aspect against an ace mech pilot's greatest strength. This was why Ves did not fear the risks of attempting to assimilate the feathered steelwing bird into the Minerva. He judged that the potential dangers should not be consequential enough compared to the huge payoff. "There is another reason why I enacted this change without consulting you." Ves spoke up again. "Have you realized the implications of a living mentalist crystal that is completely within our control?" His wife shook her head. "I am not following your train of thought. Mentalist crystals generally grow in proportion to the beasts they originate from. A crystal from a mutated beast is smaller and weaker than that of a calamity beast. The ones we managed to procure came from a calamity beast. They are pretty much the most powerful version that the Hunting Association can procure. However, this should not be the limit to their growth. I believe that if an organism with a crystal ever ascends into a god beast, its mentalist crystal will become incredibly powerful. It would become so strong that even god pilots are able to derive substantial benefits from using it. Yet the Hunting Association never harvested such a ludicrously powerful crystal. Do you know why? Gloriana looked fearful. Too dangerous. Exobeasts are strong in body but weak in mind. Their lack of intelligence is why they can never dominate the Red Ocean. If they happen to become smarter than any human aside from our star designers, then they can pose an existential threat against all of us. Calamity beasts with mentalist crystals need to be killed as soon as possible in order to nip this threat in the bud. The dangers of trying to allow them to become god beasts before killing them are too great compared to the rewards. Just one successful escape can haunt our civilization for a long time. Intelligence was a very important variable. The native aliens were generally not as smart as Red humanity in multiple different areas. This should have made it easier for Red humanity to defend its border regions. Yet because the cosmopolitan movement continued to supply the Red Cabal with a huge amount of human intelligence, the native aliens were doing better than they should. It was already bad enough that the native aliens were able to think much smarter under the guidance of the cosmopolitans. It would be a nightmare if any god beast managed to become enlightened and gain a huge amount of knowledge and wisdom with the help of such a strange crystal. Compared to playing with fire, the solution realized by Ves was much safer, though it was not necessarily more attainable. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar needed to advance to the rank of god pilot before the mentalist crystal could become a resonating material that was worthy of a god mech. A greater authority soon joined the conversation. Ves may be correct about his theories regarding the growth potential of the enhanced mentalist crystal. Both Ves and Gloriana turned to Master Layla Rebecca DeVos. She did not linger around in order to witness the entire multi-day fabrication run, but she made sure to return when the upgrade process was about to reach its end. That enabled Master Layla DeVos to be present just in time to witness the last parts of Ves's outrageous stunt. Master, about the subject we spoke about before, the fact that you have revived the mentalist crystal without causing any catastrophic consequences is a powerful advantage. The Terran Master said with an approving smile. Its power combined with how well it fits into the configuration of the Minerva Mark II should provide ample proof that your work this time is truly best in class. I am but one voice among many, but in my professional judgment, your work deserves recognition. That was as powerful of an endorsement as she could give without being too blatant about the true subject. There was a risk that Master Lila's judgment did not conform to the standards of the Red Kingdom at all, but Ves did not believe this to be the case. He had talked with Master Layla DeVos enough times to understand that she did not hold any ideas or principles that were too extreme. She came across as pretty normal and sociable for a woman who had lived for over 3 centuries. Master Layla clearly developed a stable and sober demeanor due to her strict upbringing and assuming many responsibilities. Ves even suspected that this may be the reason why she had never managed to become a star designer. She was too sane and normal to develop an overwhelming obsession with a specific field. Every star designer that Ves was familiar with all developed their obsessions to impossible extremes. No sane mech designer could ever go that far if they continued to prioritize stability over extremes. That should not affect her judgment when it came to this important matter. Both Ves and Gloriana exchanged silent but knowing glances. We will check out the cockpit first, he said before he and his wife floated up and entered the cockpit after manually keeping it closed. The interior of the cockpit of the Minerva Mark II was a bit cramped to comfortably fit 2 individuals. Both Ves and Gloriana itched to whip out their tools and make more room inside the cockpit, but they restrained their urges. Before we begin, are you sure you want to take this step? Ves asked as he held his wife's wrist. Gloriana scowled. Let us proceed. I am willing to accept the penalty if my confidence is misplaced. The reason why the two wanted to move inside the cockpit was that they could conduct the ritual without attracting any unwanted attention. The ritual was specific but not that big of a deal. All it really did was to summon the Red Kingdom's attention while sending an invisible request. As the couple completed the ritual, they waited in silence. Is anything even happening? I am sure we followed the instructions without error. Ves said with a frown. Well, the kingdom has always worked in mysterious ways. Gloriana speculated. It is possible that it has already processed our request. We simply lack the means to notice the differences. The process was underwhelming to them. They expected to witness a partial descent of the mighty Red Kingdom, or an illusion that caused them to enter a mystical fairy land of mechs for the first time. Instead, Ves and Gloriana witnessed nothing. The two mech designers lost patience and scrambled out of the cockpit. They quickly descended and returned to the older woman. "Master, do you know whether it is done?" Master Layla Devos did not keep the pair in suspense. "You are fortunate that the kingdom recognizes a treasure as well as us. Whether the unexpected transformation of the Victrix has made a difference or not, I can assure you that it has become an example that many mech designers should strive for. It may not be possible for other mech designers to gather the phase water, mentalist crystal, resonating exotics and so on to design a command mech that performs closely to the Minerva Mark II, but they can still use their own means to derive weaker but more practical command mechs through their own efforts." Her verdict confirmed that the Minerva Mark II earned the designation of an anchor mech. Chapter 6849 Need for Patience. Master Devos, if our work has managed to earn recognition from above, why did we fail to notice any signs? Gloriana asked. Anchor mechs are not supposed to be obvious to laymen and mech designers below the rank of master. Master Layla Rebecca Devos responded. This is a competition that is primarily aimed at my peers and I. The two of you have made good use of the opportunity to participate early, but the rules do not fully account for your low ranks. It is not a surprise that there are glitches. Even the Red Kingdom still had flaws. I understand, Ves said. We are mech designers. We do not need any flashy ceremonies or rituals. It is already enough for us to know the truth. How quickly will the Minerva Mark II grow as a response, earning more favor from above? It should be relatively slow enough to avoid attracting too much attention. It is difficult to provide a convincing explanation if your Minerva Mark II abruptly grows strangers from one second to the next. By spreading out the improvement over months, it is unlikely that those who are not keeping a close watch on the Ace Mech will notice anything unusual, or if they did, attribute it to the kingdom. That sounded about right. Will the two of us notice any differences outside of the Minerva Mark II? You will, but the changes will be subtle. Master Layla Devos replied. If I have to make concrete guesses, then it should be marginally easier for third-party mech designers to acquire the ability to design living mechs. Mech designers will also find it easier to comprehend the alien technological principles that are necessary to understand Architect beyond its surface. Aside from that, you will also enjoy slightly greater favor from the kingdom, but you should hardly notice the difference. It can still make a difference when it counts. Both Ves and Gloriana nodded in understanding. They guessed that they would probably have an easier time breaking through, but they were still years away before they were worthy to become masters. They talked a bit more, taking care not to mention anything too sensitive. Unfortunately, Master Layla Devos was not able to share much more information related to anchor mechs. The miracle couple would not be able to brag about their accomplishments to others. The Red Association would not send them official certificates. Most people wouldn't even notice that the Minerva Mark II had become a little more special. However, it made sense when Ves thought about it a little further. If the Minerva Mark II deserved to become renowned across human civilization, then she would do so based on her excellent design, her ingenious tech and her stellar performance on the battlefield. Compared to her superior combat power, a plaque that commemorated the Minerva Mark II as the first anchor mech built by Ves and Gloriana did not seem important in comparison. Forget about it, Ves said. Master Layla, we would like to have the cooperation of your clan for the purposes of testing the Minerva Mark II. We intend to conduct a limited test in space and involve hundreds if not thousands of mechs. We would also like the cooperation of an expert mech and possibly an ace mech. Is it possible for your ancient clan to put your forces at our disposal? This was quite a serious request. Master Layla could not decide on this matter alone. The other leaders of the Devos ancient clan needed to agree with this request. We are willing to lend you a hand, but we cannot dispatch our forces too far from their designated positions. Give us 3 days to complete the preparations. Until that time, you are free to find a safe location and test the Minerva Mark II's solo performance. I highly recommend you measure the living mech's baseline performance before moving on to stress testing. Her suggestion was sensible, but Ves lacked a lot of patience. Gloriana answered in his stead. We can wait for 3 days to conduct more thorough tests. In the meantime, we will begin to test the basic functionality of the Minerva Mark II and her Victrix starting from tomorrow. We are all too exhausted to conduct any tests. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar did not exactly look pleased with this small delay, but even she had grown a little fatigued from staying awake for so many hours. She looked as if she was a stimulant addict who just got told that she would be getting her fix tomorrow instead of today. Ves found it rather funny that the cool and self-controlled ace commander would react this way in the face of a brand new ace mech that was still out of reach for a day. However, they truly could not help it. The mech designers needed to rest and internalize everything that happened. It was not a good idea to conduct potentially risky tests without properly resting their minds. They needed to be attentive in order to respond to potential accidents. Before Ves retired for the day, he approached the Saint Commander, who had since walked up to the feet of the Minerva Mark II and placed her palm onto the archimetal exterior. The Ace Commander looked as if she was reuniting with a lover after a long separation. A part of her still felt lost. She had yet to pilot the upgraded Minerva and did not have a good grasp on how much their combat effectiveness had improved. Both of them understood on an intellectual level that they could definitely do a lot more than before, but the changes were not tangible enough. The feeling is different, Casella said with a frown. The Minerva has grown stronger, but also changed in other ways. I can feel a split mind of sorts. The Victrix is a lot more vicious, bloodthirsty and aggressive. It is not the most comforting presence. Understandable, Ves remarked. When you interface with the Minerva Mark II for the first time, do not hesitate to show the Victrix who is in charge. That should be enough to keep it compliant. The Saint Commander grunted in acknowledgement. There was no need to give any detailed instructions to an Ace Commander. She should be more than competent to handle this situation. Do you think you are equipped to fight the battles of tomorrow, Casella? This improvement has come early enough. We cannot afford to show weakness against the rampaging aliens. With the vast improvements of my new ace mech, I have become much more confident in my ability to repel the alien invaders. If there is no Phase Lord support, I cannot see how a conventional enemy raiding fleet can defeat us despite outnumbering us by several times. That sounds like an analytical answer. Can you give me an answer that is purely based on your heart? I am not entirely clear what to share with you, sir. I feel delighted, but in an abstract fashion. I will not be able to feel fully satisfied unless I am able to pilot the Minerva Mark II in reality. Tomorrow, he told her. Be patient, we will let you take the Minerva out for a spin tomorrow morning. We might even test the performance of your command field in isolated cases so that we can take detailed scans. We can conduct more elaborate tests the day after that. As for 3 days later, the Blue Jay fleet and the Devos ancient clan will lend us enough forces to simulate a small to medium engagement. The Saint Commander lit up a bit. She looked forward to testing her greater capabilities in a real test environment. I am looking forward to testing the many new features. Casella began to display a genuine smile. Mindstorm alloy in the Victrix increases the versatility of my ace mech. The combination sounded powerful enough, but both of them were relatively untested products, which significantly reduced its actual market price. That would hopefully change once more advanced tech trickled down into society. Ves merely rolled his eyes when he witnessed that sort of behavior, but continued to spread their innovation across the stars. War will continue, to engulf the Red Ocean. Casella spoke about another subject. The Agamemnon upper zone has already witnessed their scouts. It is only a matter of time before the fighting escalates. The aliens had grown confident and greedy enough to divert to working for underemployees. That way, even if one of their pincers encountered obstacles, they still had more to overthrow the god of this thing. The next day came later than people wished. The first activation should not be a big deal, so they moved out into the clearing around Yondi base and set the Minerva Mark II in the middle of a field. Casella had already changed into her piloting suit and made her way to the cockpit. The children all nagged their parents until they were allowed to observe the first activation of the Minerva Mark II. Hee. Aurelia and Andraste ran around and laughed as they played a game among themselves. Half a minute later, their cats joined in as well. Meow. The two running daughters made for a stark contrast with the grim environment. Ves meanwhile sat down and held Marvane in his lap. The boy eagerly wanted to learn what made the Minerva Mark II so powerful. There are many reasons why the Minerva Mark II has become so impressive, but I cannot fully explain it to you all. What is important for you to know is that you should stick to your own ideas and have the courage to pursue them. Reality will try to push back, but if you are strong enough, you will be able to resist all of the pressure. Oh, that said, you should only make risky design choices if you are strong enough to absorb the consequences of failure. Ves gently taught his son. How do I become stronger as a mech designer? Marvane asked. Do not fight by yourself. Humans are capable of extensive cooperation, and it makes a lot of sense to join forces. Our clan invests a lot of resources into building up the camaraderie between fighting troops. These are the soldiers who will be protecting you in the following years. Ves felt a little concerned about Marvain. His two daughters gave him the sense that they could rely on their good sense to avoid a lot of potential trouble. Whether it was reliable or not was quite substantial. Marvain was not satisfied with the answer, though. Is there a way for me to fight directly? The boy asked. Absolutely not. What about becoming a phase lord? Can I become a phase lord like you, father? Marvain looked so cute when he wanted to plead with Ves to obtain the necessary knowledge and materials. Ves coughed. I do not recommend you to follow this path. We do not fully understand the nature of phase lords. Not many humans can turn into phase lords. If you really want to gain a giant true god and start to smack stuff around, then there are many alternatives that are better. Mech designers were never supposed to take action in the first place. Ves's insistence on avoiding anything too serious meant that he gained a unique qualifier that he could be dangerous when startled. The Minerva moved. Marvain exclaimed. So soon, we haven't fully synced everything correctly. What is it doing? The Minerva has taken a few steps forward. Marvain described. I don't see anything wrong with its movement. The ace mech hadn't toppled over or anything. For now. Ves quickly put down his work and raced towards a nearby terminal. He could observe many different sensor readings. Much of them produced results that vastly exceeded what they originally expected. I am free. The Saint Commander felt much more at ease when piloting the ace mech. Her growth was no longer constrained by other factors anymore. Chapter 6850 First Test of the Minerva Mark II. The Minerva Mark II was so much more powerful than the Mark I. Although not much time had passed, technology advanced extremely rapidly during the Facewater generation and the Hyper generation. In addition to that, the Larkinson clan had become much wealthier and more capable than before. People like Ves used to dream about designing first-class mechs a decade ago. Now, he could do it at any time and know that he had the capital to produce them en masse. The leap from an outdated second-class expert mech to a genuine first-class ace mech was enormous. The difference in tech, materials and refinement was so great that Casella couldn't help but become overtaken by the novel experience. As the Minerva fed her with a huge amount of data that was far in excess of what other ace mechs supplied to their pilots, the Saint Commander was able to process it all with disturbing ease. The influence of the Mentalist crystal helped a lot with lifting up her mind. She felt considerably smarter by having this powerful resource at her disposal. Yet even with this rare hyper material, Casella's mind was not weak, so she was already able to absorb and process the large amount of data without feeling burdened. That gave her a much better understanding of the power she wielded. The numerical differences were vast in many areas. From energy shield capacity to the firepower of her newly upgraded Luminaire crystal rifle, the Minerva Mark II could unquestionably defeat 10 copies of the Mark I if everything else remained equal. Yet beyond the huge technological performance uplift of the Minerva Mark II, what Casella appreciated the most was the liberation of her domain field. The Mark I stifled her willpower and true resonance. The expert mech was only ever designed to accommodate expert pilots, so from the moment she exceeded that threshold, Casella felt as if her machine had turned into a slave collar that she had outgrown. Although she did not literally choke herself by piloting the Mark I, it was still a distinctly uncomfortable experience. She had been forced to hold herself back and restrain herself from exerting her new capabilities in a forceful fashion. If she threw caution to the wind, then there was a real risk that the Mark I would break due to being pushed so far past its limits. It was only now that she piloted the Mark II for the first time that the feeling of constriction had disappeared entirely. Even without listening to the long-winded lectures of Ves Gloriana, the Saint Commander could feel through her man-machine connection with the Minerva Mark II that she could channel all of her willpower without reaching any limit for a long time. In fact, her current resonance strength was still low enough that she was not even able to sense the upper limit. This meant that she could pilot the Minerva Mark II for a long time without having any concerns about needing another upgrade due to constriction. As Casella continued to resonate with her Minerva, she rapidly grew more familiar with the resonating exotics that allowed her to amplify her domain field. It was a lot harder to resonate with these materials, but so long as she exerted her full strength, she immediately noticed that her command field not only became significantly stronger, but also spread across a dramatically larger range. Her Minerva Mark II covered the entirety of D&D base without any problem. It even spread below ground while encountering only moderate resistance. Dense matter or highly voluminous matter impeded the spread of her command field, but not to a strong extent. The differences became more pronounced as her command field continued to spread across the rural landscape where D&D base was located. Nothing seemed to escape her senses as her command field spread. She was able to count every individual tree, detect many hidden listening devices, gain a view of the interior of every house and accurately map out every single human individual that lived in the region. The amount of information was so overwhelming that Casella could not handle it even with her ascension to sainthood and the cognitive boosts provided by the mentalist crystal. She quickly had to filter out the vast majority of data collected by her command field in order to prevent herself from getting overloaded. In the meantime, her command field continued to spread as she resonated more and more with her machine. When the resonance meter of her Minerva finally stopped at around 158 lavares, Casella quickly figured out that the radius of her command field stretched as much as 145 kilometers. Compared to the 10 or so kilometers that Casella worked with before, this was a huge increase in range. It was more than enough to cover several large but friendly fleets. Her command field could even cross an entire battlefield and cover enemy forces so long as they engaged in combat. That was a huge boon. As long as their hyper-defenses were not strong enough to block or weaken her command field, she would not only be able to collect a lot of intelligence about her enemies, but also generate psychic storms directly inside the hulls of enemy warships. Of course, it was a fantasy for her to be able to wipe out the weak and vulnerable alien crews of enemy battleships all by herself. Casella could already feel that Mindstorm alloy was a powerful and high-end ace mech grade resonating material. Its potential was great, but its requirements were also demanding. She probably needed to exert a lot of willpower in order to produce a strong or large enough psychic storm. Range also played a large role. Casella needed to try it out to be certain, but she could intuitively feel that it was much more costly to generate a psychic storm at a distance as opposed to right in front. This meant that her Minerva Mark II needed to participate more actively in combat and occasionally take the risk to approach her enemies in order to flood many of them with psychic storms. She grew a little disappointed after making these realizations. It was likely that she could only realize the true potential of Mindstorm alloy after her resonance strength rose further. The only consolation was that she could instinctively feel that the potent mentalist crystal gave her a boost that should have made it more bearable to resonate with the Mindstorm alloy. It could mean the difference between a usable and unusable resonating ability in her current state. She shook her head. This was just the first activation. The schedule did not accommodate any tests of the Mindstorm alloy as it was much safer to conduct trials in space. As her command field had reached the limit of its range, Casella briefly became fascinated by how she was able to gain a huge degree of awareness of multiple nearby villages, towns and cities. The data that she was able to gather from the latter was especially huge. Casella found herself forced to strengthen her filters once again so that she did not gather an excessive amount of data on every human that lived in the settlements. She needed to be thorough about this. She could not afford to get overwhelmed by data when her command field finally enveloped an enemy fleet. The Saint Commander proceeded to spend the next 10 minutes expanding and improving her filters even as she directed her Minerva to perform many basic movements. The experience of controlling the mech frame was entirely different. The limbs had much more strength and the mech frame was considerably stronger and more resistant towards damage than before. The conversion to architect gave her a very different sensation of how much she could push her new machine. The alien architecture granted her numerous advantages that probably wouldn't be relevant unless the ace mech found herself locked in combat against a real adversary. However, she appreciated the safety margin all the same. The effects of dragon scales, the battle skirt system and the close-surface Azure energy shield generator provided her Minerva Mark II with excellent protection against assassination attempts. The only way the defenses of her mech could become any better was if it incorporated a lot of high-grade superdimensional matter. Unfortunately, the mech designers rightfully reserved their limited supply of superdimensional matter to other high-ranking mechs that needed it more. After the Minerva had run through all of the basic motions on land and in the air, the ace mech finally moved on to more interesting tests. Casella, are you ready to try out the newly upgraded Irvin Transformable Luminaire Crystal Rifle under atmospheric conditions? I am, she said as her Minerva floated in the air while carefully holding the aforementioned weapon in her arms. Please give me targets to shoot at. I am eager to learn how much firepower I have at my disposal. Please wait. Bots flew in from behind and took their places. None of them really made any attempts at evasion as they wouldn't be able to move fast enough to give an ace commander a real challenge. Since this was mainly a test to determine the effective firepower of the upgraded Irvin, all of the target bots happened to enjoy strong protection. Eliminate the unshielded bots first. Make sure your rifle is set to marksman mode. Also make sure to use the purple fire beam attack phase crystal. The Minerva smoothly raised her rifle and pulled the trigger. A fiery purple hyper laser beam of considerable strength struck a bot that was largely composed of multiple layers of transphasic hyper-alloy plating. The Minerva repeated her action against other bots, each of which was protected by thicker and thicker armor plating. Switch your Irvin to SMG mode. The high-end Luminaire crystal rifle transformed. Its lengthy barrel folded away while the rest of the weapon became slimmer and more compact. This enabled the Minerva to easily wield and shoot the weapon at fast-moving enemies at closer ranges. Its firepower clearly suffered, but its firing rate rose so much that it could still pose a threat to most enemies. The results provided the Larkinsons with a lot of useful information. They quickly determined how effective the Minerva Mark II could confront enemies by herself. They roughly understood how she would fare against elite phase fighters, smaller alien warships, larger alien warships and phase lords. While Casella most definitely enjoyed the fact that she had much greater firepower at her disposal than before, she was not blind to the fact that it was still a lot less than that of a typical ace mech. Please tell me how the firepower of my Minerva Mark II compares against the firepower of the Amaranto Mark III. Well, there is no comparison, really. Ves plainly admitted. The Amaranto Mark III shares much of the same tech, but provides much more support for her much larger Luminaire crystal rifle. The Instrument of Vengeance also contains multiple features that your Irvin lacks. It can mean the difference between one-shotting a lesser phase lord or slightly weakening its spatial barrier. Your Irvin is not an ultimate module and also isn't amplified by any key resonating materials. Furthermore, it also lacks Harry Kaikkonen's exclusive ERC Luminaire crystal weapon technology, which basically allows you to strengthen your damage output by leveraging your emotions. Most importantly, the absence of a proper Saint Kingdom is a huge handicap. The Saint Commander did not feel happy about this, but she understood why her Minerva was plainly not as good at dealing damage. I understand. The Irvin should only be used in self-defense. That is our intent in its design. Ves confirmed. We completely designed the Minerva Mark II in a way that treats your vassals as your primary weapons, your knights as your secondary weapons, your Mindstorm alloy as your special weapon and your Irvin as your holdout weapon. We could have strengthened your Luminaire crystal weapon by a considerable degree, but that would have entailed trade-offs that weakened your command field or weakened the defenses of your ace mech. The message was very clear. The only reason for the Minerva Mark II to fight with her Luminaire crystal rifle was if something had drastically gone wrong. Chapter 6851 Second Test of the Minerva Mark II. On the second day, the Larkinsons tested the defenses and mobility of the Minerva Mark II. The absence of a proper Saint Kingdom massively reduced the Minerva Mark II's ability to resist or evade damage. The lack of strong amplification meant that the machine was less able to resist strong blows by force. This was why the mech designers made sure to add multiple layers of defense just to make sure the machine could resist enough attacks. The Azure Energy Shield Generator was stronger and more efficient than normal. The Saint Commander quickly mastered the use of the Battle Skirt system. She was able to rapidly maneuver them into different formations that could cope against energy attacks, kinetic attacks as well as explosive attacks. The Archimetal components were also able to resist powerful attacks without any other forms of assistance. What impressed everyone a lot was when Casella resonated with Dragon Scales. The Ace Mech grade hyper material proved its worth by making the Minerva's Archimetal structure a lot more resistant towards damage. Attacks that would normally crack or melt the armor all bounced off as soon as the Minerva's mech frame became amplified by a much more targeted form of true resonance than before. It was a pity that Dragon Scales could not dramatically amplify the defenses of objects that were already physically tough. The law of diminishing returns not only applied to the main mech frame, but also the Victrix. Casella was finally allowed to make active use of the Victrix. The silvery owl-shaped living fae flew around the Minerva with grace. The Mentalist crystal embedded within its center bestowed the construct with an ethereal aura that granted it a charm that was difficult to ignore. The fact that its subordinate spirit consisted of a fusion between the echo of an avian calamity beast and an offshoot of the Minerva made it a lot stronger and livelier than normal. It was not wrong to claim that the Victrix had turned into an avian surrogate of the Minerva. The Victrix consisted of the same architect and materials used to make the Minerva. It also enjoyed the protection of a smaller close-surface Azure shield generator. Although its overall defenses were weaker than the mech frame it was paired with, the Victrix possessed substantially better mobility. Under the expert control of the Saint Commander, the Victrix was able to evade incoming attacks with relative ease. Of course, its evasion performance was not as good as the Dark Zephyr, but it was already impressive that it could come closer than any other mech that Ves designed. After conducting thorough tests on the Minerva Mark II's ability to cope with damage, both Ves and Gloriana confirmed that the empirical data did not defy their expectations. "It is just as we thought, Casella," he said in conclusion. "The absence of a Saint Kingdom is too much of a demerit, and the fact that your mech frame is not optimized for personal combat is another major handicap. At your current level of combat effectiveness, your Ace Command mech stands no chance against regular Ace mechs. Your machine sits in the awkward position where it can easily defeat one or several high-tier expert mechs, but would definitely get trounced by a single Ace mech in direct combat. Tell me honestly, sir. Can one of several expert mechs defeat my Minerva Mark II? Ves had to think carefully how to answer this question. If there are no friendly units nearby, the probability is considerable. Expert mechs that excel at dueling or eliminating high-value targets will be difficult for you and your Minerva to fight against. I do not anticipate that one expert mech will pose a credible risk to you, but multiple expert mechs that are coordinating perfectly with each other may actually be able to take your machine down. The combination of combat specialization and teamwork is strong enough to overcome the gap in ranks and resonance strength." The Saint Commander felt disappointed. She knew that it was unfair to compare her personal combat abilities against that of genuine combat fanatics, but she knew that the cosmos was not generous enough to enable her to fight under ideal conditions most of the time. It was not difficult for enemies to figure out her weaknesses. If they wanted to eliminate her, they would try to confront her when she had fewer friendly units at her disposal than normal. It was quite pathetic for an Ace mech to fear the possibility of getting confronted by mere expert mechs, but that was an unfortunate reality for Casella and the Minerva. "Don't feel so bad, Casella. We won't be able to test this out until tomorrow, but as long as you have at least a company of friendly mechs by your side, you can easily infect them all and let them overwhelm the enemy high-tier expert mechs. So long as the gap in performance is not too excessive, it is perfectly possible for dozens of weaker machines to overwhelm several genuine high-tier expert mechs." Ves may be right, but Ace pilots prided themselves in their transcendent strength. Even an Ace Commander such as Casella found it difficult to stomach all the sacrifices she made in order to empower her subordinates instead. Just because she made the decision to specialize in commanding troops did not mean she had resolved her conflicting feelings on this matter. Neither Ves nor anyone else could help her resolve the painful trade-offs she made. Only Casella herself had to work out a way to come to terms with her development strategy. "Although you may not want to acknowledge this, Casella, the reason why we made sure to keep your Ace Command mech slender is to make it easier for you to outrun your enemies. There is no shame for you to avoid a direct confrontation against individually powerful champions when this is your weakness. We fully expect you to monitor anything within your command field that can pose a serious threat against you and move away before letting such enemies get close enough." The Saint Commander had little choice but to accept this reality. "I understand, sir. I may not like it, but that does not mean that I am intent on repeating my brother's mistake. I will not underestimate serious threats. If an enemy Phase Lord wants to pull me into a duel, then I will try to evade rather than fight back. There are other mechs that are much better equipped to handle such challenges. My true adversaries are enemy armies and fleets. Out of all of the Ace mechs of the Larkinson clan, only the Minerva Mark II was most suited to eliminate a vast amount of regular troops." Ves would rather have Casella continue to specialize in this direction than try to follow two different development trajectories at the same time. She should be smart enough to figure this out as well. "There's one final test we should conduct before we call it a day," Ves said. "We should test the range and influence of the Victrix. Please keep your Minerva in place and send out your living Fae. Be careful not to move it too fast. Once it reached the edge of your command field, be careful about moving the Victrix past your domain field. It will either lose direction and hover in place, or it will extend your command field into areas that have yet to be covered by your mech frame alone." Casella smiled. She had been looking forward to this test. There was too much potential in a Victrix that was able to spread her command field far outside of the Minerva's usual range. The Victrix smoothly moved further and further away from the Minerva Mark II. It took quite a bit of time for the living Fae to cross over 100 kilometers in a short amount of time. When the Victrix approached the border of the base command field, Ves noticed that it only just became clear that the living Fae was able to radiate a command field as well. Its qualities were exactly the same, so Ves was not able to attribute this change for other reasons. The Victrix stopped just before reaching the edge of the Minerva's native command field. "How is it, Casella? Do you feel any pressure?" "I am not experiencing any pressure at the moment," Casella replied. "The Victrix is still within my domain field. I have attached Elia to the living Fae to strengthen my control over it. I am curious whether both or just one of them can move beyond the range of my command field." "Alright, try it out, but don't force yourself too much." The Victrix began to move again. It slowly moved out of the command field. From the moment it had completely exited the Minerva Mark II's domain field, Casella let out a painful grunt. "Are you hurt?" "No, it's okay. I did not expect this to exert greater strain on myself." Casella spoke as if she just got punched in the face. "This is not sustainable over an extended period of time. I am trying to deduce how I can lower the strain on my willpower." Ves studied the projected feed that depicted the Victrix. He quickly narrowed his eyes. "You are not actively resonating with the Victrix anymore," he remarked. "You are treating the living Fae as if it is a missile that you have launched instead of an extension of your ace mech. Try your best to actively resonate with the machine." The Saint Commander had already begun to do so. The Victrix glowed brighter as true resonance amplified its capabilities past anything that could get this close. Her changed approach produced an effect. Slowly but surely, a domain field extended from the living Fae. Its radius was minuscule compared to the original, but Ves could already see that this was just the start. So long as Casella was able to overcome the initial barrier, the Victrix should definitely be able to amplify the current results. At least that was what Ves assumed. The Victrix appeared to have moderate difficulty moving further away from the main mech frame. Its command field also struggled to expand further. "How are you doing, Casella?" "I am experiencing greater strain than before," she spoke. "I am not accustomed to it yet. Just as you suspected, the Victrix combined with my companion spirit can act as a remote relay for my command field. However, the strain on my mind grows stronger the further I move my living Fae away. I think the strain will become more bearable if my resonance strength develops further. I may need to devise a specialized technique as well." They continued to conduct shallow tests with the Victrix. It was able to move further away at the cost of imposing greater strain on Casella. It was clear that she was not adequately equipped to let the Victrix roam free outside of her native command field. This at least gave everyone hope that the Victrix would one day be able to move to another side of a star system. In certain cases, this would effectively mean that there were two Minervas in the same battleground. "How easily will you be able to increase the separation distance of your Victrix?" Ves asked. "That is difficult to say, but I think that repetition will gradually make it more bearable." The Saint Commander cautiously said. "It may turn out that sending out the Victrix is equivalent to exercising a muscle. I have never put myself under this sort of strain in the past. I hope that this means that calling upon this power will get easier over time." There was no guarantee that this would be the case, but Casella believed that there should still be ways to train this particular capability. "Has the Mentalist Crystal played an active role?" "It has. I cannot fully describe its effects, but I can feel that it is actively helping the Victrix and my companion spirit sustain themselves outside of my range. It is also helping to extend the radius of its command field, though it doesn't appear to be too large." The results were ultimately positive, but only mildly. The Victrix had a lot of potential in the future, but right now it was simply not strong enough to separate the two machines. Chapter 6852 Third Test of the Minerva Mark II. After 2 days of testing, Casella gained a lot of familiarity in her new ace mech. She did not obtain a good grasp on what the Minerva Mark II did best, which was commanding and empowering friendly troops. The Larkinsons along with a few friends could only test this capability on the third day. Many people looked forward to this test. After examining the basic capabilities of the Minerva, the Ace Command Mech would finally be allowed to flex her power in the way she was designed to operate. The tests had to take place in space in order to spare the planet of collateral damage. The design team, Casella and the Minerva all teleported into the Tarrasque before the Blue Jay fleet moved to an asteroid belt that offered plenty of harmless practice targets. The Devos ancient clan had already dispatched a small patrol force at the testing site. The Devosans had volunteered several hundred of their fine first-class multi-purpose mechs. Compared to the Terran mechs assigned to the Blue Jay fleet, their Terran counterparts were slightly inferior in tech, but possessed a few other advantages. One of the most notable traits of the Terran mechs was the fact that dozens of them wielded destroyer weapons. Ves initially grew quite impressed, but he soon realized that the standard mechs all wielded Tier 7 destroyer weapons. These were still respectable weapons that could cut through armor more effectively than nearly all other weapons. Even so, the concentration of destroyer particles was too low to arouse much interest from Ves. He had already read the textbooks on destroyer technology that the Devosans had exchanged with him. He learned that there was very little challenge in producing low to mid-tier destroyer weapons. The real challenge started when attempting to create Tier 3, Tier 2 and especially Tier 1 destroyer weapons. Their rarity rose dramatically with every jump, and so did their effective power. As the Blue Jay fleet slowly met up with the Devosan force, a single Terran ace mech decided to make its presence known. Many people held their breaths as they witnessed the emergence of one of the most powerful ace mechs in the new Constantinople system. The Wind of Destruction, a few people uttered. Saint Alessandro de Vos lived for over 2 centuries, and protected the De Vos ancient clan for much of that time. His Black Lord was a rather understated first-class ace multipurpose mech. However, its rather plain black-coated appearance hid a lot of surprises. Secrecy was one of the Black Lord's defining gimmicks. The ace mech contained a few known integrated weapon modules, but nobody knew what it was fully capable of. The Devosans liked to hype up its mystery and even swapped in exotic and alien weapon modules from time to time. This made the Black Lord almost impossible to counter. Those who collected a lot of intelligence with regards to its weapon loadout would soon discover that it had been partially rendered obsolete due to configuration changes. However, the exotic tech that the Devosans liked to put inside the Black Lord was not the reason why the ace pilot earned his moniker. The real reason why Saint Alessandro de Vos became known as the Wind of Destruction was due to wielding an iconic Tier 2 destroyer sword. At this tier, the destroyer weapon was not only fully customized for use by the senior ace pilot, but also earned its own name. The Sirocco stood out from many other destroyer swords for its wavy blade. This somehow caused the highly concentrated destroyer particles to become more prone to releasing destructive energy emissions. That happened to make the weapon even more dangerous to wield than other Tier 2 destroyer swords. However, the Wind of Destruction had tempered his willpower by wielding destroyer weapons of progressively higher tiers for much of his career. He had honed his willpower to subdue and maintain control over destroyer weapons so well that not even the Sirocco could escape his grasp. This allowed the Devosan ace pilot to leverage the advantages of the Sirocco while minimizing its weaknesses. The Wind of Destruction earned his name by releasing devastating waves of resonance-empowered destruction energy with every slash of his wavy sword. The Sirocco was so good at enabling these kinds of attacks that it could be used to release huge waves that could destroy a lot of weaker targets at once, or highly concentrated energy razors that possessed amazing penetration power. The Tier 2 destroyer weapon made the Wind of Destruction almost invincible at close range while also retaining much of his lethality at mid-range. Its integrated armaments were decently capable of damaging enemies from afar, but they were much better suited to assist in taking down tough opponents between sword moves. The Tarask received an incoming transmission. "Greetings, Saint Commander. Let us test your new machine and learn precisely why you will be feared by our enemies." Well, the Wind of Destruction certainly sounded eager. "Deploy every mech," Ves instructed. "Keep the raw mechs and Terran mechs in separate formations. We will not conduct any mock battles right away. We first want to test the parameters of the Minerva Mark II's command field without the interference of combat. This may take a while." Many mechs launched into space. Each of the first-class multipurpose mechs possessed enough damage potential to tear the Minerva Mark II apart through sheer numbers. Yet if they tried to do the same to the Black Lord, they would all get wiped out within seconds of moving into range. This was the difference between a junior ace command mech and a senior ace multipurpose mech. As the Minerva Mark II finally launched into space, Ves gained a better sense of the gap in power between the two machines. This was good news to Ves. So long as the De Vos ancient clan did not turn hostile towards the Larkinson clan, Ves had nothing to fear from the current disparity. A powerful ace mech could also withstand a lot more attacks without ever coming under serious threat. Ves needed that the most today. Once all of the mechs from both forces entered into space and assumed their formations, they all waited for the first test of the day to begin. Ves transmitted his commands. "Raw mech pilots, Please consider yourself to be on the same side as our Saint Commander. Terran mech pilots, pretend you are hostile against the Minerva Mark II and the rest of her comrades. The command field will attempt to intrude on you in different ways. The pilots had already been briefed, but it was still important to give them extra reminders. The Saint Commander briefly paused before trying to engage a large number of mechs and mech pilots with her command field. She first focused on commandeering a large portion of the friendly, raw mechs. Their mech pilots easily acquiesced to her control. How is it, Casella? It is considerably easier for me to commandeer non-living mechs so long as their mech pilots are cooperating. The Saint Commander reported back. The Terran mechs that are designated as hostiles are not that much affected by my command field. Their resistance stops me from exerting direct influence on their minds. Can you override their resistance at your current level? No, absolutely not. Elia may be able to do this on an individual basis, but do not expect me to subdue entire fleets with my command field alone. Casella responded. Can you still collect intelligence on their mechs and pilots? Yes, but I cannot collect too many fine details of their interior. The Ace Commander responded. I cannot even penetrate the Saint Kingdom of the Black Lord. His willpower is far too strong. Ves nodded in understanding. That is to be expected. Let us proceed with basic offensive and defensive tests. Please proceed with launching attacks at the nearby asteroids. The raw first-class multi-purpose mechs began to open fire at the asteroids with their eclectic collection of ranged weapons. Gloriana's eyes immediately lit up as she studied the sensor readings. The damage inflicted by commandeered mechs is considerably greater than before. The degree of true resonance affecting the knights is considerably stronger, which is a great improvement over what the Mark I was able to accomplish. Are the knights able to inflict damage comparable to low-tier expert mechs? No, they are away from reaching that threshold. For now, the knights still remain weaker than proper expert mechs, but their massive numbers more than made up for it, I believe. Casella had already proven her capability to empower over 10,000 mechs at a time. Whether all of these empowered mechs could still pose a threat against greater phase lords remained to be seen. In any case, the damage inflicted by the knights was impressive, but this was the Saint Commander's bread and butter. Casella, please employ your enfeoffment ability to as many raw mechs as you can. Ves requested. The Minerva immediately made the switch. Dozens of mech pilots gasped as they suddenly became subjected to a much greater external infusion of power. How many? 57 mechs, which is an increase of almost 50%. How strong? The newly enfeoffed mechs wasted no time and began to open fire at the asteroids. Their attacks hit much harder and blasted apart the asteroids with much greater ease. The display of power was intoxicating. Compared to past results, Ves could already tell without performing any calculations that Casella's enfeoffment ability had become fully unlocked with the help of the Ace Mech. The resonance meters provided hard proof that all of those machines genuinely wielded greater power. These aren't barons, Ves concluded, not at this level of power. There are enough data points to prove that these enfeoffed mechs have reached the limitations of the previously theoretical standard of Viscounts. These Viscounts might not amount to much, but they all happen to wield the power of mid-tier expert mechs. This was a considerable step in the right direction. It opened up the future for the emergence of counts and so on that wielded even more power. Viscounts, please switch your targets to the Black Lord. The mech pilots did not question their instructions. The Saint Commander definitely planned this well. 57 Viscounts and hundreds more knights opened fire without any hesitation. The Black Lord's Saint Kingdom accepted every incoming attack, sapped much of their strength before allowing him to maintain the illusion of defying death. It was impressive to see how the senior ace pilot was able to deal with massed attacks so easily. Ves felt a little disappointed that the latest upgrades did not make the Viscounts powerful enough to pose a serious threat against senior ace mechs. He was not sure whether the Viscounts could seriously threaten greater phase lords. Perhaps it might still be possible with a little help. Casella, please try to commandeer the starships of the Blue Jay fleet. Focus on the smaller hulls first. Her command field fully encompassed all of the starships in the vicinity. Now, Casella pressed her powerful will into the minds of the spacers of a destroyer. The Saint Commander found to her delight that she was able to empower the warship, but only slightly. When the destroyer opened fire at a bunch of asteroids, our sensors recorded anomalies. How much stronger? Roughly 10%. Do not fret, Ves. It will surely increase over time. Ves grew disappointed. A 10% boost in power was nothing to scoff at, but it was not a dramatic increase. The Larkinsons needed more power than that to confront its enemies in the short term. Outside of ace mechs such as the Dark Zephyr Mark III or the Amaranto Mark III, warships should still remain the source of much of the firepower of the Premier Fleet and Blue Jay Fleet. Can you improve upon your current application of your command field onto warships? Ves asked. Possibly. Casella replied. I need time to devise more specialized techniques. This will take time. Chapter 6853 The Power of an Ace Commander. After conducting a number of basic tests, everyone gained a decent understanding of the power of the Minerva Mark II's new command field. Commandeered mechs or knights became moderately more powerful than if they got boosted by the Mark I. The performance increase was not dramatic, but still yielded a lot of extra power when applied on a large scale. Infeft mechs of vassals received much greater benefits than before. Ves and Gloriana had specifically designed the Minerva Mark II to strengthen this specific aspect in particular. The results clearly showed that their efforts were not in vain. The Viscounts, as Ves arbitrarily decided to call them, gained access to enough true resonance to roughly match the performance of mid-tier expert mechs. Of course, these Viscounts still exhibited a large amount of shortcomings that made them inferior to true mid-tier expert mechs. These factors ranged from mech configurations to skills. There was simply no way for Casella's command field to bestow all of these missing factors to the mechs that received her strongest form of empowerment. Even so, granting 57 mechs the firepower of mid-tier expert mechs was impossible to match by any conventional force unless the disparity in numbers was enormous. This was especially the case when factoring in that each of these Viscounts benefited from the superior skill, control and intuition of a multitasking ace commander. Casella, is there a way to redistribute the energy you expend on infeffing mechs? Please elaborate, sir. Instead of turning 57 mechs into Viscounts, can you turn 100 or 200 mechs into barons? Ves expanded his request. There may be situations where you would rather have a battalion of low-tier expert mechs at your disposal rather than a company of mid-tier expert mechs. I can see that. Let me try. The Saint Commander began to alter the expression of her command field. It took a few minutes for her to mold her power in the desired fashion. Soon enough, around 160 mechs shone with the familiar intensity that many Larkinsons were familiar with in the past half-year. Not bad, Ves remarked. 160 barons can do a lot of damage, especially if they are all heavy artillery mechs. Can you produce more barons at this level of power, or have you reached your limit? Casella clearly attempted to stretch her power further, but failed to produce any further results. I am unable to do more, for the time being. It is as you have speculated. I have a finite pool of energy that I can distribute to other mechs. There is not much flexibility at the moment. I can concentrate my energy into 57 Viscounts, but no further. Likewise, I can reduce the concentration and spread the same energy over 3 times as many barons, but my power loses grip on mechs if I try to dilute it any further. Those were oddly specific limits. Ves did not really care too much. He was more than satisfied with the current results. Perhaps Casella would be able to employ her infeffment ability in a more versatile manner after she increased her resonance strength and trained her command field further. In the meantime, the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet could make good use of the incredible boost in firepower of 57 Viscounts or 160 barons. Ves still found it a pity that the command field's amplification still remained uneven. Unfortunately, the lone true resonance did not increase the defenses and mobility of the commandeered and infeft mechs to the same degree. This was already the case with the Mark I, and it was not that much different with the Mark II. The increase in defenses is moderate while the increase in mobility is low. Gloriana concluded after analyzing the data. The multipliers are higher, but not as much as we had hoped. All of the mechs empowered by the Minerva Mark II still amount to glass cannons. They can strike their enemies hard, but they cannot withstand as much damage. Clever operation and control can help the knights and vassals survive the storm of combat, but this may not work out so well if our adversaries have grasped the intelligence related to our Saint Commander. That is why we added dragon scales as the second key resonating material of the Minerva Mark II. Ves mentioned, we already tested how well it amplified our ace mech's physical defenses the day before. It is now time to utilize dragon scales as we originally intended. If Ves and Gloriana solely wanted to amplify the physical defenses of the Minerva Mark II, then they could have resorted to other resonating exotics with a much higher defense coefficient. For example, Resonating with Solarium could amplify the physical defenses of the Amaranto Mark III by as much as 300% under ideal conditions. In contrast, the Minerva Mark II's exterior only became 70% tougher, which would not help the Ace Mech all that much if attacked by a greater phase lord. It was a good thing that Dragon Scales was originally designed to strengthen the defenses of Spurs. When employed by an Ace Command Mech, this effect successfully transferred over to friendly mechs as well as starships affected by Casella's command field. The Larkinsons proceeded to conduct very careful tests on unshielded mechs. Each of them endured attacks of different intensities in order to find out how much stronger their armor had become. The results vary according to multiple variables, but the amplification falls within our expectations. Gloriana reported, "The physical defenses of knights are at least 3 times better than before. The physical defenses of barons and viscounts are at least 5 times greater than normal. This is a remarkable increase that can save many lives and keep many more mechs active on the battlefield than before. As for warships, the effect of Dragon Scales is minimal due to their enormous surface area. This was a huge improvement. It was worth it to opt for Dragon Scales as the second key resonating material for the Minerva. Compared with a resonating material that improved the firepower of commandeered and infeft mechs, Dragon Scales would keep mechs and more importantly their mech pilots alive across multiple intensive battles. This perfectly aligned with the priorities of the Larkinson clan. The Larkinsons needed to grow through adversity, but also make sure that as many of its soldiers stayed alive long enough to benefit from the rewards. It would not do the Larkinson clan any good to win 100 battles, but lose 99% of its soldiers in the process. Ves would rather raise the survival rate to 50% even if that meant that his clan lacked the firepower to win half of its battles. In any case, the inclusion of Dragon Scales meant that Casella's extraordinary offensive boost also came paired with a substantial defensive boost. It could not save her commandeered or infeft mechs from all dangers, but they should still suffer much less casualties than before. Let's proceed with the live practice sessions. Ves said, "We need to get a more realistic impression of how much of a difference these amplifications can produce. If the Minerva Mark II is anywhere near as effective as other Ace Command mechs, we can expect that any competition will massively favor the ones that are affected by the command field." This was the test that everyone was looking forward to. The data all showed dramatic performance boosts, but it did not feel real enough unless a bunch of empowered mechs fought against unempowered mechs. Switch weapons to training mode. Ves instructed. Set elimination threshold to 50% shield integrity. Let us start with pitting 200 commandeered mechs against 400 unaffected mechs. In order to make this more interesting, let's split the raw mechs and Terran mechs evenly between both sides. This meant that one side did not field only raw mechs while the other side only fielded Terran mechs. It took a bit of time for the mechs to get organized. The mechers and the Terrans clearly did not enjoy fighting alongside each other. Their standards, mech doctrines and protocols differed considerably from each other. There was no way for them to establish any rapport in a short amount of time. They could only split off in their own detachments and try to fight separately alongside each other. Compared to the Terran mechs, the raw mechs enjoyed one significant advantage. Each of them benefited from shield link technology, which meant that they could pool their energy defenses. This made them a lot harder to eliminate. However, the Terran mechs were not completely helpless in the face of this superior tech. The Terrans already figured out that if they could put an obstacle between the shield links, they could interrupt the linkages. The raw mechs also relied heavily on support mechs that were dedicated to acting as shield link relays to optimize the shield link networks. So long as these support mechs got taken down first, it became much harder for the raw mechs to take advantage of shield link technology. Are you ready? Start. The mechs hailing from the side that belonged to the Saint Commander immediately began to light up with the telltale signs of true resonance. Casella had opted to transform 57 mechs into viscounts while turning the remaining 143 mechs into knights. While all of them consisted of first-class multipurpose mechs, Casella very deliberately turned Terran machines with a strong focus on melee combat into her viscounts. These mechs that roughly gained the attack and defensive power of mid-tier expert mechs immediately rocketed forward. Although these machines were immediately met with intercepting fire from the 400 opposing machines, the defensive amplification from Dragon Scales helped to keep the viscounts alive. In the meantime, the 143 knights maintained their distance and methodically concentrated their pinpoint-accurate firepower on dozens of enemy targets at the same time. Although the Saint Commander was not an excellent marksman, Her ability to handle different ranged weapons was still superhuman due to her high rank. It only took her a few salvos for her to understand the targeting rules of most of the high-tech weapon modules of her knights. Their accuracy was already fairly high from the start, but most of the weapons simply did not miss anymore. Even before the Viscounts closed the distance, the knights had already taken out a bunch of opposing mechs. Of course, knights mainly concentrated their firepower on the opposing Terran mechs as they lacked the benefits of shield link technology. While the Terran mech contingent tried their best to make up for this shortcoming by fielding support mechs that were able to deploy remote Azure energy shields, the huge volume of resonance-empowered attacks easily crumbled these barriers. The knights may have only gained the firepower of quasi-expert mechs, but the modest amount of true resonance flowing through them made a huge difference. Even if the opposing mechs outnumbered the empowered mechs by 2 to 1, the former could not afford to direct any attention to the knights. This was because the Viscounts had already closed the distance. Even if the command field did not boost mobility as much as offense or defense, the Viscounts still made good use of the limited advantage in mobility to quickly close the distance to the slowest opposing mechs. Energy shields quickly crackled as they withstood a torrent of ranged and melee attacks. The Viscounts did not just focus exclusively on attacking with their swords and spears. They were all multi-purpose mechs, so they constantly launched accurate attacks with the compact but still relatively deadly ranged armaments. Their targets had no chance of withstanding these attacks. Even if the power of all of these weapons had been dialed back for training purposes, they still inflicted a lot more damage than the weapons of unempowered mechs. As soon as the Azure energy shields of dozens of mechs dipped to 50%, they were already eliminated from the practice session. The defeated mechs no longer took action and drifted away as if they were dead. The Viscounts continued to jump towards other enemy mechs. No matter whether they hunted down raw mechs or Terran mechs, it made little difference to the infect machines. The performance gap was too vast, and the drastically improved control meant that none of the unempowered mechs could mount an effective resistance. Even if they concentrated their firepower, the knights or Viscounts that came under heavy fire could always last long enough to retreat and hide behind other friendly units. By taking full advantage of the benefits of the Minerva Mark II's new and improved command field, the practice session quickly came to an end. Of the 200 empowered mechs, none of them had fallen. Of the 400 unempowered mechs, each of them suffered defeat without exception. Impressive. Ves's eyes lit up. This bout may seem unfair when it involves mechs on both sides, but when we get to fight against the native aliens, I look forward to steamrolling their forces without needing to deploy too many assets. This was the power of an authentic ace commander. Chapter 6854. The Black Lord. The first bout already established the immense advantages granted by Casella's command field. The next bouts only reinforced the advantages that she freely bestowed onto other mechs. 100 barons easily crushed 500 unempowered mechs. 100 knights struggled and ultimately overcame 500 unempowered mechs, but not without suffering a dozen or so casualties. 50 Viscounts quickly vanquished 550 unempowered mechs, though the disparity in numbers was so great at the start that a handful of the former could not escape elimination. It was only when the ratios became more absurd that the Saint Commander experienced a true challenge. Depending on the type of mechs she was able to empower and what sort of opposition she faced, she could easily win fights where her forces were outnumbered 15 to 1. This was a ridiculously high ratio and one that promised a lot of devastation in the future. I am rather worried, Gloriana couldn't help but remark. If Casella is able to commandeer an entire mech division to this degree, everyone will set extremely high expectations on our limited mech forces. Both allies and enemies will take it for granted that we can easily fight against hundreds of thousands of elite phase fighters and several alien assault fleets. Casella's command field will define our forces so much that everyone will take it for granted that we can win these lopsided battles. One day, the native aliens will attempt to outnumber us by 30 to 1 or 50 to 1. We cannot possibly win a battle where we are so badly outnumbered. Her concerns were valid. If the Saint Commander became an iconic presence in the Premier Fleet, then everyone would automatically treat it as a fighting force that fielded at least 15 more mechs. The weak would cower away, but the strong would remain fearless and hunt the Premier Fleet down. It is still worth it to have the Saint Commander around. Ves told his wife. At the very least, our forces will become so highly regarded by our enemies that not many of them have the guts to confront us. The frequency of battles initiated by the native aliens will be much lower once Casella has earned more infamy among our foes. Even if we eventually get hunted down by a powerful alien fleet that can actually defeat us, Casella has access to many powerful features. It is not impossible for her to leverage the assets and resources at her disposal to gain tactical or strategic superiority on the battlefield. At worst, we can do our best to run away. Ves could not allow fears of disproportionate enemy response stop him from making full use of the Minerva Mark II in his premier fleet. Might was right. This rule became especially apt in the current era. It was better to hold greater power and hope that stronger enemies had better things to do than hunt down the premier fleet. Let's move on to the final battery of tests. Ves suggested. We have seen how ridiculously powerful the mechs empowered by the Minerva Mark II can be at this level. True resonance holds an overwhelming advantage against opponents that lack its protection. What will happen if the Minerva has to confront another ace mech? Ves and everyone else glanced at the Terran ace mech that had yet to take any action. The Black Lord was a finely honed ace multipurpose mech. Its iconic Tier 2 sword contained a lot of power and animosity. The Sirocco was made to annihilate. Now that the Minerva Mark II needed to test her mettle against another ace mech, the Black Lord became more active and flew forward. This is not going to be pleasant for Casella, Gloriana said with a frown. The Wind of Destruction is not as renowned as the Mace of Retaliation or the Messenger of Silence, but he is still a senior ace pilot that has honed himself in battle. He is 5 times older than our Saint Commander and has much more experience under his belt. This is not about winning and losing. This is about gathering data and giving Casella a valuable lesson on what will happen if she confronts a hostile ace mech. Ves told his wife. They just needed to stack the deck so that Casella still had enough power to resist her inevitable defeat. Ves opened a direct channel to the Black Lord. Saint Alessandro de Vos, greetings from the Larkinson clan. According to our planning, we require your services in determining how effectively the Minerva Mark II along with hundreds of subordinate mechs can impede you. It is pointless to conduct this test when you are fighting at your full power. Can you dial back your performance so that you can match the power of a junior ace pilot? Holding back is not in my nature. The Wind of Destruction responded with very obvious irritation. For the sake of what you have done for the De Vos ancient clan, I can reluctantly attempt to conform to your request. Although the Black Lord still came across as a significantly more powerful adversary than the Minerva Mark II, the disparity was a little less than before. The Terran ace pilot already began to make adjustments. The Saint Kingdom surrounding his ace mech visibly weakened. Ves could only shrug and proceed with the test. Casella, you will have 600 first-class multipurpose mechs at your disposal. These machines should all be familiar to you as you have empowered them or fought against them not too long ago. Try your best to inconvenience your sole adversary. The Saint Commander knew how little chance she had of defeating the Black Lord. That did not mean she gave up before the bout had even started. As a saint, she needed to maintain her confidence and dignity of her rank. Even if a victory was out of reach, she still needed to get as close to it as possible. The lessons she could learn from this experience could ultimately help her perform better in the face of overwhelming opposition. The bout started after the two sides moved away from each other. Immediately after the countdown was over, the Black Lord raced across space and flew forward at a blazingly high speed. Distant energy beams already came in from afar. Many of the multipurpose mechs commandeered or infected by the Saint Commander expertly targeted the areas in which the Black Lord might evade towards. These guesses mostly turned out to be wrong due to the uncanny intuition of the Wind of Destruction. Casella had to combine the firepower of all 600 empowered mechs to box in the Black Lord and guarantee at least a handful of devastating attacks. However, the Black Lord's Saint Kingdom was so ridiculously strong that it negated pretty much all attacks. The true resonance empowerment that Casella distributed to all 600 mechs amounted to nothing in comparison. In a contest between ace pilots, the one with the stronger Saint Kingdom could easily crush anyone that was weaker. Casella was especially at a disadvantage in this contest. Not only was her resonance strength a lot weaker, she also dispersed her extraordinary willpower. This was the worst thing she could do when fighting against another ace pilot. Only concentrated attacks could truly harm a powerful ace mech. While the many attacks launched by the first-class multipurpose mechs were still strong enough to pose a certain degree of threat to the Black Lord, in practice their effectiveness was pretty low. Over 90% of ranged attacks simply missed their target. The few attacks that did strike the Black Lord mostly bounced off its armor. Unless multiple attacks repeatedly struck the same section of armor, it was too unrealistic to hope that all of these massed attacks could seriously harm the Black Lord. The Black Lord hasn't retaliated with its own ranged armaments. Gloriana noted, if this was a real battle, then the Terran Ace Mech would have shredded the opposing machines with its integrated weapon modules. There was no need for the Black Lord to waste so much time on closing the distance. The Wind of Destruction evidently did not want to end this session too soon. He continued to direct his Black Lord to weaken and block all incoming attacks. Once the Ace multipurpose mech finally came close enough to use its blade, the Black Lord dramatically swung the Sirocco a single time. A large but dispersing wave of resonance-empowered destructive energies swooped forward before engulfing 20 empowered mechs. Each of them immediately suffered so much damage that their energy shields dipped below 50% integrity without exception. Do not try to resist the Black Lord's attacks. Try to evade them whenever possible. The Black Lord became a lot harder to shoot down now that it had entered the midst of the formation of opposing mechs. The Ace Mech began to swing destructive energy waves in every direction. Its dominating performance intimidated everyone, causing opponents to fight back with less confidence than before. Yet the empowered mechs did not give up. Their mech pilots drove their machines forward and tried to entangle the Black Lord in a crush of mechanical bodies. The Terran mechs were most eager to earn the honor of being able to lock blades with the powerful Ace Mech. Although their courage was commendable, they were not strong enough to inconvenience the Wind of Destruction. Although there were enough empowered mechs that managed to circle around evade these attacks, the Black Lord instantly turned around and struck the Terran mechs with such great speed that none of the machines were able to respond in time. The Black Lord lazily swung its Tier 2 destroyer sword, releasing large waves of destructive energies that unceasingly eliminated any mech that got caught by the attacks. Even if Casella was powerful enough to perceive the movements of the Terran Ace Mech, her knights and viscounts were simply too slow to react in time. The Wind of Destruction directly demonstrated why it was a bad idea for weaker enemies to confront a genuine Ace Mech. Whether it was offense, defense or mobility, an Ace Mech that possessed advantages in all three areas could outright crush its opposition without fail. No matter what tactic Casella employed, the Black Lord resolved all threats with overwhelming force. The crushing performance of this singular enemy stripped Casella of all of the pride and satisfaction she accrued from the previous bouts. After continually winning one lopsided victory after another, the Saint Commander received a necessary reality check that caused her to become more acutely aware of her vulnerabilities. She was still too weak. Even if Ace Command mechs were disadvantages against pure combat-oriented Ace mechs, she still found it shameful for the Minerva Mark II to fail to pose a serious threat against her adversary. After the Black Lord quickly hunted down the remaining viscounts and knights, the Ace Mech floated before the Minerva Mark II. Its Saint Kingdom pressed onto Casella and the Minerva. It was unnerving to fall into the powerful domain field of another Ace pilot. The Wind of Destruction's Saint Kingdom conveyed many urges and desires. His domain field expressed his eagerness to fight and destroy his foes. It was not particularly subtle or deep, but it worked out decently well for the Ace pilot. For an Ace commander, your performance is disappointing. These, commandeered, and, infeft, mechs pose no threat against my Ace Mech. Further tests involving my Black Lord are redundant as long as you fail to develop your power to penetrate defenses of mechs such as my own. The testing session came to an end. The Wind of Destruction had issued his verdict and promptly returned to its mothership. It was clear that Casella did not take the other Ace pilot's advice all that well. Fortunately, she was mature enough to understand that she did not let this defeat derail her plans. Let us call this day. Ves suggested. We have yet to test the Mindstorm alloy. We cannot recklessly launch into space and create psychic storms. We can conduct this sequence of tests another day. Casella needs to take a break and reflect on her experiences. Chapter 6855. A different kind of struggle. The Minerva Mark II finally completed her extensive battery of tests. The design department collected a huge amount of useful data. The Saint Commander also gained a much better awareness of what she was capable of with her upgraded machine. The members of the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet also understood how much stronger they became after being blessed by Casella's true resonance. The overall conclusion was that the Minerva Mark II held great promise. She might not be able to defeat powerful champions such as the Wind of Destruction, but she excelled in eliminating large amounts of regular units. A day after the last tests, Ves met with the Saint Commander in private to discuss the conclusions they had drawn from all of the data. We have studied the numbers carefully, he told the Ace pilot. We also inputted the data into RSF-02 and conducted a large amount of simulations. You and your battle partner are most effective at eliminating enemy small craft, followed by enemy warships. Phase lords and phase whales pose a greater challenge to you, but they are so big and clumsy that you can continue to whittle them down at a distance. Only other ace mechs represent a problem to you. The inability for you to concentrate all of your true resonance in a single unit is a major shortcoming. What he left unspoken was that Xianxia did not have this flaw in the past. The precursor to her current enfeoffment ability enabled her to channel all of her willpower to venerable Imon Ingvar. The reason why this worked was because of their close sibling relationship. They trusted each other so much that their willpower did not reject each other. Unfortunately, there was no way that Xianxia could replicate this process without bringing back her brother. Xianxia looked at him in the eyes while raising her cup of tea to her lips. The steaming cup of lavender tea was not to her taste, but she could appreciate its aromatic scent. Are you asking me to address this shortcoming? Ves shook his head. How you wish to develop your career is your choice. I have no right to dictate how you should train your strength. Personally, I have always been a big believer of specialization. It is best if you stick to your current trajectory and give our troops the power to defeat at least 20 times their number. You do not need to worry about trying to kill enemy champions. We have other powerful mechs and mech pilots that are specialized for this role. One notable example is Saint Dice. The two of you working together is a perfect combination. Xianxia looked eager. I agree. After trying and failing to subdue the wind of destruction, I fully acknowledge my own weaknesses. I am not destined to become a duelist. It would be ideal if I can delegate this responsibility to Saint Dice. How long will it take to complete the first sword Mark III? Not too long. Ves smiled. Kedis is cooperating extensively with the Red Association. This has caused her upgrade project to pick up a huge amount of speed. The first sword Mark III project should be complete within a month. If we are lucky, our new ace swordsman mech may be shipped to New Constantinople only shortly after our flagship arrives. The premier fleet was slowly coming together. Key assets were still trickling in from various different places and networks. Combined with Xianxia's work of rectifying the armed forces of the premier branch and opening up recruitment, it should only take up to 2 months before they could start deploying in the front lines and fight the aliens up close. That was a pretty tight timetable, but Ves was confident they could pull it all together. Is the prospect of adding the first sword Mark III to the premier fleet enough, or do you want more? We can still recall the Dark Zephyr Mark III and the Amaranto Mark III if necessary. The Saint Commander shook her head in rejection. My answer towards this subject remains the same. Gathering 4 ace pilots in a single fleet is excessive. We will either provoke an overwhelming enemy response, or we continue to deter all of our enemies in the Red Ocean. The latter is not effective due to the fanaticism of the rank-and-file alien soldiers. We can make a much better contribution if we spread out our ace mechs across the front lines. That is a mature and rational decision. Ves complimented the ace commander. The premier fleet should do fine with you and Saint Dice. The key is to remain mobile. It is not necessary to accept the opportunity to fight. What I cannot accept is to force a needless concentration. I am afraid that having 4 ace pilots around will cause us to develop delusions of grandeur. It may feel tempting for us to raid behind enemy lines, only to get concerned by an ancient phase whale. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The scenario he described may actually come true. The power of an ace pilot was great. Being able to deploy 4 of them was enough to defend a major star system. Since our premier fleet is getting closer to getting launched, I need to understand your objectives better. The Saint Commander said, do you have a more specific goal in mind aside from defeating as many alien forces as possible? Ves paused in thought. It was not easy to explain his full intentions, but Xianxia deserved an honest answer. You should already know the surface reasons, Xianxia. Earning war merits, defending red humanity, harvesting spoils, accelerating the growth of our troops and earning fame and glory on the battlefield are all valid goals. However, one of my highest priorities has always been to promote the growth of my design philosophy. I believe that being active on the front lines and designing mechs in response to what I have witnessed in action is the fastest way to speed up my development as a mech designer. It is risky, but I think it works well in avoiding complacency. There is no better rush than the threat of death to keep my mind sharp. The ace commander had no understanding of this, but she was willing to take Ves at his word. She took another sip as she processed his words. Our clan has become less dependent on your support alone over the years. She said, as far as mech designers are concerned, Gloriana and Kedis have become successful enough to support our clan in your absence. As for mech pilots, our growing collection of ace pilots will not stand by and let us fall. Our position is more secure than ever, but it is not that easy to break into a higher level of society. Your breakthrough will solve many problems. You will truly be accepted among the leadership of Red humanity once you have realized your design philosophy. As much as Ves enjoyed the accolades that he had won as a senior mech designer, the mech industry still did not completely acknowledge his contributions. His death could erase many of the advantages that he had secured for the mech community. Ves could cut off this possibility so long as he broke through to the rank of master mech designer. Therefore, anything that could speed up his work was welcome. Do you require any aid in your research? Do you need to collect special materials, or fight against specific opponents? No, that will not be necessary, Casella. I already have a plan, and it is not difficult for me to gather the necessary resources. The two Larkinsons fell into silence as they sipped their tea and thought about what was in store for them in the future. Ves needed to speed up his journey to master mech designer. Casella wanted to grow faster in order to become strong enough to revive her brother in full. Although their goals did not match each other, their agendas aligned just enough for them to cooperate with each other. I have a question, Casella. How was the experience of fighting against the wind of destruction? The ace commander made a sour expression. I do not like to be reminded of that practice session. The Black Lord made me feel completely helpless. If Saint Alessandro de Vos wanted to, he could have driven his ace mech closer and eliminated me within seconds. That is how strong he is. There was no part in my brain that could tell me a way to escape this predicament. Since the two were talking in private, Casella reluctantly dropped her guard and revealed her vulnerability. The feeling of helplessness affected her more than it should. Ves reached out and patted her palm with his hand. I have been in similar positions as you in the past. The scenarios are different, but the concept remains the same. We cannot help but feel utterly weak when we meet those who are so much more powerful than us. Yet this is nothing special. How you react to the wind of destruction is similar to how other people look at you. This is all one big cycle. This was how he saw the Red Ocean. From his perspective, it had become a tangled knot of relationships and threats. A part of myself still remains unwilling to avoid spending our time on training to become a better duelist. Casella said, I have sacrificed so much to get this far, but my breakthrough still feels hollow without my brother by my side. He was supposed to be my champion, you know. It would have been fantastic if he broke through as well. He could effectively fight with both of our true resonances acting on his machine at the same time. The combination would have made him as strong as the Gemini Saints working together. Ves smiled. Perhaps you may be able to fulfill your wish one day. Nothing is impossible as long as you wield enough power. None of this is attainable in the short term, though. A minute of silence passed before Ves carefully chose to ask a delicate question. Is there a way for you to lend much of your extraordinary willpower to another high-ranking mech pilot besides your deceased brother? I have to ask this question, Casella. It has great strategic importance. No, the woman forced herself to answer. I trust Janzi, Joshua and so on, but my friendship with my peers cannot come close to the familial bond with my brother. I am sorry, but I don't think I can develop my current relationships with other powerful mech pilots any further. Ves grew disappointed, but then he came up with another idea. Wait, if family ties are so important to you, then what about a husband? What about children? Do you think your bond with them can grow strong enough for them to bear most of your power? Casella looked genuinely taken aback by this suggestion. I have not contemplated marriage, let alone having kids. I have always been preoccupied by work and combat. My social life is non-existent. The current state of the Red War is too dire for us to relax. Ves sighed. You cannot set aside your personal life all of the time, Casella. You need to experience what being human is like in order to better understand the people you are protecting. Wouldn't it be nice to find a life partner to share your most intimate feelings with? Isn't it great for you to experience motherhood and raise your own children? Each of them have the potential to become a powerful carrier of your true resonance. Your brother definitely would not want you to remain depressed and lonely after his demise. I think he wants the opposite from you. The best way to make him happy is to live a real life. Marrying the love of your life and propagating your bloodline is a great way for you to do this. Do you wish to honor your brother's legacy? The Saint Commander faintly looked out of her element. For all of her acumen in combat, she was woefully unprepared to tackle a different kind of struggle. Chapter 6856 Single-parent option. Even an ace commander could get stumped. Gisela Ingvar never really engaged in this aspect of her personal life. Why should she? She had far too many responsibilities to spend her time on leisure activities. Her work was her life. The Larkinson clan needed a leader that the clansmen could look up to. Gisela had tried her best to do them all justice, and she liked to think she did a better job than most people. However, all of her dedication to the expeditionary fleet and the Larkinson clan left her with little room to live a life of her own. She had no hobbies and maintained no friends who weren't directly related to her work one way or another. The Saint Commander never really saw anything wrong with this. She had managed to trigger her apotheosis twice in a remarkably short amount of time, though the circumstances behind the last one were ideal. Still, the Larkinsons clearly needed a strong ace commander more than a sentimental expert commander at this time. It was only now that Ves directly broached this subject that Gisela truly recognized this shortcoming in her life. Her brother had always been the only family she needed in order to feel fulfilled. By investing so much of her feelings into Imon, he served as her all-in-one emotional pillar. That made the consequences of losing him so much harder for her to stomach. Now that she had lost the only relative she truly cared about, all she had left in her heart was a void that she never attempted to fill. A part of that was because she still maintained the determination to restore her brother in the future. Why try to replace Imon when she could eventually get him back somehow? However, she recognized that this was not really a healthy way to process her grief. It was too abnormal for her to have no one else in her life to receive her love and affection. Her love life, or the absence of it, even became a matter of strategy. The lack of a mech pilot who could bear her full love and power deprived her of agent that could help her defeat powerful champions such as the Wind of Destruction. If a mech pilot such as Imon Ingvar or another loved one was in the field, the last practice session would have ended a lot differently. Even if the Wind of Destruction ultimately came out on top, at least Gisela and her agent would have made a decent showing. Don't you have anyone in your life that you would have a closer relationship with? Ves asked with genuine concern in his voice. The woman shook her head. No, I have no attraction to others. I have always treated others with the utmost professionalism and respect. Never more. My busy schedule has often prevented me from socializing with others. Due to my command position, I am often obliged to maintain my distance to my subordinates. It is the best way for me to maintain my authority. Inappropriate relationships can get in the way of effective transmissions of orders. Gisela was one of the highest-ranking military leaders in the Larkinson clan. She was certainly the most high-profile and famous one to be certain. All other leaders could not come close to matching her prestige. This made it easy for her to take command and impose her own vision on the armed forces, but it also made her more detached and aloof from the lower ranks. It was unthinkable for her to start any intimate relationship with her subordinates. What about the other expert pilots and ace pilots of the clan? Ves asked. Gisela snorted. They are not under my consideration. My peers pursue their own passions and goals. I can respect that, but we have little in common aside from the shared desire to protect the Larkinson clan. Besides, many of them have already started their own families. They are more diligent in this regard. What about starting a relationship with an individual outside of our clan? I have never prohibited this behavior. Venerable Brutus Woden is happily married to Commander Sendra Larkinson, for example. Their pairing is rather unlikely, but they somehow made it work despite belonging to two different organizations. Is there anyone outside of our clan that you would like to know better? The Saint Commander did not resist this suggestion out of hand. She made an earnest effort to think about whether the thought of dating an individual outside of the Larkinson held any appeal. Unfortunately, no name came up. She had met many respectable expert pilots and ace pilots from other groups, but she never detected any spark that could be nurtured into a serious relationship. She shook her head. I am afraid I must disappoint you. There is no one among the glory seekers, the crossers, the Adelaides or the Bujays that I am interested in. Most of their expert pilots and ace pilots are predominantly at least 2 generations older than myself. As for mortals, none of them possess the mental fortitude to relax in my presence. Are you only taking men into consideration, or have you considered women as well? Have you also looked for candidates outside of the military? What about mech designers? They might not be able to match you in strength, but they should be able to keep up to you in terms of intellect. The contrast in professions can introduce a lot of a reborn hero's quest in a war-torn universe. 0150 military science fiction audiobooks. Ves kept introducing different possibilities, but none of them sounded appealing to Casella. The Saint Commander truly did not resonate with any of his proposals. The woman raised her palm. Stop, I appreciate your interest on the matter, but I truly cannot think of any person that I would like to develop a relationship with. You can order me to find one, but I do not think I can complete my objective. Love is not a product that you can engineer into existence. The fact of the matter is that I am simply not interested, least of all now. So long as the Red Tide offensive continues to devastate our territories, I can never allow myself to relax. Not truly, I hope you understand. That disappointed Ves. No matter in the short term or long term, it was vitally important for the Larkinson clan for Casella to find a partner that she could entrust her power with. The benefits were too great for the clan to miss out on. To allow Casella to maintain a solitary life was criminal from their perspective. Both Ves and Casella agreed on this matter. Yet trying to solve it was not that simple. Casella was right when she said that love could not be engineered. Ves tried his best to come up with alternatives. What about having a child while foregoing a relationship? He offered. That caused the Saint Commander to frown. Are you being serious? It is not ideal, but it is still a viable possibility for you. Rather than force yourself to fall in love with someone, you can skip all of this marriage stuff and simply have a child. The Larkinson Biotech Institute can easily develop a high-quality designer baby that is based on your genes and the genes of another individual. If you think that bearing the fetus in your belly is too dangerous or debilitating for you, the LBI can always put your unborn child in an artificial womb. It will only take 9 months of waiting for you to welcome a brand new son or daughter. Her desire to serve her clan better compelled her to seriously consider this possibility. The proposal made by Ves momentarily stumped Casella. She had not considered the possibility of having a child outside marriage. A part of her felt repelled by this suggestion, but another part of her considered it to be a practical solution to her problem. I am not that eager to resort to this option, but, if there is no alternative, I may be open to taking this route. She reluctantly said, Great, I will send a message to Vice Director Maria Absalon. She will make sure that the LBI will prioritize this project above all others. The sooner the biotech experts start their preparations, the better the output. Your child deserves to be special. Our geneticists and specialists have developed a new series of designer baby formulas that rely on calculated insertions of mind-attributed and life-attributed hypermaterials. The designer babies derived from these formulas should be a lot smarter and healthier than their baseline counterparts. They are also working on other series that possess other advantages, such as a strong affinity for one of the 5 classical elements. None of them are cheap, but our clan is fully willing to reimburse the expenses for choosing one of these powerful options. The Saint Commander became a little overwhelmed by the impromptu sales pitch. She never paid attention to the designer baby industry. She had not realized that it had developed to such an extent. It made a lot of sense now that she thought about it. Every parent wanted their children to be special and powerful in their own way. If they had an option to spend money to produce stronger offspring, it would be stupid to ignore this option. I apologize, sir. I am not ready for this. I need to be more psychologically prepared to contemplate this option. I can only promise you that I will be open-minded when it is time to make this consideration. At the very least, if I have chosen to accept the mantle of motherhood, I will not be making use of an artificial womb. That caused Ves to look slightly concerned. Pregnancy and mech piloting is a problematic combination. It is one thing to do so during peacetime, but it is another thing to do so during wartime. If I go down this route, then I will take measures to avoid intensive combat. Casella promised. It is easier for me to do so than others. An ace command mech is not expected to take direct action. As long as another ace pilot is present to share the burden, I have little concerns about my own safety and the health of my child. There are also the effects of your domain on your unborn child. Ves pointed out, studies have shown that children who grow up under the strong influence of a high-ranking mech pilot's aura tend to have abnormalities. Not all of them are detrimental, but it would be wrong to say that all of the changes are positive. Children of high-ranking mech pilots tended to mirror their strongest parent to a closer degree than normal. They wouldn't turn into outright clones, but the similarities tended to be uncanny. Some parents took pride in this mimicry. Others became regretful at how little their children were able to pursue their own paths. Casella had not made it far enough for her to develop an opinion on this controversial subject. Ves was just glad that he and his wife did not have to worry about this problem. Their own children looked up to their parents, but did not get exposed to the strong willpower of high-ranking mech pilots on a daily basis. There were even expert pilots and ace pilots that deliberately tried to avoid personal contact whenever possible just to preserve the free will of their own children. "I will think about it in my own time," Casella said. "All of this is too much for me. I am not accustomed to waging this kind of battle. It would be more ideal if I can find a spouse that I can put my guard down. A child deserves to be raised by two parents instead of one. I am afraid that even if I bear an offspring, I would not have enough time to give the baby the love and affection that he or she deserves." "You don't need to be worried about that, Casella," he smiled. "The Larkinson clan is one giant family. There should be plenty of Larkinsons who are willing to lend a hand." Chapter 6857 Second Superdimensional Mining Operation. As much as Ves held a vested interest in having Casella expand her family, it would take at least a generation for him to benefit from this development. It was still better to tackle this issue early rather than later. The stronger the Saint Commander became, the more problematic it was for her to raise her own child. After sending Casella, Ves dealt with another important development. While he and his wife studied the data collected from all of the tests in order to figure out whether the Minerva Mark II needed further tweaks, Kedis had been particularly active over at the expeditionary fleet. On the same day the Minerva Mark II had taken shape, the famous Swordmaster finally opened another temporary gateway into the blue dimension. It had taken a lot of work and effort for her to be able to do so in a short amount of time. Ves had become too preoccupied with his present affairs to handle this business. The Minerva Mark II project and the Final Glory project demanded so much commitment that he could not afford to add another major distraction to his life. Casella demonstrated mental fortitude than him. She not only dedicated much of her time in real space on rushing the first Sword Mark III project, but also spent even more time inside the system space on completing a large amount of missions. Even if she limited herself to picking the low-hanging fruit, she still spent multiple months on designing different mechs and performing different swordsmanship feats without anyone else knowing any better. In fact, she did not have to bother with hiding her efforts to complete different missions anymore. She could openly request the Red Association and Red Fleet to supply her with special materials or technical support. She merely had to pretend that she was trying to fulfill the expectations of the Heavensward. Kedis found it disgustingly easy to fool the mechers and fleeters into supporting her endeavors. They only observed what they wanted from her. She even felt a little guilty about drawing on their limited resources when they had to juggle many other responsibilities. This was why she tried to repay their trust and material support as best she could by scrounging enough ascension points to open another dimension breach. Due to lack of time and suitable missions, Kedis still took around 2 months to earn a little over 400 ascension points. That was not enough to purchase any of the consequential upgrades of the Dimension Observatory. This was why Kedis decided to invest part of those AP into herself. She reserved 200 ascension points on various enlightenment fruits as she urgently wanted to absorb new knowledge and strengthen her foundation as a mech designer. This was not a purely selfish gain. The greater her competence as a mech designer, the easier it was for her complete mech design-related missions. Once she digested all of the enlightenment fruits that expanded and deepened her knowledge base, she spent another 200 ascension points on opening a passage to the 365th dimension. Of course, many powerful groups had been waiting for this move. Kedis made sure to give the clan as well as all of the other powerful players advance warning before she opened the breach. The Larkinson clan, the Red Association, the Red Fleet, the Red Collective, the Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact, as well as delegations from other major groups quickly gathered their harvesting fleets. Each of them had built a large number of more thoroughly designed mining demimechs and vehicles. Each of them were precisely designed to move in and out of the 5 by 20 meters breach as efficiently as possible. Human High Command had even empowered a committee that was responsible for organizing the 24-hour mining extravaganza. They sorted out the traffic rules, the qualifications for participation, the quotas on vehicles and demimechs, the construction of defenses and prefab mining bases, the taxes levied on superdimensional matter and so much more. Kedis and the Larkinsons felt grateful for all of this preparation work. They could never organize the next superdimensional mining operation as quickly and effectively. The intervention of a higher authority also prevented any single player from throwing its weight around. Although the distribution of vehicle quotas and so on was not completely fair, the committee had done its best to keep everyone at least somewhat happy. Different from past expeditions into the blue dimension, the major players also brought more exploration and research-related craft and personnel. The major players were grateful that Kedis and Heavensward gave them an opportunity to harvest generous amounts of superdimensional matter, but it was not healthy or sustainable to rely on this pairing for so much of their strategic resource needs. The Red 3 and the first-rate colonial superstates had already dedicated a large amount of funding, resources and institutional support to developing an alternate way to access the 365th dimension. Ves was not in a position to know how much progress they had made, but he had no doubt that they saw the second opening into the blue dimension as an opportunity to conduct critical experiments. Neither Ves nor Kedis minded their activities. It would be great if they succeeded. That way, few people would become so dependent on Kedis to secure another trip to the blue dimension. Due to the much more extensive preparations this time, all of the participants who entered the blue dimension during the 24-hour window managed to bring back a considerably greater haul of superdimensional matter than before. The density of floating islands is a little less than in the area that corresponds to the Davut system. Kedis reported to Ves over the comm. It appears that there are locations where superdimensional matter is more readily available than others. We got lucky the first time. Did you end up harvesting less strategic resources than before? No, it is the opposite. We have prepared many more mining vehicles and facilities this time. We also organized a much more professional crew. All of this has helped us secure 50% more superdimensional matter than before. How much mid-grade and high-grade superdimensional matter did you secure this time? Kedis briefly recalled the numbers. I estimate that we have harvested enough hull-grade superdimensional matter to cover the hull of 2 500-meter-long sub-capital ships. Our harvest of armor grade is disappointing. We managed to secure enough to cover an entire superdimensional mech along with 30% of another machine. We have managed to obtain the same amount of weapon-grade superdimensional matter as last time, which is disappointing. In other words, the second hull yielded more mid-grade superdimensional matter but significantly less high-grade superdimensional matter. That was good news when it came to constructing a warship or a juggernaut, but it was bad news to mech designers who wanted to create more superdimensional mechs. Do the numbers on armor grade and weapon grade superdimensional matter already factor in the concessions made to the Devos ancient clan? Ves critically asked. Kedis nodded. My report is based on the net figures. I have already included the taxes paid by various parties. I have also deducted all of the concessions and payments that our clan has made to different groups for whatever reason. That was good news. That meant that the Larkinson clan probably managed to obtain more superdimensional matter from the blue dimension, but ultimately had to give away a lot of armor grade and weapon grade superdimensional matter to meet its contractual obligations. Although it was painful for him to lose all of that high-grade superdimensional matter at this time, the Devosans had transferred the secrets of destroyer technology as well as a second-generation world tree seed to the Larkinson clan. The latter might not have much use in the short term, but Ves still considered it to be a vital strategic asset. So long as the Larkinson Biotech Institute and the T Institute figured out how to upgrade its capabilities, the World Tree Seed could potentially become an amazingly effective tool for plunder. It could also be used to quickly transform a lifeless rock into a brand new home planet for the Larkinson clan. I suppose you have plans for the high-grade matter that you have harvested. Kedis nodded. The first Sword Mark III will become the first full superdimensional ace mech of our clan. This is the right time for us to do this. The mech supremacist faction has been very helpful in solving all of the technical problems and puzzles associated with trying to transform raw superdimensional matter into stable and workable alloys. The lessons that we can learn from upgrading the first sword will help us in subsequent projects involving superdimensional matter. Besides, out of all of the high-ranking mech pilots of our clan, Saint Dice is the most suited to make the most out of the capabilities of a superdimensional mech. Ves fully agreed with her statement. It was not just a selfish decision to turn the first Sword Mark III into the first full superdimensional mech. I have high expectations for Saint Dice and the first Sword Mark III. As soon as the two have completed the initial trials, I want you to transfer them to New Constantinople. Our premier fleet has received an amazing power-up by bringing the Minerva Mark II online, but that still leaves us vulnerable to enemy champions. We urgently need an ace pilot and ace mech that excels at dueling phase leaders, especially the mean ones that tend to be found in the upper zones. A bit of tension spread over the communication channel. The physical projection of Kedis clearly was not comfortable with this decision. She ultimately bowed her head. Saint Dice is eager to tackle a greater challenge. I have seen the footage of the Minerva Mark II at work. That kind of amplification will attract a lot of unwelcome attention from the Red Cabal. The Saint Commander will need the strongest possible protection that our clan can provide. The First Sword Mark III is the undisputed best in this role. This could be regarded as the unspoken price for hogging so much superdimensional matter and using it to trick out her favorite mech. Besides, they all knew that keeping such an exceptionally powerful superdimensional ace mech in the middle zones was just asking for trouble. Don't worry, kiddies. The premier fleet will take off in a month or two. We are just waiting for the tortuous scream to arrive and for the Saint Commander to complete the reorganization and expansion of our first-class forces. We are trying to minimize time spent in port because we cannot afford to remain idle while the aliens keep taking human territories. Dice will be pleased to hear that, Kedis said. By the way, aside from turning the First Sword Mark III into a superdimensional mech, I am also extending the same treatment to my personal gear. Once I have mastered the basics of working with superdimensional matter, I intend to upgrade my Bloodsinger and my combat armor with weapon superdimensional matter respectively. Ves raised his eyebrow. I thought you intended to upgrade your suit of combat armor with armor-grade superdimensional matter. That was my plan, but my partners objected to that. They do not want me to get into combat without enjoying the highest possible protection. The mechers even promised to cover the weapon-grade superdimensional matter needed to upgrade my combat armor. I have no reason to reject their generous offer. Wow, that was a nice gift. A suit of combat armor did not require that much superdimensional matter to make, but every gram remained precious. I look forward to seeing you in action with your new gear. Ves said with a smile. You don't need to rely on a weapon as overkill as the Heavensward most of the time. You can slice straight through bulkheads with a superdimensional Bloodsinger. Your suit of combat armor should also offer you ample protection against vehicle-grade or even mech-grade armaments. Don't get too arrogant, though. I am pretty sure you can still get blown to pieces if you are struck by a warship-grade cannon. Kedis sardonically smiled in return. I am more worried about getting caught on an enemy warship that has self-destructed. This is why my partners insisted on wearing a suit of heavy combat armor instead. The additional mass and buffers massively increases my chances to survive a calamity. You should see all of the nifty high technology at my disposal. Chapter 6858. A new self-fulfilling prophecy. As exciting as it was to secure another sizable haul of superdimensional matter, it would take time for the Larkinson clan to process them all into powerful assets. The good news was that Kedis had deliberately delayed the completion of the First Sword Mark III project just to make sure that she had enough weapon-grade and armor-grade superdimensional matter available. Saint Dice and her soon-to-be upgraded machine would definitely become a credible threat against most phase lords. Her relatively low resonance strength might work against her under certain conditions, but the exceptional properties of superdimensional alloys should be more than powerful enough to compensate for her shortcomings. The Saint Commander already looked forward to having such a powerful duelist at her disposal. The premier fleet may still be small, but with two completely different ace pilots watching over the troops, the Larkinsons could easily demolish enemy fleets that were 5 if not 10 times more numerous. Ves already had his eye on the next projects that could make good use of superdimensional matter. The completion of the Amaranto Mark III project and the Minerva Mark II project meant that Ves and Gloriana could finally work on the previously shelved Riot Mark III project and the Promethea Mark II project. While the design department had already made a few strides in the Riot Mark III project, technology had advanced considerably since its inception. The availability of superdimensional matter also introduced new possibilities and paradigms. All of this meant that the mech designers had to throw away pieces of their old work and start over again. Ves did not mind this as he genuinely looked forward to turning the Riot Mark III into a proper superdimensional mech. The use of superdimensional alloy granted much more powerful advantages to the expert Spearman mech than the previous combinations of transphasic hyper-alloys. That did not mean that the work that Jovi Armelon put into incorporating the so-called chaos factor into the armor system became obsolete. He just needed to invest extra time to adapt his proprietary solutions to an all-superdimensional armor system. I do not mind the extra work, Jovi reassured Ves when they met within the Tarask in order to talk about the upgrade project. It is a privilege for me to work with superdimensional matter in such a capacity. I have already completed several courses on how to make proper use of superdimensional matter in mech design. Completing this project will qualify me for participation in other research projects or mech design projects related to superdimensional matter. My standing within the Red Association will rise even further. Is that important to you, Jovi? Not all of us are able to build a new clan from the ground up, Ves. My entire life and career is tied into the RA. Not that I am complaining, mind you. I believe in our mission. We are doing the right thing, especially now that we are operating under the leadership of God pilots and star designers. Ves was not so sure whether he agreed. God pilots and star designers may be incredibly powerful in their respective fields of specialization, but that did not necessarily translate into good governance. However, this was not the time to voice these kinds of doubts. Everyone was relying on these powerful figures to bail them out and help red humanity survive. Do you know what the mechers are doing with the latest haul of superdimensional matter? Ves asked. You don't have to share any classified information with me. I just want a general idea if you are allowed to share what you know. Jovi did not answer immediately, which was a strong indication that he possessed relevant information. The question was whether he was in the mood to share. Information about how we allocate high-grade superdimensional matter is no longer strictly a secret anymore. This is because its usage has become an ongoing political affair. Many different factions desire to reserve it for their own god mechs and R&D projects. Since the Fist of Defiance was the first god mech to undergo superdimensional conversion, the survivalist faction has relinquished any claim on the second hall. At this time, the transhumanist faction and the expansionist faction are fiercely contesting the right to claim the armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter collected by the Red Association. Ves looked intrigued. This had great implications. Which side has the advantage? I cannot say. Jovi shrugged his shoulders. There are many rumors circulating among the mechers, but many of them are spread by one faction or another in order to build momentum or stifle the momentum of others. That doesn't really answer my question. In my impression, the transhumanist faction is troubled by the fact that we have yet to figure out a safe implementation of superdimensional matter in organic products. The transhumanists are eager to secure as much superdimensional matter as possible in order to research viable solutions to combine biotechnology with superdimensional technology. This may take months or years, but any successful research result will greatly benefit the evolution which she can become a much more fearsome terror if her Geneforger has become superdimensional. Ves could easily imagine such a scenario. The evolution which was one of the nastiest adversaries of the Red Cabal. The native aliens would probably be frightened out of their wits if Divine Lucy Miyazaki became nigh unkillable after her superdimensional upgrade. Personally, I am in favor of securing immediate short-term results. Jovi continued. The Huntsmen may have grown more estranged from the expansionist faction, but the two still make a slight effort to maintain a united front. The Huntsman has not remained idle during the Red Tide offensive. You may not be aware of this, but he has hunted down more phase leaders than other god pilots. He has especially been working to hunt down phase lords and phase whales that have been hiding inside pocket spaces. A superdimensional version of the Heartpiercer can become a much more effective hunter of native gods. That sounded a little more compelling, but Ves doubted whether the Huntsman truly needed this upgrade. He was already strong at hunting ancient phase whales. A superdimensional upgrade only made sense if he was at risk of getting ganged up by multiple powerful ancient phase whales at once. The Huntsman is a logical choice, I suppose. He likes to throw spears at his enemies. I hope he doesn't inadvertently give our enemies more weapons to arm their phase lords. That shouldn't be a problem, Ves. A god pilot should have enough power and mastery in his weapons to prevent such mistakes. Besides, it is not necessary to arm him with spears that are made out of high-grade superdimensional matter. It is already good enough for him to use spears made out of mid-grade superdimensional matter against most opponents. Only the strongest of enemies should merit the use of his best armaments. The Red Association and every other group harvested a lot more low to mid-grade superdimensional matter. While the lesser stuff did not receive as much appreciation as the much more powerful high-grade superdimensional matter, that did not mean they were worthless. The mechers needed to make the best use out of limited resources. If a job could be completed by using inferior assets, then there was no reason to employ more expensive goods. Or any of the Ra's Ace mechs in line for a superdimensional upgrade in the near future. Ves questioned. It might help with triggering the long-awaited breakthroughs of numerous peak Ace pilots. Jovi responded with a single nod. Many people have proposed the same theory. There is an argument to be made to forego superdimensional upgrades for the army of one, and it is picking up steam every day. Let me guess. People are growing impatient at the continued lack of breakthroughs. Granting superdimensional capabilities to the mechs of peak ace pilots may give them the critical boost of confidence they need to finally step on the road to no return. The Ra Senior's expression turned tense. That is the theory, yes. Our own researchers have come up with their own versions of the heaven-earth-man trifecta, originally proposed by Kedis. Each of them may differ on the details and terminology, but they are all in agreement that a stronger mech translates into a higher breakthrough success rate. This is not particularly problematic. What does concern us is that peak ace pilots have learned about these theories as well, and have begun to believe in its apparent truth. Mech pilots are not scientists. They do not understand the scientific method. They are unable to make a distinction between spurious claims and widely accepted theories backed by empirical proof. They are soldiers who are trained to base their judgments on their feelings and intuition as opposed to peer-reviewed studies. Statistics might as well be dark arts to them. The point I am trying to make is that they do not need the kind of proof that mech designers such as ourselves demand in order to form their opinions. As long as they think a theory sounds good, they are inclined to treat it as a universal truth. Ves clasped his hands on his lap. He thought hard about what Jovi just said. If I am interpreting your words correctly, you are saying that these ace pilots have essentially come up with a new superstition. If their mechs are upgraded with superdimensional matter, they have a good chance of surviving the mech-body merger process. If they lack this precious upgrade, they are doomed if they attempt to traverse the road to no return. That is rather typical of all mech pilots, not just peak ace pilots. Jovi snorted. Well, we are afraid that it has already turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy of sorts. This is why there is growing pressure to allocate superdimensional matter to the upgrade of all of their senior ace mechs. Many peak ace pilots that have previously made the determination to break through regardless of their chances have now lost their courage, though they are loath to admit it. The good news is that they will not delay their embrace of destiny as long as we supply the necessary superdimensional upgrades. The bad news is that as long as they have yet to receive anything, they are more inclined to sit and wait until their turn has arrived. It sounded rather cowardly, but these peak ace pilots shouldered the burden of protecting trillions upon trillions of red humans. Failure translated into death with no exceptions. The permanent removal of a peak ace pilot from the front lines represented a considerable setback that made it harder for the remaining humans to hold the native aliens back. The ace pilots therefore did not worry about their own lives, but the lives of many other people. What if it is not enough? Ves asked. What if a bunch of peak ace pilots got the superdimensional upgrades that they wanted for their mechs, initiated the mech-body merger process and promptly died as they are unable to survive the process of becoming energy-based life forms that are sustained by their willpower alone? What if the probability of success has risen from 0.1% to 30%, but all of the ace pilots who tried to ascend to godhood perished due to being unlucky enough to fall into the remaining 70%? Jovi pressed his lips. You recognize our concerns. The scenario you have painted has a serious chance of coming true. If superdimensional matter does not give them the confidence they need to succeed, then this will turn into a wasted investment. You should be aware of what happens to the mech and mech pilot if they are unable to survive the mech-body merger process. Total annihilation. Ves whispered. Their bodies and hardware will break down into disordered energies. This is an irreversible process that has a 100% lethality rate. No pilot has ever survived the mech-body merger process after they have failed to complete it in its entirety. This is a big contributor to how few manage to become god pilots in the end. If the god pilot candidates fail and die, then that is on them. What we cannot accept is the fact that they will take their powerful and expensive ace mechs with them to the afterlife. Do you know how much super-class materials and experimental tech is concentrated in those mech frames? To see all of them evaporate into radiation is a massive loss to our entire civilization. In other words, it was impossible to recycle the superdimensional matter from the mechs of ace pilots who failed to complete their ultimate breakthroughs. Chapter 6859 Superdimensional Trade. Ves and Jovi did not linger on the topic of peak ace pilots and their newfound obsession for superdimensional matter. They soon diverted their attention to more pressing business such as the Riot Mark III project and the Final Glory project. The latter remained a priority to Ves, though he admittedly spent more time on finalizing the Minerva Mark II project than the mech that the people of Red Humanity needed the most. Fortunately, now that Saint Commander Casella Ingvar received the machine of her dreams, Ves could finally direct more attention and resources to completing this suicidal machine. Good work on developing a cheap fuel formula that is volatile enough to add a lot of extra punch to an explosion. Thank you, Ves. It took a large amount of effort to find a formula that can be synthesized out of cheap and commonly available resources. The fuel mixture is one of many failed products. Not only is it volatile enough that it is prone to exploding, it has also proven to be corrosive to machinery that is made out of low-quality materials or lacking in protective coating. That said, it is also affordable and fairly powerful, which suits our purpose well. Ves nodded in agreement. He could see why this fuel mixture had been stuffed into an archive despite its advantages. The corrosive effect made it so that every device that utilized this fuel mixture had to be made out of higher quality materials or receive special protective coating that had to be replaced on a regular basis. Both of these measures added a significant amount of cost to the end users, which ultimately defeated the goal of developing a cheap and easy product. The fuel mixture was therefore highly unsuited for use by most machines. It wasn't a good choice for missiles and other expendable munitions due to its lack of stability and risk of eating through containment if left in storage for too long. It only made sense for the Final Glory project. So long as the people that employed this mech waited until the last day before filling in the fuel tanks, the suicide mechs should be able to remain stable and intact long enough to fulfill their ultimate purpose. It did not even matter all that much if an accident occurred. A 0.1% accident rate might be enough for a mech designer to get into trouble, but now that human civilization in the Red Ocean was slowly crumbling apart, hardly anyone cared about these minor transgressions. So long as the Final Glory project remained useful enough, the mechers wouldn't mind its imperfections. Besides, Ves put Jovi in charge of this. The survivalist faction had their own way of doing things. This was not the time for the mechers to act pedantic and stick to the rules. Have you managed to complete the work done on the sacrificial components of the Final Glory project? I think so, Ves responded. It was really troublesome to devise a means to fuel the explosion of a self-destructing mech with the spirit of its pilot. I had to work out how to bridge the gap between imaginary and material. The conversion process also has to happen in an instant. The use of hypermaterials is essential as most human souls are not that powerful unless they have made significant cultivation attainments. What they are good at is behaving like a catalyst to detonate much larger stores of energy. There is an inherently transformative aspect to real spirits. With the right ritual and mindset, anyone in contact with a large amount of hypermaterials can produce an extraordinary explosion that can inflict a lot of damage. How much, I cannot say. I don't have enough data for obvious reasons. There was no way for him to test the Final Glory project when piloting it was supposed to be a one-way trip. Perhaps he could spread the prototypes to a couple of planets that were under imminent attack from the native alien advance, but that did not sit well with Ves. For a mech as serious as this, Ves had an obligation to present his target audience with a complete iteration of the Final Glory project. He did not want to take advantage of desperate people and turn them into his unwitting test subjects. Although Ves did not always place much value in rules, he still valued the fundamental principles of a mech designer. Does it matter what hypermaterials are being used? Jovi asked. Not completely. You can refer to other studies and applications of using hypermaterials to enhance explosive munitions. The use of fire hypers will generate more heat. The use of earth hypers increased kinetic damage. You can combine different hypermaterials to produce a combo effect that may be greater than the sum of its parts, but I don't think anyone has the time or inclination to figure out optimal combinations. I don't have any high expectations for this. So long as there are enough hypermaterials, the suicide mech will mainly rely on the quantity of E-energy to add extra power to the explosion. Jovi looked intrigued. I can understand your stance on the matter. This is not a project where we have time to delve deeper into this subject. It may be useful to conduct a deeper study if you can think about utilizing this application in a larger mech design project. I think that Kid Xanthar may be interested in your current theories and findings. His specialization happens to be relevant to the subject matter. That is a good idea. I am not sure whether he will be able to make anything out of this. I will be glad if he can extract something useful out of my work. The two continued to go over other aspects of the Final Glory project. Everything else looked in order more or less. The overall designs did not feature a lot of complexity or high performance. It instead possessed a lot of tolerance for deviations. This was necessary because Jovi needed to convert the set into mech templates. The more generous the tolerances, the easier it was for producers to slot in whatever materials they had in abundance and produce their own localized versions of the suicide mech. The final Glory project had not yet reached that stage. The design team still needed to refine and optimize the design a little further before Ves was willing to let Jovi loose. The SF-02 will help a lot in this regard. Ves said, the completion of the Minerva Mark II project means that a lot of processing power has opened up. I will let Polly, Momo and Arya analyze the designs and figure out optimizations through trial and error. It is a rather stupid and wasteful approach, but you can't deny that it is effective up to a degree. There were not that many other projects in the works that urgently needed so much processing power. The Riot Mark III project, for example, was still in a stage where ingenuity mattered a lot more than raw calculations. I would have tried to apply for the use of additional processing power from the association if I could. Jovi said, however, it is impossible for us to justify this usage when we are working on a non-compliant mech design. Ves casually waved his hand. It's okay. We are already allocating more resources to this relatively minor project than is strictly necessary. Most customers won't even be able to notice the small optimizations to their suicide mechs. It is not as if they will pilot it longer than a day. We should try to make their final rides as comfortable as possible, but even if there are a few flaws, they won't live long enough to issue any complaints. That sounded rather macabre, but Ves merely considered it a fact of reality. As long as the final Glory project fulfilled the most essential requirements, there was no need to obsess over non-essential factors. This was also why Ves did not want the project to last too long. After Ves and Jovi completed their discussion on the final Glory project, they had a bit of free time left to talk about other developments. According to the evolution witch, it is almost time to conduct the exchange of goods through the Oblivion Gates. The Ra Senior deliberately spoke to Ves. We have already begun to conduct studies on whether it is possible to upgrade the Oblivion Gates with mid to high-grade superdimensional matter. We strongly believe that their functionality can be strengthened or expanded upon with the right application of superdimensional technology. The ultimate hope is to enable persistent trade or to allow humans to transit between galaxies once again. The issue is that we have only just begun to explore this new and exotic field. It may take years or decades to realize any major improvements. Ves looked at his friend. Jovi clearly sounded a bit hopeful when he talked about the Oblivion Gates. The continued lack of breakthroughs among peak ace pilots had made more and more people eager to find salvation in other ways. It seemed that certain people were beginning to pin more and more hopes into the Oblivion Gates. I have no expertise on this matter. Ves said, over in the Milky Way, my mother and Master Moira Willix are in charge of this stuff. I think they have a high interest in superdimensional matter. They may be able to speed up any research related to superdimensional matter if they can transfer samples to the right parties. The Oblivion Gate Consortium has gathered many powerful interest groups that have a large number of researchers and facilities at their disposal. Jovi looked a little hesitant. We know that, Ves, but we are reluctant to trade superdimensional matter to the Milky Way. Our first problem is that we have ample reason to believe that a small quantity of superdimensional matter will occupy a disproportionate amount of transportation capacity. Their special characteristics make it so that a small block of superdimensional matter is much larger if all of the additional matter shunted into other dimensions are counted. That sounded like a huge impediment. Are you sure that is the case? We can only confirm this theory by attempting to trade superdimensional matter during the next trade, but there are few who are willing to brave the risks. The reason why we believe this theory holds credence is that we are encountering similar limitations through other means of teleportation. For example, when teleporting your body, do you know that we must expend enough energy to teleport a small juggernaut? Most of our teleportation technologies behave similarly when interacting with superdimensional matter. The effect is even stronger with the case of these new materials. Superdimensional technology was the big brother of transphasic technology. Facewater was much more accessible, but its superdimensional properties were rather weak and tame. It did not surprise Ves all that much that superdimensional matter was much harder to teleport. This was a considerable weakness that forced people to make difficult trade-offs when it came to conducting trade through the Oblivion Gates. Ves definitely believed that the Oblivion Gates could be upgraded with superdimensional matter. The problem was foregoing other trades just to send enough superdimensional matter to the Milky Way to upgrade the Black Oblivion Gate. Ves suddenly realized that it was not necessary to conduct such an elaborate trade. If he wanted to, he could earn 200 ascension points and spend it on opening up a dimension breach into the blue dimension. So long as the region of the blue dimension that corresponded to the Milky Way was also occupied with floating islands of superdimensional matter, the Oblivion Empire and its allies could mine lots of superdimensional matter for themselves. This was a great way to power up the family that Ves cared about back in the old galaxy. However, doing so might reveal that the Heavensward was not the relic responsible for opening temporary gateways into the 365th dimension. Chapter 6860 Ferocious Piranha Mark IV. There was no hurry to supply superdimensional matter to his relatives back in the old galaxy. Ves was not willing to reveal his capacity to open up dimensional breaches in the Milky Way. He also did not want to spend too much of his AP on opening up dimension breaches. It was better in the long run if he earnestly saved up the massive amount that was necessary to create permanently active tiers in space. He may change his mind on this matter if he needed anything urgent, or if his mother and Master Moira Willix managed to develop a powerful application of superdimensional technology. Until that happened, it was better for him to save his AP and hope that others could manage without his assistance. He decided to push this matter aside and direct his attention to his work. Several days passed by in relative peace. As Ves waited for the day the Premier Fleet could finally set off and make a difference in the Red War, he finally received welcome news from his direct disciple. "Sir, the first batch of Mark IV projects are finally done. Would you like to review the end results?" "Yes, let's bring over the Saint Commander as well. She would love to take a look at the next generation of living mech designs that we are about to publish." This was how Ves, Alexa and Casella came together in the design lab. "I have heard that your clan has finally designed proper updates for the mainstay models of our clan." "Sort of," Ves responded. "I wouldn't really call them proper updates by my standards. I have mostly remained hands-off on these mech design projects. Alexa here has supervised most of the work done by the different design teams. I only made sure to update every design to the 7th generation of living mechs, but once I was done, I did not pay close attention to the projects anymore. My schedule is too packed. I don't have the luxury to give my full and undivided attention to every single mech design project these days." Casella frowned. She did not like what she heard. "Does that mean the Mark IVs are not as good as they could have been?" Alexa Strian answered on behalf of Ves. "I have diligently supervised the design teams that have completed most of the design work, Saint Commander. If the Patriarch took charge of the projects, then he may have been able to devise transformative solutions that could represent an evolution of our old mech concepts. This is one of his greatest strengths as a mech designer. The design teams are predominantly led by journeyman mech designers who cannot match his ingenuity. They have mostly worked on incremental and generational upgrades that are straightforward." "I think I already understand what you are saying," Casella thoughtfully responded. "Instead of trying to reinvent our old mech lines, your design teams have predominantly tried to update your existing works to the hyper generation without being too adventurous, is that correct?" Ves nodded and smiled. "That is true more or less. I put a bit of effort into designing basic but serviceable ultimate modules for all of the updated mech lines. That is probably my most creative contribution to the different projects. It is not that the design teams are incapable of innovation. They just did not want to take too many risks for fear of ruining the mechs that our clansmen in the expeditionary fleet and the various side branches are already familiar with. The Mark IVs should be regarded as purely iterative updates. It was rather similar to taking the same product and giving it a more modern coating. The surface looked new, but the underlying components did not experience any revolutionary changes." The Saint Commander grew a little disappointed after making this realization. While she had already separated herself from the expeditionary fleet, she still cared a lot about the clansmen who continued to entrust their lives on tried-and-true Larkinson mech designs. Many of the mech models utilized by the Larkinson army also happened to be commercially available. This could have a big impact on tens of millions if not hundreds of millions of mech pilots that already made use of LMC products. Numerous years had passed since the start of the Age of Dawn. More and more hyper-mech models became available on the market. Each of them opened up new possibilities to harness the power of E-energy. LMC mechs such as the Ferocious Piranha Mark III or the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark III lacked this integration. The only ways they could make effective use of E-energy were to purchase third-party variants or apply hastily designed mod kits to existing mechs. Neither solution sounded ideal to the loyal customers of the Living Mech Corporation. These people no longer had to make use of unreliable solutions anymore. Once the LMC released the Mark IVs, many new and existing customers could finally make use of living mechs that were designed to natively leverage the power of hyper-technology and E-energy. After Ves made sure that the Saint Commander knew what was about to come, He gestured for Alexa to proceed with the presentation. The journeyman mech designer began to project the design of a familiar-looking mech. Is that the new ferocious piranha? Casella asked. Yes. As you can see, the ferocious piranha Mark IV looks almost identical to the previous iteration that is currently being used on a large scale. This is a deliberate design choice as we expect most customers to upgrade their existing Mark IIIs to this new generation. The greater the similarities, the more convenient it is to implement upgrades. In fact, the design teams have tried their best to retain as many parts of the Mark IIIs whenever possible. Even in the instances where this is not viable, the newer parts should ideally match the shape and dimensions of the older parts. It became clear that upgradability was one of the highest priorities of the design department. The Larkinsons greatly valued their living mechs. Those that had fought alongside their battle partners for multiple years should not be discarded just because their hardware became obsolete. It would be great if they could receive a technological refresh while retaining their existing lives. It was for this reason and more that mech designers of the design department worked hard to make the upgrade process as affordable and convenient as possible. The Larkinsons wanted to lower the threshold of upgrades to the point where all owners of the Mark IIIs would make the logical decision to upgrade their existing LMC products. Ves liked to think that the design department succeeded. As he studied the design of the ferocious piranha Mark IV, he could see how well it preserved the original concept of this mech line. What are the details? The Saint Commander asked. The ferocious piranha is still the fast and agile light skirmisher that this mech line is known for. Alexa replied. Just like the Mark IIIs, the ferocious piranha Mark IV is split between the Larkinson edition and the standard edition. The former is still a transphasic quasi-first-class mech, while the latter also remains a non-transphasic second-class mech. The standard edition is a straightforward iterative upgrade, but the Larkinson edition has gained an extra capability. The former Terran activated a projection that displayed simulated footage of a ferocious piranha Mark IV closing in on an elite phase fighter. Unfortunately for the light mech, the elite phase fighter possessed superior straight-line mobility and managed to keep its distance from the pursuing mercs. Just as the alien pilot thought he could get away, the ferocious piranha Mark IV flitted forward as if it was a flighty butterfly. This enabled the light skirmisher to abruptly move forward and take its alien target by surprise. Saint Commander Casella grew impressed. It looks similar to teleportation, but that is prohibitively expensive for products like these. Is it related to warp travel? Yes. Mr. Adrian Marceau happens to specialize in developing instant combat warping systems. They do not work too well in regions that are heavily interdicted by the enemy, but other than that, Marceau's proprietary tech has given the ferocious piranha Mark IV a powerful option that can be useful in a pinch. The standard edition unfortunately has to make do without this additional feature. The standard edition may be lacking, but it still offered a good value proposition to many customers. The Larkinson edition was simply better after gaining instant combat warping upgrades. Regardless of the additions, the ferocious piranha Mark IVs retains the glow that is somewhat effective at breaking the concentrations of enemy mech pilots. This is a core feature that we are trying to preserve as best as possible. The gimmick is not as powerful as before, but it can still distract most enemy mech pilots. The infamous glow of the ferocious piranha used to paralyze every enemy in the vicinity of the light skirmisher. The good times did not last. Constant exposure to E-energy radiation not only strengthened the spiritualities of humans, but also the aliens. Even if the latter did not have any clue about systematic cultivation, just the exposure to exotic radiation alone was enough for their spiritualities to grow several times stronger. As an ace commander, Casella was aware of this trend. She knew that there was little that Ves or any other mech designer could do to strengthen the glows of the ferocious piranhas. The glow is one of the most attractive features of the ferocious piranha line. She stated, if it is not as effective as before, it needs other advantages in order to remain relevant in the battles of the future. Ves shook his head. For reasons we have explained before, the Mark IV does not try to rethink the ferocious piranha concept. It mainly relies on generational upgrades in order to remain competitive. For example, it is a 7th-generation living mech. It receives many of the benefits that other living mechs have access to since the release of the Mark III. This includes ascension runes, living mech cultivation, embedded auxiliary chi cultivation instruction, hyper keystones and ultimate modules. Each of these solutions enrich the ferocious piranha concept and gives our customers compelling reasons to upgrade to the latest editions. None of the features mentioned by Ves were weak. Ascension runes enabled third-order living mechs to structurally plan their growth trajectories. Hyper keystones enabled portions of the living mechs to survive and potentially revive after their original mech frames got blown to pieces. Ultimate modules often functioned as trump cards for living mechs. Casella focused on the latter. What is the ultimate module for the ferocious piranha? Ves activated another projection that displayed a pair of unusual-looking knives. These are the piranha teeth. They are specially designed weapons that rely on hyper-technology to accumulate rage and purification attributed energies. Once the piranha teeth have reached saturation, the mech pilot can choose to expend all of that energy to empower the next strikes of these special knives. That sounds rather simple. That is deliberate. I did not have enough time to design a more elaborate ultimate module for the ferocious piranha Mark IV. I stuck to a tried-and-true solution in order to satisfy the minimum requirement. Don't underestimate the Piranha Bite ultimate ability. So long as the knives are fully charged with the aforementioned energies, they can probably collapse the Azure energy shields of most elite phase fighters. The downside is that it takes a long time for the piranha teeth to charge themselves up again. It may sound basic compared to the other ultimate modules that Ves designed, but those were custom jobs for individual expert mechs and ace mechs. It was unreasonable to expect the same level of creativity and ingenuity for standard mech designs. Besides, more powerful and elaborate ultimate modules often required the use of more expensive materials. They were also difficult to fabricate. Many of them could only be handmade by Ves. The piranha teeth on the other hand could be fabricated in any production facility as long as the workers followed his instructions to the letter. Chapter 6861 Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV Saint Commander Casella Ingvar ultimately approved of the Ferocious Piranha Mark IV. It was not the most transformative update to the Ferocious Piranha line, but it retained many of the advantages of the Mark III while updating its configuration to the standards of the Hyper generation. The results therefore satisfied the most essential demands of the Larkinson army in the mech market. Casella should feel happy about that, yet she found it hard to find much pleasure in the release of this long-awaited update. I feel rather underwhelmed by this Mark IV. She voiced. I don't blame you. My work has long exceeded everyone's expectations on a consistent basis. Ves explained. I always find a way to make new products that revolutionize their product categories. When updating an existing mech, I devise all kinds of new solutions that significantly enhance the existing configuration. This is most pronounced in the latest high-ranking mechs such as the Dark Zephyr Mark III, the Amaranto Mark III and the Minerva Mark II. When you go from those masterworks to the Ferocious Piranha Mark IV, the differences in quality and commitment are obvious. Ves essentially admitted that the design department did not really do its best to develop the best version of the Ferocious Piranha Mark IV. Alexa lowered her head. Our design department was overtaken by the Great Severing. If the Facewater generation did not meet a premature end, the Ferocious Piranha Mark III would have remained relevant and up to date for at least a decade. Technological development would have begun to stabilize after the human race has gotten a handle on Facewater technology. All of those plans became worthless when the onset of the Hyper generation ignited a new frenzy centered around E-energy radiation and hypermaterials. A new technological life cycle started before the last one had run its course. The Facewater generation lasted much shorter than any other mech generation. This caused a lot of problems for many mech companies, not just the LMC. Many of the larger mech companies were at least able to replenish their core mech lines fairly quickly. They employed many capable mech designers and were less reliant on individual talents. The design department of the LMC could not keep up. The company was still too young and had not expanded quickly enough. The poor timing of the Great Severing only complicated matters further. The Mark IVs are predominantly reactionary mech designs. They are directly developed in response to an unforeseen circumstance. They lack the planning and investment of a proper mech design project. Ves elaborated. So long as our civilization does not suffer any massive disruptions in the next decade, we should have ample time to properly plan out the development of the Mark Vs. We don't have to cram them in the same 2-year timespan and rush them all to completion while doing the bare minimum like we are doing now. Does that satisfy you, Casella? The future is too far away. The Saint Commander replied. Many people will depend on your Mark IVs to fight the enemies that are pushing us closer and closer to extinction. While I am not particularly overwhelmed by the Ferocious Piranha Mark IV, I can recognize that it would have taken much longer for it to get released if you insisted on devoting your full attention to it. That will end up forcing many mech pilots to remain stuck with their modified Mark IIIs. Mech design often amounted to reconciling overblown expectations with the constraints of reality. Time was the greatest constraint of every mech designer. The more successful ones always tended to be those who completed more work in less time. Those who could not work well under time constraints had no business remaining in the mech industry. Let us proceed with the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV. Alexa proposed and began to change the projections to show the schematics and the simulations related to this popular mech line. Similar to the ferocious Piranha Mark IV, we have developed an iterative update to the Valkyrie Redeemer. It is split into two editions, one quasi-first class that makes use of phase water and one second class that is mainly targeted towards general customers. It is a hyper mech that predominantly makes use of death-attributed hyper materials to enhance its natural inclinations. It is also a 7th-generation living mech that comes with all of the associated bells and whistles. The projection zoomed in on the armaments of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV. As you can see, both weapons of the Mark IV are unusual. The ranged option of this Marauder mech is a 4th-generation Luminaire crystal rifle. What makes this weapon different is that it incorporates Mr. Harry Kaikkonen's ERC Luminaire crystal technology. Mech pilots can make use of their strong emotions to materially affect the expression of their hyper weapons. For example, as long as they are angry, they can transform this emotion into extra firepower. Casella looked interested. The instrument of vengeance wielded by the Amaranto Mark III is the first ERC Luminaire crystal weapon of its kind, am I correct? Ves grinned. That's right. The instrument of vengeance is currently the ceiling of what can be done with Luminaire crystal technology. I have high expectations for Mr. Kaikkonen. He has successfully taken over the responsibility to continue the development of Luminaire crystal weapons. While he has yet to come up with more design applications, his current one is already useful enough. Using human emotions to enhance the firepower of Luminaire crystal weapons is like drawing upon free energy. The only problem was that the performance boost was inconsistent. Humans had little control over their emotions. If they channeled the wrong one in their Luminaire crystal rifles, they may end up firing weaker shots. This should not be a major impediment to the adoption of ERC Luminaire crystal weapons. The mech pilots needed to train themselves into evoking specific emotions that were tied to greater damage output. Besides, the hexers who were expected to be the most predominant customers of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV should not have any problems with evoking strong emotions that were conducive to augmenting the firepower of ERC Luminaire crystal weapons. Ves only needed to reference his wife to have a pretty good idea how well the hexers could weaponize their rage. He even thought about whether he should commission Harry Kaikkonen to develop a custom ERC Luminaire crystal pistol for his wife. Given her strong mood swings, she might be able to fire an energy beam that was powerful enough to drill through a mech. So the Luminaire crystal weapons of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV have become a more serious threat rather than a pea-shooter, is that correct, Ves? It depends on what they are fighting against. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IVs are well positioned to defeat enemy phase fighters. Their effectiveness is not as good when fighting against enemy warships, but they are still able to do a lot of damage as long as they close the distance and use their space suppressors to weaken the enemy vessel's energy shields. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV needed to remain fairly light and compact. Their mass should be slanted towards the lower end of medium mechs. This meant that the Mark IV could not afford to wield a large and bulky rifle that also required plenty of support systems inside the mech frame. The same applied to the spear. It was lighter and slender than the weapons wielded by dedicated spearman mechs. This easily enabled the Valkyrie Redeemer to wield the weapon with a single hand. Have you turned the spear into the Mark IV's ultimate module? Ves nodded. Yes. The Soultaker spear is a little bit more special than the Piranha teeth. The former can unleash an empowered attack that should have a similar effect to battle formations that make use of Helena, but on a much smaller and weaker scale. It will take a lot of time to charge up the Soultaker spear, but you can massively speed up this process by staying close to lots of dying enemies. The weapon is literally named this way because it feeds off the spiritualities of deceased enemies. Casella's eyes sharpened. What about deceased humans? Relax. The Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV will never mistreat red humanity. The Soultaker spear can make a distinction between human and alien souls. To be honest, Ves felt tempted to bend this rule, but he ultimately rejected this setting. He did not want to get in trouble with people who objected to the unsolicited harvesting and repurposing of red human souls. Does the Soultaker spear possess any other advantages aside from its status as an ultimate module? No. Ves shook his head. The weapon has otherwise undergone minimal changes. What has changed is the physical defenses of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV. If you have looked at the designs, you will see that the round shield that the Valkyrie Redeemer previously wielded is absent. We replaced it with the battle skirt system. Beatrice Hendricks has made sure to design a slightly thicker version of this defensive system. This way, the Mark IV can enjoy the protection previously covered by the physical shield, but quickly put the modular armor plates away when they are not needed anymore. It also allows the Mark IV to wield both weapons in two hands at all times. It is rather debatable whether the Valkyrie Redeemer is a marauder mech or a hero mech. Alexa Strian mentioned, the battle skirt system added a considerable amount of cost and complexity to the mech designs, but it added an unparalleled degree of flexibility. Not only would the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV manipulate its modular armor plating in any shape it desired, it could also borrow the modular armor plates of other Valkyrie Redeemers in order to increase its defenses in a pinch. Ves saw no reason why the Mark IV should continue to carry around a clumsy physical shield when a superior solution was within reach. I feel bad for the mech pilots of the Maiden of Adversity, Casella said in a melancholic tone. The battle skirt system defined this mech model. Now, it is being applied to other machines like the Bastion, the Minerva Mark II, the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV and who knows what else. We haven't talked about the Bright Warrior Mark IV yet. Alexa supplied. Well, that too. Is there still a reason for the Maiden of Adversity to exist? Ves and Alexa exchanged glances. Probably not, Casella. Ves replied. An elite variant of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV can pretty much substitute for any newer version of the Maiden of Adversity that we can come up with. I don't think this mech line has failed. It will simply live on in all of the mech designs that make use of the battle skirt system. Being able to inspire other mech designs to imitate its look and features is another form of success in my book. I do not completely understand your argument, but I suppose that makes you the mech designer. This would not be the first or last time that Ves took the initiative to retire an active mech line. The Maiden of Adversity and other products that had fallen into comparable situations had their places in the mech market in the past, but eventually got overtaken by fresher, newer and more competitive mech models. Ves was only willing to perpetuate the mech models that had proven to be more relevant and timeless to the mech market and red humanity. His time was too precious to waste on mech models that had lost their appeal. The Hexers will have other products to choose from in the future. Ves promised. In any case, the Penitent Sisters, the Glory Seekers and the Hex Army should be more than happy with the improved features of the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV. Alexa had already cycled the projections in order to present the Bright Warrior Mark IV. Chapter 6862 Bright Warrior Mark IV The Bright Warrior. The quintessential Larkinson mech. If there was any mech model that defined the Larkinson clan, it was the humble but practical Bright Warrior. It had always been designed with versatility and modularity in mind. The Mark III edition expanded upon this modularity, allowing for a wide range of customization and personalization. Bright Warriors therefore came in all shapes and sizes. Mech pilots became accustomed to accessing shopping lists where they could exchange their accumulated Larkinson merits on better armor, new swords, shoulder-mounted missile launchers or jamming-resistant sensor modules. Their inherent versatility and flexibility allowed many Larkinson mech pilots to adjust their configurations to match different roles. Some Larkinsons preferred to turn them into defensive bulwarks. These Bright Warriors featured thicker armor systems, stronger Azure shield generators and thick physical tower shields. Other Larkinsons wanted to turn their machines into fire support platforms. The Bright Warriors carried Luminaire crystal cannons that possessed modest sieging capabilities while external energy cell packs became attached to their mech frames. Upgraded sensors and targeting systems enabled them to launch accurate fire at longer ranges on a busy battlefield. There were also stripped-down Bright Warriors that featured less armor but stronger flight systems. These machines carried no armaments aside from a sword or a pair of knives. These were duelists and interceptors who were slower than ferocious piranhas but much more capable of beating enemy phase fighters in a direct confrontation. Then there were the Bright Warriors that eschewed damage entirely and converted into support mechs. Even if they carried a pistol or rifle for self-defense, they rarely made use of them as they were far too busy with using remote shield generators to cover ejected escape pods. They also took up the responsibility of countering hostile ECM or conducting field repairs on damaged equipment. It was through the expansive degree of customization and variation that the Bright Warrior had taken root in the heart of the Larkinson army. The Bright Warrior might not excel at a single role in comparison to a specialized mech design, but it was available and convenient. It reduced the demand for mech designs that fulfilled roles that the existing mech roster failed to address. Many low-ranking mech designers of the Larkinson clan had made a career out of designing custom or standard modular parts and equipment for the Bright Warrior platform. The Bright Warrior also happened to be the mech line that was least prone to becoming obsolete. When the Hyper generation kicked off, many Larkinson mech designers had already begun to explore the potential of hyper technology. They developed increasingly more sophisticated and mature hyper modules that could easily be slotted into the Bright Warrior platform. These days, practically every Bright Warrior mech had already turned into de facto hyper mechs due to this modularity. That should have lowered the priority to designing the Mark IV edition of this iconic Larkinson mech platform, yet Ves still insisted on including it in the first batch. He had his reasons for prioritizing the Bright Warrior Mark IV. Making it available first would allow the Larkinsons to immediately fulfill multiple roles much better than before. The existing Bright Warrior Mark IIIs could be upgraded into Mark IVs while demanding only modest updates and adjustments to their modular equipment. The performance increase wouldn't be as big as with the Ferocious Piranha Mark IV or the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV, but it would still make a considerable difference over many battles. As you can see, the Bright Warrior Mark IV is a straightforward iterative update of the Mark III. Alexis Strian explained to the Saint Commander. Similar to the previous projects, we have tried to keep the underlying mech frame as unchanging as possible to facilitate affordable and convenient upgrades. The Mark IV is therefore not completely optimized for the hyper generation, but we consider this to be an acceptable trade-off. It is more important to elevate the existing Mark IIIs to the current generation with minimal delays and complications. The Bright Warrior was among the oldest and most established staple mechs of the Larkinson clan. A significant proportion of them originally came to life as Mark Is or Mark IIs. They had multiple years of growth under their belt and had grown into considerably capable third-order living mechs. All of that accumulation needed to be preserved. The longer they remained as Mark IIIs, the more their outdated tech, materials and architecture worked against them. None of the Bright Warrior Mark IIIs had been designed to fight against alien phase fighters and alien warships. The Mark IV was not that much better in this regard, but it at least made an earnest attempt to do better. The native features of 7th-generation living mechs and the much better integration of phase water technology should enable it to survive more battles and defeat more enemies. If necessary, the expeditionary fleet can fight by relying on Bright Warrior Mark IVs alone. Saint Commander Casella recognized one of the most important benefits of upgrading this mech model first. The avatars of Myth and the other mech legions can easily configure them into Space Knights, Rifleman mechs, Swordsman mechs or support mechs as needed. This will greatly alleviate the need for updated mech models. Ves nodded. The first batch is meant to address the most urgent needs of our clan and our dependents. The Ferocious Piranhas are best at intercepting alien phase fighters. The Valkyrie Redeemer is widely used by the Hex army. The Bright Warrior is the default mech of the Larkinson army. Once these Mark IVs show up on the battlefield, everyone will gain a lot of confidence in the new machines. The morale boost should be very welcome to the soldiers. Casella agreed. The Red Tide offensive had taken a toll on everyone's mentality. The war killed many people, but even the survivors came away with mental scars. The significance of the Bright Warrior line had grown due to the stress induced by fighting frequent life-threatening battles. With the Golden Cat as their design spirit, the Bright Warriors never failed to warm the hearts of every member of the Larkinson clan. The strong focus on kinship was not just a means to bind the clansmen together. It also helped to give the soldiers purpose and succor. It reminded them what they were fighting for and that they always enjoyed the support of family. The Bright Warrior mech line was one of the secret weapons of the Larkinson clan. Outsiders simply did not understand its full value. The Golden Cat was not a useless design spirit. In an age where human civilization was beginning to collapse around them, a mech that embodied the heart of the Larkinson clan provided a critical anchor of support and stability. Alexa continued to introduce the merits of the Bright Warrior Mark IV to the Saint Commander. The Bright Warrior Mark IV possesses many of the updates applied to the other two mech lines. It has also integrated the battle skirt system, so any mech pilot can flexibly add or remove a surplus of modular armor plating at their choosing. What is truly special about the Bright Warrior is its ultimate module. One of the projections that depicted the Bright Warrior Mark IV zoomed in on a schematic before highlighting a strange sphere embedded into the chest of the modular mech platform. This is the mechanical heart. Ves said, it is made out of mid-grade or high-grade life-attributed hyper materials. Its only function is to grant the second wind ultimate ability to the Bright Warrior Mark IV. When activated, the mech will receive a focused infusion of life energy that is directed towards damaged or failing parts. The hope is that this emergency infusion of life energy will control the damage and prevent the compromised components from deteriorating any further. Casella raised her eyebrows. That sounds familiar. Will the Bright Warrior Mark IVs be able to regenerate the damage they incur in the same way as the Everchanger? Probably not. Ves shook his head. The Everchanger is able to regenerate himself to an absurd degree because of true resonance. In other words, Venerable Joshua is the source behind this reality-defying phenomenon. The Bright Warrior Mark IVs do not enjoy this particular luxury. They have to make do with whatever cultivation the mech pilots have attained along with the growth of the mechanical heart. I suppose it is possible that years of struggle and accumulation will spur the development of this ultimate module to the point where it can replicate a fraction of the miracle of the Everchanger's regeneration. However, I do not expect anything drastic to happen unless there is outside intervention. His answer disappointed the Saint Commander. It sounded too good to be true for the mechanical heart to possess mystical regeneration properties. Hyper-technology and e-technology may have opened up a lot of possibilities, but they still had many limits. Is that it? Casella asked. Pretty much. There are other nuances, but they are not that big of a deal. The Bright Warrior Mark IV is an evolution, not a revolution. I think we can save that for the Mark V. Understood. While I am no longer able to command the expeditionary fleet, I am pleased that my former subordinates finally have access to better solutions. I just wish that they came out half a year earlier. Me too, but there is only so much we can do in so little time. Are there any other Mark IVs that the two of you are ready to present? No, that is the extent of the first batch. Alexa responded. The second batch is at least a month away from completion. The Stingripper Mark III, the Redax Mark II and most importantly the Transcendent Punisher Mark IV are being brought up to the hyper-generation. These were excellent choices. The importance of the Transcendent Punisher mech line could not be overstated. Although their numbers were limited, the formidable guns and scarily accurate targeting of the Transcendent Punishers enabled them to inflict disproportionate damage from the rear. The Stingripper synergized well with the ferocious Piranha Mark and excelled at whittling down alien phase fighters. The Redax was too slow to chase after most alien phase fighters, but their powerful axes inflicted disproportionate amounts of damage onto fixed targets such as the Azure energy shields of energy warships. There were many other staples that deserved an update as well. The Redlands, the Rigid Wall and the Pacifier could all use updates. Then there were mech lines that became a lot less relevant in the Age of Dawn. Casella was not quite sure whether it was worthwhile to update the Lucid Rage, the Rigid Spine or the Second Eye. It was up to Ves and the design department to make these decisions. All Casella could do was to share her own perspective on what the soldiers needed. So what do you think about the first batch, Casella? They are good, I suppose, but none of these works are relevant to the Premier branch. She said, is it possible for you to design first-class versions of the Mark IVs? From my understanding, they are already designed as quasi-first-class mechs. How easy would it be for you to remove the quasi word and turn them into true first-class mechs? That is a good question, Ves said as he put serious thought on the matter. He and Alexa exchanged another glance before they formulated their own ideas on the subject. What you proposed holds serious merit. Alexa, who was far more familiar with first-class mechs than Ves, stated her professional opinion. However, turning them into proper first-class mechs is not as simple as swapping their power reactors. The ferocious Piranha, the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Bright Warrior are all mech concepts that are derived from the realities of third-class or second-class mech combat. I am afraid that their bare-bones configurations will not lend themselves well in the harsh realities of first-class combat. This requires a more thorough consideration. Chapter 6863 The absence of first-class living mechs. I do not understand the reluctance to translate the ferocious Piranha Mark IV, the Valkyrie Redeemer Mark IV and the Bright Warrior Mark IV into first-class mechs. Casella said with a frown. It is my understanding that the main difference between quasi-first-class mechs and first-class mechs is how much energy they have at their disposal. Even if there are other differences, it shouldn't matter as long as you put first-class power reactors into the mechs, correct? Ves let out an exasperated breath. It may seem simple to you, but it is actually not. The architectures of those mechs are designed to endure the energy output of second-class power reactors. First-class power reactors are much more powerful, but that also imposes a much higher load on the mech frame. The heat sinks won't be able to absorb and radiate so much heat in so little time. The power lines will melt because they are not built to handle so much current. Many of the parts of the mech frame will not be able to make full use of the much higher energy output, thereby causing them to underperform in comparison to proper first-class mechs. The end result amounts to flawed and crippled, first-class, mechs. He understood the Saint Commander's desire to ask for first-class living mechs. This was the most important absence of the Premier Fleet. How could the Larkinson clan possibly field a new fleet without making use of their own iconic living mechs? Compared to third-party offerings, the mech pilots or at least the experienced ones vastly preferred to pilot living mechs. It would be great if their existing Bright Warriors or other living machines could get uplifted to first-class versions of the same mech line. Casella did not give up on this subject. Those are all technical problems. It is the job of mech designers such as yourselves to make them go away. I do not expect miracles from your design department. It is already good enough if you can convert the aforementioned Mark IVs into basic first-class mechs that are stable enough to fight alongside all of those first-class multi-purpose mechs. As long as you can do this, I can summon so many skilled and battle-tested veterans from the expeditionary fleet. Their existing familiarities with the quasi-first-class living mechs will massively reduce the learning curve of the first-class living mechs. This should especially be the case if their battle partners have followed them into the Premier Fleet. The Ace Commander actually raised a few good points. She did not ask for first-class living mechs that could match the performance of first-class multi-purpose mechs. She just wanted the new machines to be able to make contributions in their own ways. Casella clearly grew excited at this prospect. Her command field, which recently experienced a growth spurt due to piloting the Minerva Mark II. Her expensive domain therefore made emotions transparent. That might work to her disadvantage one day. In any case, Ves and Alexa were unable to meet her expectations. The technical problems you spoke of can be solved for the most part, but not in a short amount of time. Alexa Strian stated in a calm but assertive voice. We are not trying to get in your way, but it is truly not possible to snap our fingers and convert those Mark IVs into proper first-class mechs in an instant. Every assumption that we have applied to those mech designs has to be rethought and retested in order to verify whether the same rules still apply in a higher level of warfare. All of that takes a great amount of time and effort to complete. Ves nodded in agreement. This means that developing first-class versions of those mech lines takes almost the same amount of time as designing completely original first-class mechs from scratch. These are big projects that require the full dedication of a design team over the course of half a year or longer. The Ace Commander frowned deeper. I see. Why are you not starting right away? The sooner you get this done, the faster we will be able to field first-class living mechs that truly belong to our clan. We are eager to see that happen as well, but we can't rush. Ves responded while shaking his head. First-class mechs are the best of what our race has to offer. They are designed to exacting standards as they wield far greater power than any other war machine of this size. Any flaws or mistakes will often be magnified to dangerous proportions due to how much power they wield. If we design a first-class mech, we either do a proper job, or not at all. It is very dangerous to rush a design without taking the time and effort to do it right. Perhaps other mech designers are willing to take the risk, I am not among their number. Even in the current climate. Ves shrugged. That is why I have directed you to purchase a batch of commercial first-class multi-purpose mechs first. The performance of whatever the mech market has available will always trump any mechs that I design under strained conditions. I am not pleased to resort to the work of other mech designs, but the logic is too strong in this case. We are not ready yet to field our own first-class living mechs. I have to ask you and everyone else to remain patient. Although the Saint Commander clearly did not like what she heard, she had no other choice than to accept his verdict. What are you waiting for, Ves? When will you design the first-class versions of our staple mech lines? I am not sure, Ves honestly said. I still need to put this matter under consideration. It is possible that I will not design any first-class version of familiar Larkinson mech lines aside from the Transcendent Punisher. If it turns out that we are better off using a handful of first-class multi-purpose mech models that can cover the roles of dozens of different specialized mech models, then I will favor the more expedient solution. There are good reasons why the first raters so love their multi-purpose mechs. Casella frowned in disapproval. First-class multi-purpose mechs also impose extreme demands on mech pilots. They can only be piloted by professionals with A or B grade genetic aptitudes. You may be able to relax those requirements somewhat with the Karman system, but the pilots still need to master an excessive amount of skills. The assistance of auxiliary chi cultivation may help second-class mech pilots close the gap, but it cannot substitute for formal attendance at a proper first-class mech academy. These machines demand far too much from their pilots. She raised a good point. The manpower requirements for first-class multipurpose mechs were extremely harsh. It was much easier to find mech pilots that possessed the qualifications to pilot first-class specialized mechs. Most Larkinsons valued the simplicity and affordability of mechs that only focused on doing a single job well. They were accustomed to working with specialized mechs and did not appreciate the hassle of working with much more demanding first-class multipurpose mechs. Ves did not want to put himself in one camp or another. He wanted to be more objective than that. Since so many first-raters swore by their multipurpose mechs, he felt it was better to keep an open mind and try it out for himself to see what the fuss was all about. He knew that committing to designing a first-class multipurpose mech would make it much harder for second-class mech pilots to promote to the premier fleet, but he could not allow sentiment to overrule sound logic. When will you design your own first-class multipurpose mech? Soon, Casella. I cannot give you an exact schedule or anything. I am still juggling a lot of different projects right now. I don't have enough direction now. I need inspiration to design an unforgettable first-class multipurpose mech for our clan. Oh, I see. The lack of inspiration was a big impediment to his intention to design a first-class multipurpose mech. He just knew that if he forced himself to design such a machine, he would end up developing a bland and boring product that would be lacking in personality. A mech design that lacked a true soul did not deserve to exist as far as he was concerned. We did not call you here to talk about designing first-class living mechs, Ves said. We merely wanted to introduce the first batch of quasi-first-class and second-class living mechs designed for the hyper-generation. Do you have any further comments about the Ferocious Piranha, Valkyrie Redeemer and Bright Warrior? The Saint Commander spent a bit of time in thought. I do not have any further questions or comments. I need to see them in action before I can provide more accurate feedback. In my opinion, as a mech commander who is highly familiar with the previous editions of those mechs, I think the Mark IVs won't cause any storms, but will still be able to help more clansmen survive. I believe that is the most important gain. That sounded about right. The goal of the Mark IVs was not to dazzle the enemy and allow the mech designers to earn more accolades. They just needed to keep up with the times and adapt to the changing battlefield. Just as the meeting was about to end, Ves brought up another topic. Casella, it is about time for us to procure first-class multipurpose mechs for the Premier Fleet. I have been holding off this decision because technology is constantly improving. However, now that the tortuous scream is less than a month away from delivery, the time for waiting is over. Red Humanities industries are also under increasing strain. Alexa Strian mentioned, the upper zones are holding for the time being, but what is happening in the middle and lower zones has already compromised many shipping and supply contracts. Once the native aliens make inroads into our most resource-rich territories, many first-class mechs will become impossible to produce and sell. Then we should make sure that we place our orders sooner rather than later. Casella said, do you already have any first-class mech models in mind? I don't have any concrete choices, but I can already tell you that we will predominantly procure first-class mechs from the Red Association. As a Tier 3 galactic citizen that is in favor with all of its leaders, I do not foresee any problems with purchasing non-experimental mechs. If I have a good relationship with a particular raw mech designer, then I may be able to buy the good stuff. Casella raised her eyebrows before looking at Alexa. Why choose raw mechs? Are Terran mechs that bad? No, the former Terran mech designer responded. Mechs designed by Terrans have their own strengths and characteristics. They are not necessarily worse than the mechs designed by the Red Association. It is just that they are lacking a critical feature that Ves greatly values. What missing feature? Support link technology. Ves answered with a grin. We are one of the few private organizations that has received an official permit to make use of shield link technology. This is a powerful if demanding piece of tech that is already integrated into most high-end raw mechs. This feature will definitely keep more of our mechs and mech pilots alive. The Saint Commander became delighted by this news. She understood the value of shield link technology just as well as Ves. Casella no longer grew upset about the absence of first-class living mech models. If her subordinates in the Premier Fleet could pilot exclusive raw mechs that enjoyed the cover of shield link technology, then it became much easier for her to keep them all intact on the battlefield. Do you also have permission to incorporate shield link technology into your own mech designs? Ves nodded. That's right. This is also a reason why a straightforward translation of the Mark IVs into first-class territory is not advised. As I mentioned earlier, shield link technology is a demanding piece of tech. It requires a much stronger mech architecture in order to accommodate its demands. Chapter 6864, 1000 First-Class Mechs Procuring. First-class mechs for the Larkinson clan was the final major step to turning the Premier Fleet into a real fighting force. Without the mechs, the Premier Fleet mostly consisted of useless combat carriers. The only vessels that could fight without needing to rely on strike craft were two captured and converted alien hulls. The first was the converted Archer ship, which recently came into operation as the Morpheus. The second was the converted Orvan battleship, which was still officially known as the tortuous scream of a human dying in agony over a span of 46.7 hours. Both warships were slated to play indispensable roles in the Premier Fleet. Yet despite their power and capabilities, Ves and the other Larkinsons still considered mechs to be their primary means of waging war. A single stealth vessel had good scouting and infiltration capabilities, but the Morpheus could easily get shot to pieces if she ever became exposed. The tortuous scream possessed much more formidable combat capabilities, but her fate was doomed as long as she came under fire by dozens of enemy warships. Neither vessel could afford to take great risks. The Morpheus would probably be assigned to low-risk remote scouting assignments. Perhaps the Larkinson clan might use the Archer ship to transport stealth units such as the Phobos to an enemy position, but this should be done as little as possible to minimize risks. The tortuous scream would serve as the anchor of the Premier Fleet. So long as she was positioned in the rear and outside of the effective range of enemy warship cannons, she would likely remain intact. Given the limited roles of these two vessels, the mechs of the Premier Fleet pretty much had to do everything. When Ves decided to go shopping for first-class mechs, he decided to call everyone that was relevant to the discussion. He scheduled a meeting in the conference room and invited Gloriana, Casella, Alexa Strian, Kelsey Ampetok, Klaus Rabar Fulton, Callister DeVos, Tarsa Merovic. He also brought in Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban to serve as the sales representatives of the different groups and factions of the Red Association. The conference room therefore became divided into different cliques. Gloriana stuck close to Ves, naturally. Casella sat by herself. Alexa and Kelsey had both taken charge of guiding and mentoring the three new former Terran apprentice mech designers. So far, Klaus, Callister and Tarsa had already showed their value by assisting the Minerva Mark II project and the Final Glory project in their own ways. Their understanding of Architect and unique Larkinson methods may still be insufficient, but their grasp on the fundamentals was stronger than that of their second-class counterparts. Due to their common origins, the three Eden Institute graduates had already formed a club of their own. They were unable to integrate into the existing cliques within the design department as many other assistants as well as lead designers saw them as rivals. Everyone chatted by themselves at first before Ves tapped his knuckles against the surface of the conference table. They fell silent and took their seats. Ves naturally sat at the head of the table with Gloriana sitting to his right. "Good morning everyone." Ves greeted everyone in a serious tone. "You all know why you are here. The Premier Branch needs to order a batch of first-class mechs. Due to the fact that we have permission to make use of shield link technology under the supervision of the Red Association and the Red Fleet, we are mainly considering the acquisition of first-class mechs that have integrated this indispensable form of high technology. While I am not necessarily opposed to buying mechs designed by Terrans, Rubarthans or other groups, their value proposition must exceed that of an RA mech equipped with shield link technology in order to have a chance of getting selected." Gloriana spoke next. "Before we begin the selection process, do you have any questions?" Kelsey Ampetok raised his hand. "Can't we solve multiple problems at once by designing variants of first-class mechs? We can easily license a mech designed outside of the RA that meets almost all of our requirements. We can then proceed to design a variant that not only includes shield link technology, but is also alive. The variant does not have to deviate any further from the base model if we want to save time." The former Rubarthan mech designer made a good suggestion. Variants existed for a reason. Just because the Larkinson clan had yet to design its own first-class mechs did not mean it was prohibited from designing variants. Designing first-class variants is admittedly less demanding than designing original mechs, but it is still a 2 to 3 month commitment. Gloriana replied, "Our manpower is still relatively tight and we are still working on many mech design projects. The time and resources spent on developing living mech variants can be skipped entirely if we purchase ready-made mechs from the Red Association. Do we have to purchase the mechs from the Red Association wholesale? Alexa Strian asked. The mechers can secretly tamper with the mechs sold to the Premier branch. They also prefer to produce their mechs through materialization rather than with more traditional and less efficient superfabs. Such mechs are often clinical and less likely to demonstrate living tendencies. Ves nodded in acknowledgement. You were right about that last part, Alexa, but it doesn't matter if we are not making use of actual living mechs. Even if they are alive, I don't really care too much about investing in them. They are a stopgap solution as far as I am concerned. The same goes for the tortuous scream. We are using them because we need strong hardware that we cannot supply ourselves for the time being. The first-class mechs don't have to be amazing. They just have to be solid enough to satisfy our needs for a few years. I am confident that we will slowly be able to phase them out when we finally introduce our own first-class living mechs to our mech roster. Does that clarify matters? Alexa wordlessly nodded. Kelsey looked disappointed. He was hoping for an opportunity to participate in the development of living mech variants, as did several other mech designers. I think it is important to mention that our first-class production capacity is limited. Gloriana said, the Premier fleet does not include a factory ship. While some of the decks of the tortuous scream have been converted into workshops and production halls, you should not hold high expectations. The production facilities are barely enough to replenish the mechs that we have lost after a strenuous battle, and even then they may be overwhelmed. Other ships only have workshops, and very few Larkinsons are currently trained and certified to produce first-class mechs. It is not as simple as pressing a button and letting a materializer do all of the work. Nothing was ever simple when working with powerful but volatile or unstable materials. The limited production capacity of the Premier fleet meant that the Larkinsons would have to transfer mechs from outside sources if they needed a large number of machines. Can we borrow the assistance of the Blue Jay fleet? No, Mr. DeVos. Jovi Armelon responded this time. Our escort fleet is almost entirely comprised of warships. We lack the support ships that can significantly increase our production of mechs. Our warships themselves also lack spare capacity to devote too much internal space for production. Can't we expand D&D base? Tarsa Merovic asked. Ves shook his head. One of the reasons why we want to move to the Premier fleet is to reduce our dependence on fixed locations. We don't want to invest billions of MTA credits into a first-class mech production complex, only for the native aliens to swoop in and bombard it into pieces. There are several ways to mitigate or prevent that from happening, sir. The former Terran female apprentice was not afraid of speaking up. You can build a secret production complex that is deep underground or located in the middle of an asteroid belt. Another popular method is to build an underwater complex that can float and relocate at the depths of a planet's ocean. They have proven particularly resistant against orbital bombardment. Gloriana shook her head in disapproval. The phase whales and the jergs are but two of many native alien races that are aquatic in origin. There are other races that are good at burrowing underground. They all have their own racial tech that is good at hunting down hidden bases. The only reason why many of these hidden bases have yet to be destroyed is because the native aliens are more invested in snatching our territories than completely pacifying the ones they have already conquered. Besides, even if those bases with production facilities remain intact, it is impossible for them to ship their finished goods across occupied territory. On this point, she agreed with her husband. The increasingly more dire alien invasion vindicated his aversion to investing in colonial holdings and real estate. Callister DeVos raised his hand this time. What is the quantity of first-class mechs that you are hoping to acquire for the Premier fleet? I can answer that, Ves responded. The composition of our Premier fleet is still in flux due to multiple reasons. We currently have about 15 first-class combat carriers in our possession. Each of them can carry 30 first-class mechs, which amounts to a total of 450 mechs. We are also expecting the transfer of a modern first-class fleet carrier from the Eternal Vulcan Empire. This baby alone can fully carry and support 320 first-class mechs. The sum of mechs we can carry as a baseline is therefore 770 mechs. I have not included the first-class mechs that the tortuous scream is able to carry as bunker mechs or in her spare cargo bays. Our current target is 1,000 mechs. Gloriana directly stated, we aim to purchase mechs derived from half a dozen or so raw mech models. For every model, we will make sure to acquire enough spare machines that can be used to replace any losses that we incur in battle. That was quite clever, Though they needed to free up enough cargo space to store all of the spare mechs, first-class mechs represented a lot of wealth. It was not cheap to produce so many machines. It may also be problematic for the Ra to produce first-class mechs that relied on rare materials that could only be sourced from the conquered territories. Nonetheless, Ves believed that the Ra should still be able to supply most of the mechs in its catalog. When everyone was done with asking questions, Ves moved to the next phase of this meeting. Before we are ready to browse the Ra mech catalog, we first need to determine a direction for our acquisitions. We can't blindly select mech models that look cool or boast the highest numbers. Our choices should be guided by the mech doctrines and strategies that we intend to employ in the Premier Fleet. Saint Commander, you have spent a lot of time puzzling out this stuff. Please share with us your wisdom on this subject. The Saint Commander smiled sardonically. While I am an ace commander and participated in many second-class battles, I must state that I have never participated in a proper first-class battle. I have studied numerous textbooks and treatises. I have spoken with Tusa and Stark. I have consulted many other first-class officers and soldiers. I have also explored my ideas in simulation battles. That has increased my theoretical understanding of how warfare is being waged in the upper zones, but I do not consider myself to be an authority in this field. Gloriana nodded her head at Casella. We all understand your plight. We still value your opinion as you are the designated commander of the Premier Fleet. The first-class mechs that you select must not only conform to the needs of the Larkinson clan, but must also synergize well with your command field. Your voice holds great weight in this discussion. Casella looked pleased. Well, if you trust me that much, then I shall share my opinion on what we should acquire first. Chapter 6865 First-Class Selection Criteria. After spending a bit of time in the Premier Branch, Casella Ingvar learned a lot about first-class warfare. She had put a lot of thought on how to shape the first-class mech forces of the Larkinson clan. Ves had entrusted her with a lot of responsibility. The Saint Commander understood extremely well that her voice could determine the life and death of many Larkinsons. That was not the extent of her influence. Depending on the battles that the Premier Fleet fought in the future, Casella may be able to affect the lives of billions if not trillions of people. Lesser individuals may feel crushed by the weight of all of this responsibility, but the Saint Commander was no ordinary woman. Her willpower and her experience granted her the capital to take over leadership of the Premier Fleet and guide it to a brighter future. Since the Premier Fleet was heavily reliant on its mechs, it became extremely important to select the right ones to serve as its stopgap mechs. The Larkinson clan would eventually field its own first-class mechs. It was impossible for a clan founded and led by one of the most prominent mech designers to continue to rely on third-party products. However, Ves and the Larkinsons had only been developing for a relatively short amount of time. The clan had grown at an astronomical speed, but it was still short on accumulation. The Saint Commander was confident that the design department would sort it out eventually. In the meantime, she needed to do a good job by guiding the selection process and make sure that the Larkinsons purchased the mechs that fit their mech doctrine and martial traditions. Let me begin by describing the kind of force the Premier Fleet should be. Casella began as she stood up and addressed the mech designers in the conference room. According to our patriarch, the Premier Fleet must fulfill two distinctive objectives. First, it must be a sharp weapon that can be used to inflict harm against our enemies, most particularly the native aliens. Second, it must serve as the mobile headquarters and home base of the Larkinson clan. Everyone should be clear that the Premier Fleet is clearly modeled after the Expeditionary Fleet. Multiple heads nodded. We do not have to worry too much about fulfilling the second objective for the time being. Casella continued to speak. The Expeditionary Fleet already hosts the bulk of our core members. Even if it is still a second-class fleet, it is not in imminent danger. It makes much more sense for us to focus on fulfilling the first objective to the best of our ability. We must build up the framework of a strong first-class mech force first before thinking about expanding it with non-military assets. Ves nodded in agreement. It is really hard to acquire first-class starships under the current climate. Every shipyard is busy with producing starships for internal consumption. The war has also disrupted a lot of shipping lines, making it harder to obtain the bulk goods needed to construct large hulls. Our own two shipyards are working hard to produce more first-class starships, but they are facing increasing production delays due to shipping disruptions. The message was clear. The Premier Fleet would not be expanding anytime soon. The Larkinsons needed to cherish the hulls that were already in their possession and prevent them from receiving any harm. This limited how aggressively the Premier Fleet could wage its battles. Its mechs needed to deploy further away from their motherships. So our primary goal should be clear. We must forge the Premier Fleet into a strong mech-based fighting force in a short amount of time. Since we lack strong territorial holdings or colonies that can support a large population and local industries, we also have to make sure to minimize our attrition as much as possible. This means that we must field mechs that are durable, reliable and easy to repair and maintain. I know that the last two demands are difficult to satisfy when it comes to first-class mechs, but we should do our best to reduce our reliance on third-party facilities. She was right. In this day and age, it became more vital than before to ensure that the Premier Fleet and its mech forces remained as self-sufficient as possible. We shouldn't purchase mechs that are too exotic. Gloriana surmised. There are many powerful mechs that rely on rare strategic resources that are difficult to source or intricate tech that is difficult to reproduce outside of specialized production facilities. Such mechs often deliver superior performance in order to justify their greater expensive and more stringent demands. While it would be nice to have them at our disposal, if we cannot maintain them as they get damaged or replace them if they are broken, then it is better to forego them entirely. The Larkinson clan already suffered such a case when it came to soulless gas. The valuable exotic gas possessed amazing properties that enhanced the concealment properties of anything that was impregnated by the substance, but its supply had become cut off after the Torald Middle Zone fell to the invading aliens. The good news was that the Larkinsons managed to harvest and stockpile an abundant supply of the unique gas. It should be enough to last for a long time, but only if the Larkinsons rationed it carefully. For the time being, Ves was only willing to expend soulless gas on high-ranking mechs, stealth vessels and possibly a handful of starships. If Red Humanity was not able to retake the Torald Middle Zone anytime soon, then Ves might have to restrict the usage of soulless gas to supporting the expert mechs and ace mechs that already integrated the material. My next demand is that the first-class mechs that we are looking to procure must be easy to adopt without needing to take any special steps. Casella spoke. There are many complex products on the market that require additional setup and exploration in order to serve their customers well. We don't have time for that. It is not worthwhile for us to invest too much in the subsequent development of our machines if they are only meant to serve as stopgap mechs. Such products were not that common in third-class and second-class mech markets, but they were much more prevalent among first-raters. Customers in first-rate states always had greater demand for customization and personalization. Mech companies played into this demand by making their mech designs more open and easy to adjust. The Saint Commander then proceeded to share her final demand. Lastly, the mechs that we must purchase should ideally score well in terms of defense and mobility. It is more important to keep our forces alive than to defeat our opponents. We may even choose to withdraw from a battlefield in order to cut our losses. It will do our clan little good to win a battle by sacrificing 50% of our mechs. Tarsa Merovic raised her arm. Shield link technology and dragon scales should make our mechs much harder to eliminate than other first-class mechs. Is it not wiser to put more emphasis on offensive power in our selection? Killing our enemies quickly also helps to preserve our numbers. Your words have merit, Miss Merovic. The two solutions that you have mentioned can significantly increase the survival rate of all of our mechs. However, I do not expect that the upper zones will remain prosperous for long. If the Red Tide offensive continues at its current pace, it will become much harder to acquire first-class mechs and manpower in the coming months and years. We must conserve the assets and manpower that we already have. It is for this reason that our mechs must have a strong capital to survive any storm, especially when my command field is not available for whatever reason. The Saint Commander possessed a lot of confidence in her ability to keep most of the mechs under her command alive, but she knew better than to assume that she would be available all of the time. Even if she was able to commandeer and infect all of the first-class mechs, they could still be taken down when attacked by a much larger enemy force. Attrition warfare was the greatest weakness of the Premier Fleet, but Casella was determined to defy the efforts of the native aliens to grind the Larkinsons down. The Saint Commander answered a few more questions before she decided to move on to the next step. Now that we have a clearer idea on what sort of mechs our clan should field, let us move to exploring the Ra's mech catalog. Even if we leave out the mechs that do not conform to our criteria, we are still faced with thousands of viable options. We need to impose additional criteria in order to make a more targeted selection. Do any of you have any suggestions on what we should look into first? Alexa made a suggestion. We should look into mechs that can intercept alien phase fighters. Eliminating the enemy strike craft is always a necessity when fighting against the native aliens. We have much more room for maneuver if we are able to suppress or eliminate the enemy phase fighters. We can look into a different mech model to fight against enemy warships. Agreed. Casella smiled. A first-class multi-purpose mech that is good at defeating alien phase fighters must be fairly light and fast. Their maneuverability does not have to be excellent, but their straight-line acceleration performance must be good in order to catch up to the alien craft. Long-ranged weapons are dispensable as their effectiveness against alien phase fighters have always been questionable in isolation. Their ranged armaments should perform well at shorter ranges. They must also have strong enough melee combat capabilities to quickly break down enemy Azure energy shields if they are able to get close enough. The Red Association designed many mechs that fit this particular set of criteria. The mechers themselves recognized the importance of fielding mechs that fared well against alien phase fighters. The enemy strike craft developed so rapidly in the past few years that they had become a credible threat to Red humanity. No human force dared to ignore them anymore as they could do a lot of damage if left unchecked. After browsing the catalog for a few seconds, Casella highlighted one of the top listings. Surprisingly enough, the mech she chose to display on the main projector was a beast mech as opposed to a humanoid mech. The first-class multi-purpose mech resembled a rather light and slender dragon that possessed stiff and slightly oversized wings. While the machine fell under the medium weight classification, it was obviously on the lighter end due to its relatively slender mech frame. The DFN-72CEG Dracoloid, Casella recited. As you can see, it is a beast mech that is designed for mobility and interception. Its armor system is not that impressive, but it is partially able to compensate for its lacking physical defenses by mounting a serviceable Azure energy shield generator. It mounts 4 compact Gauss guns, 2 plasma guns, and a flamethrower in the head. It can also grapple and tear apart foes with its claws or teeth. Is that it? Klaus looked a little confused. First-class multi-purpose mechs generally mounted more weapon systems. The armaments do not sound impressive, but they are quite powerful despite their compact sizes. The Gauss guns are able to fire a variety of high-end ammunition. The plasma guns can be charged to launch more powerful plasma bolts. The flamethrower shouldn't be underestimated either as it can be loaded with high-grade propellants that can rapidly erode transphasic energy shields and transphasic armor as long as they are laced with a small amount of phase water. The weapons are just enough to kill alien phase fighters. Ves said with satisfaction. It doesn't appear that these dragon mechs are good for much else, but that is okay. Their mobility is their strongest advantage. Few alien phase fighters should be able to outrun these fast machines. Chapter 6866 Dimensional Storage Technology General first-class multi-purpose mechs needed to possess rounded attack capabilities in order to handle a variety of enemies. Their versatility was a core part of their strength. They should never end up helpless when they faced opponents that they were not supposed to fight against. The DFN-72CEG Dracoloid contradicted this prevailing trend. Its mech frame integrated just 7 ranged armaments. Each of them were not that big aside from the flamethrower module installed inside the throat of the dragon mech. Yet each of them were far more powerful than their modest sizes suggested. As Ves and the other mech designers read the spec sheet of this first-class multi-purpose mech, they all became thoroughly impressed. The Red Association never joked around when it came to its own mechs. The mechers already imposed standards onto any mech designed for sale. They demanded much higher standards when it came to the mechs that their own soldiers may depend upon to defeat their enemies. The Dracoloid is clearly a multi-purpose mech designed for close to mid-ranged superiority. Alexa Strian analyzed. Its Gauss guns can be used to shoot against distant targets, but their models and the dragon mech shape makes it difficult to maintain accuracy and precision at longer ranges. Their power is also rather low. What is good about them is that their firing rates are faster than other Gauss weapons. Their ammunition reserves are also high. The guns are all fed by dimensional magazines that can fit 15 times the quantity of rounds than they could normally accommodate. Of course, these dimensional magazines are costly and difficult to replace. Do we possess the production method and facilities to produce our own dimensional magazines? Ves asked. Jovi answered the question. Dimensional storage technology is an older and more established form of high technology. It predates the phase water generation and can be produced without phase water, although the process is much harder and the materials are far more troublesome to procure. The availability of phase water has allowed those who mastered this tech to simplify and expand the production of small to middle-sized dimensional containers. Research teams are currently working to develop a means to turn structure-grade or hull-grade superdimensional matter into enhanced versions of dimensional containers. The production method of dimensional containers should not be difficult to acquire. Alexa said, "Many first-class powers have mastered one variation or another. You can exchange it from one of the Red 3 or the first-rate colonial superstates. However, do note that if we attempt to produce dimensional containers ourselves, our efficiency will be much lower. We will not be able to scale up our production, and the cost of production will be at least twice if not thrice as great." The same applied to dimensional heatsinks. Ves dismissively waved his hand. "I don't really care about whether we will have to pay more to produce these gadgets ourselves. We need to be self-sufficient. Dimensional containers are too useful. If we are cut off from established human industries, our mechs will need to utilize smaller weapons or dedicate more capacity to ammunition storage if we don't have the ability to produce our own dimensional magazines. The Ves ancient clan is more than willing to share this tech to the Larkinson clan in exchange for light concessions." Callister Ves offered. Even if he had formally cut off his loyalty to the Ves ancient clan, that did not mean he lost all of his affection for it. He believed that it was best if the Larkinsons and the Devosans formed a mutually beneficial alliance. "That will not be necessary," Jovi interrupted with a light cough. "Dimensional storage technology used to be a much more exclusive form of high technology in the past, but the facewater generation has made it much more common. I can make a promise on behalf of the survivalist faction that if the Larkinson clan ever places a large order of mechs that is equipped with dimensional magazines or dimensional heatsinks, we will provide textbooks, manuals as well as a basic set of production machines to produce your own replacements." Gloriana's eyes shone with enthusiasm. "Our clan accepts this deal. Naturally she would do so." Dimensional magazines and dimensional heatsinks sounded far too useful to leave aside. Even Ves looked forward to having this tech for himself. It would allow for high-end mechs to drastically expand their ammunition. It could also allow mechs to store their handheld weapons inside dimensional pockets. Dimensional storage technology was one of the key reasons why first-class mechs were so much more powerful than their second-class counterparts. The price to produce these dimensional containers was also excessive. Even if the use of phase water was able to substitute for more expensive materials, the other requirements remained so onerous that it was impractical to apply this tech to second-class mechs. The mech designers continued to study the Dracoloid model. With the help of dimensional magazines, the Dragon mech relied on its Gauss guns as its primary source of damage. Their accuracy suffered when they launched their rounds at their highest firing rate, but this also boosted their damage output. This was a particularly effective move at closer ranges. "The plasma guns are chargeable," Kelsey Ampitok noted. "There are only 2 of them, but they are especially designed to charge up to a high limit before releasing powerful plasma bolts. Due to this design choice, their muzzle velocity and accuracy are rather poor, but their considerable power more than makes up for that. 2 hits at maximum charge can probably overload the Azure energy shields of many alien phase fighter. The plasma guns can also inflict considerable damage at warships with every salvo, though their firing rates are so low that they are not that effective against such targets." The plasma guns were the heavy hitters of the Dracoloid model. They sacrificed firing rate and long-ranged accuracy for pure power. They excelled at overwhelming defenses through hard power. The flamethrower is the most special weapon of the Dracoloid. Ves shared his own opinion. "It is really a brilliant piece of engineering. According to the documentation, when the Dracoloid bites a chunk of transphasic alloy, it can actually swallow it. The resulting alloy can rapidly be broken down inside the Dragon mech's stomach, thereby merging a part of the phase water into the propellant. When the Dracoloid finally releases its breath, the additional phase water will drastically increase any damage inflicted onto transphasic defenses." This was the true killer of the Dracoloid model as far as Ves was concerned. This gimmick was so powerful that it could easily enable the Dracoloid to snowball and continually increase its killing efficiency when fighting against multiple phase fighters. As long as the mech pilot was skilled and brave enough, he could command his machine to continually bite and breathe fire at one target after another. Hundreds of Dracoloids could easily melt apart a swarm of alien phase fighters once they got going. The Dracoloid model has an optimal upgrade. Jovi mentioned the Larkinsons. "If you are willing to pay additional MTA credits and phase water, we can replace the default propellant canister with a dimensional propellant canister." It will be able to accommodate 5 times as much flammable liquids than normal. Unfortunately, it is difficult for us to raise this ratio due to the size of the container and the volatility of the dangerous propellant. The dimensional canister should still give the Dracoloid enough opportunities to release a fire breath to last an entire battle. The extra cost did not matter too much to Ves. The Larkinson clan was still loaded with money and it was not short on phase water either. Even if the Red Association wildly overstated the prices for the Dracoloid and the optional upgrades, it did not matter because Ves would rather have tangible combat power than intangible wealth in his hands. As the Larkinson mech designers continued to study the specs of the Dragon mech, Klaus Rabar Fulton detected another powerful feature. There is also an afterboost setting to the flight system of the Dracoloid model. When activating rush mode, it will expend energy 10 times faster than normal, but accelerate 3 times faster. It can only be activated once per deployment, and after it has run its course, the flight system will incur damage. The Dragon mech will have to be repaired after battle. Being able to accelerate 3 times faster for a small interval of time could be a crucial game changer. However, the fact that the Dracoloid's flight system became impaired after the rush mode came to an end did not sit well with Ves. This is one of the other reasons why I have taken an interest in the Dracoloid model. Saint Commander Casella stated, "Our interceptor mech must be faster than all of the other mechs of the Premier Fleet. There are light mechs that may be faster than this medium Dragon mech, but they are too flimsy and fragile to endure the rigors of high-intensity battles. The Dracoloid is a compelling alternative as long as they are not undertaking independent missions. The rush mode may sound like a double-edged sword, but only in the hands of others. The Dracoloids will not compromise their flight system when they fight under my command." Ves widened his eyes in realization. Of course, Dragon scales. When you activate this key resonating material, you can boost the physical defenses of every mech by at least 3 times in the case of knights, and 5 times in the case of vassals. This defensive enhancement is all-encompassing. It not only affects external armor plating, but also internal structural components. More importantly, it protects against all forms of damage no matter whether it is kinetic or thermal. So long as your commandeered or infeft Dracoloids enjoy the protection of your Dragon scales, they can unscrupulously keep their rush mode active. He made another important realization. Due to the protection offered by Casella's true resonance as well as the effects of Dragon scales, overheating became a non-issue for the mechs she empowered. Rush mode increases the energy consumption of the transphasic flight system of the Dracoloid by at least an order of magnitude. Jovi Armelon pointed out, however, the energy reserves of the Dracoloid are still generous enough to be able to support its continued activation during the entire approach phase. Your mech pilots do not have to be frugal about its use at all so long as the battle does not drag on for multiple hours. What is even better is that the protection that you provide can allow the Dracoloids to forcibly override the limit of 1 activation per battle. After all, there is no reason to keep this limit if the Dragon mechs effectively incur no damage. What a wonderful synergy. Ves did not forget that Casella's command field also improved the mobility of all of the empowered mechs by a lesser but still respectable margin, which meant that the Dracoloids already moved faster without relying on this rush mode. He finally understood why the Saint Commander favored this first-class multi-purpose mech over others. Compared to other mechs that were mostly humanoid in shape, the Dracoloid was deliberately designed with mobility in mind. The specific shape of the mech was highly optimized for forward acceleration and interception. This was very necessary for mechs assigned to kill alien phase fighters. The latter possessed an advantage at mid-range, while the former possessed an overwhelming advantage at close range. This meant that as long as the Dracoloids were quickly able to close in on the enemy phase fighters, the alien strike craft stood no chance. They would get massacred in quick order. More and more mech designers made the same realization. They all fell in love with the Dracoloid. It was already a strong multi-purpose mech when used for interception and screening purposes. When everyone thought about how well the Dracoloid's configuration synergized with the Minerva Mark II, they could scarcely wait to unleash these Dragon mechs onto their alien foes. Chapter 6867 Hef Z16 Totori Max Hef Z16 Totori Max Ves always had a good awareness of the capabilities of Casella's command field. He knew what she could do, but that did not necessarily mean he had discovered the greater potential behind her set of abilities. Even he had not imagined that Casella would be able to use the combination of her command field and Dragon scales to amplify the performance of a first-class multi-purpose mech like the Dracoloid to such an extent. It is rather coincidental that dragon scale synergizes so well with a dragon mech called the Dracoloid. Gloriana mirthfully commented, "Are they related to each other?" "That is unlikely." Jovi shook his head. Dragon scales is a resonating alloy that was originally designed to assist drone mechs rather than command mechs. Dracoloid is a much more recent product designed by Master Ziri Crenshaw of the mech supremacist faction, who you may better know as the Dragon Queen. Several people's expressions changed at the mention of this name. The Dragon Queen was one of the more eccentric mech designers of the industry. She was famous for being nuts about dragons. She loved the mythical creatures so much that she had dedicated her entire life and career to designing dragon mechs. Although her obsession was rather extreme, she knew how to design dragon mechs better than anyone else. The Dragon Queen led the design project that resulted in the Dracoloid. Gloriana proudly mentioned as if she had a stake in it. She is also responsible for developing the interesting flamethrower and the mechanism that enables the dragon mech to eat transphasic alloys to empower its fire-breathing capabilities. I am already beginning to consider whether we should invite her to help us design the Prometheum Mark II project. I don't think that is a good idea. Ves quickly shared his own thoughts. Saint Isabel Coden is a rifleman mech specialist who has only made use of humanoid mechs in her career. A dragon mech fights much differently from what she is accustomed to. Much of her marksmanship skills do not translate well in a beast mech. Also, dragon mech configurations are best at close to mid-ranged combat. We are planning to position the Prometheum Mark II as a mid to long-ranged asset, specially made to burn down enemy warships and phase leaders alike. Putting Isabel in a dragon mech that is similar in nature to the Dracoloid is like forcing a trained sniper to fight with her fists. Not all dragon mechs are close combat specialists. Alexa commented, "There are larger and heavier mech configurations that are designed as mobile artillery platforms. By sacrificing their ability to wield external equipment like humanoid mechs, they often boast superior mobility, armor and room for weapon modules." Ves shook his head. "That is great, but the Prometheus mech concept has worked fine for Isabel. She wouldn't have been able to advance to the rank of ace pilot so quickly if that was not the case. I will not rashly try to upend her entire combat system and turn the Promethea into a dragon mech." End of discussion. With that distraction out of the way, the discussion soon went back on track. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar had voiced a clear preference for the Dracoloid as the interceptor of the Premier Fleet. Everyone could see why she favored this dragon mech. They spent a bit of time looking for alternatives. It was not a good idea to prematurely pin their hopes on the first mech model that caught their fancy. Many of the mech designers found numerous first-class multi-purpose mech designs that offered similar value to the Dracoloid. However, these humanoid mech models lacked the recklessly powerful rush mode that could drastically amplify their mobility. They also lacked a trump card as awesome as the devastating short-range transphasic flamethrower weapon system. While there were mechs that did possess powerful armaments that could pack a mean punch, they were either too heavy, too demanding or too exotic. That did not necessarily disqualify them for use. Many raw mech units eagerly adopted these models. Some of the better ones even maintained a mech ecosystem that worked well when fighting alongside other mechs of the same system. However, Ves had no interest in getting locked in an exclusive mech ecosystem. It was easy to adopt one, but difficult to abandon it later on. The more powerful the ecosystem, the greater the price of quitting. The Dracoloid was thankfully free of such schemes. It was for this reason and more that the gathering concluded that it was their best choice. "Thank you for affirming my proposed mech model," Saint Commander said with a smile. "The Dracoloid is an excellent interceptor machine. It may be overly specialized for this role, but we are already accustomed to this. The Dracoloid can still be used to fight against warships and fixed fortifications, though it will not be able to perform as well against these enemies. We need to select another multi-purpose mech that primarily excels at outputting accurate firepower at longer ranges. Do you have any suggestions, Casella?" Ves asked. Casella briefly smiled. "I have already browsed the catalog and bookmarked a dozen or so that have caught my interest. However, I do not think it would be conducive to this discussion for me to voice all of my preferences. It may be better for you to browse the catalog yourself and think about which ones best align with our needs. I can tell you later if your choice is on my shortlist." That sounded quite thoughtful of the Ace Commander. She probably did not want everyone else to do nothing else but nod their heads and say yes. By withholding her opinions, she was forcing all of the gathered mech designers to use their brain power and judgment. Ves turned to one of the new apprentices of the design department. Tarsa. Yes, sir. You have taken the time to browse the raw mech catalog. Give me a recommendation. Which mech has earned your appreciation? The female mech designer looked nonplussed for a moment, but she quickly adjusted herself and transmitted her choice to the central projector. I think that the Hef Z16 Totori MAXXX is a viable choice for a ranged superiority platform. As you can see, it is a larger and more massive multi-purpose mech than the Dracoloid. What stands out to me is that it features a more even balance between firepower, defenses, and mobility. Several people's expressions turned weird when they read the description of this humanoid multi-purpose mech. Interesting name, Ves commented. That is an understatement. Gloriana muttered. I can already tell that a boy was in charge of this design project. Tarsa Merovic ignored the discussion on the naming of the mech. The Totori Max is defined by its weapon systems. At close range, it wields a flexible plasma whip and is mounted with 3 integrated arc pulse CIWS that excels at intercepting ordnance or nearby strike craft. At mid-range, much of its mech frame is dedicated to housing the formidable integrated max plasma stream cannons that can fire devastating streams of hot plasma. At long range, it wields a single ULTRAMAXXX high-velocity mass driver that is designed to function like a handheld siege weapon. Its hit rate against small D craft is not high, but it is much easier to land shot at larger and less maneuverable targets. Oh, the mech also boasts a pair of shoulder-mounted missile launchers. For a moment, nobody said anything. They were all taken aback by the eccentric concept and branding of the multi-purpose mech. I concur with Gloriana. Alexa broke the silence. The lead designer of the Totori Max is most definitely male. Does he really need to use 3 X's for the Maxes? Ves asked while scratching his head. A single X already does the job. Perhaps he thinks that it is not extreme enough for his liking. After the mech designers got over the odd naming scheme, they began to analyze the design for its strengths and weaknesses. Gloriana most definitely had a lot of opinions about the design. This mech is too loud. It has an abundance of power, but distressingly little finesse. Look at how the bulky max plasma stream cannons and its support systems take up so much capacity. The firepower of these weapon systems are admittedly high, but their resource consumption is also high. The plasma whip is a rather interesting weapon, but it is too unconventional and requires dedicated training to master. The most excessive weapon of all is the ULTRAMAXXX high-velocity mass driver. It is long, massive and unwieldy. It is excellent at damaging large targets at longer ranges, but it is deadweight when used against anything smaller, lighter and faster. I think that is an acceptable trade-off. Ves opined. The Totori Max is clearly designed to fight like a mobile artillery mech. The mass driver is a pure siege weapon and should only be reserved against big enemies. The other weapon systems are much more effective against alien phase fighters and comparable enemy units. In fact, the max plasma stream cannons are probably its best all-round armaments. They can inflict high damage against enemy warships, but can also be used to melt apart enemy phase fighters with reasonable accuracy at mid-range. Alexa began to frown. She clearly did not like the configuration of this multi-purpose mech model. The Totori Max is weakest at close range. It will suffer when it is overtaken by enemies that have rushed forward. The plasma whip is an interesting weapon system. Its enhanced reach makes it easier to strike enemy phase fighters, but it is lacking in efficiency and penetration power. I think it is better to replace it with a more generic plasma sword. Good suggestion. Any other comments? This is clearly a multi-purpose mech that is good at long-range bombardment, but probably needs the protection of other friendly units to fend off enemies at close range. We do not necessarily have to address its flaws as long as it can stably work together with other units. Ves rubbed his hairless chin in thought. I am inclined to ignore all of the multi-purpose stuff and purely treat it as a ranged gun platform. It is not as if the native aliens are fielding mechs of their own. Their phase fighters hate fighting at point-blank range. Do not forget about the Cosmopolitans, sir. The Saint Commander warned the Patriarch. Saint Stark has already fought against Cosmopolitan mechs. The traitors understand that their erstwhile alien allies are not good at melee mech combat, so they gladly offer their services to the alien fleets. Multiple Larkinsons scowled when they got reminded of the treachery by humans. Most Cosmopolitans still hadn't woken up and tried to make sense of their situation. We do have to guard against Cosmopolitan melee mechs, but not too much. Saint Commander Casella shared her own opinion. There are not that many Cosmopolitan mech pilots in existence. The enemy will struggle to field enough cosmopolitan mechs to defeat my empowered mechs. The previous testing sessions have clearly shown that our enemies must field far greater quantities of strike craft before they have any hope of defeating my troops. She raised a good point. It was not just the ridiculous amplification that could make the Totori mechs a lot harder to defeat at close range. The command field also granted Casella the option to control a commandeered or infeft mech directly, thereby allowing it to fight with the skills and judgment of a high-ranking mech pilot. This meant that all of her empowered mechs would be able to fight back much harder than usual. The weaknesses of this extreme mech design wouldn't be as severe as before. At the same time, its pronounced strengths would become even more exaggerated after getting empowered by Casella's command field. When the Totori mech fights under the auspices of the Minerva Mark II, it will practically turn into a heavy artillery mech that happens to maneuver particularly well in space. Ves concluded, was the Totori mechs the right fit for the Premier Fleet? Chapter 6868 FFEE 1100 Omega Thresher FFEE 1100 Omega Thresher. In spite of its silly names, the Totori mechs was truly a good first-class multi-purpose mech model. It was exactly what it looked and sounded like. It was a mech that exemplified the concept of hard power. It eschewed all forms of subtlety and fitness in favor of brutalizing its enemies up front with its torrential integrated max plasma stream cannons or its more exaggerated ULTRAMAXXX high-velocity mass driver. While these weapon systems were difficult to use at closer ranges, they were deadly at mid-range, which it preferred to fight at most of the time. The Totori mechs was also able to fight at longer ranges, but most of its armaments were not optimized for this scenario. The bombastic multi-purpose mech was designed to fight against enemies that it could see. Ves knew it just by looking at its appearance and taking a peek at its design schematics. Mech designs tended to mirror their creators. For example, Ves liked to design weird but creative mechs that possessed life and vitality. They all started out the same way, but as they went through their trials, they became marked by their experiences and grew a life of their own. He recognized the fundamental truth that miracles were not created from the start, but emerged out of a journey of strife and conquest. Gloriana preferred to design mechs that embodied her ideal of perfection. While she always fell short of reaching her impossibly high standard, she still tried to make an earnest attempt with every mech design project she completed. Her persistent efforts rewarded her in spades as she was able to independently fabricate her own masterwork mechs on a semi-reliable basis. The designer of the Totori mechs undoubtedly loved to design mechs that crushed their enemies with the most direct application of force. The exaggeratingly large and powerful mass driver was the crowning jewel of this multi-purpose mech model. It reminded him of the latest iteration of the instrument of vengeance that he designed for the Amaranmo Mark III. Both of them apparently held similar intentions when they designed these large and powerful firearms. "So what do you think about the Totori mechs, Casella?" he asked the only mech pilot in the conference room. "Does this blunt force instrument fit your strategic layout?" The Saint Commander's expression remained impassive as she issued her reply. "The comments that you have made about the Totori mechs are all valid. This is a first-class multi-purpose mech that is straightforward, but that is not necessarily a demerit. It is true that it is short on finesse. The Totori mech struggles to keep up in situations where it has fallen into a disadvantage, but I believe that the combination of my command field and my direction will minimize these occurrences from happening. With the extensive range of my domain, it should not be difficult to employ them where they can make optimal use of their formidable firepower. I am confident that I will be able to bring out the utmost of their strength." "So are you willing to add the Totori mechs to our mech roster?" Casella quickly shook her head. "Let us not make a hasty judgment, sir. One of the shortcomings of the Totori mechs is that it does not synergize particularly well with my command field. I can enhance its performance and improve its control, but it does not contain any obvious features such as the rush mode that we can exploit to a much greater degree with the help of my true resonance. There are alternative mech models available that offer other advantages." It sounded as if she was not that eager to embrace the Totori mechs model and all of its exuberant eccentricities. "Does anyone else want to propose an alternative?" Ves asked the gathering. Alexa pounced on the opportunity and transmitted her recommendation to the central projector. "I have found an alternative that should synergize better with our Saint Commander's command field. The FFEE 1100 Omega Thresher is a humanoid multi-purpose mech that offers greater balance and has less pronounced weaknesses. Its firepower is good, its physical defenses are better and its mobility is not bad. Its design incorporates enough integrated weapon modules, but also pays great attention to optimizing and reinforcing its armor system. Compared to the Totori Max, the Omega Thresher looked a lot more normal in comparison. In fact, it was difficult to distinguish any pronounced strengths of the Omega Thresher. It looked rather generic at first glance, but upon closer examination, Ves discovered that it relied completely on energy weapons to inflict damage. Its design completely rejected any dependence on physical ammunition. The Omega Thresher is a multi-purpose mech that is designed to be lower maintenance than normal. Alexa continued to explain. It is a mech that is entirely dedicated to energy weapon usage. At close range, can wield a variety of melee weapons. It also possesses 2 wrist-mounted plasma sweeper cannons. At mid-range, it is equipped with 4 integrated phase disintegrator guns as well as 2 integrated plasma cannons. At long range, it relies on 6 Omega laser cannons, which can be charged and overloaded to a ridiculous degree at the cost of reducing their firing rates. More interestingly enough, it can also wield a Datura gravity well caster. That last one demanded more explanation. The projection zoomed in on the bully rifle construction held in the arms of the Omega Thresher. The Datura is a gravitic weapon system that can inflict damage or debilitate enemy units. Alexa explained. It is an attempt to replicate the spatial abilities of phase lords without relying on the same methods. Whether the Datura can be considered a success is up for debate. What I know about it is that it may be weak when utilized on its own, but its effects can be drastically strengthened by using them in combination. That caused Ves and the others to look surprised. The effects of gravity well casters can be stacked. Yes, sir. However, the best results can only be attained when their settings and their usage are perfectly coordinated with each other. Normally, this can only be attained through automation and training, but our Saint Commander should easily be able to produce much better results without requiring all of these measures. They could easily see how that could be the case. Training should still be useful, as the Datura gravity well casters would become a lot less useful if Casella was not able to provide her support for whatever reason. Everyone continued to study the strengths and weaknesses of the Omega Thresher model. Callister DeVos stated the obvious. The Omega Thresher possesses an all-energy weapon configuration. It is clearly designed to operate with less logistical support than other mechs. As long as it has access to compatible energy recharge points, it can replenish its energy reserves and continue fighting on without returning to their motherships. That is an excellent observation, Mr. Callister. Gloriana lightly praised. I should note that the main reason why the Omega Thresher is so heavily dependent on energy weapons is because it is also equipped with energy link technology on top of shield link technology. While it is unfortunate that both links cannot be active at the same time, active energy links can still ensure that these energy weapon platforms can potentially fire for many hours as long as they are energy linked to a friendly starship. The power generators of any decent-sized starships generated much more energy than the much smaller power reactors of a mech. Therefore, letting the former substitute the latter could completely transform the combat effectiveness of mechs, especially ones that relied heavily on energy. This was also why the MTA and the CFA always prohibited the act of connecting bunker mechs to the power lines of a starship. Naturally, the mechers and the fleeters ignored this rule for themselves. They also made sure to prevent others from making use of any form of energy link technology past a certain threshold. Ves should not be subject to this prohibition anymore. The mechers treated him as an insider, so he was permitted to make generous use of support link technology so long as he did it under the supervision of the Blue Jay fleet. When everyone realized that the Omega Thresher could make use of energy link technology, they grew a lot more enthused about this mech model. They recognized how much of an advantage these multi-purpose mechs gained when fighting under the command of the Saint Commander. When commandeered or infeft, the Omega Threshers could recklessly increase their firing rates without needing to be afraid of any damage incurred from overheating many of their components. So long as the structural reinforcement remained true, the Omega Threshers could run hotter than they could ever dare when they were operating by themselves. The lack of dependence on physical ammunition granted a huge amount of convenience. Energy was much less onerous to replenish than spent rounds or missiles. Ves could easily foresee the Omega Threshers performing well in attrition warfare. So long as Casella of the mech pilots took care to withdraw and cover mechs that came under fire without the benefit of shield link technology, the Omega Threshers should be able to output excellent damage while facing relatively low risks in return. 2043, the Omega Thresher is an excellent source of sustained damage over longer periods of time, but that is not how we fight most battles in space. Ves pointed out, we prefer to fight quick and decisive battles. We want to smash apart the defenses of our adversaries before they can grind us down by using their favorite attrition warfare tactics. The Totori mechs may be much more reliant on finite ammunition, but it can inflict a lot more direct damage with the help of its mass drive. He raised an important point. The Totori mechs may not have access to energy-linked technology, but it was much less reliant on energy weapon systems. That may be useful if the Premier Fleet ever fought against enemies that were much more vulnerable against physical damage. Gloriana frowned. I am sorry, Ves, but I vastly prefer the Omega Thresher over the Totori mechs. I can foresee the former becoming a great source of ranged firepower with the help of energy-linked technology. Even if phase disintegrator guns and the Omega laser cannons lack a physical punch, they can inflict respectable sustained damage over time. With these machines, we can choose to maintain our distance and avoid any overcommitments. More mech designers spoke in support of the Omega Thresher. It fit the needs of the Premier Fleet a bit better and also synergized much better with the Minerva Mark II. Though Ves did not discount the logic behind these opinions, he still found it a shame that the Totori mechs had fallen out of favor. It was a good mech design alright, but it was more suited for larger and better supplied mech forces. When it came time to make a verdict, the Saint Commander voiced her own stance on the matter. The Totori MAXXX is a blunt force instrument. The Omega Thresher is a plasma torch. They are both tools designed to solve different problems. Our Premier Fleet is more suited to use the latter than the former. The Omega Thresher happens to be the only mech model among the two that is included in my short list. There are other alternatives in my consideration, but I am perfectly fine with adopting the Omega Thresher as our anti-ship mech. Does anyone object? No one voiced any disagreements. They genuinely thought that the Omega Thresher was the more superior option. They also did not feel strong enough about the Totori mechs to advocate in its favor. At most, they could suggest that the Premier Fleet field copies of both mech models, but that would clearly upset either of them. It may be a good idea to revisit this subject when the Larkinsons had expanded its first-class mech forces in the future. Chapter 6869 800 RT RE Mule The Gathering adopted the FFEE 1100 Omega Thresher as their primary means of defeating enemy starships at a distance. Its addition to the Premier Fleet's mech roster meant that the Larkinsons would heavily be slanted towards the use of energy weapons in the future. This introduced both advantages and disadvantages. If the enemy made enough preparations, they could specifically field units that were considerably more resistant against energy weapons than normal. However, the Omega Threshers should still possess an overwhelming advantage against most general enemies. The fact that the Omega Thresher was especially designed with the exploitation of energy-linked technology in mind made this mech model all the more attractive to the Larkinson fleet. Ves had mixed feelings about this decision. He felt he should have made a stronger case for the Totori mechs. Although he felt a little embarrassed about its naming scheme, he also fell in love with the colorful character of the multi-purpose mech. Its designer had no shame when it designed a ranged superiority platform that could strike at distant enemies like a hammer. Alas, the consensus around the Omega Thresher had become too strong for Ves to invalidate this choice. Even if he was the patriarch of the Larkinson clan, it was not wise for him to openly contradict public opinion. The Dracoloid model synergizes well with the Omega Thresher model. Gloriana mused as she studied the initial simulations where both mechs worked alongside each other to complete more and more simulations. One excels at close-range brawling. The other excels at mid to long-range fire support. They can produce fantastic results as long as they are fighting under their ideal circumstances. The two mech models will perform much worse if this is not the case. That was a big weakness with choosing this particular combination. More general first-class multi-purpose mechs did not possess such a strong bias and could fight decently well at all ranges. The Dracoloid and the Omega Thresher traded away a bit of versatility in order to gain significantly more power under specific circumstances. Ves and many other mech designers considered it to be a fair trade-off. Saint Commander Casella Ingvar finally moved on to the, now that we have chosen our two main sources of damage for our first-class mech force, we should round out our basic selection by selecting a support mech. First-class mech combat more heavily involves support mechs as a core element. The first Raiders Almond has already taken this for granted, but it is still a relatively new concept for those of us who were previously second Raiders. Support mechs sound useful enough. Gloriana mentioned, in third-class or second-class battles, there are frequent arguments about whether it is useful to take away one combat mech and replace it with a support mech that is not dedicated to causing harm. Such discussions occur much less among first-raters because your support mechs possess serious functionality that more than justifies their place on the battlefield. More practically, a mech force that makes good use of its support mechs tend to be able to preserve its mechs much better than those that are not able to do so. Ves spoke. It was a good idea to add a support mech to the mech. They were powerful force multipliers that could easily exert their full value when used under the leadership of the Saint Commander. Klaus Rabar Fulton raised his hand. There are many kinds of support mechs available. Which subclassification does the Larkinson clan need the most? There were support mechs that excelled in performing field repairs, resupply, ECM, ECCM, sensors, communications, crowd control, cargo transport, construction, mine laying, breaching and much more. Most support mechs tended to be flexible enough to fulfill multiple functions at the same time. Some support mechs possessed basic combat capabilities while many of them got rid of weapons entirely. My command field makes multiple functions redundant. Casella stated, for the most basic selection of mechs, there is no need to consider combat scenarios where my leadership is absent. That is a matter to consider for the future. For now, there is no need to select support mechs that are excellent at scouting and communications. My command field encompasses hundreds of kilometers and can detect nearly everything that has entered my domain. It is also easy to communicate with everyone within this broad range, provided that they are friendly. That was all true. There was little value to adding support mechs to the mech roster that covered such functions. They would only be useful if they deployed far enough away from the Minerva Mark II, but the Premier Fleet should not be launching such operations in the short term. Alexa voiced her own opinion. I believe the support mechs should be designed to serve as strong nodes for support link technology. This is powerful tech, but there is a large difference between mechs that are linked to starships. Since we are thinking about keeping our own starships out of harm's way as much as possible, it may not be possible to maintain active links across large distances. It is a good decision to field support mechs that can partially take over the role of starships and serve as strong nodes in any support link network. I agree with Alexa, Ves said. The support mech should have large energy reserves in order to support the additional consumption of other mechs, particularly the Omega Threshers. The mech model may even forego all other functions so long as it can fulfill this responsibility well. These comments all guided the Larkinsons towards selecting the right support mech for their needs. Ves inwardly sighed in regret. The current selection criteria almost certainly ruled out any consideration to select mechs designed by Master Viro Goldstein. The survivalist Kadri was one of the foremost authorities on support mechs in the Red Ocean, but he preferred to design machines that were able to provide support at greater distances. That sounded great for most mech forces, but it sounded rather tasteless for the Premier Fleet that already enjoyed a supercharged version of it in the form of Casella's command field. The support mechs designed by Master Goldstein were also often used to save units from their own mistakes and poor judgment. The more competent the leadership and direction of a mech unit, the less it needed to rely on a support mech as a loss mitigation tool. The most direct support mech model that fulfills our criteria is the 800 RT RE Mule. Gloriana said as the central projector displayed the mech in question. Despite its plain-sounding name and utilitarian aesthetics, the E-Mule is a mech that completely specializes in carrying a large energy reserve and acting as a powerful relay of shield links, energy links and also data links. As everyone studied the details of the E-Mule model, they easily gained a thorough understanding of its features and positioning. The E-Mule lacks the remote shielding capabilities of similar support mechs. Alexa spoke in a disappointed tone. That is a function that it can perform well with its extensive energy reserves. While it can rely on its shield link array to offer a measure of protection, it becomes useless if the shield link transceiver of a target mech is damaged. Remote shielding can also offer protection outside of our own mechs. Ves smiled. That is okay. We can consider the acquisition of mechs that can provide remote shielding or emergency field repairs at a later date when we expand the Premier Fleet to a large-scale fighting organization. For now, we can only work with 1,000 mechs and mech pilots that lack experience fighting alongside each other. We will need to forge them into a strong nucleus first before we can think about expanding their capabilities. The Saint Commander nodded in agreement. I agree with the Patriarch. We are mostly making decisions based on theory and not on reality. We need to start off with a strong but flexible foundation. Over the course of multiple battles, we can learn what our mechs have done well and what they have missed. We can augment our capabilities by strategically expanding our mech rosters with mech models that address specific demands. This is better than introducing a dozen powerful mech models all at once before expecting our mech pilots to sort out their places in a short amount of time. So are we locking in the E-Mule or are we considering other alternatives? The E-Mule faced little opposition. This was because it fulfilled its few functions better than any other mech designed by the RA. Even though its capabilities sounded boring, Ves and the others did not underestimate it due to its large mech frame that was largely filled with energy cells and other forms of storage. Mechs that provided remote shielding capabilities had to accommodate multiple powerful modules and supportive elements that possessed much lower energy reserves. There were larger and heavier products that stored a lot more energy, but they were too slow to keep up with most maneuvers involving the Omega Thresher. The E-Mule's plain and unassuming mech shape actually made it good for keeping up with faster and more vigorous units. It could beat every other first-class mech in the Premier Fleet based on endurance. The E-Mule is not as flashy and glamorous as the Dracoloid or the Omega Thresher, but it is a sound support mech. The Saint Commander concluded the selection of a support mech model. Its importance will still be just as great. While we cannot field the E-Mule in large numbers, every honest-looking machine will help. With this decision, the Premier Fleet's mech roster had taken on its initial shape. The Dracoloid, the Omega Thresher and the E-Mule would serve as the initial blueprint of the Larkinson clan's high-end fighting force. The mech roster would definitely expand over time. Newer mechs might get added to meet demands that the current selection could not adequately address. The design department may also design first-class living mechs that effectively replace the third-party products that the Larkinsons initially used as stopgap solutions. However, that was a consideration for the future. Ves and the others cared a lot more about getting real first-class multi-purpose mechs in their grasp. I have a pretty good idea of the overall strengths of our mech roster. Ves spoke up. However, what are its weaknesses, exactly? What sort of enemies is it weak against? It is better to figure this out sooner rather than later. Everyone paused for a moment before Callister DeVos attempted to answer the question. The multi-purpose mechs that you have chosen are rather simple. The Dracoloid is good at attacking enemies at closer ranges while the Omega Thresher prefers to attack at a distance. Their scouting capabilities are weak, and their pushing abilities are also not that good. Their shield link tech functions as a crutch. Fair enough, Casella said. Ves raised his own complaint. There is no direct equivalent to a heavy artillery mech. The Omega Thresher can serve as a discount version of one, but it is really not optimized for this kind of job. The Totori Max could have fulfilled this function far better, but oh well. With mechs this good and with the Saint Commander's extraordinary capabilities, we can make do without the firepower of heavy artillery mechs for a time. He still preferred to have them at his disposal sooner rather than later. They could serve as excellent bunker mechs and may be the final line of protection of many first-class starships. Perhaps he should go ahead and design a first-class version of the Transcendent Punisher first. As Ves thought about taking this step, the meeting gradually wrapped up. Everyone had a much better idea of what was in store for them all. The stopgap mechs may be temporary, but their strong features and distinctive design characteristics would no doubt influence the growth and evolution of the Larkinson clan. Ves even thought about whether it was possible to design a tiger mech that could occupy a similar niche to the Dracoloid. Chapter 6870 Dragon Queen's Art. The Red Association needed a bit of time to produce and ship the Dracoloids, the Omega Threshers and the E-Mules ordered by the Premier Branch. However, the mechers still had a few dozen copies of each model on hand within the Blue Jay fleet and other nearby Raw strongholds. The Saint Commander easily managed to persuade the mechers to transfer those readily available copies to the Larkinson clan. It didn't really matter to her whether they were used products. She believed it was more important to familiarize the mech pilots in the Premier Branch with the new stopgap models as quickly as possible. Ves supported her decision, though he mostly wanted to get his hands on the first-class multi-purpose mechs himself. He had already read their spec sheets many times and studied their design schematics in detail. He became fascinated with the foreign high-end design principles and the intricate integration of shield link and energy link modules in the mech designs. Support link technology, originally introduced by the Web Mistress, was one of the biggest game changers that set the mechs and warships of the RA and RF apart from other human powers. Their continued ability to maintain this monopoly was one of the main reasons why they managed to stay on top of human civilization. Now, the mechers and the fleeters had begun to loosen up on this restriction out of desperation more than anything else. As long as the native aliens continued to take over more human territories, the old hegemons cared less about protecting their own monopolies. Ves actually felt a little bad about taking advantage of the tragedies unfolding across the more vulnerable parts of human space. The Larkinson clan's adoption of shield link technology and energy link technology indirectly came at the cost of a huge amount of red human lives. "So these are our new mechs," he said as he looked up at the 3 machines that had been delivered to D&D base. "That is correct," Casella Ingvar nodded. "I will be piloting all 3 models over the course of the day in order to completely familiarize myself with their strengths and weaknesses. Now that we can observe the first-class mechs with our own eyes, they appear so much more powerful," Gloriana said with genuine appreciation in her voice. "The mechers have all designed them to a higher standard that we have ever applied to ourselves. Their mech designers have mastered their skills to a higher level, and they also have much greater processing power at their disposal. The degree of optimization of these machines are sublime. Production with materializers may cause these copies to be deficient in terms of life and craftsmanship, but they are so uniform in their technical perfection that it is a dream to observe them at this distance." The association lived and breathed mechs. It would be stupid if the mechers failed to maintain their superiority in this industry. While mech designers like Ves developed innovative design applications that not even the mechers could replicate, the latter not only had access to far more trade secrets, but also mastered them to a much greater degree. This caused the mechs designed by the RA to convey a completely different feel. The 3 first-class mechs dripped with refinement and professionalism. The mechers certainly knew how to convey the impression of superiority without making it too explicit. It was enough to shame mech designers such as Ves and Gloriana. They had tried so hard to push their own products to the top of the industry, yet they were still far away from reaching the impossibly high standards attained by the RA over many years. "Let's take a closer look, shall we?" Ves proposed as he already began to move forward. "I have been looking forward to examining the Dracoloid. This first-class mech speaks to me in a way the others don't. Ever since I first examined this mech model in detail, I had a notion that the Dragon Queen has a few things in common with me. Both of us don't pay too much attention to the prevailing status quo and like to push our own interpretation of mechs." Gloriana hummed as she floated off the air and approached the iconic dragon head of the Dracoloid mech. I can see that. Her love for dragons is clearly impressed in the detailed artistry and design of this head. It is far more than a mechanism for biting enemies and swallowing up any loose transphasic alloys. This level of detail goes far beyond function. The more you look at it, the more you become taken in by the horror and the might of what appears to be a real dragon. There is even a whole layer of redundant articulation here that can make the eyes and parts of the jaw more menacing than normal. None of it was strictly essential from a functional standpoint, but these additions made the Dracoloid appear so much more alive and organic. The Dragon Queen had clearly applied this level of articulation onto many mechs. Her methods were not only highly refined, but also incredibly efficient. She only needed to install a few minor mechanisms to massively make the dragon head more vivid. This was probably the female master mech designer's way of making her work alive from her perspective. The only real dragon mechs were ones that convincingly sold the illusion that they were actual fire-breathing reptilian menaces. That design principle resonated with Ves. Even though he had never met her or talked to her in person, he already felt as if he was already receiving a lecture from the master mech designer with her product as a medium. This was a level of communication that people outside of the mech designer profession could never comprehend. Ves lovingly rubbed the smooth exterior of the Dracoloid's armor plating. Even if the mech was not alive according to his own paradigms, he could still feel how much care and attention the Dragon Queen put into its design. When Ves finally began to examine the more functional parts of the mech, he noted that the integration of shield link technology imposed a heavy burden onto the mech design. The Dracoloid was rather small and slender compared to other multi-purpose mechs, so the shield link array and essential supporting systems took up a lot of capacity. This was why the mech relied so much on its compact short-barreled Gauss guns for sustained damage. Although they all consumed energy in order to launch their projectiles at a fairly high rate of fire, they did not expend as much energy as pure energy weapons. That meant that the kinetic weapons imposed a relatively lower burden onto the energy reserves of the Dracoloid. The endurance of the energy defenses of the Dracoloid is rather disappointing if it does not maintain active shield links. Gloriana observed. The Dragon Mech's energy reserves are limited, and it has to feed multiple hungry systems. The Azure Energy Shield, the Space Suppressor, the integrated plasma guns and most importantly the powerful flight system and its demanding rush mode can quickly drain this machine. The absence of energy link technology is a major shortcoming in this regard. That was definitely one of the biggest shortcomings of this dragon mech. The Dracoloid lacked the endurance to last when engaged in intensive battles. It needed to defeat its foes and complete its mission quickly, or else its performance would rapidly degrade as it could no longer afford to maintain its Azure Energy Shield or activate its powerful rush mode. Ves recalled what he saw in the RA Mech catalog. The Dragon Queen has designed a larger and heavier dragon mech that does happen to include an energy link array. The problem I have with this alternative product is that it makes too many trade-offs. It is slower and less maneuverable. It isn't fast enough to catch up to most alien phase fighters anymore, and its version of rush mode can only multiply its acceleration by a factor of 2.2 as opposed to 3. Superior mobility is the entire reason why we chose the DFN-72CEG Dracoloid model. Was it worth it to sacrifice better armor, greater endurance and access to energy link technology for better mobility? He believed so. Mobility was one of the performance parameters that was difficult to measure its value in reality. It was much easier to judge the value of a mech by how many shots it took to destroy an opponent or how many attacks its energy and physical defenses could withstand. Superior mobility on the other hand enabled so many intricate maneuvers that could have a drastic impact on the course of a battle that it was difficult to quantify in simple numbers. This was why expertise and experience were vital to making the right judgment. The Saint Commander was smart and experienced enough to know how to leverage the superior mobility of the Dracoloid model. As long as we do not commit too much in any battle, the limited endurance of the Dracoloid model will not be a problem. Casella stated as her mind was already refining the tactics and strategies she intended to employ with these machines. In the situations where we are badly outnumbered, our intervention alone cannot prevent the native aliens from overrunning a planet and conquering a star system. As much as I dislike it, we must make the difficult decision to withdraw in time before we fall victim to sunk cost fallacy. Ves seriously nodded. I agree. The enemy fleets that are assigned to invade the upper zones are much better equipped and more professionally crewed than the ones that are rampaging across the middle and lower zones. We cannot afford to underestimate any enemy we encounter. The Dracoloid and so on are also not the best of what first-class mechs can offer. The Red Association fielded more expensive and powerful first-class multi-purpose mechs, but they demanded much greater logistical and technical support than the Larkinson clan could bear. The Larkinsons eventually needed to field its own first-class mechs. Ves already began to think in this direction. He still thought about whether it would be worthwhile to design a Larkinson version of the Dracoloid concept. Ves could convert the dragon mech to a tiger mech. He could ditch the wings in favor of bulking up the rest of the mech frame. He could attempt to replicate the unique augmented flamethrower weapon, or he could replace it with another weapon system that synergized better with Casella's command field. Not good enough. Ves shook his head in disappointment. Trying to design an alternative to the Dracoloid for the sole purpose of putting his own spin on the concept was not a good enough justification. The Premier Fleet would not gain all that much if his alternate design did not perform any better than the original Dracoloid model. Sure, the fact that his mech enjoyed all of the advantages of a 7th-generation living mech may make it more attractive to his clan, but he would also be trading away the strong advantages of the highly developed design philosophies incorporated into the Dracoloid design. Maintaining parity was probably the best-case scenario. If he wanted to develop a true replacement for the Dracoloid, then Ves needed to take a step further and come up with truly powerful design applications. Innovation was key. It was the best way to break parity and develop a truly superior product. Ves could either wait for enough time to pass for new technologies to become available, or he could invest his time in R&D and hope that he developed a new innovation by himself. The former sounded like a lazy way to outcompete the Dragon Queen. He would essentially be taking advantage of her inattentiveness to develop a superior product. He wanted to do better than that. The more he desired to design his own version of the Dracoloid concept, the closer he came to receiving inspiration that could drive him into action. He did not try his best to grasp this ephemeral feeling. He hesitated. It was too premature for him to think about designing a first-class multi-purpose mech that could replace the Dracoloid model. The Premier Fleet first needed to make use of it before learning what worked and did not work in practice. Only then could Ves design a new mech that addressed the unmet demands of his troops. Chapter 6871 Omega Laser Weapon Technology. Compared to the colorful and charming Dracoloid, the Omega Thresher and the E-Mule were lacking in character and personality. That did not necessarily make them bad mechs. They certainly did their jobs well, but, Ves simply found them a bit too bland for his sensibilities. As the Saint Commander moved on from visual inspections to taking out the mechs for a spin, Ves continued to gather more insights on the different first-class mechs. The designers of the Omega Thresher very clearly positioned it as a mid-range energy weapon platform. It was capable of defending itself at close range, and it was also able to output a respectable amount of firepower at longer ranges, but it reached maximum efficiency at a range where it could comfortably employ its Datura gravity well caster. The Omega Thresher initially appears to be designed around its 6 integrated Omega laser cannons. Gloriana observed as he saw Casella performing extreme maneuvers while firing its armaments at various floating target bots. However, it is actually meant to work in conjunction with that large and over-engineered contraption in its arms. The Datura looked like a beast. It was a clear centerpiece of the multi-purpose mech. Its effects fully justified the resources put into its development and production. The Omega Thresher aimed the barrel of its Datura at a cluster of target dummies. The device accumulated a considerable amount of energy before launching a space-warping energy ball that rapidly traversed forward before striking the ground, causing all of the disposable bots in the vicinity to violently converge and collide against each other. Both Ves and Gloriana not only took in the sights, but also studied the data. They paid close attention to the degree of physical deformities and the kinetic forces generated by the spatial anomaly. 1008. The weapon is powerful enough to pull alien phase fighter off their trajectories, but their frames should still be able to withstand these forces. Gloriana concluded, most modern energy shields will be able to block a gravity well with ease. The effects of a gravity well are too dispersed. The lack of concentration of power makes it difficult to wear down most defenses. Its effects against physical targets are better. Under certain circumstances, the gravity wells can bypass hard armor layers and inflict effect damage against the softer internals. It won't work against Architect, but most alien races do not make use of this tech. The gravity well caster was a decent attempt at replicating the spatial abilities of phase leaders. The weapon system was a bit too big and expensive, making it clear that it was still in the early phase of its product life cycle. I agree that a single Datura gravity well caster in isolation is pretty useless, but that's the thing. Ves gestured at the first-class multi-purpose mech being put through its paces. This testing session isn't able to display the full value of this gravitic weapon because it is inherently designed to work in conjunction with many other Daturas. We will need to gather at least an entire mech company of Omega Threshers before we get to see its true potential. The gravity wells launched by the Daturas could be combined to form a much bigger and more powerful gravity well. That would make them much closer to the spatial anomalies generated by phase lords and phase whales. However, it was not that easy to create them. The weapons needed to be configured in the right settings. They also had to launch their gravity wells at precise angles and with the right timing. Any misalignment could easily cause them to fail to combine, thereby causing them to waste their potential. It was a weapon system that could only prove its value when utilized by mech forces that possessed excellent coordination. Ves became impressed by the armed forces of the Red Association for being able to train mech pilots that worked so well with each other that they could make good use of the Datura gravity well casters. The Premier Fleet could only produce comparable results by relying on Casella's command field. After Ves completed his cursory examination of the Datura, he began to focus his attention on the Omega laser cannons. These were not ordinary laser weapons that just happened to possess fancy branding. They incorporated multiple forms of high technology to drastically increase their firepower, thereby making them much more viable for first-class combat. Laser weapons existed for a long time. They were one of the most common and versatile weapon systems used by humanity since the Age of Stars. Many alien races encountered by the human race utilized their own form of laser weapons, but their applications remained remarkably uniform due to their relatively simple and straightforward principles. However, as humans advanced their technologies, they no longer became satisfied with regular applications of laser weapons. In a concerted attempt to push laser weapon tech to the next level, the mechers and many other groups sought to develop superior versions that could take the same foundation to the next level. Omega laser weapon technology was one of the successful results of this effort. On the surface, it sounded like a rather normal trade-off between power and firing rate. However, Omega laser weapons went beyond standard solutions and relied on multiple implementations of advanced technology to raise their firepower to heights that were previously impossible to attain. Ves noted to his surprise that the maximum energy limit of the Omega laser cannons actually exceeded that of the Instrument of vengeance. If not for the fact that the Amaranto Mark III's primary armament relied on the true resonance of an ace pilot along with other exotic design applications, the Omega Thresher may have been able to outshoot the ace mech. These Omega laser cannons are much more complicated than a luminaire crystal weapon. Ves commented, "It is all worth it because the firepower of a single full-powered attack is much greater than anything I have seen." The way the Omega Thresher under the control of the Saint Commander absolutely vaporized the target dummies and whatever soil was underneath underscored how these advanced laser weapons could not be judged according to normal standards. His wife nodded in agreement as she studied the numbers. These Omega laser weapons solve several problems that plague ordinary laser weapons. They are powerful enough that they can instantly collapse the Azure energy shields of most phase fighters if they all happen to hit the same target. They are also remarkably effective at penetrating through armor. It is remarkable how much Omega laser weapons have compressed the discharge time to such an extent. That greatly helps to minimize dispersion. One of the problems with laser weapons, especially ones that launch sustained beams, was that it was difficult to keep them on target. Instead of punching a hole through armor plating, they could instead drift across the exterior, thereby causing the obstacle to resist the damage a lot more effectively. Omega lasers tried to minimize this problem much better than ordinary laser weapons. Their advanced components invested heavily into discharging as much energy at once. The strain this put on the components of the weapon system was high. The power of an Omega laser cannon was so great that only the most heat-resistant materials could be used to prevent it all from blowing up or melting down. The 6 integrated Omega laser cannons will serve as the primary source of damage for the Omega Thresher model. Ves said, "They are designed for power rather than precision, so they are not too accurate at longer ranges. Perhaps they will be able to achieve a higher hit rate at further distances when they are under the control of Casella, but I don't expect the Omega Threshers to be able to imitate the Amaranto Mark III. What matters is that their damage profiles allow them to take out elite phase fighters quite easily as long as they land their shots, but also enables them to wear down the defenses of enemy warships." The Omega Thresher model clearly synergized well with Casella's command field. Ves already looked forward to seeing a couple of hundred of them getting empowered by true resonance before showering hapless enemy units with coordinated energy attacks. His wife did not look as optimistic. The Omega Threshers can theoretically perform extremely well against both phase fighters and warships, but only when they are empowered by the Minerva Mark II. Outside of that, their performance becomes much worse. Most of their armaments are tuned for power. The firing rates of their phase disintegrator guns, integrated plasma cannons and Omega laser cannons are all low. That makes it much harder for them to hit small and fast-moving targets. They are only truly effective against larger targets such as warships under these conditions. She was right. The Omega Threshers became a lot less remarkable if they had to fight by themselves. The Larkinsons needed to take its weaknesses into account in order to prevent them from getting demolished with ease if they ever had to fight without the Saint Commander's blessing. Ves paid closer attention to one of the more exotic energy weapons of the Omega Thresher. These phase disintegrator guns are quite new to us. According to the descriptions, the high-tech guns launch some kind of spatial energy bolt that can disintegrate matter by shaking the fabric of space occupied by the target obstacle. They also happen to inflict excellent damage against transphasic energy defenses. This makes them an excellent weapon to use against Azure energy shields as well as armor that is normally impervious against other attacks. The performance of the phase disintegrator guns was quite interesting. They performed well against transphasic defenses, but they were not that special when used against non-transphasic defenses. The guns were solely added to the Omega Thresher in order to serve as specialized counters against native alien assets. To put it differently, the Omega Threshers are excellent when used to fight against the native aliens, but they are relatively awful when used against human mech forces. Gloriana remarked, "Only if the Saint Commander is left out of the picture." Ves added, "This is an important distinction. As long as Casella is able to commandeer or infect the Omega Threshers, most of their weaknesses will simply evaporate. Under her exquisite command, the multi-purpose mechs will be able to attain much higher hit rates against fast and mobile mechs. The Omega Threshers will also be able to handle enemy mechs that prefer to fight with melee weapons far better as well. The differences in hard performance as well as control will be too great. Only overwhelming numbers can defeat a force of Omega Threshers." Ves already started to think about what kind of mech he would design as a replacement for the Omega Thresher model. He couldn't think of any good ideas at the moment. He needed to come up with a design concept that promised a better value proposition than the Omega Thresher. It was difficult for Ves to figure out weapon technologies that could surpass the ingenuity put into the Omega Thresher design. Whether it was the Datura gravity well caster, the Omega laser cannons or the phase disintegrator guns, Ves could not think of any weapons tech that could match the aforementioned arms in terms of power. Luminaire crystal weapons might theoretically be able to match the awesome power or special properties of some of them, but Ves had never raised their performance to such a height. The Instrument of Vengeance was an incredibly powerful Luminaire crystal weapon, but it was also relatively large and heavy. The Omega laser cannons were much slimmer and lighter in comparison. Ves was not sure whether he, or rather Harry Kaikkonen, could advance the development of Luminaire crystal weapons to the point where they could match the performance of Omega laser weapons. It would definitely require a lot of effort from his R&D institutions. Ves was not sure whether the pace of development could keep up with the Larkinson clan's ambitions. Chapter 6872 Balance Breaker. Once the Saint Commander completed her attempts to familiarize herself with the copies of the 3 new mech models, she began to think how the Larkinsons could best employ them to the benefit of the clan. Casella continued to look thoughtful as she exited the cockpit of the E-Mule. Ves approached with a curious expression on his face. So what do you think about the mechs that will constitute the initial core of our mech force? The first-class multipurpose mechs ordered by the Premier Branch clearly had a large impact on her mentality. Even if she piloted a genuine first-class Ace Command mech, the Minerva Mark II was an exception rather than the rule. She could not apply the same standard onto other mass-production mechs. Yet when she piloted the Dracoloid and the Omega Thresher for herself, she found that the Red Association designed them so well that there were plenty of aspects about them that surpassed her own Ace mech. If not for the fact that she was unable to effectively resonate with them, she would have been able to display much better combat power while piloting these battle-ready machines. The E-Mule on the other hand might not possess any notable combat power by itself, but its energy reserves were quite huge. Their ability to support other mechs by supplying them with spare energy and shield power was quite formidable as long as they rationed their resources carefully. The thought of being able to command half a regiment's worth of these mechs excited her to no end. I am eager for us to receive all of the mechs and outstanding starships. Casella spoke with clear enthusiasm in her voice. 1,000 of these mechs alone are probably capable of defeating the entire expeditionary fleet if we leave out the high-ranking mechs on both sides. If we include my Minerva Mark II on the side of the Premier Fleet, none of the existing expert mechs of the expeditionary fleet can stave off defeat. My command field is such a powerful force multiplier that my limited forces can easily tear apart tens of thousands quasi-first-class mechs. Ves raised his eyebrows. Is the performance disparity that huge? Yes, Casella said. The first-class mechs hit much harder. 2 or 3 shots are more than powerful enough to eliminate most of our quasi-first-class mechs. They can also resist far more attacks even if we leave out the effects of my command field and dragon scales. Most importantly, their mobility is significantly better. This grants total initiative to our first-class machines. They can control the range and dictate when and where to fight. My forces can completely harass any lesser mech force to death by resorting to continuous hit-and-run attacks. She was completely right about this. None of the 3 first-class mech models were slow. Mobility had been one of the most important selection criteria. Their power reactors generated so much output that their flight systems could perform at much higher levels. That also made them more expensive, but it was completely worth it in these cases. The Dracoloids in particular possessed the greatest edge in mobility. They might not be able to run rings around quasi-first-class light mechs, but the dragon mechs could still overtake them and make sure to claw them or breathe fire into their direction. The first-class mechs already possessed all of these advantages without taking support link technology or Casella's command field into account. Once these variables came into play, let alone the expeditionary fleet, even a fully equipped raw mech division would not be able to gain any advantage. Do you have any special opinions about the initial selection of first-class mech models? We chose well, Casella responded. The 3 mech models are completely sufficient for our needs. The multi-purpose nature of the Dracoloid and the Omega Thresher makes them inherently versatile. I can comfortably assign various missions to them without worrying that they will fall into a disadvantage. While our Premier Fleet still possesses several noticeable gaps, it is not difficult for us to position our mech force to prevent enemies from taking advantage of our vulnerabilities. At most, we have to restrain ourselves. The Saint Commander continued to gush about the initial form of the first-class mech force that she would soon command. She did not sound enthused. She sounded hopeful. Do you understand the power we command after the Premier Fleet comes together, sir? We hold the power to turn major defeats and victories. We can prevent many star systems in the upper zones from falling. We can confront the most powerful enemy assault fleets and bloody their noses so badly that they no longer have enough assets left to participate in the war. You sound as if we have gained enough power to single-handedly turn the war around. I am not conceited enough to believe that to be the case, but we may be able to make enough of a difference in the Red War to prevent an upper zone from falling. She responded. That still sounded a little too boastful to Ves. There were many first-class mech corps numbering up to 50,000 mechs each that were fighting hard to repel the alien invasion. The Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet together may be able to defeat small to mid-sized alien naval concentrations, but it was not possible to confront anything larger. The Minerva Mark II and the First Sword Mark III may be able to produce a lot of surprises on the battlefield, but there came a point where they could not overcome the enemy's numbers advantage. This was why Ves still lacked a certain degree of confidence. The ace commander clearly took notice of his skepticism. The Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet are limited in numbers, but that also excuses us from assuming greater responsibilities. I do not envision our forces engaging in static defensive missions. Instead, it is better for us to rotate between battlefields and serve as critical reinforcements that can tip the balance in a hard-fought battle. Are you suggesting that we act as roving troubleshooters, Casella? Yes. Our fleet is small and mobile enough that we can move quickly between star systems. Our logistical burdens are low and we are under no obligations to defend fixed territory. We can adopt a mercenary outlook and offer to defend important star systems that are under siege. I can promise you that there will be plenty of groups that are willing to shower us with rewards if we help them protect their strategically important territories. That actually sounded like a great idea. Instead of roaming around the upper zones and taking the initiative to fight the native aliens without any explicit rewards, the Premier Fleet could charge a hefty price to intervene in any battle. Even if the Premier Fleet and the Blue Jay Fleet did not field a lot of mechs, the inclusion of an ace command mech and a superdimensional ace swordsman mech could make a massive difference. Ves thought about it a little more and believed more and more in the power of the two ace mechs. The Minerva Mark II should not only be able to commandeer a lot of Larkinson mechs, but also extend the same benefits to tens of thousands of third-party mechs. As long as the mech pilots fielded by other forces did not reject Casella's offer to empower their mechs with true resonance, the Saint Commander could completely upgrade all of those high-end machines to temporary quasi-expert mechs. As for the First Sword Mark III, her pilot may still be an underdeveloped junior ace pilot, but the full superdimensional conversion should already turn the living mech into a highly effective phase lord killer. Lesser phase lords shouldn't stand a chance against a superdimensional mech that could cut apart their spatial barriers with ease. Without the protection of their precious spatial barriers, these phase lords did not have any other way to defend themselves against a rampaging ace mech. Their large true bodies may buy them a bit of time, but since the First Sword Mark III would be fully clad in superdimensional armor plating, it shouldn't be possible for them to eliminate the absurdly tough ace swordsman mech. With one ace mech that excelled at wiping out entire fleets and another ace mech that could decapitate enemy champions, the Larkinsons should always be able to tip the balance of a difficult battle no matter what advantages the enemy possessed. If the native aliens sought to overwhelm their human adversaries by relying on superior numbers, the Minerva Mark II could easily help the defenders wipe out a lot of phase fighters and warships. If the defenders were being overpowered by the enemy champions, then the First Sword Mark III could quickly relieve the pressure by killing or repelling the alien phase lords. Enemy forces that possessed an advantage in both low-level and high-level troops were trickier to defeat, but the intervention of the Premier Fleet could still give the defenders hope of attaining victory. If possible, I want us to do more than putting out fires across human territories. Casella said, although it is risky, I think it is even better if we can engage in offensive operations. Are you saying that we should cross the border and attack the planets that the aliens are using as staging points for their invasion? She nodded. Yes, many forces are unable or unwilling to attack because they are obligated to defend their existing territories. We are not burdened by this responsibility, so we can choose to engage in defensive or offensive actions. What you are suggesting is exceedingly risky, Casella. We can make use of all of our sources of intelligence to plan out our routes and evade any serious threats. As long as we scout our targets and make sure to avoid contact with ancient phase whales, we should be able to raid a star system that is being used to supply and support the alien fleets that are passing through. If we can attack these alien bases, we can not only plunder phase water and other valuable supplies, but also wipe out the rest, thereby hindering the operations of many alien fleets. Ves looked skeptical. While I do not necessarily oppose these actions, I doubt that my escorts are pleased with letting me risk my life in these dangerous operations. You and your family can always stay behind with the Blue Jay fleet if the mechers and fleeters do not allow you to move forward. She responded. The premier fleet should be strong enough to raid many alien staging points. The aliens have not invested heavily in their defenses. The only threats we need to take seriously are the alien fleets that have stayed in order to resupply. So long as not too many of them are lingering in the star system, we should be able to inflict serious damage without incurring too much damage in return. Damn, Casella really looked forward to going on the attack. She believed that doing so would do more to stall the alien invasion than defeating the alien fleets that constantly arrived in this specific corner of the Red Ocean. Ves believed she was correct. Red humanity only seemed to lose when fighting so many battles within its territories. Humans truly needed to take the fight to the enemy and wreck their infrastructure. It wouldn't stop the alien fleets entirely, but it could disrupt their rhythm and delay their advances. This was exactly what Red humanity needed. The more time the premier fleet could buy, the greater the chance that a peak ace pilot successfully broke through and become a powerful god pilot. Let's discuss the possibility of engaging in offensive options at a later date. Ves told the Saint Commander. In any case, we shouldn't plunge into the deep right away. We need to train and temper our first-class mech pilots first before they are ready to take part in riskier operations. We can always reconsider if it turns out that our soldiers are not up to par. You are correct. I may be too hasty in planning to go on the offensive. Chapter 6873 Completion of the Final Glory Project. Everyone was waiting for the day the premier fleet could completely assemble. That day should not be too far away. The Larkinson clan and its allies tried to speed up the timetable and rush through the necessary steps whenever possible. In the meantime, Ves and other mech designers continued to make a lot of progress in their mech designs. The SF-02 constantly showed its value by allowing the design department to complete its projects faster and in a better state than before. One of the projects that Ves managed to complete was the Final Glory project. It's done. Ves, Kelsey Ampatok, Ariana Rue and Jovi Armelon all gathered together to examine the finalized mech templates of the Final Glory project. Jovi had done a decent job at converting the final iterations of the mech designs into two mech templates, one for the middle zones and one for the lower zones. Regardless of the versions, the Final Glory designs closely matched what Ves originally envisioned. The Carmen mechs were basically shaped like rockets. They possessed enough boost power to overcome the gravity wells of most planets. In order to reduce their cost, the mechs did not possess any limbs. It was not as if they would need them in order to reach their targets and self-destruct. Although the Final Glory designs looked simple, the mech designers put a lot of work and effort into making it as efficient and explosive as possible. This was not easy to do as the mech designers had to work hard to make it as cost-effective as possible. Ves looked pretty satisfied with the results. The mech templates made by Jovi were adaptable enough that any mech designer could develop a localized variant of the Final Glory. There was enough tolerance in the material choices that his customers could choose to construct their machines from cheap to slightly more premium alloys. Not that it made that much of a difference. The Final Glory mechs were designed for one-way trips only. Whether they got shot down with ease or required slightly more effort to eliminate ultimately shouldn't make that much of a difference. Are we actually going to publish this mech? Ariana Rue asked. Ves turned to the female journeyman. Are you having cold feet? Ariana, who had been responsible for designing and programming the cheap hacking module that should hopefully interfere with the targeting of the Final Glory mechs, clearly looked troubled by their work. I understand the usefulness of this mech, but I still find it difficult to stomach the fact that I have worked on a mech design that is expressly designed to kill its own pilot. The rules are outdated, Ves stated. The Red Association won't give us any trouble over this. Jovi wouldn't have played such an indispensable role in the design project. He already knew that a lot of professionals might try to accuse Ves for breaking an unforgivable taboo. Making it known that a genuine raw senior mech designer like Jovi worked openly on the Final Glory project should instantly cut off this line of attack. People were already used to the mechers being hypocrites. This was hardly the first time the association trampled its own rules and violated its principles. Ves actually found that the RA was a lot more flexible than people assumed. The mechers deliberately cast themselves as rule-bound enforcers in public, but privately they were open-bending or outright erasing any rules that got in their way. Their stance reminded Ves a lot about himself. Does anyone else have any ethical concerns they need to voice at the moment our project is finished for whatever reason? Okay, since none of you are bothering to voice any more useless objections, we will publish the mech templates to the public. Ves declared, since this is not a product that has undergone validation through the Red Association, we can't sell it through regular channels. I think it is best just to publicize the mech templates as well as the default mech designs through our own channels. Our clan is popular enough that plenty of people are paying attention to our every move. The media will naturally pick up our new Final Glory designs and figure out their purpose. That sounds minimalistic, sir. Kelsey objected. Shouldn't we market the mech design more actively? Ves shook his head. I don't think it is a good idea. We are all familiar with the controversies surrounding this suicide mech. The last thing I want to do is to tarnish my reputation by making it look as if I am deliberately trying to found a suicide cult. I also don't want to earn the impression that I think that red humanity is all doomed, so we might as well go out with a bang. The public will ascribe motivations to you regardless of what you say. Jovi pointed out, publishing a brief statement will at least provide a measure of clarity. Ves looked skeptical. Maybe, maybe not. I don't think people will be particularly swayed by my words. My supporters will easily buy my arguments, while my detractors will always think that I am lying. I don't intend to say anything. I will let our works speak for themselves. Once my products are being used, I hope that the public will eventually recognize the good that I am trying to do with the Final Glory project. I think you are being too optimistic about the public, Ves. I have better things to do than participate in a popularity contest. If there are serious problems related to the public adoption of the Final Glory mechs, I may change my mind and intervene directly. I don't think it is necessary, though. The mech designers talked a bit more on how they could promote the Final Glory project among the increasingly more desperate space peasants of the upper and middle zones. He found it rather sad that far too many colonists still got wiped out because they continually failed to secure a spot on an evacuation ship. This told Ves a lot about the availability of starships in human space. There simply weren't enough civilian starships available to fully supply factories with raw materials and transport finished goods to where they were needed. There were even less starships available for evacuating civilians. In fact, even if there were enough starships available to evacuate 50, 70 or 100% of the population of planets under risk, they probably wouldn't get mobilized for this purpose anyway. Ves could already see how the increasing amount of planetary cleansing incidents was driving soldiers to a frenzy. The Larkinson clan certainly did not lack for soldiers who wanted to volunteer for active combat duties, that was for certain. Even Ves was not immune to this war fever. Part of the reason why he was eager to drive the Premier Fleet to the front was because he wanted to do his part to stop the alien advance. After the Larkinson clan published the Final Glory mech templates and mech designs, the works already generated a small amount of discussion. Ves did not expect there to be so little discussion. Perhaps he still needed to wait for the issue to ferment in the mech community, but so far it appeared that few people were willing to debate ethics and morality in an age of looming extinction. Oh well, the relative tranquility freed him from the need to intervene. He decided to turn his attention to other mech design projects. We are ready to fabricate the first sword Mark III. Kutiz's physical projection declared, that is fantastic news. It took you a little longer than I thought, but I hope the additional time has helped to refine your work. I like to think so, Ves. I have tried my best to turn the first sword Mark III into an excellent dueling machine, and that was before superdimensional matter came into the picture. With the help of the mech supremacists, the new ace mech will be like a dream come true. I cannot imagine how effectively she will be able to demolish enemy phase whales. It is a foregone conclusion that the first sword Mark III will be able to cut apart lesser phase lords with ease. Ves made a guess. It is a little more questionable whether she is able to defeat greater phase lords with only slightly more inconvenience, but I do not think it would be that simple. Ketiz crossed her arms. Perhaps. I think that it is possible for the first sword Mark III to defeat at least some greater phase lords, but we shall see for ourselves. The debut of this ace mech will not be too far away. Our Saint Commander has great ambitions for Saint Dice in her upcoming ace mech. Are you sure you want to stay with the expeditionary fleet? It will be really exciting to see the first sword Mark III test her mettle against all sorts of powerful phase lords. No thanks, there are plenty of phase lords in the middle zones for me to see, she said while shaking her head. Besides, My new minders do not want me to step foot on the more destructive battlefields in the upper zones. My importance and the importance of the heavensward to the war effort has grown so much that I already have my own escort fleet, do you know that? It is called the 575th Redwings Escort Fleet. What an imaginative name, Ves flatly replied. It is not as big or powerful as the Blue Jay fleet. The Red 3 doesn't have so many warships and first-class multi-purpose mechs to spare, and they do not want to draw too much attention in my direction. I don't think that is possible, Kedis. Your role in opening up a passage to the blue dimension is public knowledge. The Cosmopolitans definitely leaked your details to the native aliens. If the Red Cabal is smart, it will try to dispatch a strike force consisting of multiple ancient phase whales to snuff out your life. You are directly responsible for turning god pilots such as the Fist of Defiance into a much more implacable foe. It makes too much sense to eliminate the source of superdimensional matter. I do not intend to withdraw, Kedis affirmed yet again. A swordmaster belongs on the battlefield. A mech designer belongs in the rear. Ves retorted. That rule never applied to you. Why do you think I am any different? This is a serious matter, Kedis. I hope you are not relying on the charity of the heavensward to protect you against retaliation. Her expression told Ves that this may be exactly why she did not fear any ambushes. This was not a healthy mindset. Ves hoped that his former student at least had contingency plans in place. Once you have finished the first sword Mark III, what will you be working on next? Ves inquired. I haven't thought about it yet, to be honest. My Stormblade Samurais already perform well when deployed against the native aliens. I do not recognize an urgent need to update any of my existing works. I also do not think that I can make a large enough contribution by designing yet another swordsman mech that is meant to fight the native aliens. I need to come up with a more inventive idea. You don't have any in mind? Surprisingly, no, she said. I can't come up with a killer swordsman mech concept that can fight more effectively against alien phase fighters and warships than the Stormblade Samurai Mark II. Any alternatives I can come up with are either too expensive or too difficult to pilot effectively. I may have outdone myself when I designed that mech. Stormblade technology is just so useful. It is difficult to find weapons tech that can surpass its performance or do something different that is also useful. Well, if you aren't in the mood to design a new swordsman mech, why not design an update to one of your existing works? Most of my works are still fairly current, Kedis said with a frown. Which one of them needs an upgrade? The Everchanger for one. Chapter 6874 Superdimensional Supplements. Ves looked down at the solid bars that he had placed on the metal table. He had spent several days in his design lab trying to study the new materials that he had taken from the vault. So far, he managed to gather very little information that he had not already obtained through other sources. Superdimensional matter is truly confounding, don't you agree, Lucky? The gem cat did not hang out with the kids for once. He had dropped by his design lab and stared intensely at the metal bars. More specifically, his gaze was mainly directed towards the two that Ves had placed on the right side of the table. The different bars of matter corresponded to the different variations of superdimensional matter found in the blue dimension. The structure-grade superdimensional matter was by far the weakest and least valuable of the set. It basically consisted as a form of ordinary silicates that just happened to gain superdimensional properties. The superdimensional rocks were the most abundant form of matter in the 365th dimension as far as red humanity was aware of. They comprised the vast majority of matter that made up the strange floating islands. Due to their ubiquity, a lot of researchers managed to obtain samples of it. Many researchers managed to find out all sorts of details about superdimensional sand and rocks, but none of it sounded particularly relevant. Superdimensional or not, rock was still rock. It made for a fairly awful material for the purpose of building mechs in most war machines. Currently, most people thought that it was best used to make large fortifications more resistant to bombardment. Perhaps they could be used to make affordable forms of infantry or vehicle armor plating that performed well against transphasic attacks. There was also talk about using it as a cheap way to clad the exterior of starships, but it did not really make sense. That was what hull-grade superdimensional matter was for. This consisted of harder and more metallic substances that also possessed superdimensional properties. It was a bit harder and more resistant to damage than structure-grade superdimensional matter. What was even more important was that it could easily be blended into different alloys that still retained much of the original superdimensional properties while also gaining a lot of other useful properties. Its relative abundance made it so that researchers and developers still managed to obtain ample enough samples of this kind of matter. The RAW's internal database already included thousands of new entries on superdimensional alloy formulas. Most of them weren't particularly inventive, but their performance boosts were undeniable. Each of them promised better defenses, greater heat absorption capabilities and other nifty upgrades. The reason why this type of mid-grade superdimensional matter was labeled as hull grade was because it was abundant enough to harvest in large quantities, but also tough enough to use in starship construction. Unlike mechs, which were small enough to warrant the use of the best materials throughout their entire frames, starships were simply too large to warrant such astronomical investments. The Common Fleet Alliance and the Red Fleet had to bow down to economic reality and mostly settle with materials that the Mech Trade Association and the Red Association considered inferior. It worked out most of the time because the fleeters utilized materials that were mostly available enough in large quantities that they could construct a lot of sizable hulls without running into critical resource bottlenecks. The fleeters might decide from time to invest the best possible materials to develop an exceedingly rare super-class warship such as the famous dreadnoughts, but such investments did not align with their general fleet doctrines. This was why hull-grade superdimensional matter suited their overall purposes the best. Commodore Zonrad Rees had already mentioned rumors about using the initial harvests to upgrade the most critical compartments and armor sections of several dreadnoughts. If not for the fact that these metal monstrosities used up such an astronomical amount of metal, the RF would have been able to upgrade all of their prized vessels into superdimensional dreadnoughts. Despite the focus on using hull-grade superdimensional matter on starship construction, it was also decently useful for mechs. Hull-grade superdimensional alloys clearly beat transphasic alloys in most cases. Only the limited availability of the former combined with the cost-effectiveness of using it on standard mechs made this combination rather questionable. The mech industry mostly thought that hull-grade superdimensional alloys were too precious to use on standard mechs. However, mech designers also thought that these alloys were a little bit disappointing to use in most high-ranking mechs. This was where armor-grade superdimensional matter came in. The properties of this higher grade of matter satisfied many people's desires when it came to incorporating superdimensional matter into mech frames. The jump in performance between hull-grade and armor-grade superdimensional matter was obvious. Few people would object to using the latter to clad the armor of the most powerful ace mechs and god mechs active in the Red Ocean. The Fist of Defiance had already shown that a powerful god kingdom could amplify the properties of superdimensional armor plating to such a ridiculous height that it could even resist the monstrously lethal bite of an ancient phase whale. The biggest downside to using armor-grade superdimensional matter in mech development was that it only favored certain types of mechs the most. Mechs focused on direct combat and fighting up close clearly had a much greater need for superdimensional armor systems. That did not mean that ranged mechs and support mechs had no use for superdimensional armor systems, but the probability that they needed the additional protection was a lot smaller. High-ranking ranged mechs generally possessed enough mobility to avoid most attacks before they landed on their mech frames. A battle must go drastically wrong for high-ranking ranged mechs to be forced into fighting back at enemy phase leaders at close range. This was why there was so much chatter in the mech community about skipping superdimensional upgrades for god mechs such as the Auto Coordinator and the Ragnarok. This was especially the case when there were many peak ace pilots that began to see high-grade superdimensional matter as a catalyst for their own breakthroughs. Ves did not want to get involved in this debate. He had his own opinions on the matter, but he would only attract a huge amount of criticism from the opposing side if he voiced his opinion in public. In any case, armor-grade superdimensional matter happened to be abundant enough to use as the main material for the production or conversion of entire mech frames. While it was difficult to manipulate and work with, the incredible performance of superdimensional armor systems made it more than worthwhile for the Larkinsons to incorporate into mechs. Kedys had already done so, though only with the help of the Red Association. She did not possess the extensive knowledge and expertise required to process superdimensional matter by herself. Then there is the most valuable piece of all. Ves spoke as he wore a thick glove before carefully picking up the densest and hardest metal bar. Weapon-grade superdimensional matter was the scarcest version that people had found in the blue dimension thus far. Its scarcity disappointed a lot of people as it also happened to be the hardest and most powerful variety of superdimensional matter found up to this point. It was still superior enough to cut through armor-grade superdimensional matter with a lot of effort. It would be a dream to use weapon-grade superdimensional alloy to clad an entire mech, preferably a god mech. However, There was so damn little of it that it would probably take Keddy's multiple trips through the blue dimension before the Larkinson clan could mine enough of it to build an entire mech out of this miracle metal. That was far too extravagant and unrealistic for the Larkinson clan and any other group. This was why it was called weapon-grade superdimensional matter. It was a pretty clear indication that it should primarily be used to make weapons as opposed to armor. Ves could see why. It made little sense to do it the other way around. The scarcity also played a big role. It was not as resource-intensive to use the best version of superdimensional matter for weapons and more precisely melee weapons. No one made any suggestions about using weapon-grade superdimensional matter to construct ranged weapons. Most firearms did not need such an extravagance. Perhaps an argument could be made if the weapon was designed with bayonet usage in mind, but what sort of self-respecting ranged mech would get entangled at close range? Absolutely no one was stupid enough to design a kinetic weapon that launched weapon-grade superdimensional projectiles. Perhaps one or two powerful shells could be made for god mechs such as the Ragnarok as a final trump card, but that should be the limit. For now, weapon-grade superdimensional matter was solely reserved for the creation of melee weapons, and that is how it should be. It was better to use the best materials for weapons that could eliminate the most powerful phase lords. There was supposedly a variation of superdimensional matter that was even better. Although nobody had ever managed to detect or obtain any of it, the mechers and the fleeters became increasingly convinced that super-grade superdimensional matter existed somewhere in the blue dimension. Ves had no idea what clues they found that caused them to make this conclusion, but they certainly sounded convinced. Perhaps they were hoping that the next couple of jaunts in the blue dimension might allow them to stumble upon this mythical prize. Ves did not think this was a likely possibility, though. The chances were great that super-grade superdimensional matter could only be found in areas that were more than simple floating islands. It was far too difficult to find something inside this mysterious dimension. 2 explorations in 2 different locations had only revealed the existence of those strange islands up to this point. Perhaps they needed to move to the galactic center of the Red Ocean or an entirely different galaxy in order to stumble upon higher grades of superdimensional matter. Ves did not dare to hope that he would be able to obtain any of it in the short term. For now, he would base his plans on the known versions of superdimensional matter. The cat instantly grew attentive. Meow, you've been wanting to take a bite, right? Ves turned around and waved the bar of weapon-grade superdimensional matter in the gem cat's direction. Here, take a bite, meow. Yes, I'm serious. I don't think it is worthwhile for you to eat the lower grades of superdimensional matter. We are going into war very soon, and I want you to be in your best condition. This is the best version of superdimensional matter that I have on hand, so you must eat and grow. Strangely enough, Lucky did not pounce on this precious bounty. Though he clearly desired to take a bite, he also acted as though he was facing a great monster. The gem cat eventually overcame his hesitation and began to float forward. He stopped in front of the precious superdimensional bar and sniffed it a few times. As his head slowly came closer, he hesitated for a few more seconds before he nibbled at one of the corners. That was all he did. He nibbled off a tiny piece. As soon as the small chunk entered his mysterious stomach, the cat immediately reacted as if he had eaten an entire shuttle. The floating cat recoiled and did not show any desire to take another bite. Ves had a feeling that superdimensional matter did not mix well with Lucky's dimensional stomach. Are you full already? I see. Well, I will keep this bar in reserve for when you are ready to take another bite. You need to finish this in order to grow a stronger body. Don't skip your meals. Meow. This was the first time that Ves had witnessed his cat express his reluctance in devouring a piece of metal. Weapon-grade superdimensional matter appeared to be way too much for him to digest with ease in his current state. Chapter 6875 Superdimensional Regalia Witnessing Lucky's reaction to eating a tiny amount of weapon-grade superdimensional matter was entertaining. It also generated a few questions. Ves took a second look at the metal bar. It did not look as pristine as before now that a certain gem cat had nibbled off a small corner. Well, at least he wouldn't have to be afraid of Lucky devouring his entire stash one day. It also dashed his hopes that Lucky would be able to turn into a full superdimensional gem cat in the short term. Hopefully, his stomach would get a few upgrades out of this that would make it a lot easier to devour and digest superdimensional matter next time. With that distraction out of the way, Ves turned back to his current priority. The real reason why he spent time on researching superdimensional matter was because he wanted to use it for his own purposes. Now that he was about to lead the premier fleet into combat, he wanted to take all contingencies into account. This included a comprehensive upgrade of his combat gear. Although it should never be necessary for him to enter the battlefield in person when he already enjoyed the protection of the Minerva Mark II and the First Sword Mark III, who knew what might happen on the battlefield. Despite all of his preparations, he had found himself forced to defend himself on far too many occasions. It was not in his nature to let himself remain so unprepared for the next fight. Ves decided to tackle two different projects. He first sought to upgrade his infantry gear. The unending regalia was long overdue for an upgrade. While he was at it, he also intended to upgrade the suits of his wife and children so that they enjoyed the highest level of protection. It would be even better if they wore a vaxsuit or other forms of clothing that was made out of superdimensional matter. After he tackled all of the infantry-grade gear, he intended to upgrade his Phase Lord equipment. His raiment was pretty much an improvised product. He originally intended to develop a special version of a polymetal, Mech, to serve as the replacement for his raiment, but that would take far too much time to complete. Now that superdimensional matter became available, he did not want to make his polymetal Mech out of inferior materials. He needed to wait until the Red Association figured out how to make stable superdimensional nanomachines. Superdimensional matter presented a lot of new challenges to smart metal specialists. They were currently working hard to solve all of the new problems that stood in the way of the rise of superdimensional smart mechs. I guess I will settle for another stopgap solution for now. He let out a deep breath. It should be simple enough to devise a more optimized raiment that was covered with superdimensional armor plating. Considering the scarcity of armor-grade and weapon-grade superdimensional matter, Ves believed it was better to settle for using hull-grade superdimensional matter for this project. He would ideally want to make use of high-grade superdimensional matter, but he could not justify the investment. He would have to use up far too many resources for a project that might not be put to use for a long time. It was a much better idea to upgrade the expert mechs and ace mechs with superdimensional matter. The ambitious high-ranking mech pilots could squeeze much more value out of these potent materials. As a mech designer, he felt it was unforgivable to keep the good stuff for his own raiment while letting his champions settle with subpar alternatives. Of course, that rule did not apply to infantry gear such as his unending regalia. Any upgrades would expend a fraction of the high-grade materials that would normally be needed to build superdimensional mechs. Perhaps Ves might be able to justify the use of high-grade superdimensional matter to upgrade his own raiment first. He was the most important member of the Larkinson clan and offered a lot of value to Red humanity. However, even if he kitted himself out with full superdimensional gear, he wouldn't be able to defeat his enemies as effectively as a superdimensional expert mech or ace mech. It was best to leave the business of fighting and killing to the experts. The primary reason to develop superdimensional gear for himself was to keep him alive long enough for others to come to the rescue. The secondary reason to develop all of this expensive gear was to create enough space for him to evacuate the battlefield. The tertiary reason to develop superdimensional gear for himself was to give him a chance to eliminate the threat in person if no other option existed. I'll need to design a raiment that is flexible enough for me to maneuver with. He decided, I will also have to design a weapon or preferably two weapons that I can use to end the threat to my life. This was not a trivial project. Ves needed to put real thought into upgrading his Phase Lord gear. He did not even have a clue what sort of weapons he needed to design for himself. I need to develop a superdimensional melee weapon for myself that is easy to use. How about a spear? I just need to stab it at the enemy in order to make use of it. Then again, the shaft could break if it is made of lower grades of superdimensional matter. Maybe it is better to use a mace. It is a lot more difficult for such a weapon to break. Its thickness will make it more idiot-proof. Aside from that, he also wanted to design a ranged weapon to give him more options than to charge straight at an enemy Phase Lord. It will have to be a kinetic weapon that launches superdimensional projectiles. It is wasteful to use superdimensional matter as consumables, but I can probably get away with it if I make it out of the structure grade or hull grade variety. Perhaps I can make use of the good stuff if the projectile is retrievable somehow. He needed more time to figure this all out. Working on his infantry gear was a good way to mull over his choices for his next project. Ves decided to start by materializing the unending regalia from his vault. He immediately looked at it from a critical perspective and winced. What a kludgy mess. It started out elegantly enough as a relatively light suit of combat armor that primarily relied on unending alloy as its primary form of protection. During the facewater generation, he hastily upgraded a handful of modules while replacing the exterior unending armor plating with high-grade transphasic armor plating. While the new armor plating offered far better protection against transphasic attacks, the rest of the armor did not keep up with all of the improvements. Now that he looked at his unending regalia from his current perspective, he spotted way too many flaws and shortcomings. The Gloriana side of himself wanted to tear it all apart and rebuild it from scratch. Ves shook his head. That is silly. This armor is alive. While the unending regalia was not as alive as a third-order living mech, it would be a shame to throw away so much accumulation. Let's make it better. Ves began to sketch out a draft design. He did not apply too many demands considering that he was a phase lord himself. The only reason to make use of the unending regalia as opposed to his much larger raiment was because he was stuck indoors. He might not be able to unfold his true body for fear of collapsing an entire structure or jamming his body against armored bulkheads that were far too strong to break through. He was not too worried about his own protection if he remained human-scaled. While his body was a bit more vulnerable at this size, he was still not as easy to assassinate as before. Ves felt much more concerned about his family. There was a good chance that any threat to his life might threaten his wife and children if they happened to be close at hand. Besides, even if they are not close, they can still be targeted separately. This was why he intended to design similar suits of combat for his wife and children as well. I have to make sure that the suits for my children can be resized to keep up with their growth. He reminded himself. It would be best if he involved his wife in this follow-up project, but not right away. It would be best if he completed his own superdimensional combat armor first so that he could present a concrete example to Gloriana. As Ves continued to sketch out his draft design, he soon came across a few problems. Should I add the battle skirt system to the design? If I do so, I might as well make the unending regalia completely modular. This was not a small decision. Switching to a modular armor system would make it easier to repair it in the field. He could just fabricate spare superdimensional armor plating and store it inside the Vault of Eternity. If he ever ran short of intact plating, he could just pull up replacements from the system space and instantly restore his physical protection. He was not the best at designing modular armor systems, though. He usually left this responsibility to the armor specialists in his clan. I will have to call over Beatrice Hendricks if this is the case. Ves originally wanted to tackle this job as a solo project because the unending regalia had always been one of his personal projects. However, given that he wanted to give his wife and children the best possible protection, he could not think of many reasons why he should skip the battle skirt system. If it was good enough to protect the Minerva Mark II, then it should be good enough to use on the unending regalia. Once he opened up the possibility of involving other mech designers, Ves began to think about who else he should invite to upgrade his personal gear. I should probably invite Harry Kaikkonen to upgrade my Amastendira. The Amastendira had saved his life more than once in the early days, but it had turned into a completely outdated weapon in the current day and age. It had completely missed out on the benefits of the facewater generation and the hyper generation. The sidearms wielded by his bodyguards from the Second Apocalypse Warden Battalion were frankly more effective than his old energy pistol. Although a part of him wanted to upgrade his Amastendira into a fourth-generation luminaire crystal weapon, the more sensible side of himself recognized that he was no longer the best Larkinson for the job. Perhaps very little of the original Amastendira would be left once Harry upgraded it into a modern luminaire crystal weapon, but Ves was fine with such a transformation. 2139 Ves continued to formulate more plans and ideas as he steadily completed his draft design. The conversion to a modular armor system complete with the battle skirt system caused his original suit of combat armor to gain a substantially different look and vibe. He had been a little afraid that the addition of a battle skirt made out of spare modular armor plates would give his suit a more feminine silhouette, but he had referenced the designs of plenty of ancient armor that also happened to possess this feature. As long as the battle skirt did not flare out too much to the sides, it hardly attracted any attention. Maintaining the straightest possible rectangular silhouette was the way to go. He felt he did a decent enough job in preserving the unending regalia's masculine appearance. Ves suddenly frowned. It's not appropriate to call it the unending regalia when there is no unending alloy left in the design. He decided to call it the superdimensional regalia instead. Chapter 6876 The Future of Combat Armor. After Ves completed his draft design on the superdimensional regalia, he finally decided to invite Beatrice Hendricks to his personal design lab. You requested my presence, sir. Ah, come over here and take a seat beside me. I would like to receive your consultation on a personal project of mine. It is of great importance. Please study my draft design and notes first before you offer your opinion. The female journeyman did as she was asked. She took her seat and calmly perused the projected sketch and documents without making an immediate judgment. Your plan is viable, sir. The application of superdimensional alloy in the form of modular armor plating will require additional engineering. The electronics of the modular armor plating are vulnerable unless they come in the form of architect, but it does not make sense to apply it in this context. Besides, we have yet to combine architect with superdimensional matter. Are you saying that we shouldn't resort to modular armor plating for my superdimensional regalia? I would not go as far as that. Beatrice cautiously replied. I mainly wanted to point out that relying on modular armor plating for your combat armor will introduce obvious weak points that are far easier to exploit than the armor plating itself. I am sure that weapon-grade superdimensional alloy will resist nearly any attack. What they might not be able to do is to block all forms of vibration, gravitic, EMP or more exotic attacks from disabling the components that are responsible for moving and locking the modular armor plating into place. He understood what she was getting at. An armor system was only as strong as its weakest link. Modular armor systems all shared this common weakness. An excellent hacker might be able to access the programming of a mech and cause all of the modular armor plating to go out of control and collapse, thereby exposing the internals of a mech to enemy attacks. Although most modular armor systems possessed a lot of protection against hackers, it was impossible to close every possible gap. Each modular armor plate had to be connected to the same network and accept wireless transmissions in order to work. Ves had read about rare cases where hackers succeeded in stripping mechs of their modular armor. Such cases happened infrequently, but they did happen. Ves did not expect the native aliens to be able to hack advanced human systems, but who knew whether the cosmopolitans might lend them a hand? He could not ignore this possibility. Using a solid armor system will result in fewer points of failure. Ves stated, that is most definitely true, but it will also cause you to relinquish the advantages of modular armor plating. Beatrice responded, there is no single right choice. You will ultimately have to make the decision yourself. The chance that an enemy will exploit the vulnerability of modular armor plating is small, but not zero. If you choose to make use of modular armor anyway, then we must pay special attention to this aspect. Ves did not have to think too hard to form his answer. I agree with you, Beatrice. I think I will take the risk and commit to applying modular armor to the superdimensional regalia. The advantages are too great. I think I can also reduce the chance that enemies can successfully hijack my modular armor plating. I will just have to tie them into the living artifact. He already planned to turn the superdimensional regalia into an artifact. He did not intend to turn it into a arm or anything crazy like that, but it just needed to be alive enough to maintain a tighter grip on the modular armor plating. This way, simple hacking attempts should not be able to compromise the programming and functioning of the modular system. Beatrice nodded in response. She did not question his decision, nor try to argue against it. She trusted him to understand the pros and cons of his own choice. If you wish to turn your superdimensional regalia modular, then we will need assistance. I have yet to master the knowledge and expertise required to process superdimensional matter, especially the weapon-grade variety. I will also have to learn how to design and fabricate electronics that are either made of superdimensional matter or can remain stable while in close proximity to it. I will need additional time as well as tutoring from the Red Association in order to complete my work. Then make it a priority. You will need to master the secrets to working with superdimensional matter anyway in order to obtain the qualifications to work on superdimensional mech design projects. The sooner you get the hang of this, the more we can make use of our existing stockpile. It will do us no good to keep all of those precious materials in our cargo holds. The two continued to confer with each other as they refined the draft design and tweaked its configuration. They also began to work on the related designs for Ves's wife and children. The Larkinson clan could still afford to use precious weapon-grade superdimensional matter to construct the additional suits of armor. We should make sure to reserve additional weapon-grade superdimensional matter for any future expansions. Beatrice said, in fact, we can model the physical growth of your children and fabricate spare superdimensional armor plating that is optimized to fit the bodies of your children at different growth stages. The predictions may not fall in line with reality, but the deviations will likely not be great enough to matter. We can design the suits of combat armor to incorporate more stretching and other flexible accommodations. At worst, we can redesign an entire suit of combat armor. Ves nodded. I have no objection to that. Unlike other groups, we don't have to abide by any quotas. The protection of my wife and children takes precedence over other goals. Do you have any other suggestions? I do, sir. As a phase lord, your physique has transcended human limitations. You are able to survive while being exposed in a vacuum and subjected to cosmic radiation for extended periods of time, is that correct? Have you ever seen an alien phase lord or phase whale suffocate in space? I am no different, Beatrice. As far as I am concerned, I can survive a lot of environmental hazards. I am sort of like a human astral beast in this regard. I can't fully explain how phase water can make this all possible, but that has not stopped me from enjoying the advantages. Beatrice reached out and modified the draft design for the superdimensional regalia. If that is the case, then it should be safe for us to remove most of the life support systems from your combat armor. It is completely unnecessary to add oxygen reserves, advanced temperature controls, medicine containers, emergency provisions and so on. All of the space that is used to accommodate these redundant elements can instead be used to further strengthen the core factors of your superdimensional regalia. Ves widened his eyes. She was right. This was so obvious, but he had overlooked this condition. This can make a huge difference. Every little bit of space helps. We can devote the spare capacity for other useful functions such as a stronger communication module or strengthened anti-teleportation safeguards. After Beatrice made her brilliant observation, both of them began to rethink the functions that the superdimensional regalia should possess. They quickly began to form a list of features that the new combat armor must have in order to serve Ves's needs. They not only incorporated modular armor in the battle skirt system, but also began to incorporate modules that boosted detection, communications and ECCM capabilities. On top of that, Ves insisted on adding a minifab module to the back. Who knew whether it would be necessary for him to get stranded somewhere and needed basic repair and production functions on location? Have you thought about the weapons we should add to the superdimensional regalia? Yeah, Ves nodded. I am already planning to task Mr. Kaikonen with the responsibility to upgrade one of my old laser pistols into a modern luminaire crystal weapon. A single energy firearm is not enough, sir. There is still a chance that you might drop it or lose control. We may as well add integrated weapons systems to your regalia. We can add compact luminaire crystal guns to the combat armor. They do not have to be powerful, but their firing rates must be high enough to intercept grenades, missiles and other projectiles. They will serve as your point defense guns. The protection they offer to you is secondary. What is more important is that they can protect the people around you, which may also include your family. Your idea sounds viable, but I am afraid that the power of those guns will be disappointing if I have to integrate them into the combat armor. Still, your suggestion holds too much merit for me to ignore. Anything else? Beatrice made another suggestion. We should make use of the weapon-grade superdimensional matter to make knives or swords with it. This will help you penetrate the defenses of stronger adversaries with greater use. My preference is to integrate them into the armor, but your choice may differ. We should consult Kedis if we want to forge the best possible blades for your superdimensional regalia. Ves had not thought that far yet. He felt reluctant to wield actual swords. He was no reformed sword practitioner, that was for certain. I think I prefer to have them integrated into my combat armor. We can make them extend from my forearms in order to keep it simple. It shouldn't be necessary to do anything fancy. A simple sharp superdimensional weapon that can puncture through energy shields and armor plating alike is all I need. You should still go ahead and contact Kedis for her advice. I shall do that shortly after this meeting. Ves affirmed. They moved on to discussing other aspects. About the superdimensional regalia, unlike mechs, the capacity for a suit of combat armor was extremely limited. Superdimensional matter enabled them to cheat this restriction to an extent, but it was still frustrating for Ves to hold himself back from adding too many features. We don't have to finalize the designs for the additional suits of combat armor right away. Ves eventually said, we should finish the superdimensional regalia first before we apply the lessons that we have learned on other projects. I have no objection. Ves did not expect this side project to take a long time to complete. The superdimensional regalia was only a fraction of the size of a mech. It might contain a lot of small components, but the total amount of parts was much lower. The raiment that he intended to design next would take a lot more time to complete. Ves probably wouldn't be able to finish it before the premier fleet set off to the front lines, but that was okay. The Saint Commander did not want to plunge into the most dangerous battlefields right away. It was best to remain in the periphery and take out smaller alien raiding elements first. The probability that Ves would be forced to take action himself should be minimal. I am rather envious of you, sir. Beatrice eventually said, "This is the future of combat armor. I cannot think of anything that can offer greater individual protection by itself. Would you like to build a suit of superdimensional combat armor for yourself?" "I do. Will you make superdimensional matter available to other mech designers such as myself?" Ves thought about it and did not see a reason why he should keep all of the good stuff for himself. "I will put all grades of superdimensional matter in the Larkinson exchange. The exchange requirements for them will all be steep, especially for the armor grade and weapon grade variety. I won't make it impossible to redeem samples of them, so it should still be possible for you and the others to save up your Larkinson merits. As long as you have made enough contributions, it should fully be within the realm of possibility for you to construct your own superdimensional combat armor. That is all I could ask for, sir. Thank you for giving us a chance." Chapter 6877 Superdimensional Dunce. Ves and Beatrice did not achieve a lot of progress on developing the superdimensional regalia. They became hampered by their lack of understanding of superdimensional matter. It did not help that they chose to work on the most difficult weapon-grade superdimensional matter either. Its properties were exceptional, but that amplified the difficulty of trying to transform it into a more usable form. They needed to gain new understanding, insights, instruments and experience. Many other people had fallen into the same boat. Those that managed to walk ahead of the rest jealously guarded their exclusive secrets in order to maintain a competitive edge. Ves felt frustrated by that kind of behavior even though he would have done the exact same thing if he was in their place. Superdimensional tech had become the new technological frontier of both humans and aliens. Nobody wanted to spread their secrets easily, especially to the other side. While Ves could count on his good relations with the Red 3 and the first-rate colonial superstates to gain free access to the less critical secrets, it was a dream for him to obtain access to cutting-edge technology. The respective powers were not stupid. They most definitely refused to entertain the idea of sharing their most powerful insights and applications of superdimensional tech. Ves grew annoyed with tribalism in an age where unity was needed more than ever. While the different groups did exhibit signs of greater cooperation in a handful of areas, they staunchly refused to share knowledge and material aid with each other in other areas. For better or worse, internal strife had always been a part of the human race. The continued existence of a group as old and absurd as the cosmopolitan movement proved how extreme these divisions could become. Internal competition drove red humanity to excellence. Although it drove a lot of people to act selfishly, many of their accomplishments went on to advance the development of human civilizations. This was why tribalism continued to remain a fixture among humans. It was not only a universal instinct that could be found in practically any race, sapient or not, but also drove a race and civilization to greater heights. But only if it was controlled to a certain degree. Too much tribalism and factionalism could fracture a civilization and cause people to turn against each other when it was clearly detrimental to their race as a whole. Ves was not sure whether this also encompassed the ingrained habit among researchers and developers to keep their more valuable secrets of superdimensional technology to themselves. When he shared his views on the limited knowledge sharing to Alexa Strian, she crossed her arms in response. "You sound jealous," she replied. "You are upset because you are not the pioneer, the innovator or the trendsetter this time. While our clan has earned credit for introducing superdimensional matter to red humanity, we are by far the worst at deciphering superdimensional theory and developing strong applications of this new type of material. You are not accustomed to being put on the back foot of a rising trend. You must be seething inside your brain." Ves looked at his direct disciple. The former Terran smirked as if she derived joy out of his perceived suffering. "Whose side are you on, Alexa?" "I am on the side of truth." The woman spoke in a calm but judgmental tone. "Since I joined the Larkinson clan in order to study and build upon your work, I have an obligation to do what is best for the Larkinsons, and not your ego. I stand by my statement. You are pushed to an uncomfortable position because you already recognize in your heart that you are unlikely to become a leader in this new and exotic field." As much as he wanted to deny it, her words indeed rang with truth. The Larkinson clan did pretty well during the Facewater generation. The expeditionary fleet's many exploits during this oft-remembered period yielded plenty of phase water, enabling the Larkinsons to design and produce plenty of transphasic mechs. The Larkinsons partially owned the hyper-generation. The onset of systematic cultivation and the possibilities opened up by hyper-materials made him feel right at home. His living mechs became stronger and more relevant than ever before. Although it was way too premature to announce the start of the superdimensional generation, the big players that had lots of R&D institutions at their disposal were already beginning to build up their own leads in superdimensional tech. The Larkinson clan had no hope of matching their progress. It lacked the quantity and quality of scientists and other specialists that could systematically build up institutional knowledge in this broad and incredibly relevant field. While Ves and his clan also suffered from the same problem when it came to phase water technology and hyper-technology, they managed to get ahead by relying on individual brilliance. That probably would not work this time. Ves had studied the samples of superdimensional matter many times in the past week. Try as he might, he felt no inherent affinity with them. Not even his advantages as a phase lord granted him a deeper insight into the nature or the uses of superdimensional matter. Phasewater clearly possessed more than a few similarities to solid superdimensional matter, but they behaved so differently that Ves could apply the same set of rules to both at the same time. He had to build up his comprehension of superdimensional matter from scratch. From there, he could either wait for the other major players to throw their outdated and shallow scraps to the public, or he could try to go his own way and innovate in this field. The latter solution was what he relied upon to gain an advantage in hyper-technology, but this time Ves did not think it would be so easy to replicate his earlier success. He let out a resigned breath. "You are right, Alexa. I am good in some fields, but not in others. I know my strengths and weaknesses well enough to understand that materials science is not my forte. In fact, none of the lead designers in our clan has high attainments in this field, including Gloriana. They are not predisposed to make rapid progress in superdimensional theory. Since you understand our problem, the solution should be obvious." Ves thought for a few seconds before he understood what she was getting at. "You are proposing to hire a specialist in metallurgy or materials science. Why not? That has worked out well enough for our clan in the past. If we cannot adequately master a branch of science and technology with our current personnel, then we must expand it by recruiting those that can cover our shortcomings." "Well, the problem with that proposal is that I am sure that the Red 3, the first-rate colonial superstates and pretty much every other major power has made similar realizations. It will be difficult to recruit people with the right expertise." Alexa explained. She was right. The best scientists and engineers had already been swept from the job market. The ones left probably did not possess the qualifications to develop new and unique applications of superdimensional tech. Ves continued to frown as he tried to think of anyone he knew that could fit his requirements. He suddenly came across a name that might just do the trick. "Wait, I know a guy who may be able to help us out in a meaningful fashion. He's an old friend who goes back a long way. Who do you have in mind? Are you confident in your ability to recruit him to your cause?" Tristan Wesseling is the direct disciple of Master Meredith Katzenberg. The Fredaman Master still resides in the old galaxy. She specializes in materials science, and has passed on much of her teachings to her former student. Tristan may have chosen to apply his knowledge in a different way, but I am sure that the attraction of working with superdimensional matter is strong. That said, I am not too confident that I will be able to pull him into our clan. That disappointed Alexa. Why would your friend not want to join your clan and work on your behalf? Is it another ego problem? Probably. Tristan Wesseling and I had similar enough starting points that we often compare our successes against each other. It goes without saying that I have gained a huge advantage in this race. Whether it is out of stubbornness of self-esteem, Tristan has always rejected my earnest invitation to join my clan and work in the design department. He has thrown his lot with Davut instead. In hindsight, this is not a good choice. Davut is under siege, Alexa mentioned. The side branch on that planet has already evacuated all non-essential clansmen. It remains unclear whether the defenders may be able to hold on to the capital planet, but the chances are great that it will fall to the aliens sooner or later. If Tristan has lost all of his fixed assets on Davut, then that will put him in a more vulnerable position than before. Your chances of recruiting him should be significantly higher. In other words, Ves should pounce on the opportunity. He decided not to proceed with this argument any further and instead decided to call the former Fredaman journeyman mech designer directly. "Ves." Tristan's physical projection showed genuine confusion. "I did not expect you to contact me directly. Our careers have diverged from each other. I no longer belong to the same circle as yours. You shouldn't undersell yourself, Tristan. Mech designers might not be able to make a lot of accomplishments in their early years, but as long as they improve, they will get better eventually. None of us have time to improve. Tristan sighed. If we are not geniuses, then we have already fallen behind. Thoroughly. Ves shook his head in rejection. I don't quite agree with that, but let's not drag out this debate. Tristan, the reason why I called you directly is because I need your help. Your company in Davut will clearly lose its roots once the native aliens have conquered it with difficulty. Would you like to join our clan? You can bring as many of your employees and so on if you wish, but you will all have to earn your keep. The journeyman mech designer began to think why Ves was so much more enthused about recruiting him. He soon figured out the answer. You want my help in deciphering and finding new uses for superdimensional matter. Why me? Why not others? People like me would rather work with people I can trust rather than those who are merely competent. Ves responded. Another reason is that the mechers, fleeters and so on have all preemptively recruited those who can actually be of significant use to their research. Have you received any offers? I did, but not that many. My career so far is not as impressive as yours. My specialization is also more divorced from metallurgy and materials science. Most people who review my record will not easily come to the conclusion that I am well predisposed to study superdimensional matter. Are these people right, or is there more to you than meets the eye? Tristan Wesseling shrugged. I honestly cannot tell. I have no contact with superdimensional matter, and what little I can find on the galactic net hardly teaches me anything useful. Personally, I think I may be able to quickly understand superdimensional matter and a number of possible uses, but I have no proof to back up my assertions. I can give you what you need to get started. Ves seriously offered. We have plenty of superdimensional matter in storage. We also have access to information channels that can teach you more about developments in this rapidly growing field. You only have to agree to join our clan. I need to think about it, Ves. Tristan Wesseling did not immediately accept the offer, though he did not immediately reject it either. Chapter 6878 Tristan's answer. Tristan Wesseling felt ambivalent towards the offer made by the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. As a journeyman mech designer, he possessed his own pride. He defected from the Friday Coalition because he became disillusioned by its division and dysfunction. That did not mean he lost faith in all states in general. He chose to become a citizen of the Colonial Federation of Davut by choice. Although it was not the best colonial state in the Red Ocean, Tristan still agreed with the vision that the founders were trying to carve out in the new frontier. He had done decently well since he started up his own mech company on Davut. Wesseling design services remained relatively modest until the Great Severing caused a lot of hyper-materials to emerge. Tristan dusted off his original specializations in materials science. He worked together with the state institutions of Davut to decipher the properties of hyper-materials and develop effective alloys with them. His contributions were not particularly big or revolutionary, but he still derived a lot of satisfaction in developing new hyper-alloys that the Davutans used in a few of their military mech designs. He also made strides in progressing his design philosophy. His crystals became even more powerful after incorporating the effects of different hyper-materials. The development of positive and negative hyper-gems presented a breakthrough in both his research and business success. It was much easier to convince others that his tiny gems could boost the performance of an entire mech by using hyper-materials and hyper-technology as buzzwords. Even though his pre-hyper gems also possessed the capacity to enhance the performance of mechs to a lesser degree, too many people found it far too esoteric to believe they worked. It did not help that the gems only improved the performance of mechs by single digits in most cases. This was hardly a noticeable performance boost, though true connoisseurs appreciated how it could give them an edge in the most critical of battles. The hyper-generation demystified a lot of phenomena that people previously regarded as magic or superstition. Although Tristan felt disappointed by the fact that he had to borrow the label of hyper-technology in order to finally convince the market to take his gems seriously, a sale was still a sale. His hyper-gems did not reach mass adoption, but the journeyman never expected for that to happen. His products may be small, but they were expensive for the boost they provided. They could only ever be sold as luxury products that occupied a small niche in the broader mech market. For several years, that had been his pattern. He continued to split his time between exploring the applications of specific hyper-materials, designing new mechs and developing new hyper-gems. He was finally making slow but steady progress in developing his design philosophy. The Great Severing turned out to be a boon for his life and career. The Friday Coalition had become a relic of the past to Tristan. The second-rate state from the old galaxy could no longer exert any pressure. Meanwhile, the Hex Federation completely suppressed the Friday colonies that lingered in the Megair Middle Zone. Tristan did not have to fear the Fredaman making any attempt to bring him back to their fold. This was why he entered the beginning of the Age of Dawn with optimism. This was an era that was already shaping up to present her with an endless amount of fruitful work. Tristan became satisfied. The Colonial Federation of Davut continued to develop its planetary settlements. Its prosperity became clear to everyone. Even if his progress still was not as fast as that of Ves and other prodigies, Tristan saw hope of working towards a better future. Each day, he made incremental progress towards advancement to senior mech designer. It may take a decade or two, but Tristan remained optimistic that he was moving forward at a slow but consistent pace. He already likened himself to a turtle as opposed to a hare. He did not really care too much about how many years it took to reach the next rank so long as his progress did not stall. The Red War continued to be fought in the background. While Tristan was much more aware of the risks and dangers than many other Davutans, he still retained enough confidence in Red Humanity's ability to hold back the native aliens. So long as Red Humanity gained a bit more time to improve its technologies and develop upgraded mechs, he was confident that humans would ultimately prevail. Tristan had admittedly grown complacent about the threat of war. He should have known better. He failed to anticipate the space refugees. He failed to take into account the possibility that all 5 defensive bands would break. He also utterly failed to foresee that the native aliens would overrun the Krakatoa Middle Zone and steamroll their way to Davut. Tristan couldn't help but feel sour about losing so much assets on Davut. The headquarters and main facilities of Wesseling Design Services had cost a significant chunk of money. He had upgraded their security systems and main production equipment. Now, all of it was likely about to turn into waste. If the native aliens succeeded in toppling the defenses of Davut, then there was nothing stopping them from bathing his facilities with cleansing and all-destructive flames. The Red Tide offensive did not register as a threat for more than half a year. Then everything accelerated far beyond the public's imagination. Perhaps the big shots had an inkling of what was about to happen, but Tristan was not qualified to join their circle. This meant that he and practically everyone else in Davut had been completely caught off guard by the latest developments. Now, the Colonial Federation of Davut was bleeding star systems in population. Many star systems that never had the opportunity to build up proper defenses had become cleansed of all human presence. It was like the Sand War all over again, but this time the native aliens actually enjoyed the act of wiping out helpless human civilians. The capital planet of the colonial state was next. Valiant protectors such as the renowned 77th Warborn Mech Division under the lead of Saint General Ark Larkinson put up a mean resistance, but they were suffering so many losses in every serious engagement that they were steadily running out of mechs and mech pilots to deploy onto the battlefield. Yet it remained questionable whether they could hold the relentless native aliens back from conquering and raising the heart of the Colonial Federation. If Davut fell, the entire colonial state would break. Tristan would lose everything, and so would many other mech designers that invested heavily into the planet and state. His customer base, his network of contacts, his friendships and alliances, his favorable business agreements, his debts and much of his employee relationships threatened to go up into smoke. Many more people and companies stood to lose billions if not trillions of the MTA credits worth of assets and investments. The economic damage was enormous, and the greater damage to Red Humanity as a whole was even worse. The Colonial Federation of Davut had previously done so well. Tristan was but one of many people who had left their old lives behind and put their utmost into building a new life for themselves in the new frontier. Now, the native aliens pushed hard to wipe out one of the strongest and most exemplary second-rate states in the Megair Middle Zone. The journeyman felt helpless to stop a possible tragedy from happening. He was too small of a figure to make any meaningful difference in the battle for the continued existence of Davut. This must be what the Hexers felt when they saw their state crumbling before their eyes. He muttered. It felt incredibly unpleasant to be on the losing side of a war. Just booking an evacuation out of Davut was a nightmare. It became even more difficult to book evacuations for his employees, even his closest ones. Tristan felt responsible for their lives. He did not want them to remain stuck on the planet if the native aliens managed to breach the attempts to keep hostile intruders away. Many Davutans who had pledged the oath had already turned their backs on it. They ultimately valued their lives over intangibles such as fame and reputation. Should Tristan follow suit? Should he recognize the futility of standing tall against a storm? Should he pay the insane resettlement fees needed to immigrate to a safer colonial state in the rear? Tristan entertained far too many doubts in the past few weeks. There were nights where he woke up terrorized by nightmares. His old wartime experiences gave him plenty of reference materials. It was not that difficult at all to imagine all of the horrors that the native aliens were about to unleash upon the population. Just as the journeyman continued to remain paralyzed by indecision, his old friend who came from the Komodo Star sector called him out of the blue and sent out a recruitment offer. Ves's insistence on maintaining a strong mobile fleet presence sounded prescient in the current day and age. Transferring to the Larkinson clan would solve so many problems. He would become safe as few native aliens could defeat the Larkinsons in open battle. He would gain access to excellent design facilities. He also gained access to a lot of knowledge that the Larkinson clan had accumulated from different sources. Best of all, he could also gain access to precious samples of superdimensional matter. The entire clan would support his research, as he would be the most competent materials scientist in the design department. Yet as Tristan thought about his existing obligations to Davut, he did not want his selfishness to take precedence over doing what was right. He had to ponder for several minutes after receiving the initial offer. It took a bit of time, but he eventually managed to make up his mind. Ves, thank you for waiting. Have you decided? Yes, I am more open to joining the Larkinson clan than before, but I do not want to abandon my current colonial state when it still has a chance of breaking the enemy advance and bouncing back. Tristan Wesseling ultimately said, I have pledged an oath and I do not intend to break it without cause. Cowardice is not a valid reason. Does that mean you refuse to join the Larkinson clan? Not entirely. Let me make my intentions clearer. So long as Davut still stands, I will consider it an obligation for me to contribute to the colonial state's war effort in my capacity as a mech designer. If Davut has fallen, then there is little left to bind me to a dead colonial state. I will become a free agent in this scenario. I will be free to join the Larkinson clan without violating my original pledges. The reaction from Ves made it clear that he did not approve of this conditional agreement. Yet that was the best that Tristan was willing to give. Tristan, the journeyman remained steadfast. Please respect my choices. I cannot drop everything and join you the instant you call for my services. I am probably in the minority here, but I still believe in the Davut project. The Red War has overtaken everything, but that has made states such as the Colonial Federation all the more precious. They are the few places that try to give humans a semblance of normal life. You care about that a lot. Ves observed. I do. Tristan nodded. I have seen how unrelenting total war can warp the population of an entire state. The same will happen to the rest of us if we continue to let war triumph over peace. It is in times like these that we must work harder than ever to preserve our humanity. Please let me stay and fight. If the situation truly becomes untenable, then I will try to evacuate with your fellow Larkinsons. Until then, I will stay and do my duty as a Davutan. Chapter 6879 Sticking to Principles. Oddly enough, Ves appreciated his old friend sticking up to his principles. Tristan Wesseling's decision to remain loyal to the Colonial Federation of Davut earned his begrudging respect, if not approval. Many people in Tristan's position would literally kill an entire city or planet in order to join the Larkinson clan. Even if it was not able to match up to the prestige of the Red 3 or the first-rate colonial superstates, the Larkinson clan was clearly one of the few organizations in human-occupied space that was still in ascendancy. The combination of strong young talents and a growing military arm convinced people that the Larkinsons had a greater chance of adapting to the rapid changes changing place across the new frontier. Both the mech designers and the mech pilots of the Larkinson clan had already shown excellence in many occasions. That may not be special in itself, but what was important to note was that each of them were well below a century years old. In fact, most of the senior mech designers and ace pilots were less than 50 years old, which clearly indicated that each of them had bright futures ahead of them if they managed to survive. To a number of people, that provided more reassurance than any established state or super organization. The leaders of the previous age may not necessarily remain dominant in the latest age. The cracks had already been showing, and the native aliens clearly reserved most of their firepower towards the biggest players, not a smaller group like the Larkinson clan. As such, if the Larkinsons extended an invitation, Few people would be able to reject the call unless they were already locked in an existing employment contract. Ves believed that while Tristan and his mech company had already signed a number of agreements with Davut, it should be a big deal to unilaterally end them given the dire state of the colonial state. It took considerable courage, a misplaced sense of duty and a firm commitment to one's own principles for Tristan to say no to all of the temptations offered by his old friend. Although Tristan's stubborn stance served as an unwelcome obstacle to expanding the capabilities of the Larkinson clan, Ves did not entirely disapprove. Tristan earned his respect for being a man who valued his duty, pride in his own personal beliefs above naked self-interest. His conditional rejection of the Larkinson clan only made him more desirable. He had already demonstrated 10 times the guts of typical mech designers. He had truly demonstrated the unique and quirky attitude of mech designers who originated from the war-torn period of the Komodo Star sector. How should Ves respond to Tristan's stance? He had no choice but to bow down and respect his friend's earnest wishes. Fine, he told the physical projection of the former Fredaemon. My invitation shall remain open to you. If you ever change your mind, you can contact my personal assistant directly, and he shall make the necessary arrangements. Are you safe, and do you require off-world transport? Tristan hesitated for a moment. I have no trouble securing an evacuation route for myself, but my employees are not as fortunate. You would do me a great favor if you permit them to ride aboard your own ships as they are in the process of evacuating men and movable assets from your planetary branch. You do not need to give them first-class cabins or anything. Comfort takes a backseat, so you can dump them in the cargo holds. They can bring their own tents and provisions. Ves chuckled. That won't be necessary. Our own transport fleet is small and rather limited, but we can easily accommodate a few hundred stragglers. I wouldn't be surprised if the department responsible for managing our merchant marine has already taken to transporting people from planets under threat. Thank you for accepting this favor, Ves. I owe you one. I truly should have done more to secure a starship for myself. I became deterred by the exorbitant prices and restricted availability of even the smallest courier vessel. At the time, I truly did not think it was necessary for me to squander so much money for an overpriced haul. It is only now that I realize that it would have been worth it even if I paid triple the asking price. That was a mistake that many people made, not just Tristan. For whatever reason, these pioneers and colonists readily traded away life and service on safe and serviceable starships just to be able to plant their feet on solid ground. Long ago, a much more naive version of Ves might have joined their crowd without thinking, but the current version of Ves only saw foolishness. How could these dummies possibly hold any confidence in the safety of a planet located in a dwarf galaxy where all of the native alien races sought to kill all humans? The fools. I think it shouldn't take too long for all of us to know whether Davut shall survive. Ves commented. It will depend on whether the native aliens can sustain the Red Tide offensive and continue to throw more cannon fodder at our defenders. It will also depend on whether our peak ace pilots are able to step on the road to no return and successfully make it to the other side. Nobody could truly say for certain whether Red Humanity had what it took to stop the alien advance at this stage. Humanity's frontlines were still too wide for the God pilots to form an absolute wall that could break every alien incursion attempt. This was why Davuti's position had remained so precarious. It was located in the Krakatoa Middle Zone, which remained incredibly vulnerable due to its fairly forward positioning. The Megare Middle Zone, which was located behind, was in a considerably more favorable positioning in comparison. You really care a lot about Davut. Ves commented. You claim that it is worth sticking up for the colonial state because it is one of the few places that still cling to our humanity, is that correct? There are many states that hold similar stances to Davut. It is not an exception in this regard. What I find lamentable is that the states that still do more than pay lip service to this ideal are part of a dwindling group. States that have begun to violate human rights and push its population to new extremes are the ones that are doing a little better. I just cannot accept this kind of travesty. I want states such as Davut to survive and prove to our entire race that we can be strong while still clinging to our original notions of civilization. From the moment we surrender to barbarity, we become sapients that are less than human. Interesting position. Ves narrowed his eyes in thought. I cannot find it in myself to agree with your stance. He calmly replied, I admire your sentiments, but I think you are holding our race to a standard that we have never met throughout our entire history. We are but one of many civilizations competing for supremacy in galaxies that are characterized by limited space and limited resources. Survival trumps every goal. To hold back is to court disaster. The Red War has already made it clear that the native aliens don't care about our nobility or our high-minded principles. They only care about spreading death and destruction to humans that have never shied away from raining death and destruction to all races, including themselves. In the end, it all came down to a difference in perspective. Tristan still believed that the human race was noble, civilized and enlightened. Ves on the other hand became convinced that the human race had never risen above its own selfishness, barbarity and short-sightedness. If Ves had to choose between the two, then he would rather have the human race conform to the latter. At least in that case humans would be willing to violate every principle for the sake of their own survival. Alas, it did not appear that Ves and Tristan could ever find agreement on this matter. Their stances were too far apart, and they were not the sort of people who easily allowed themselves to get swayed by opposing opinions. Both of them recognized this fact and made peace with it. Neither of them were crusaders, and they had no problem with working alongside individuals who held different opinions. I haven't been paying too much attention to the defense of Davut, but I hear that the 77th Warborn Mech Division is going above and beyond to safeguard the most important planet of your colonial state. Tristan nodded. The local news portals are praising your uncle to high heavens, and that is when he has clearly outgrown his lionheart. He is admittedly impressive in combat. There are times where he has successfully upstaged other ace pilots despite the fact that he is still piloting a high-tier expert mech. Are you planning to remedy this misalignment, Ves? Not in the short term. Even if our design department works on the upgrade project right away, it will still take 4 to 6 months to complete a proper upgrade. I suppose we can rush this job and settle for presenting a barebones upgrade in a matter of a few weeks, but I do not think that Davut can last much longer. We also cannot stomach the idea of rushing the upgrade the Lionheart. I am sorry, Tristan, but as mech designers, my wife and I have our own principles. We will not desecrate one of our proud masterwork mechs for expedience's sake. Tristan's expression grew complex. This was clearly detrimental to his own position, but he could not complain because he used the exact same justification to reject the recruitment offer. 1919 sticking to principles no longer sounded as good anymore now that others used the same argument. It was absolutely bad for Davut that one of its strongest protectors and symbols was still stuck with piloting a high-tier expert mech. The Saint General could have piloted a better machine if he agreed to allow other mech designers to upgrade his Lionheart. The Colonial Federation of Davut had plenty of master mech designers on retainer that could complete this job quickly and cheaply. Even if its own mech designers lacked the expertise to skillfully upgrade the Lionheart, it could always use contact foreign professionals that most definitely possessed the capabilities to convert the post-living mech into a proper ace mech. Yet the Saint General staunchly rejected all of these offers. He had never made it a secret that the Lionheart was a Larkinson mech from beginning to end. No other expert mech had succeeded in facilitating his breakthrough. He lost faith in the works of other mech designers. Only the miracle couple could design the best possible follow-up version of his precious machine. They were family and understood his needs better than third-party mech designers. Ves and Gloriana were also a lot more earnest in doing their utmost to elevate the Lionheart to the next level. This was what Ves had promised to the Saint General. He might not like his opportunistic uncle, but he had never compromised his professionalism due to personal feelings. As a mech designer, Ves had the obligation to meet the needs of his clients as earnestly as possible. Although the waiting list was still considerable, as long as Ark Larkinson remained patient enough, Ves and Gloriana would be able to guarantee that the next iteration of the Lionheart would become as magnificent as the Amaranto Mark II and the Minerva Mark II. If there was enough high-grade superdimensional matter to spare, then Ves might even make the decision to convert the Lionheart into full or partial superdimensional mech. While all of this sounded great for the Saint General's future prospects, the decision was highly detrimental to Davut and its many citizens. The future of billions of Davutans like Tristan Wesseling may be doomed due to Ves's insistence on sticking to his professional principles. How ironic. Chapter 6880 Marvain's childish ambition. So your friend rejected your invitation. Yup. Do you think he is stupid? Not necessarily, Gloriana said as she held Marvain in her lap. I partially agree with him. It is worth it to fight to preserve our humanity. Survival is important, but so is retaining all of the progress we have to advance our civilization. All of this fighting is causing us to backslide into more savage versions of ourselves. We are looking more and more like the humans of a less enlightened period of our history with every passing day. While I am not stupid enough to hinder efforts to defend our space, I am not blind to the increasing militarization of our entire civilization. He. While her mother spoke, Marvane continued to play with a toy. The colorful ball lit up with different lights and made interesting noises depending on how he manipulated it. Different manipulation patterns generated different responses. There was an entire game centered around making the ball produce rare and highly coveted reactions based on precise timing and deductions. Ves smiled at his son. Marvane was still too young to involve himself in these kinds of debates, but that would change in the future. The start of the Age of Dawn proved to be a period of strife and war. Ves was afraid that all of the fighting and struggle might force children such as Marvane to forego their childhoods and work hard to mature faster than normal. This was not what Ves wanted to see. His children already exhibited accelerated mental development due to their pseudo-primordial human physiques. He did not want them to lose the joys of growing as kids. That was why he agreed to live on New Constantinople 8. The planet and its prosperous cities and society had done wonders to give his children a pleasant and idyllic growth environment. Sure, their schooling was intensive, but they could keep up with it better than any of their classmates due to their genetic and spiritual advantages. Even if the schools had begun to accelerate their curriculums in response to systematic cultivation, his children still had plenty of free time left to play with their friends and go out from time to time. All of that would soon come to an end from the moment the premier branch relocated to its new but powerful fleet. The Larkinsons had already decided to trade away peace for strength. This was one of the many concessions that humans needed to make in order to secure their own survival. "Papa," Marvane asked as he shifted his attention away from his ball. "Yes, little one, once we leave this planet, are we ever going to go back?" "Probably not, son. Red humanity is in a bad place right now. We are losing star systems left and right. The new Constantinople system is not in imminent danger, but if the native aliens keep winning more fights, they will get here sooner or later. Much of the people should have left in advance just like our premier branch, but the aliens will still be free to steal and destroy everything that we have left behind. Even if we can drive the aliens away in the future, New Constantinople 8 will become unrecognizable to us. Our home, your school and everything else you are familiar with are long gone by that time." Marvane's expression fell. That is bad." Ves reached out and petted the boy's head. "Lives are more important than property. D&D base may be gone, but as long as our ships are in one piece, our people will live on. We can always build new homes for ourselves, but it is much harder to turn the dead back to life. Can we save everyone?" Gloriana shook her head. "This is war, Marvane. It is impossible to save everyone from death. Our own clansmen are dying, and there is little we can do about it. The soldiers of the expeditionary fleet are doing their best to step up and make use of our mechs to stop the aliens from advancing. They are not eager to die, but they have accepted it as a necessary price to save the lives of many civilians, including children such as you. Then there are the side branch members of our clan that have chosen to settle in one of the exposed planets of the new frontier. Arranging evacuations for them is challenging, and not all of them have chosen to flee when they can make a difference at their current locations. For the first time in years, the Larkinson clan was losing more members than it was able to recruit. This was a concerning development as the Larkinsons could not simply resign from the clan. Clansmen were dying in droves. Many of their deaths couldn't easily be prevented, but the clan should have done more to prepare for this doomsday scenario. Ves had an obligation to lead the Larkinson clan and do right by its members. He could have been more attentive with arranging evacuation routes. Another way to limit the casualties to the Larkinson clan was to constrain its growth and proliferation. He saw little point in founding so many side branches on smaller and more vulnerable planets. Perhaps these branches made it easier to harvest and ship local resources, but the clan could have bought them from the open market easily enough. Ves inwardly sighed. His own subordinates and advisors still dreamt of building a traditional empire. By seeding so many different planets with branch offices, the Larkinson clan effectively spread its tentacles over vast amounts of territories. Even if the Larkinson clan did not gain sovereignty and primacy over all of these settled star systems, it could still enjoy at least a part of the benefits of holding resource-rich territories. The Larkinsons ultimately became a bit too greedy and complacent. They did not respect the immense numerical advantage of the native aliens and automatically assumed that human supremacy would prevail. Even Ves fell for the same trap. He could have been more attentive and stopped all of the side branches from popping up, but he did not do so because he valued strategy over human lives. Being a leader is hard, Marvane. He taught his youngest child. Ideal solutions are always out of reach. In many cases, the only way you can solve a problem is to pick the best out of a handful of bad options. Secrets and incomplete information can also misguide you into making the wrong decisions. Do I have to make those decisions as well in the future? Perhaps, Gloriana said as she stroked Marvain's cheek. If you become successful enough in mech design or another profession, you will gain wealth, power, influence and allies. No matter whether you work within the structure of our clan or join another organization, as long as you succeed, you will begin to build your own networks and alliances. Once you have reached this stage, people will present you with different issues that cannot be solved with easy answers. Ves voiced his own opinion. Don't worry too much about the future, Marvain. It will take a long time before you get to this point, and by then the Red War should have experienced enough major developments that the situation will look completely different. Red humanity has either launched a successful counterattack that has made our space secure, or the native aliens have pushed us all the way to a handful of star systems that are under the direct protection of our god pilots. Either way, it will not be your turn to make so many hard decisions. You should focus on advancing your career instead. You have done well at school. Gloriana praised her only son. Your teachers have all told us how you have consistently exceeded their expectations. It is not only your memorization that is good. You are able to understand most of the theories that you have learned and apply them in clever and inventive ways. Do not get complacent. If you want to be as good as your father and I, then you need to have grand ambitions and the will to pursue them. Are you strong enough to do so, Marvain? The boy eagerly nodded. Even though he was still a young child, he was the child of two talented and promising senior mech designers. I want to become a great mech designer. I want to design mechs that are just as good if not better than yours. He, you're so cute, my son. Gloriana grinned and leaned down to peck his cheek. You can certainly try. I look forward to seeing your attempts to surpass my mechs and mech designs. Have you put any thought into the design philosophy that you prefer to adopt? Ves asked. Neither parents expected to hear a serious answer from Marvain. He was so young that anything could change by the time he attended a mech design university. The boy still tried to offer a serious response. When I put together my mechanos, I wanted to make my mechanos as perfect as the mechs made by Mama. Mechanos are like intricate puzzle pieces that you can put together really well if you know the trick to them. It is always fun to make my mechanos better than the ones put together by the other kids at school. Gloriana already beamed with pride. She interpreted her son's speech as a validation of her design philosophy. It would be great if she could raise him as one of the successors of her craft. Is that the kind of mechs that you want to make when you are grown up? Ves inquired. Have you chosen to follow the trail blazed by your mother, or do you have the ambition to pioneer a different field that the mech industry has yet to explore? The young boy furrowed his brows and rubbed his smooth chin in a close imitation to that of his father. You are right, Papa. I don't want to design the same mechs as my mother. I want to do more. Like designing living mechs. Marvain stubbornly shook his head. No, I think a lot about that, but I don't think you would be that proud of me if I inherit your design philosophy. I can do better. I want to form my own design philosophy that is mine alone. Ves briefly grew a little disappointed at this answer, but a part of him felt a lot of pride. The mech designers who blazed their own trail and did not rely on their predecessors to build their careers deserved the greatest amount of respect. Their success rate was much lower than average, but their potential contributions were massive. If Marvain could become a successful innovator, then he would definitely be able to stand on his own 2 feet in the cutthroat mech industry. Do you already have a good idea of what design philosophy fits your work on mechanos? Ves asked. Don't be afraid to say whatever is on your mind. We won't laugh. You are still young. You can always change your mind later on if you are dissatisfied. Marvain looked up at both his mother and his father. His cheeks became flushed with red as he mustered the courage to give his answer. To be honest, I want to design juggernauts instead of ordinary mechs. Bigger is better. Don't you think that juggernauts are cool? I like to look at the Eidolon Spreus that you have put into storage. Alexa has told me a lot of great facts about these big machines. They can be so much stronger. Ves and Gloriana blinked in surprise. Of all of the possible design philosophies that their boy might choose to pursue, he had certainly picked an unorthodox one. He was so similar to his father in this regard. Is that the extent of your ambition, or do you have a more specific design application in mind? Just wanting to design and make your juggernaut mechs is not enough. You need to distinguish your mechs further to make them unique. Marvane grew thoughtful. He tried hard to think of what aspect about juggernauts he wanted to improve. I do not want to design a normal mech. I want to design a juggernaut that can devour entire worlds.